Hello everyone and welcome back to Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. My name is Erminjun aka Arcanix, and with me here is Wancho aka Primetime Wizard TV. Wancho, how are you doing, my friend?
Doing absolutely amazing, especially after yesterday. We got to watch so many awesome high caliber games, very from the best players from the region. I mean, it was literally the tournament of champions. Am I right, Aaron?
For sure. And if you're just joining us today, I gotta ask you, where were you yesterday? But then again, let's just go straight into the bracket of this Pokemon trading card game tournament. It is a 3-player tournament, essentially 3 players representing their regions in this event. And wow, what a day one we had yesterday. We had clean sweeps, we had thrillers all the way to five games. We had the best of each of these regions duking it out, trying to get their teams into the semifinals and today into the grand finals. What are some of the highlights you had from yesterday, Wancho?
Honestly, it was very nice to see how aggressive the Mew deck, which is the best deck in the current format, how it works in the current format. I really enjoyed the Cryogonal stare down as well in the Singapore against Thailand match. Literally a grind, a frozen grind, and I have to admit, the turn 1 altered creation from the ADP from Team Philippines really got me going there. What about you, Aaron?
Great stuff. And obviously, we need more reasons to tune in to yesterday's coverage. We had a top deck to the boss order for the win. We had a Vikavolt dealing 200 damage on turn 2 against an Arceus Dialga Palkia GX. We had a reset stamp into literally the Mew VMAX and energy for game. And we had, as you say, the Mew VMAX deck truly going the distance with triple power tablets in a turn in 2 consecutive games. I think overall it is the best deck in format. I have to say though, we are playing a slightly different format than usual. We are actually in a team up on situation, or team up on format for this tournament. Essentially all cards from Sun and Moon team up all the way up to Fusion Strike in the latest Sword and Shield set are legal for this tournament. And it's great to see how these players have adapted their decks in order to meet the overall meta at this tournament. And we've essentially had great mirror matches between Mew VMAX and Genesect V. We've also had some very interesting matches. Both the Calyraxes came to play. We had Duraludons yesterday, and we had my favorite Pokemon, Vikavolt, come into play as well yesterday.
Yes.
So, what are you looking forward to today, Wancho? Is there anything in particular, any card that you see the viewers at home should be looking out for in today's matches?
Honestly, the biggest thing I'm looking forward today is just the style of matches. It's something we haven't really seen, well, a lot of in the Pokemon card game. This King of the Hill style type tournament where teamwork is really important. But if you're talking about decks, I have to say the number one thing I'm really looking forward to is, I have to admit, Aaron, you got me. It's the Vikavolt as well, just because it's such an interesting single prizer attacker, and it's so interesting how you charge it up as well using the battery of the Charjabug. But yeah.
Great stuff. Now, without further ado, we should take a look at the first match we have today. Semifinal number 1 between Malaysia and Korea. Now, these players are essentially one match away from the grand finals to crown the winner of the Pokemon Trading Card Game tournament. I'm excited as much as you are right now, Wancho.
Definitely.
I think all these players here have really shown their caliber in the quarterfinals. We have to talk about Malaysia going 3-0 in 2 consecutive games or 2 consecutive matches to get here, and it's all down to this play right here, Weirun from Malaysia. Mew VMAX and Genesect V. Is it a surprise, Wancho, that this deck is the one that has given Team Malaysia such an awesome run so far into the semifinals?
Not at all, since Mew is the best deck in format, and I think Weirun just being an absolutely amazing player. It's all about the pilot. Yes, the deck is good, but if the pilot can play it masterfully, I'm pretty sure that's just an unstoppable combination. As we saw yesterday, no one could stop the run. And I would like to see more from Team Malaysia if Weirun gives them the opportunity.
For sure, but who's standing in his way in this particular match against Team Korea? Let's take a look at the next player coming up. It's Seonggul from Korea, and look at that deck right there, Wancho. It's Mew VMAX and Genesect V again. We're going to have a mirror match on this first game of day 2. Are you excited, my friend?
I am excited. I'm excited. It's really going to come down to a couple of key cards, a couple of key plays, especially in the mirror. So it's really up to the players to really showcase their skill in deck building, in skills in piloting. And again, we have the best of the best in the regions. These are all champions. And yeah, I'm very excited to see some high caliber plays.
For sure, and I think spoiler alert, the decks that we are seeing for both these players are not similar in any way other than their Pokemon lineup. We are essentially looking at two decks. Yes, there are mirror matches essentially, but they have chosen different trainer lineups in order to get Mew VMAX and Genesect V across the finish line. I think it's going to be interesting to note that they do choose a few similar item and trainer cards, or essentially supporter cards, but it's interesting to note there is a very stark difference in stadiums as well as choice of techs in their list. I think it really boils down to the fact that these two decks are consistent in their own right, but there's always room to maneuver. What's the tech that you see in their list which will be impactful this game, Wancho?
Definitely something that comes to mind is Songirl does not play any Oricorio, and that may come into play. Oricorio is such a powerful Fusion Strike Pokemon with the Lessons in Zeal ability, decreasing the damage done to Fusion Strike Pokemon by 20 damage. That can come into play because that means if your opponent uses one power tablet, that's it. You drop the Oricorio, your Mew VMAX is safe for the entire game. And again, it comes down to counting your opponent's resources, counting your opponent's card, making sure you have the presence of mind in game to be able to do that, despite the long distance type format, the remote play here. So yeah, I'm excited to see that.
For sure, and I think overall these two players have definitely shown their mettle in day one. Of course, Weiran going all the way for Team Malaysia in 2 consecutive matches, winning all 6 of his games. But Songirl is no pushover as well. You saw the list of achievements that he has had. He's also the player that knocked out Team Japan in day one. He was the second player for Team Korea to take the game or the match 3-1 in favor of Team Korea. So obviously these two players are well equipped to face each other today. We see the players now setting up. And I gotta agree with you overall. The deck list essentially is only as good as the pilot of the deck itself. And I think we're going to see a masterclass from both these players for sure.
Definitely. Again, we see both these players set up. Looks like Songirl is able to draw 1 extra card of a mulligan. Yes, again, I'm looking at both these decks, and yes, they are new decks, but their trainer lineups are fairly different. I like Songirl's deck. It's really interesting here that he only plays 2 stadiums. A lot of times the stadiums do get stuck in your hand. In fact, he only plays 2, makes that a lot less likely. Probably expecting not that many people to play Path to the Peak, so he felt a little bit safer to just put 2 Viridian Forest. Or maybe he's depending on the fact that this is a team battle. If there is going to be a Path to the Peak deck, I'm going to depend on my teammates to be able to knock it out while I just clean up the rest, you know?
That is true. I mean, we are, after all, in a very unique format. King of the Hill style tournament here, where essentially if you win a game of the opponent's team, the opponent has to send up their second player, and the first squad to take 3 games in a row, or 3 games in the entire series, progresses to the next round. So in this scenario, I totally agree with you. Maybe Strongbow is saying, well, I'll let my teammates handle Path to the Peak. I'm just going to go with Viridian Forest, get my consistency to its highest potential, and let that be the reason why I take games off my opponent's team. We see here off the bat a very early quick ball and discarding Mew VMAX. I think that's something interesting there, Wancho. These decks, after all, only run 3 Mew VMAX, and I don't see a way to recur them.
Yeah, that is a-okay though, because you're only going to need two Mew VMAX Pokemon, since they do take 3 prizes each. And you also have the backup attacker of Meloetta. I mean, he probably already has one in his hand, so maybe it's clogging it up. So I don't mind at all losing one. That should be a-okay as long as he can set up.
Right, you are. I think overall, we've also seen a very interesting day one where the final Mew VMAX of the 3 essentially came into play on the final turn for the win. So it's always a situation where these players have to look into the resources, know exactly what they have in their deck, what is prized, and what they can discard early. Obviously, the card that Shyungul and Weiram would like to see this game, or essentially on this turn, is Battle VIP Pass. The card that essentially allows you to search for 2 basic Pokemon to put them into your bench, but you can only use it on your first turn. That's the catch of this very strong item card.
Yes, but I mean, Genesect can definitely help you find that. If you're still lacking a couple of bench spaces, if you already have your Fusion Strike system drawing up to 4, up to 5 maybe, it can definitely help you find probably 1 or 2 Battle VIP passes, but I don't think we were able to see one here from Songirl.
No, I don't think so. And I think it's only a Fusion Strike system for 3 cards, since there's only 3 basic Pokemon, or 3 essentially Fusion Strike Pokemon in play for Jungle. Now it's over to Weiran now, who is able to get a Meloetta off the Great Ball. And there's a Battle
Yep,
VIP
yep.
pass. Perfect sequencing here from Weiran, getting 3 basic Pokemon essentially, in addition to the 2 he already has in play.
Yes, looks like Weiran is setting up a little bit better here. Something I'd like to see from Weiran is hopefully a turn 1 Melodious Echo for 210, but not necessarily 210, maybe 140. But again, Weiran is playing a very interesting card here. It's only a one-of, but it's an escape rope, right? You want to take multiple prizes. Typically in the Mew matchup, maybe you go 2 prize and then boss for your other 2. So, and he can do that here because he does play the 1 escape rope. He can power up a Meloetta and then to switch it to the active, as well as forcing Songral to either switch in his lone Genesect or his Mew with an energy, which either one going down could be very debilitating here. So that would be the most optimum play, I think, for Weiran if he can find it. It is a lot to ask for, because you have to be able to get a Fusion Strike energy attached. You have to Alessa Sparkle. You have to get the escape rope. But again, with the Fusion Strike system draws, it's not impossible.
Exactly. I think this card alone, Genesect V, pair it up with Battle VIP Pass, it's a match made in heaven for your turn 1 play in this deck. You're essentially getting not just more Genesect Vs, but also more Fusion Strike Pokemon to put straight onto your bench on that turn 1. We see a boss order off the bat. It's going to bring up the Genesect V. That tells me that there will not be a turn 1 play here by Weiran, but at least he gets a very awkward Pokemon in the active spot for Xiongru. And I say that, and I look at Xiongru's list, he runs 2 escape ropes as well. So not too shabby from Xiongru in his list.
Yes. I think missing out on a turn 1 attack from Weiran could be very, very tough, but he was able to play a second Battle VIP pass. So his setup is absolutely amazing, but it opens up a play for Songral here, since essentially the person who wins this matchup is the first person who can really put in pressure. And since we know Weiran's not going to be able to attack this turn, maybe he can use a energy mix, but even that, I don't think... Oh, actually, that could be ideal, because if he doesn't get another energy in play this turn, Songral can easily just attach to a Mew, VMAX it, and then boss up the lone Mew with an energy on Weiran's side of the field.
Exactly. I think that would essentially mean that the pressure has amounted to the point where Weiran has to have a very large combination of cards in order to respond to it. And I guess in terms of the Mew VMAX Mirror, the first deck to be able to consistently set up multiple attackers to face whatever threats the opponent has is the deck that will be in the driver's seat for the rest of the game. And essentially the pressure here, or essentially the ball is in Songul's court here to extend the pressure onto Weiran, even though it seems like he only has, I would say only 1 card to work with, which is Genesect V, but there is an Elisa Sparkle. The card that you mentioned was the card for Weiran to get on his turn 1 in order to Melodious Echo right off the bat, but we see it for Xiongru instead.
Yes. Looks like here he's going to be able to set up... It looks like it's already a Mew VMAX as well.
Yep, it is.
So all he needs is a switch to take the first 2 prizes of the game, which should be very, very big. Again, this is just going to be a prize race, essentially. Who can be able to take the first couple of prizes? Maybe... And honestly, something we could see from Weiran is the triple power tablet play. Yes, if Songral can take 2 prizes off this Genesect, but if Weiran takes a Mew VMAX knockout, that could be very, very big as well. So again, there's a lot of nuance in the Mew mirror, right? There's a lot of ways to go about it. You could try and build up to power tablets, or you can try and boss, but unfortunately, we're going to see a pass here from Songral.
And not just a pass, it's also a power tablet into the discard pile. So a wasted power tablet, not too huge at the moment, but then again, we have to go back to that tech that Weiran has in his deck, which is the Oricorio, Lessons in Zeal. That card will essentially make a splash again today for sure, knowing the fact that there is now 1 less power tablet to work with for Xiongru.
Definitely, I'm sure that's Weiran's favorite card, winning him multiple games in the previous, yesterday, as well as even if the Oricorio is in the opponent's side, the Oricorio GX, that would win him the game as well, oddly enough.
Exactly.
So let's see if he can get it. He does get the switch here. He has one of the pieces. He plays on the stadium. Again, all he needs is an energy and the VMAX here, and he has a couple of draws to work with. But the fact that he had to use a power tablet makes me think he's a little bit desperate for draws here.
Maybe a clunky hand, unfortunately. And then again, we have to talk about the fact that if your hand is a little too clunky, maybe there's too much energy, there's too many unplayable cards.
But that's exactly how you unclunk your hand, by discarding all of it and getting 2 cards you need. Should be able to find here an Evolution Incense, maybe a Great Ball, and maybe a Fog Crystal to really get that energy. So yeah, again, Peony, such a powerful supporter in this matchup, just adding to the consistency.
While saying that, I think Peony is only being run by Weiran here, because we don't see Peony in the list for Stronghold. He's opted to go for 4 Pokegear 3.0 as his supporter of choice. So it's interesting to see how these players have taken almost a similar Pokemon lineup, but have really, as I said earlier, mixed it up in their trainer lineup to really get the best options for their respective playstyles, I would say.
Definitely. If you can see as well, Songro playing 4 Alessa Sparkle Tree Boss's Orders, and just the 4 Pokegear, again, you mentioned, just to really find those 2 supporters. That's the only 2 supporters Songro is playing. But again, maybe that's maybe right now he's wishing he could find a Peony himself, definitely with his hand.
Yep. For sure, I think that would have really turned the game on its head. But then again, these players are essentially playing with what they have, to work with right now. And I have to say, Weiran probably in the driver's seat at this point. He's gotten quite a bit of setup already. He has energies, multiple energies in play at this point. But I think only 2 on, multiple energies, but all on the same Mew V. And now it will be a Mew VMAX.
Yep.
So not too bad, I would say. There is nothing essentially threatening this Mew VMAX at this point there. And there you see the Mew VMAX, an iconic Pokemon all the way from Gen 1 with Cross Fusion Strike, able to copy one of your bench Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks. And most of the time, it's going to copy that Genesect V, Techno Blast, or could be copying Melodious Echo. So lots of options for Mew VMAX. When there aren't any options, Max Miracle still does a good job of dealing decent damage for only 2 Psychic Energy. So overall, I think this deck is truly the powerhouse that we have talked about all through the event.
Definitely a Mew VMAX, a very versatile Pokemon. I mean, yesterday we were even able to see it copy a Glistening Droplet for essentially game against against a Zacian, right? The Oricorio attack, which is something you don't really see, but is possible as well. Mew VMAX can also copy maybe a Mew V attack using Psychic Leap to heal all the damage. Again, just such a versatile Pokemon. But right now, all we're going to need is a lot of damage, and I think the answer is a Techno Blast.
Exactly. I want to circle back to that word versatile you mentioned. There's been so many Mews in the past in the Pokemon trading card game with versatile as an ability. It's funny that we don't get one right now in this format for Mew VMAX, but we pretty much get similarly, instead of a ability, we get it on an attack. So not too bad overall. But yes, so 2 prizes up for Weiran at the moment, taking a knockout on that lone Genesect V for Stronghold. But Stronghold now is responding with his own boss order to take a knockout, likely on this Genesect V.
Yes.
It's copying Melodious Echo?
Yes, Melodious Echo, since there is 3 Fusion Strike energy in play, and Meloetta is the only Fusion Strike Pokemon he can copy. It is 210 damage, which is very, very good here. And let's see if Weiran can respond. An interesting play here is actually Weiran cannot take 2 prizes this turn, right? He is at 4 prizes. He's either gonna either way. There's only a VMAX in play. There's only a single prizer. He's going down to an odd prize, and I think that is, yes, it looks like a bad situation for Songro, but that could be the opportunity he needed. Not dropping any other Genesects means there's no other targets. Yes, Weiran can knock out a Meloetta. He can put damage onto the Mew, but after that, Songro can just he's holding all the Genesects in his hand. He'll play it down after that, boss up another Genesect, and technically he would be ahead in the prize race there.
And while you say that, not able to take 2 prizes, how about taking 3 prizes right now?
Oh,
boy.
Because
I see 4 Fusion Strike energy in play, and now a power tablet as well.
Okay, now Songro is...
I believe he's just 10 off at this point. Oh no, that's enough.
Knockout.
That's enough.
That's 280 plus
that's
30.
a huge knockout. That's 4, exactly. So, well, he doesn't want to take 2 prizes, Poncho, but he can take 3.
Technically, he still goes to an odd prize, but an odd prize he likes to be in.
Exactly. I think one thing to note here is that the active Mew VMAX can't attack because it already used Techno Blast last turn, so he will have to retreat into the bench one. But then again, Weiran has so many options to his arsenal right now. 2 Mew VMAXs locked and loaded.
Yep.
A Genesect V to refill his hand, and of course the star card at the moment, Meloetta with Melodious Echo, 70 damage for each Fusion Strike energy attached to all of your Pokemon. There is 4, that's 280. Power Tablets at 30, that is 310 damage. Take a knockout on that Mew VMAX. I think Strongul would have loved to have 8 Oricorio right now in his deck.
Yes, Oricorio definitely would have saved the Mew VMAX, but then it's just another power tablet away, and with just the amount of draws Weirun has at his disposal, I'm not gonna hold. He probably already has it in his hand, to be honest. And there we go. We see Songrel with the lone Meloetta. I don't think it can do anything. Staring down this Mew VMAX, he even lost 2 Fusion Strike energies at this point, so that Meloetta's damage is capped at 140. No amount of power tablets in the deck can really bump that damage to reach 310. So I believe this is Weirun's game. He's going. The run doesn't stop here, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. That is the 7th game in a row, and he's really giving Strongul a lesson in zeal, I would say, for this particular matchup. I mean, we're jumping the gun a little bit to go all the way to the win for Weirun here, but it's quite inevitable, the fact that there's only one prize card left for Weirun. Strongul not having any options, unfortunately not having anything going for him since turn 1. I believe we didn't see any Bell VIP passes from Strongul. We didn't see any of his meaningful item cards, no Great Ball, no Quick Ball, beyond the first one, of course. So I think overall the deck really grind to a halt at this point. And it's really unfortunate to see, because usually this match is a slugfest, isn't it? It goes back and forth, with prizes being taken by both sides. But all we see here is a lone Meloetta saying hello with its Melodious Echo. Strongul only able to just boss up a Genesect V, hoping Weirun doesn't have any way to get it out of the active.
Yeah.
But then again, Weirun is loaded with so many resources. That is a large grip of cards in his hand as well.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to play to your outs, right? And that I have to commend Songrel for realizing that, yes, I can't win anymore in the knockout race. I can't out damage this Mew VMAX, but maybe, just maybe, Weirun has no more resources. We did see him play a Peony. I'm not sure. I think he played at least one switch, and maybe one of them is prize. Hopefully, maybe he doesn't play any more switches. That's what Songrel is winning, and maybe he can just win the deck out by deck out. It is an out. It's a long shot, but sometimes in this high level of play, recognizing that is your only option and going for it, it just shows that yes, Songrel is a masterful player.
Yep, of course. I think all these different nuances in the Pokemon trading card game really makes the difference when it comes to a good player versus a great player. So definitely enjoying the fact that Strongul is really just playing to his outs, really maximizing the options that he has. Who knows? There could be a comeback in store, as much as we feel that it is Weirun's game here to lose. But we'll see. After all, Strongul is just four prizes away from sneaking a win. Maybe multiple Mew VMAXs and Weirun not being able to get attacks. Who knows?
Possibly. And we'll have to see here if Weirun has the switch to clean up the game. It's taking him a bit. Makes me think he doesn't quite have it just yet, so he's gonna have to try and draw into it. Looks like he bumps his own stadium there. So just getting it out of hand. Again, I mentioned the stadium's really clunking up the hand there, and he plays a power tablet. He plays more items. Again, this is just to really burn down his hand to just a couple to be able to draw. How many Genesects does he have to work with? I believe I only see
I think it's only one. Yeah, it seems
Interesting.
there's only one. I think both Weirun and Strongul are having very little, I would say, options when it comes to Genesect V this time around. We do see 2 now on Strongul's bench, but he had only had the 1 earlier, and when it went down, he was not having any access to Fusion Strike system for a very long time. But let's see whether or not Weirun is able to hit the resources. We don't see it though. It's only an attachment for turn, and then Fusion Strike system for a switch off the top.
He top decks
Well,
the switch
now.
with 1 Fusion Strike system to work with. He gets what he needs, and he essentially takes the game here. The run doesn't stop.
The run doesn't stop for sure. I think overall that was a masterclass of a play by Weirun. I'm essentially speechless. He's 7-0 now in this tournament. He took out 2 consecutive teams on his own for Team Malaysia, and right now he's on his road to really do another one at this point. taking down a Mew VMAX, which we would thought was the 50-50 matchup in this series. But it seems like nothing can stop Weiran at this point. What do you think overall of the match, Wancho?
Again, it boiled down to who was able to set up first. And if you see double Battle VIP pass on your first turn, you're most likely going to be winning that exchange, especially if your opponent only has one Genesect V to work with and then one Mew. And yeah, it just so happened Weiran just being able to set up and just putting so much pressure early with the Mew VMAX was able to get him there. Man, I would really, really like to see more from Team Malaysia, though. Maybe Weiran could give his other teammates a chance, but if he can take it all the way to the championship, why not?
Well, it remains to be seen if that is possible, but let's see who is up from Team Korea next to try and avenge that defeat. And it's going to be Krelkrok, a player that we know very well from yesterday, someone that is very accomplished both in the VGC and TCG spheres, and he's running Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX and Inteleon. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, Wancho. What do you think overall?
It definitely should be. I mean, especially how Krelkrok plays this Calyrex VMAX, knowing the deck inside and out. I'm excited to see if the Cryogonal could come in play. We know he depended on it a lot yesterday, just doing Frozen Lock, buying a couple of turns to really set up Calyrex VMAX. That may come into play because Mew VMAX is known for playing all items. Right?
Oh, that is very true. And I mean, looking at the list overall, I believe Cryogonal will be the card that Krelkrok will need to go into very early to prevent all those item cards being played, prevent Power Tablet, prevent Quick Ball, prevent Battle VIP Pass, Switch, Great Ball. There's so many item cards, as you say, in a Mew VMAX deck, which allows it to have the great flexibility that it has. But I think more importantly, not just flexibility, to thin your hand down in order to play multiple Genesect V's Fusion Strike systems. So it's going to be boiled down to that fact whether or not Krelkrok can use Cryogonal consistently and as early as possible just to get himself the time that he needs to build up his board. And of course, we're talking about an Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX with a ton of damage coming out very early, obviously. Max Land's doing 250 damage with just 2 water energies, and water energy essentially can be accelerated using Melanie. So it really remains to be seen whether or not Krelkrok is able to get to that point where he has enough time to take multiple knockouts in a row.
Definitely. I mean, Ice Rider Calyrex, yes, is a powerful card, but the damage does cap out at 250, while Mew has the potential to really hit those 330 numbers. Yes, the Ice Rider is supported by the Inteleon lineup, and we already know how strong Shady Dealings is, but Quick Shooting does come into play as well, doing 20 damage, maybe trying to help it reach that 310 mark. But again, the Mew has an answer to that as well with the Fusion Strike energy, protecting it from all damage done. All effects from the opposing Pokemon. So Quick Shooting does not work on a Pokemon with the Fusion Strike energy, and that again just makes it so tough for the Ice Rider Calyrex to hit those big numbers here. But
For sure.
yeah, I'm sure Krelkrok can find a way.
I believe so. And there's also another card that we have yet to mention, the Suicune V, double Suicune V in Krelkrok's deck. A card that maybe went under the radar a little bit in terms of what this deck is meant to do. But essentially, it's a 2-prizer that can deal a ton of damage. May not be able to go for a full knockout on a Mew VMAX, but it can actually go for Genesect V, especially because we know Mew VMAX loves to fill up its bench all the way to as many bench Fusion Strike Pokemon as they could get. So that could come to play as an option, maybe going for 3 consecutive knockouts on Genesect Vs rather than going for a Mew VMAX. That could be a way in for Krelkrok in this matchup. We'll have to see.
Definitely. I mean, it's going to be tough there just because it's hard to really get those 2 energies to pay for the Blizzard Rondo. Again, if not familiar, Blizzard Rondo, it's the attack of the Suicune. It does 20 more damage for each of the bench Pokemon, and with a filled bench, it does reach the 220 mark, which is enough to knock out a Genesect. But it does require 2 energies, and in order to power up the Suicune back to back, you need to play Melanie. And if you're playing Melanie, that means you're not playing Boss's Orders to get those Genesects.
That is true. But hopefully we see a very early setup here from Krelkrok. We have one Sobble. Sobble obviously a part of the super consistent Drizzle Inteleon engine with Shady Dealings, allowing you to get access to not just one but also multiple trainer cards from your deck. Drizzle of course getting you 1 and Inteleon getting you 2. So this whole lineup of are they salamanders, I guess, or chameleons? Essentially, powering up this Ice Red Calyrex V and Suicune V deck overall. There's also the option, I believe, of immediately going to Cryogonal, as we mentioned earlier,
Yes.
or as early as turn 2. Let's see if that is possible. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it. It's just an energy attachment to the Ice Red Calyrex. But then again, this is, of course, Krellkrok's first turn. So no support cards, no Melanie to power it up, and no attacks as well. So the ball is now back to Weirun's court for his turn 1.
Something that could happen, I think, that could buy Krellkrok a lot of time is if Weirun misses an attack here, maybe benches a couple of Genesects to try and draw into something. He could boss up a Genesect, retreat to the Cryogonal, and start the Frozen Lock there, because it's a little bit too hard to retreat a Genesect, especially if you're not playing any switches. You're going to have to depend on maybe a Lesser Sparkle and an attachment, or just attaching twice, which could take a while. And that's one way Krellkrok can really build up the board, maybe attach a couple of energies to the Ice Rider Calyrex, power up a couple of Mews, and so that he's not forced into the Melanie plays. He has those energies already in play, and he could go boss for the game. That's something that's possible, definitely.
Exactly. I think there's a lot of options for both these players here, essentially for the respective decks. I think, of course, if we have to give the game just to one of these players based purely on the decks that they're running, who would you say is favored in this matchup?
Weirun. Just because he's
short, sweet, and simple. I like it.
He's playing the Mew deck, right? There's no damage cap on them. Well, there is. It's a very high ceiling, which can knock out anything. In fact, he can go for 210 damage this turn. He already has a Meloetta in the active. He found a Genesect. He found a Mew. All he needs is a Fusion Strike system. A Lesser Sparkle and a Fusion Strike energy attached, and that's 210 damage. That's the Ice Rider Calyrex right there. 2 prizes, as well as the energy on board. So if Weirun can find those key cards, he can go into a very, very early lead here. And again, he's attacking with a single prizer in the active. So that's a lot of trouble for Krellkrok. But again, let's see if Weirun can find those key cards, and that Rotom Phone definitely is going to help him.
Yep, for sure. I think Rotom Phone here, a card that we've seen in multiple decks, I think, in today's tournament and yesterday as well. So look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you get to choose one of them, set it aside, shuffle the rest of your deck, and then put this card back on top. Pairs well with any sort of Pokemon's ability that allows you to draw cards right off the bat. And we see here, obviously, it's going to be paired with Genesect V. Essentially, you're having card selection, digging 5 cards deep in order to get the card that you really want, and not just some random card off the top of your deck. I should say it also pairs well with Suicune V, but we don't really see it in the Ice Rider or Suicune decks, because they're running Drizzles and Inteleons, because instead of digging 5 cards deep, I'm just look through my entire deck, obviously. So it's a card that is fitting a role essentially in a specific deck. We see a power tablet here played just to thin the hand, and a Bell VIP pass off the top. Weirun is smoking here with the top decks, I am saying.
Yes, I mean,
I'm really saying
that was something that was more of a planned top deck, right? He did use the Rotom Phone. He put that on top.
Exactly.
He only had 3 cards in his hand. He played down the power tablet, and he could only draw up to 3, drew 1 card, and sometimes that 1 card is exactly what you need. And it is the Battle VIP pass getting him more Pokemon. That means more draw, and maybe he still needs a couple of pieces again to get a knockout this turn, but it is definitely possible.
That is true, and I guess for me, I'm just going ahead of myself whenever I see a top deck for a card, because we saw Weirun take game 1 earlier via a top deck, essentially a Fusion Strike system to draw 1, and that was the switch that he needed to take the game. So I mean, he's been drawing very well all tournament. The deck in itself is super consistent with all the cards that he has.
Yes.
So I really would like to see Krellkrok here get a very early Frozen Lock just to slow down this setup. But at this point, it seems like it's already at a point where Weirun would have all he needs to push through enough damage to take prizes very quickly.
I mean, there's no energies in play yet.
I was about to say that. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, but then again, the first thing he needs to find is energy in play. Yes. We don't see any at the moment.
Yes. There's no energies in play, as well as, again, no energies in play. So, and no VMAXs as well. So if Krellkrok can go for an item lock, it essentially means Weirun cannot play down cards from his hand. That means Genesect probably can't draw, right? Genesect has the ability, again, Fusion Strike system, you draw up to a certain number of cards. you can't play down your hand and you have 6 cards in your hand, you can't draw up to 6. You're already at 6. So
Exactly. And I think the main point here is that for Rayran, he would love to have gotten at least some damage out, or maybe a prize, I would say, from at least a Sparkle using Melo's Echo. Ideally, he still would want some energy in play if he's not able to go for that turn 1 attack. But the main thing I realize is that he's already down 2 Fusion Strike systems. This is very unlike Rayran. We've seen him, go through his deck, getting multiple energies in play off the at least Sparkle on turn 1, or even from his hand, and then only using Fusion Strike system to get the final piece of the cards that he needs for his hand. But now he's only down to a final 1. Let's see if his hand is as clunky as it seems to be.
yes, we'll have to see here if he can find what he needs. Again, it's a couple of pieces, but again, the Mew doesn't need that much really to get going. Possibly, he could even the key card is really to get that Alessa Sparkle, just to start getting energy in play. He doesn't necessarily have to knock out the Ice Rider in the active. He can even go for an escape rope, possibly attacking with the Mew, or maybe knocking out something on the bench. But again, that puts your Mew at risk maybe. But we'll have to see. There we go. We see at least the Alessa Sparkle. Now we just need 1 Fusion Strike energy, and we are taking a knockout on a V in the active.
Exactly, but I believe he's attaching both those energies to the Mew Vs, not the Mellow Edda. So perhaps there's a way for him to switch into a Mew at this point. Oh, sorry, you can't actually switch into a Mew right now anyway, because you really are capped out at 70 damage if you use the Mew V. So
Exactly.
I would say this play is just saying that I don't have the attack on turn 1 at this point.
Yeah, I believe that is exactly what's happening here. Maybe lacking the energy in the hand. Going for an escape rope, though.
Oh, not too bad.
Maybe he's going
Maybe
for a
an energy
knockout
mix?
on either a Cragganal or a Sobble.
Ooh, that is actually a really good play here. So that escape rope, that 1 escape rope in Wayran's deck coming in clutch here, giving him the option to knock out a Sobble
Yes, but
if he so chooses.
ideally, I think I would have just tried to put damage onto an Ice Rider. So that's still, it made me feel like he doesn't have the energy. Because
Yeah.
Even 2-shotting an Ice Rider should be fine. Putting up that
That is
first
true.
attack sets it up to get 1 hit knocked out later. So
That is true.
yeah, the escape rope signaled to me that there was no energy at all. This is maybe trying to stall Krelkrok 1 turn, is forcing it to find the switch to really get a meaningful attack off.
Exactly. I think overall, the name of the game for this matchup is which deck is able to accelerate energies to start getting attacks off. We have Melanie for Krelkrok, obviously. We have Alessa Sparkle for Wayran, and also Energy Mix if that comes into play. So definitely, again, the decks that we're seeing in the Pokemon trading card game nowadays are essentially trying to break the rule of attaching 1 energy per turn from your hand. It's been around for many years, as I said yesterday. It's been around since the original base set, where you get to attach more energies using Rain Dance Blastoise. But now in this format, in the modern era, you're relying on supporter cards, a type of card that was not even available in the old base set. We only had Professor Oak back then, if you recall, John Chuancho. So it's very interesting to see how the game has evolved over the last 20-25 years.
Yes. I think Professor Oak wasn't even a supporter then, right?
It was not, it was just a regular
He was
trainer.
a regular trainer, yep. And yeah, so we see here, Krelkrok did go for that Melanie, so the Ice Rider's almost ready to attack. Just needs to go into the VMAX, and then we need to find the retreat here. Let's see if he was able to find any Drizziles at all. And yeah, that's definitely what he needs. He needs to maybe put in some pressure right now. Either that, or at least go into the Cryogonal, buy a couple of turns. Maybe even attack with the Sobble, right? You can attack with the Sobble.
True, very true. I was going to say that the 2 options that he probably has is to attack with the Sobble or actually the Cryogonal here, because we have to note that there isn't an energy on the Mellow at this point. So if Wayran has to attach an energy to retreat, he will actually need an Alessa Sparkle off the bat for next turn in order to get any attacks off, because you only attach 1 energy per turn, obviously. So there is no Air Balloon, there's no switch coming out from Wayran, obviously, no escape rope already. But we just see a Drizzile here, so probably gonna get some way to get it out of the active spot, maybe.
I would assume so. Maybe a scoop up net, just
Yeah.
be able to put it back into hand, maybe use it again later. We'll have to see. We'll have to see here.
I think a scoop on net is perfect here. So hoping that Krelkrok has an energy attachment for turn, because the one that is on the Ice Rider is actually from the Melanie. So if there is going to be a frozen lock, this could mean Krelkrok is able to buy multiple turns to get his board set up, because right now it doesn't seem like he has a lot going for him at the moment, at least.
Definitely. And I think if he's starting a little bit slow, I wouldn't blame him at all to just find the capacious bucket, at least get two energies in his hand. Oh, but he looks like he goes for the evolution incense, going to find him possibly the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX here, just to really put in the pressure.
Yeah, so I think with the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX coming out, it's a beefy Pokemon. It has 330 hit points or 320 hit points, if I recall. So definitely beefy in its own right. But then again, we're talking about Mew VMAX with enough power tablets.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He needed the escape rope to be able to take multiple prizes this turn.
That is superb. Yeah.
There we go. That's exactly what he needed to play. He doesn't want to take a knockout on a Meloetta. Taking one on a Genesect is definitely a lot better.
Of course. And I think the main point here is that was his only escape rope. A card that if I didn't see it off the, we saw it off, I believe, was it the Drizzle that got it? Oh no, the Drizzle got the Evolution Incense.
Yeah,
so
he just had
the escape rope off the back.
So it wasn't telegraphed at all. And
exactly.
That means here, he's actually going for a different play. This is what I was really excited for. Maybe going into the Cryogonal, attacking into the Genesect, buying a couple of turns to be able to attach energy to another Pokemon, maybe even attaching again to the Ice Rider just so he can go use the Max Lance multiple times a turn.
Go for Frozen Lock would better, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You go for Frozen Lock here, right?
Yeah.
Because you want to prevent all the item cards from Weirun, and essentially, Weirun is out of options at this point because you can't play items. The deck is filled with items. There is no way to get the Genesect out of active at this point unless you go Elise Sparkle manual attachment. That is the only way to get the Genesect V out of the active. So Krelkrok is buying himself multiple turns here. And it really depends if Weirun gets an energy attachment onto that Genesect V.
Yes.
Because if not, we will see Krelkrok really get to set up in the following turns.
Exactly.
Oh, hang on. Yep. Players have so Krelkrok immediately mentioning to Weirun that, hey, you are item locked, my friend. You don't get any of your items. Oh, but Weirun goes for an energy attachment on the Mew. So maybe just so he has his own boss. So here we go. Essentially trying to say that, well, if you can Frozen Lock me again by getting your Drizzle out of the active, well, so be it. But I'm going to try and dig for cards from my deck using Fusion Strike system. I don't think this play is bad by any way, because there I say that and you get 2 Mew VMAXs off that Fusion Strike system for 3, so not too bad for sure.
Yeah,
I'm just a little worried, because if Krelkrok just has a way to get the Drizzle back to the bench, you're gonna go through Frozen Lock again.
Yeah.
For at least 2 turns at that point.
And it's not too hard, right? He has the escape ropes, or potentially even just attaching an energy to retreat for turn. Oh, the scoop up nets as well.
Yep.
And again, this is the exact position Krelkrok wants to be in here. We'll have to see if he has the retreat, though. If he doesn't, that's going to put him in a tough position, because he needs to keep the lock up, or he needs to at least maybe do the Calyrex attack. Again, I have to go back to that play. The escape rope was very, very big. Because now he still has 3 boss's orders in his deck. Yeah, that's escape rope acted like a boss's orders, but in item form. So
exactly. I mean, I like to see a play here where he goes for that's a scoop up net. So that's the card that I was about to say. So a scoop up net essentially taking back the Sobble and the Drizzle. But I would have liked to see the Cryogonal come out here. I guess he's confident that he's able to take knockout here and then follow up 2 more knockouts on Genesect Vs. So I like the confidence coming out from Krelkrok here for sure. I mean, as a player that played Seismito EX in the day, I would have loved to see him go for the item lock again. But I guess Krelkrok is saying that, I have the resources to build up multiple attacks in a row for game after this. I'm just seeing how, though, because you're essentially limited to having, I guess, multiple manual energy attachments, because you can't use Melanie when you already use Boss's Order. That is the point you brought up earlier, Wancho.
Yes. I mean, we do have a Suicune almost ready in the waiting here, but then that means you're going to have to use the Max Lance attack on the Ice Rider. Ideally, he would have just what I would have done is I would have attacked with the Cryogonal until the Genesect was low enough, just so that you could use the Ride of the High King.
Exactly. Yeah, that was what I was thinking as well. But maybe Kralkok sees a different line of play from us. I mean, these players, of course, coming out top in their respective regional qualifiers. So obviously, we are missing something that he's seeing
I know.
at this point, especially if he takes the win.
Exactly. And I'm very, very excited to see that. I want to learn from what looks to be an Ice Rider master here. So he goes for a Crobat maybe to refill his hand here. I'm curious what he's trying to look for. Maybe looking for a quick shooting Inteleon for next turn. Maybe he's still going for the Ride of the High King play. Just doing 160 to that Genesect, bringing it down to around 20 HP left, and maybe he's gonna look to get the knockout later, and maybe Weirun could still be stuck here without the switch, and that would be probably the most ideal scenario. But
I like this play coming out. So the Cave of Toughness coming down on the Suicune, making it a little difficult to be one-shotted by a Mew VMAX. So
yes, definitely.
That's a max lens. So Kralkok here takes the prize lead, going up 4 prizes against 6 at this point, using that max lens attack. What can Weirun do to respond here? He has access to his items once again, no longer under frozen lock.
Definitely. Maybe he can potentially get a ton of power tablets and knock out the VMAX, but again, it's the VMAX without any energy. Maybe he could go for a boss and just need like 2 power tablets to knock out a Suicune with the energy. So he has a lot of options to work with here, and a lot of draws to try and get to those options.
That is true. I would have liked to see, maybe Kralkok get a second Ice Rider instead of that Suicune, but I guess options were limited. But we'll have to see what comes out next, because essentially these decks have lots of prizes up their sleeves, right? Because an Elisa Sparkle gets you energy, or Melanie gets you additional energy, or a Corridor reduces damage. So there's a lot of different moving parts in these decks. I should also say that we're down to the final 10 minutes at this point of this 30-minute round. So I wonder if the decks or the players here were able to take their decks all the way to take all 6 prizes. But I mean, it's still up to... It's still anyone's game at this point, I should say.
Yes. Looks like Weirun here did use a quick ball to find his favorite Pokemon, the Oricorio with Lessons in Zeal. This could come into play, giving essentially Genesect 210 HP or Mew 330. That could be a little tough to beat.
Definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of options for the Mew VMAX deck here, especially because you can deal a ton of damage, but also ensure that you keep your Mew Vs healthy thanks to the Oricorio, preventing some form of damage from maybe Pokemon that's trying to do 2 shots. Maybe with a energy efficient attack like Blizzrondo or Rider High King. So there is a lot of, I should say, versatility in the Mew VMAX deck for sure. I think we've hyped up the deck enough in this day so far, Wancho.
Definitely. Looks like Weirun going for the Melodious Echo here for 220 damage thanks to that Vitality Band, buffing it by 10. Essentially bringing down the Ice Rider to 100 HP. Let's see how Kralkok can respond here. He goes for a level ball, could find him the Shady Dealings Drizzile here. And again, that gives him access to pretty much anything he needs in his deck. Let's see what he goes for.
So I think once there we go. So Melanie for sure, as I mentioned. A card that allows you to accelerate 1 water energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon V. If you do, you get 3 cards. So it's I think he's probably going to go for
another Max Lance.
Another Max Lance, I think.
Yes, maybe
trying to 2-shot this Mew V.
That is a possibility here, and I wouldn't mind that at all. 250 damage is a sizable amount of damage on a Mew VMAX, and maybe he could finish it off with a Suicune later in the game. But in that sense, he's still 3 attacks away from winning the game.
Yep,
and
exactly.
Let's see if he can do it. We see here the Melanie again just attaching a water energy from the discard pile to that Ice Rider Calyrex and drawing Kralkok 3 cards here. Let's see what he gets. He needs 1 more water energy to really get an attack off. And
Yep, I think there's water energy. So I think the one card that probably could prove to be the winning factor here for Krelkrok is actually that Raihan that comes to play later. So Melanie obviously gets you the cards it gets you the energy acceleration. Raihan does the same technically, but you can only use it once a Pokemon that you had on your active spot get knocked out last turn. But it also gets you a card from your deck. So we could see a potential Raihan later come to play, not just accelerating energy, but setting up knockouts, maybe with the sharpshooting Inteleon, maybe with getting you the boss's order for the follow-up turn. So a lot of options here for Krelkrok once this Ice Rider Calyrex goes down, and if he has the Raihan in hand.
Definitely, and looks like he just goes for the ride of the High King here and doing around 140 damage, thanks to the Oricorio on the bench.
Yep.
And
so essentially forcing Weiron to say, well, if you don't knock me out right now, I still have the energy on this Ice Rider Calyrex. I'm ready to go. So you have to take this knockout, maybe leading Weiron into taking a knockout here so that he has access to Raihan perhaps. I like the play overall. You're not wasting energy. It's going to be too short regardless because you're using a Suicune v's Blizzarondo. So it was an optimal play.
Definitely. And yeah, we see Weiron here just retreating the Mew, going to another Mew, and does have another attack ready. Looks like he also powered up a Meloetta with the Psychic Energy. That could also be another backup attacker. But here we see another Melodious Echo for the knockout. Weiron going down to 3 prizes. And
so I think now is whether or not Krelkrok has the well, I mean, what would you do in this situation? Would you get damage onto the Mew V, or would you want the boss order? I think you get boss here, right?
Yes, no matter what, the supporter has to be boss's orders this turn. It has to be either a knockout on the Mew VMAX, or there we go. I was about to say it. Go into the Cryogonal and buy another couple of turns by bossing up a Genesect and just going with the Frozen Lock, probably attach maybe to another Ice Rider Calyrex or another Suicune, just having that ready and waiting, just having 2 backup attackers so that you can go boss for the game. But again, Krelkrok deciding here, thinking what he needs to do. Looks like he's going for the Suicune instead. Again, also a good play, just bossing up the other Mew here, and could take the knockout. The Suicune does have 260 HP thanks to the Cape of Toughness here. That may be a number Weiron can't reach at the moment. Maybe he doesn't have his power tablet, but we'll have to see here.
Yeah, I really would like to see Krelkrok get access to maybe the sharpshooting Inteleon to put a clock on Weiron at the moment. But honestly speaking, if it doesn't go for the boss order, it feels like slipping away for Krelkrok. I feel, because he's always one energy attachment behind at this point, especially because you have no access to Melanie. You have to use boss order to take the right knockouts. So I'm just really looking to see what kind of lines of play he's looking for. But that is a start that we would like to see. The Inteleon come about, Shady Dealings for 2 trainer cards.
Yes, that is a strong play. Maybe he's going for the boss here, and then a cool thing he could do is actually scoop up net that Inteleon, and he has another Drizzile ready. He could get another 2 items and then ready a Drizzile for the next turn, and ready a Sobble to evolve into a Drizzile for next turn. That could be a very cool play we see here, but let's see what Krelkrok decides. Again, it's 2 items, and what 2 items does he, or 2 trainers does he find here? It's going to be Raihan and a Reset Stamp.
That is interesting. Reset Stamp, my friend, from day one. We see you again.
There we go. Again, Reset Stamp, a very powerful item card. You're forcing your opponent to shuffle his or her hand into the deck and drawing cards up to the amount of prizes he or she has. So for Weiron's case, it is 3. So Weiron would draw up to 3, typically put you in a very tough situation. But for Mew VMAX decks, since they do have Genesect, they're just going to draw up to 6 again. Anyway, so we're going to have to see if the Reset Stamp gets Weiron a little stuck.
Exactly. So I think overall here, Krelkrok is just playing to his outs. He knows that, at this point, the Mew VMAX deck can actually knock out this Suicune V, because we only saw, I think, 1 power tablet plate so far. So he's just planning ahead just in case, getting that Raihan ready, getting the energy ready. What is that? Is he
That is
playing
the
a
Raihan. That is the Raihan.
That is the Raihan. So great. So we see a Raihan here.
Yes.
So he's not going for a knockout on anything at this point. He's just going to pile the amount of damage that he can onto this Mew VMAX in the active spot.
Yes,
It's a card as well.
which puts him in a very risky situation. Again, that it doesn't increases it. Sorry, it doesn't help out in the prize race, because that means if he attacks into another Mew VMAX, again, that means he is another 3 attacks away from winning. While his Wei Run here, if he can knock out the active Suicune, all he needs is to take another knockout somewhere, right?
That is true. That is true. And essentially, Cloudcroft will be one full turn behind in terms of the prize race. But it really remains to be seen if, Weiran has access to all those power tablets he needs. The deck is a little thicker than usual, I feel like. It feels like he was not able to really dig through his deck.
Yeah.
Maybe
Because of the Frozen Lock.
Yeah, big Cragganol doing Frozen Lock for one turn, essentially giving Weiran a really tough time getting the right resources early on. But maybe the resources are now on the top of his deck. We never know. So let's see what happens here. Probably a Blizzard Rondo for... Let's see how much damage that is.
140. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, 120. Right?
No,
right?
sorry.
Or...
It's 20. There's 5 on each. It's around 200 damage.
Yeah, 200. So I was going to say 120 for each side, right? So
yes.
That would be... Well, let's say it's a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
It's a lot.
And yes, it is now Weiran's turn. Let's see. Again, all he needs is a couple of power tablets, and he does get a knockout on the Suicune, or he can even just go for a boss's orders, go for the Suicune on the bench that has 1 energy and no tape of toughness. And again, Weiran is, as long as he takes a prize this turn, he should be poised to really take this game as well here.
Yeah, for sure. I think just to also get viewers at home knowing what happens now. So a Blizzard Rondo essentially does 20 plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon in play. So that essentially meant that the overall damage output was 200 thanks to Oricorio's lesson in Zeal.
Yes.
Reducing 20 damage from 220. So, well, I mean, it's good damage coming out, but Mew VMAX has 310 hit points. So these Mew VMAXs have super huge HP pools, or essentially VMAXs in general have super huge HP pools. Oh, what's that?
That's a lesser sparkle. That means a Mew VMAX is doing 280 damage now. And that is more than enough to knock out the Suicune in the active spot.
Oh dear, looks like that is the card that Weiran needed to really stretch this game. But I believe time is just being called right now. So let's see if the players have enough time to close out this game.
Oh,
so of course, everyone, if time has been called, players have each their final turns. And then if the game is not completed, you go to a sudden death match to decide the winner. And sudden death essentially means that you have only 1 prize card each to take.
Yes, essentially the first person to take a knockout does take the game here. In a sudden death scenario, looks like Weiran could close it out though. He is going to take 2 prizes. If he gets another turn at least, he could find that last prize. But if I was Krellcroc and I just needed to buy a turn, if I could buy 1 turn, Cragganol definitely can buy me that turn. And yes, I believe here we're just waiting to see what Weiran decides to do. Yeah, it looks like, it should be just a Melodious Echo again for 280 damage. Again, so much 70 damage for each of the Fusion Strike energies. And since he did play an Alessa Sparkle the previous turn, that essentially is 4 times 70, which is 280. Such a big damage from a tiny Pokemon, even bumping it up by 30 thanks to the power tablets here, going 310 damage at this point, more than enough to knock out the Suicune's 260 HP, even with the Cape of Toughness. And there we go, we see Weiran go down to 1 prize. And
yep, at this point, I really have to see how many turns are left for these players. It does seem that with 1 more turn, Weiran will get the win here, going 2-0 up against Team Korea, and on the way to another clean sweep at this point for the player from Malaysia. but can Kralkrock do something here to perhaps force the tie? And that is a good start. I think he just did it because a boss order into the Cryogonal
Yeah,
would mean that there is no way for Weiran to get the win in if this is even the final turn.
yeah, there's no way. Honestly, that buys that buys Kralkrock around 2 turns because Weirun has no more Fusion Strike energies in the deck because we do know there is 4
yes.
on the field. Unless Sparkle does not help him out here. And yeah, the most he can do is attach to the Genesect and pass.
Exactly, and then essentially gets Kralkrock into the sudden death match. So I would say a masterful play here in terms of making use of the format, essentially. And you see a smile on Weiran. He knows that he had only 1 turn. I guess he only needed 1 turn left, but Cryogonal here saying, nope, we go to sudden death after this.
Which could be very, very interesting. Again, the Mew deck is known for doing a ton of damage turn 2. And that could, again, all you need is 1 knockout. But a key card, it's going to be a coin flip, right? If Kralkrock can go first, or whoever can go first, if they have the reset stamping your opponent to 1, that is always a game-winning play in the sudden death matchup.
For sure, and I just took a quick look at the list. We have both players here running reset stamps, 2 reset stamps for Kralkrock, 1 reset stamp for Weiran. So we are going to a sudden death matchup here, folks. So I really have to think that the deck with the consistency will be the one that attacks first, but anything can happen. What if Kralkrock goes first and gets a Max Lance on turn 2? If that becomes the play. Or what if Weiran goes second on first turn using Alyssa Sparkle, getting off a Mellow's Echo for knockout? There's so many ways in which this game could go, especially because we're down to a single prize. But Cryogonal, our boy, our card for this Ice Rider deck, really pulling out all the stops he can do just to get Kralkrock into the sudden death match.
Definitely.
What an amazing card.
I mean, it could also come into play here in sudden death where maybe he just goes for a boss on a Genesect again and just goes for the Frozen Lock. And how are you going to retreat at a Genesect? Buying Kralkrock time to just power something up at the bench and going for the knockout. That could be his turn 1 attack here. And again, it just goes again to the coin flip. Who can go first here and maybe get that reset stamp? And you mentioned both players are playing the reset stamp. Looks like Weiran playing 1 while Kralkrock playing 2 though. So we'll have to see here who goes first. Looks like it's going to be Kralkrock. Let's see if he can draw. Luckily, he also even starts the Suicune. I think that is an optimal starter for this deck as well, especially if you're trying to dig, because it does have the fleet-footed ability allowing you to draw 1 card. Sweet and simple. Draw 1 card. And there you go. We see a Pokemon communication, putting back an Inteleon in the deck and finding Kralkrock another Pokemon. Let's see what he decides to find here.
Yep, of course. A very good starter for sure. But then again, Suicune V here has a damage cap essentially based on number of bench Pokemon. If Weiran is able to read into Kralkrock's game plan here, he might just not bench any more Pokemon to keep the Suicune V from doing any damage, just so that he's able to get set up on his own. I mean, a Mew V can do it just with 1 or 2 bench Pokemon essentially, thanks to copying Mellow's Echo rather than Technoblast. But we'll have to see what these players decide on. The early decisions in this early game would really maximize their odds of either winning or losing this match.
Definitely, and I think Weiran here is actually in a pretty good position to take the game if he can do if his deck cooperates with him. If he can find the Meloetta and again get 3 Fusion Strike energy in play, he can take a knockout on anything on the board. And yeah, and since he is going second, he could get that chance. But Kralkrock here he's digging for in his deck. I wonder what he could be looking for.
Oh, I wonder as well. I think it's a card named Reset Stamp. Or at least I'm hoping it is, because essentially Reset Stamp to 1 here
with no Genesect
severely cripple, and with no Genesect would severely cripple that Mew V. Oh well, let's see. Who knows what could happen? I think Kralkrock is also just maybe using Acrobat V to set up as much.
Oh no, here he has
Reset Stamp. There he has it. A Reset Stamp to 1.
Oh boy, I know Weiran has gotten out of similar situations in the past in this tournament, but on the first turn, this could be a little hard. That 1 card, I mean, honestly, expecting Weiran's luck, it could be top deck
it could be
battle
puny.
VIP pass. The
No, it
second,
could be a peony, right? A peony
Oh, a
into
peony.
multiple Battle VIP pass.
the
Yeah,
double into double. But if
the double.
Peony doesn't win you the game, though, you know, he could go
That is true.
top deck into a battle VIP and then draw for turn would be battle VIP. That could be it, and then set up and
Oh,
get the knockout.
gosh.
I fully expect that out of Wayrun here.
I really like the positivity here, but I mean, if that happens, well, we all way run coffee by that point at this stage of the tournament. I mean, we've been saying from yesterday, right? Reset stamp to 1. This is a very unique situation in this tournament, obviously, because we've been playing with Sword and Shield on for a majority of the time here in Southeast Asia, obviously, but this is a team up on tournament, and one card in that format essentially is reset stamp, and we're down to a single prize in either
A quick
scenario.
ball. That's
what a quick
something.
ball.
That's a Genesect
Wow,
to
okay.
draw 2. That's not bad. That's
Yeah,
not bad.
not too bad, not too bad. I was about to say a reset stamp here brings you onto a single card. You don't get anything else other than that. But a quick ball gets you Genesect V. A Genesect V gets you cards off the top of your deck based on the number of Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. So that's 2 cards. Not too bad. It's a start.
Yeah.
Can Wayrun get himself out of this reset stamp situation here?
All he needs is to draw 1 card, right? All he needs is to draw an energy, and I think he should be safe because Croc is not threatening a KO on anything because Suicune, again, depends on the amount of bench, and if Wayrun doesn't bench anything else, he's fine with this. The Genesect and the Mew gets an attachment for turn. He can use Mew's energy mix attack to get another energy in play, and then that's just 1 VMAX away from really taking the game next turn. But let's have to see if these 2 cards were meaningful at all here.
That is true. Okay, there's a Fog Crystal, so
Fog.
not too bad. Not a card that you want, I would think. It does give you energy
Yeah.
for the next turn, so not too bad. But, well, it really goes down to the fact that the deck just needs basic Pokemon or Fusion Strike Pokemon in play to get more cards out of the deck. So, really, the ideal card would have been, as you say, a Battle VIP pass, or even just another Genesect V. But at this point, it does seem that Wayrun is really low on options thanks to that reset stamp to 1 from Croc.
Yes, but if he plays the Battle VIP pass, that means he's going wide. He's going to have to bench 2 more Genesect, increasing the damage on Suicune. And Mew V only has 180 HP, which is a little bit risky. That means I think if he benches at least 2 more Pokemon, which is exactly Battle VIP pass, Croc can knock out a Mew V anyway. And I think here, just going for an attachment for turn, I don't think we saw him go for an energy mix, which is interesting.
Oh, yeah. That is really interesting. Maybe just feeling the pressure at this point, and forgetting that he actually could have gone for an energy mix, getting energy down and cleaning 1 card off his deck as well.
Definitely. Or maybe he already has the energy in hand
Maybe,
anyway.
yeah, I was about to say, maybe he has that psychic energy. He just didn't want to telegraph it to Croc, because if you had that psychic energy, his deck only runs 2 basic psychic energy after all.
Yes, but energy mix can find him any energy, so it could have been
that
the
is
Fusion
true.
Strike,
So
it could have been the weakness guard, maybe getting it out of the deck.
Maybe just the pressure at this point. I mean, overall, Wayrun has had a superb journey this tournament. 7 wins in a row for Team Malaysia. We haven't got to see any of the other Malaysian players at this point because he's been so methodological in getting through all his matches and all his games. But maybe at this point, that reset stamp to 1 could have just, broken that Mew VMAX deck.
Possibly.
So it's something that we awkward enough. We've been saying it from yesterday. It could happen, and we only see it today on day 2 of this tournament. Is that an escape rope? That's an escape rope, isn't it?
He's going for the Cryogonal. I think Cryogonal would seal the game here. If he goes for it, I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see the frozen block. But again, just going back to the energy mix, what Wayrun could have done last turn was he could have even attached a Fusion Strike energy to that Genesect, and then again, Genesect can attack in this matchup and even attack for weakness. But now
that is true.
It's a
but
Genesect
now
with no energy.
Yep. And what if the 2 cards in Wayrun's hand will only be item cards? That's going to be purely just a pass at this point.
Oh no! Is that it? Is Croc about to stop the run here again? It's all
down to this boy. This little one here, Cryogonal with Frozen Lock. It's all down to this 1 card. And yes, it's just a pass.
Oh no! It looks like here maybe all Croc needs now is a Melanie, and that's a game.
And I think he has it. He's
it.
retreating. He's going
There's the
for it. Melanie, energy
attachment.
to the active, drawing 3 cards. Probably energy already in hand at this point.
There it is.
And there it is. Max slams for 250 damage, taking out the Genesect V. Kralkok brings the game to Team Korea, taking the game against Weiran, who at this point was 7-0 in the tournament. Now goes on to 7-1. What a game that we just saw here, Wancho.
Wow. Yes. Again, just the reset stamp to 1, so powerful. But man, so Kralkok was able to finally stop the run, and I'm excited. We're about to see more from Team Malaysia. This is the first time we're going to see anyone else in the team, really. So again, props to Weiran. Absolutely amazing job. He did take a win off Team Korea.
Yep.
So maybe is that enough though? Let's see. We'll have to see.
Exactly, we have to see on that. I think overall he has had an amazing run this tournament. He was 7-0 going into this game. But I think props to Team Korea, to Kralkok for eking out the win, and it's all down to the Cryogonal Frozen Lock. Not just in the Sun and Death matchup, but also in the main game itself. Going down to, it was just 1 prize to 4. There was no way for Kralkok to win, but he saw the line of play and would have pursued that match into the Sun and Death situation. Boss order a Genesect V with no energy, promote the Cryogonal Frozen Lock, torture.
Yes.
And there was no way that Genesect V could have retreated. Even though you had energy, even though you had any sort of options, he was out of Elisa Sparkle at that point because all the future track energies was already in play. So essentially, that Cryogonal won Team Korea that match.
Yes,
I would say.
I have to say so. Definitely the MVP, the putting the Genesect in the active and just freezing it in place. Such a powerful move. Again, every time I saw that Cryogonal go down or go into the active, every time he touched it and picked it up, I was just so excited about what play Kralkok had in mind.
Exactly. I think overall the deck performed to what he needed. Maybe not in the first game, obviously, because Mew VMAX was really rolling through it. But let's see who he has up against him in the next game. We are now in game 3, and we have here Nemesis 88 from Malaysia. And wow, look at that repertoire. Ranked 2nd in Oceania in 2019 and 1st in Malaysia. Champion for 2018 and top 4 at the Perth Regional Championships in successive years. And champion for the Singapore SP as well, and participated in Worlds 2019. And look at that deck over there. It's Arceus, Dialga, Palkia Jax with Galarian Moltres. We've seen a little bit of this deck yesterday among the other teams. We're going to see it now for Team Malaysia. What do you feel about this deck against the Ice Rider Calyrex deck, Mancho?
Again, I think it goes into neither the Arceus nor the Moltres really, because a Nemesis is playing a Zacian V. Zacian V, again, such a powerful V Pokemon. But more importantly, it's an Ice type. It does 230 damage. It can one-hit knock out an Ice Rider Calyrex. And an interesting addition as well in Nemesis' deck is he's also playing the Cryogonal, because he does also play a Water Energy as well as the Aurora Energies to pay for that attack cost. Again, I'm very excited to see Nemesis play, as well as just another person from Team Malaysia. And yeah, I'm very excited for this match.
For sure, and I think I'm more excited for the fact that you mentioned there's Cryogonal in both these players' lists. We could see a Cryogonal stare down like we saw yesterday in day 1. If you missed that, you should really go check that out. We definitely saw the power of this little icicle really putting in work. And now we have Nemesis 88 from Malaysia up against Kralkok in this game 3 between Team Malaysia and Team Korea. The players are now setting up. I'm just excited to see someone from my home country, Malaysia, obviously, being able to showcase a new deck essentially from this team. But I'm also really looking forward to see what sort of match we're gonna get. We're not getting a Mew VMAX deck. Sorry to those of you at home who'd really like to see more Mews, but we are gonna see ADP with Moltres up against the Ice Rider from Kralkok. It's going to be interesting regardless. We do see a mulligan though right off the bat for Nemesis. Kralkok gets a card off the top.
Yeah, something that could be interesting here is that Nemesis can go for an altered creation. And let me tell you this, that means Cryogonal is doing 40 damage. That's 4 times more than Kralkrok's Cryogonal.
That is true. I think that could be something that comes into play if both these players opt to go for a Cryogonal lock very early in the game to try and slow each other down. So it just means that for Nemesis, his Cryogonal will outlast Kralkrok's Cryogonal at that point. But then again, Kralkok has 2 Cryogonals. So That's going to be interesting, regardless.
Yes. But again, we keep talking about the Cryogonals in Nemesis's deck, but again, he's playing a very wide Pokemon lineup, very box style deck. Playing 2 Galarian Moltres, 2 Zacian, and a card I want to talk about here is the Galarian Moltres, normal, the baby Galarian Moltres, not the V version, because it does have a very powerful attack in the Fiery Wrath. It does 20 damage plus 50 for each prize card your opponent has taken, potentially going up to 270, plus the Altered Creation, 300 damage. That is a sizable amount of damage.
Yep, that is interesting. And I think also the highlight of this deck is the fact that it also plays energy acceleration in the form of metal sources, so getting metal energies into play that have been discarded, and also energy switch. So you probably will not see coming a Pokemon that could do that amount of damage out of nowhere, especially if Nemesis here is able to build a large hand size to make those sort of plays. And I think overall, the deck here, as you say, is a toolbox style deck. It has options that could, face any sort of opponent. You mentioned Zacian V doing very well against the Ice Rider deck due to weakness, of course, but also Galarian Moltres V able to go up against a Mew VMAX, essentially taking out one hit. There's no weakness energy. Obviously, we are now in a different matchup altogether. We see the Galarian Moltres start, though. That is probably not the ideal starter.
No, definitely.
In this part of the game,
because unfortunately, Galarian Moltres, the baby one, does have an ability, Malevolent Charge. It's when you play this card from your hand, you get to attach up to 2 basic darkness energy to it, and also it's a late game attacker. Right now it's only doing 20 damage because no prize has been taken, so you got no access to that ability, as well as the damage output not being ideal. You can't even knock out the bench barrier Mew in the active right now, and
that is true.
So it's not the best starter, but again, it's not the end of the world for Nemesis. He has so many cards at his disposal. We're talking about energy acceleration, and Nemesis's deck is just energy acceleration galore. Again, I mentioned Malevolent Charge. That's energy acceleration in itself. We have Dire Flame Wings on the Galarian Moltres V. We have Ultimate Ray accelerating through an attack. We have Metal Saucers. We even have the Intrepid Sword of Zacian energy accelerating if he draws into a metal energy. Again, it's just energy acceleration galore for Nemesis. It's just a matter of, can he pull it off? And looks like here we're going to see Krelkrok start the game off, and was able to get a Capacious Bucket, getting him a couple of energies, and seeing our MVP of the deck, the Cryogonal.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you mentioned energy acceleration there, Wancho, you pretty much took the words out of my mouth. The deck essentially is energy acceleration galore. I only mentioned the item acceleration and energy manipulation with energy switch, but as you say, we had 4 cards essentially in the deck looking to accelerate energy. Very different from what Krelkrok is doing, because Krelkrok uses Melanie to accelerate energy. So again, we see now 3 decks so far in this match where energy acceleration is the name of the game, getting energies into play onto Pokemon to do damage or to set up your entire game plan. But one thing to note here that I realized from this player's deck list is that both of them play Raihan. And we saw how Raihan came to play for Krelkrok earlier, getting him the cards he needed to eke out a draw, I would say, to bring him to sudden death and then win. So it could come to play here again, considering that these 2 decks are powerhouses in dealing damage as well.
Definitely. And we see here, unfortunately, Krelkrok not getting anything else set up, only the Cryogonal, really prioritizing that, not finding Ice not getting an Ice Rider Calyrex, not getting Suicune, not getting Thobbles. It's the Cryogonal with the energy attachment. But okay, let's see what Nemesis can pull out here. He goes for a quick ball onto probably an ADP, but again, he's going to study his deck. I'm actually curious if he can pull off the turn 1 Altered Creation GX, like we saw yesterday from Fully Gaming from Team Philippines, which got me very excited. I want to see if Nemesis from Team Malaysia here can pull it off as well. It could be a little bit tougher because he's playing a lower count of the Metal Saucers, and he does play 3 energy switch though, so maybe.
Yep. So I mean, a lower count of Metal Saucers is one thing, but there's also Galarian Moltres that could do it. There is quite a few options for him. Unfortunately, not with the Galarian Moltres that is currently in the active. That could have been one way to get it done, because you get to accelerate darkness energy into play. But then again, darkness energy doesn't count to getting Altered Creation. You need metal and water energy, unfortunately.
So it has to be the Zacian with a metal energy in the discard pile, going for a Metal Saucer and then the energy switch. That has to be the specific line of play to get the turn 1 Altered Creation. But again, I don't think that is necessarily needed. What's important here is to be able to attach an air balloon to the active or get that switch.
Yep, get that switch. Yeah, so running 3 copies of switch, 1 coming in here. He also has access to 1 air balloon and 1 escape rope. You know, I was thinking, what if you go for a turn 1 ultimate ray? Would you go for something like that?
In this matchup, possibly. Actually, maybe not necessarily in this matchup. I think you need extra prizes. You're going to try and attack a Cryogonal. Maybe you go for double Suicune. So I think you do need the prize acceleration, and the damage output I don't think matters as much since you are able to get 1-hit knockouts with the Zacian anyway.
That is true.
So,
yeah. I'm just thinking along the lines of, in this match right now, you don't see any Sobbles, you don't see any Ice Red Calyraxes. If you want to go 1-up on what Bully Gaming did yesterday, I mean, he pulled off a turn 1 Altered Creation GX. Would you pull off an Ultimate Ray on turn 1? That is crazily interesting for sure.
Sorry, I thought you meant going for the Altered Creation without the damage buff. But...
Oh no, I meant really pushing your deck to its limits, getting 3 energies onto the ADP GX on turn 1. I'm just hoping here at this point that your positivity is not running out, Wancho.
That's a little bit too much to ask for, but you know what? I believe it. That's what I want to see now. A turn 1 Ultimate Ray.
I mean, I believe in Team Malaysia. It's we haven't gotten to see the rest of the team. I'm sure they're all great players, obviously. You know, Weirun had an amazing journey so far, but now we get to see Nemesis 88 go up against Croc. We do see the Dive Flame Wings right now, so energy was accelerated onto that Galarian Moltres.
All right. Now all we need is a Zacian with a Metal Saucer, double energy switch, and I'm going for that now. You can do it, Nemesis.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have not seen a supporter yet from Nemesis. Maybe he's out of resources right now, and it's just a pass. So, no supporter, I believe. There was no research or Marnie or boss's order.
Okay, that was a little tough because ideally you would have liked to end your turn with at least an Intrepid Sword. And oh no, we're gonna see it again.
Oh, this is rough. Croc identifying what he needs to do here.
And this is exactly why I said earlier we needed an air balloon. The air balloon would have protected the Moltres from this, and then Dedenne only has a 1 retreat cost.
Well, I mean, even with 1 retreat cost, it will also still mean that you can't get your Altered Creation on Jax off this turn.
Definitely.
Because you would have had to attach the Jet to the Dedenne. But then again, you're essentially 1 turn behind now because you need 2 attachments on that Galarian Moltres in order to retreat at this point. So definitely not a very good situation here for Nemesis. So he goes with the Viridian Forest, getting more basic energy into his hand by discarding 1, but that can always be accelerated back onto that Galarian Moltres.
Yes, and energy in the discard pile is energy for Galarian Moltres, essentially. So that is always good. Viridian Forest definitely helping him out here. Let's see where he decides to attach the Darkness Energy, however. Is it going to the active? You think he's going to just slowly try and get the free retreat? Or no, the retreat on the Moltres.
I mean, paying the retreat. Yeah, exactly. I think that would be the optimal play. We really don't know what else is in Nemesis' hand. We know there's no supporter there.
Yes.
Or essentially no supporter that matters. I mean, if there was a boss order, he would have probably used it as well, hoping that Croc doesn't have an energy to retreat. But we didn't see that at this point. So it's just going to be an attach and pass. And Croc now has to continue the lock, but while doing that also set up, I would say, because he has nothing going for him at the moment other than this lone Cryogonal.
Yes, it's the Cryogonal against the world. Literally Cryogonal against Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Galarian Moltres, and Dedenne.
Well, we probably could say that it's an Icicle versus, I don't know, 4 or 5 legendaries at this point.
And Dedenne. Don't forget about Dedenne.
And Dedenne. Dedenne is a legendary, come on. It's a legendary mouse.
Yes, and we see here just an attachment to the Mew with the Bench Barrier. Not the most ideal thing you want to do. But again, Nemesis he could potentially get the knockout here. He could attach an energy to the active Galarian Moltres, retreat it, and then go Dire Flame Wings to the Galarian Moltres V, which is interesting.
Yeah, that is possible. So he discards his own Cryogonal, so we won't see the Cryogonal stare down at this point.
Oh no, Nemesis, that was your downfall right there. You have to depend on the Cryogonal.
You had to do it. It was for all of us at home, hoping we could see the stare down. but we won't see it now. It's essentially just a discard to get another Dark Energy for Viridian Forest. Overall, I think that was the play that he needed to do. He needed to get energies in play to essentially retreat this Galarian Moltres eventually. So
yes, and let's see if he goes for the I would if I was Nemesis, I would just get a knockout on this Cryogonal that has been just item locking the entire game, and we know Krelkroft does not have any backup at all for this Cryogonal.
That is true. So here comes Diveflame Wings onto Darkness Energy onto the Galarian Moltres V in the active.
Yes.
That would be an Aura Burn for, I believe, 190 damage, taking one prize.
Yes, 190 damage, and unfortunately, Galarian Moltres does hit himself for 30, but that damage shouldn't matter, in my opinion. But we'll have to see. Looks like now it's Mew against the world. Let's see if Krelkroft can draw. He very tensely draws it very slowly. This card could matter. This is the difference between winning and losing this game. This one card. Let's see what it is. Honestly, hopefully it was a research just to refill the hand. And it was.
It was a research. So it was a research to discard almost everything, and I see so many resources there. I believe that was like double scoop up net.
Double scoop up net.
And a Drizzle as well as an Inteleon.
That is a lot, but again, sometimes that's exactly what you have to do. The top deck of the research, or maybe he was holding on to it. I wouldn't think he'd be holding onto it. You want to ideally set up. So a very, very big top deck there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really have to say that was probably a top deck. I think if you had it in hand and you really wasn't getting anything else, it's probably best to just play it and get live cards off the top of your deck rather than just hang on to it and draw more, unusable cards and waste more resources at that point. But let's see if he's able to get any sort of thing going at this point. Any Suicunes, any Ice Red Calyraxes, maybe even getting a Crobat V perhaps, any Sobbles.
Definitely.
I don't see any right now.
Looks like he can play a card, though. It's just a matter of what that card is. And I have a question for you now, Aaron. Now that we actually still have more of a gameplay right now, it's not going to be a straight donk. What do you think Nemesis should do in this position? Should he just continue putting pressure with the Galarian Moltres, or should he retreat it and go for the Altered Creation GX this coming turn?
I think it really depends what Krelkroft grabs right now, because if Krelkroft is essentially, gifting up, just Pokemon Vs rather than VMAXs, it's probably best to just go into the Altered Creation GX to close that time frame on taking prizes, isn't it? Because you're essentially going to go after Sobbles or Drizzles and even this Mew in the active rather than go for the VMAX. So I would fancy going for the Altered Creation, considering Krelkroft is essentially going for multiple non-Vs or non-GX at the moment.
Definitely. I think here what we're going to see, though, is the Mew going to retreat into the Sobble, and the Sobble just to find his friends. Looks like he was only able to find one Pokemon, but at least that one Pokemon can find him multiple Pokemon.
That is true. So bringing Nemesis down to 4. I guess so there is a Suicune V.
Yes.
Yep, so not too bad. Still not the ideal setup. You're going down 2 prizes to a very set up board from Nemesis here at this point. I say set up, but essentially it's just 2 cards that really matter at this point. An ADP on the bench with an energy, as well as a Galarian Moltres that will continuously take prizes at this juncture. But of course, we may see an opportunity here for Krelkroft to come back, especially because he is running energy acceleration in the form of Melanie. So we could expect an attack coming out from that Suicune V as early as next turn. It really depends what is the rest of his hand at this point.
Definitely. I think Nemesis should try and go for a alternate creation, actually, in my opinion, just because Krelkroft is not benching any Pokemon VMAX. That means all Nemesis has to work with here is just a couple of Sobbles and the Suicune. And that's around, you have to knock out a Sobble, a Suicune, and another Sobble. That's 3 attacks. That's the same amount of attacks if you went for an altered creation. It's an altered creation,
that is true.
A Sobble, and then a Suicune. But we'll have to see here what he decides to go for. And also now, more importantly, he has access to his items now. Let's see if any of his items could come into play. Possibly a Quick Ball into another Dedenne or Eldegoss or Crobat. A lot of support Pokemon. Definitely possible. Looks like he goes for the Metal Energy here. And
but I think this tells me, or it tells us, that he's probably going to go for the play of the Altered Creation GX, as we mentioned earlier. I think it's the smart play here. Essentially, you are on the same clock as you were, but it gives you more options on where you take your prizes in the following turns. So I like this play here coming out from Nemesis. He knows exactly his outs to win. It really also depends what else he has in his hand, because okay, so there's a Marnie. I was about to say we didn't see a supporter for quite a while, but at least there's a Marnie there to at least refill his hand with some resources.
Yes.
When I say resources, more basic Pokemon, maybe a Zacian onto the bench. Quick Ball gets you there. We also would like to see maybe the NG switches come into play as well, giving him options for later turns, especially if Croc is relying on 2-hit knockouts rather than a 1-hit. So those cards come into play very well as well. So, there's also a Big Charm I realized from the list. So a Big Charm here adds 20 more HP. It could turn a 2-hit into a 3-hit if the numbers are right.
That is true. And again, we see here the manual retreat onto the Moltres, but that's fine because Moltres can just accelerate again to itself. And he goes for the Altered Creation GX, essentially buffing all the damage by 30, and he takes an extra prize card when he does take a knockout. And an important thing to note here, I think, I just want to mention, he did play Marnie this turn. It's making me think that he had that Marnie for a while, right? Croc was in a very tough position where he only had Cryogonal and Mew. And yes, that maybe Nemesis did not want him to... Yes, Nemesis did not play a supporter, but maybe that was more intentional than really a supporter drought, because if he played that Marnie earlier, it could have given Croc access to Sobbles a lot sooner as well. So I think that maybe a very heads-up play for Nemesis. Unfortunately, Croc was able to top deck a supporter for himself the turn where he only had a Mew left.
That is true. I think overall, the Marnie overall has been a supporter that has impacted the format in its own way. It's very rare that you get a card that actually says shuffle to the bottom of your deck and then you draw off the top. And it just means that you won't draw the cards that you saw in your hand, and that could mean a few things for these players, obviously.
Yes.
But we see here Melanie come into play straight off for Croc, getting an energy attachment onto that Suicune V. It's at least Croc now has something going on for him. He has multiple Sobbles in play, so all those Drizzles essentially are waiting to be played at this point. We know one got discarded, unfortunately, for Croc, but I'm sure he's not short of any sort of options this time around. He has a game going for sure.
There's also no scoop up net, importantly. That 2 scoop up nets were discarded early in the game, and that is one of the main means of retreat for Croc.
That is true.
All he has now is 1 escape rope, and he can't afford... Oh no, sorry. The Drizzile does have an energy attachment already, so that pays for the retreat.
Yeah, so the energy attachment was for the keep calling attack that was done by the Sobble in the previous turn, so not too bad. And also, we have to probably mention that Inteleon does have a decent attack, the one with Shady Dealings. It does 210 damage, so not too shabby if Inteleon becomes a Pokemon that starts taking, some prizes, but it's also a card that you don't really want to have in your active because ADP doesn't really care how much HP it has, especially if it's dealing 180 damage with Ultimate Ray next turn. So it's, essentially you're down to a few options left. You could use the Inteleon just for Shady Links, or you want to get it out from the active ASAP to get your Suicune V into the active instead.
Yeah, Suicune V, though, not also in a tough position.
Ideal, isn't it?
Yeah, because 210 HP is reachable from Galarian Moltres. Yes, typically Galarian Moltres only does 190 HP, but thanks to the Altered Creation, it is up to 220, which does reach the Suicune. That means Croc has to find a Cape of Toughness here to really buff up the damage, and that would put it in a much safer position.
That is true. I think overall, it's really a card that really is required, I think, in this matchup. Croc really needs to have that Cape of Toughness if he intends on using that Suicune V for multiple turns at this point. And I don't see a way for...
There it is.
There it is. Well,
we
said it and he has it. One thing to note, though, we don't see any Tool Jammers or Tool Scrappers from Nemesis deck. So that just means that Cape of Toughness is there to stay, and it just means that Suicune has 2 turns now.
Yes. Unfortunately, the Pokemon that is powered up is a Galarian Moltres. If it was the Zacian does have the capability to go 260 damage, which is enough to knock out a Suicune. Maybe he could find it here off this Quick Ball, get the Zacian, and go double Metal Saucer attachment for turn. Not impossible.
That is possible.
Not impossible, just to get the knockout this turn.
Yeah, but it could also mean that he goes for maybe a boss play onto the Drizzle, and then from there uses Zacian to sweep after the Suicune is promoted, because then it just means that he takes all 5 prizes in 2 turns.
That is true. That is true as well. He needs a couple of cards here. Looks like he opted for a quick ball
Ooh,
into an ADP.
are the Zacians prized?
Uh, I think maybe telegraphing that he's going for a Dedenne. Like he's going to
Maybe.
discard that ADP. No, there's
Oh
the
no,
Zacian.
there's Zacian already
Yeah.
in hand, so that's good. Okay, so at least one Zacian V already there. So water energy coming down. So
Do we see
will
the
see an
boss?
ultimate array. Do we see a boss?
No, it's a
No, it's just
research.
it's a research. Yeah, so not the ideal, attack to be making here, because you are essentially just going to put yourself one attack behind at this
Yes,
point. But I
yes.
don't feel Nemesis is in any trouble at the moment, because he has to take 5 prizes, and that just means it's doable in 3 attacks based on the board state right now. But Krellcroc needs 3 more attacks to really get the game, because you need to knock out this ADP, gets you 3 prizes, and then you must knock out either 2 Vs or 1 V and a non-V on the bench, which is a Galarian Moltres. So definitely a lot of thinking going on for both these players for sure. I strongly favor Nemesis in this case to take Team Malaysia to 2-1 and up, considering the board state right now. But let's see what happens in the following turns.
Definitely. I mean, honestly, I think that Krellcroc does have a window of opportunity here to try and do something. It's going to be a weird play, but I'm sure it's something you're going to be excited for. I think he can go for a Cryogonal and then evolve into a couple of some Drizzles into the quick shooting Inteleon and try and get prizes that way.
Ooh,
Try
that
and
is true, yeah.
boss up maybe the Dedenne, or try and get something stuck in the active while you're frozen locking them and then just pinging 20 damage. That's one of the possibilities, but it's a long shot.
It definitely is. And I think right now, based on the fact that we have a Zacian and a Galarian Moltres powered up, interesting enough, it's only 1 Metal Energy on that Zacian.
Yes, it is a darkness
Ooh.
energy instead. That means maybe we're running a little low on the metal energy. We do see one attached to the ADP. I'm gonna go check his list now in a
He runs
second.
4 Metal Energies and 3 Auroras, so there should be more in the deck. Or did we see any discarded? I believe there wasn't any discarded, because we saw mostly Darkness Energy be discarded. Could they be prized? perhaps?
Possibly. And again, maybe this is the window of opportunity Krellcroc needs, but still a very top position. Yes, he can knock out. If he knock out the ADP, and then he can knock out the Moltres, and then maybe Nemesis is just out of energy at that point, that could be the win con for Krellcroc. Since, again, 1 energy on the Zacian and the a darkness energy attached is not looking too good.
Yep, exactly. And I think the one issue here for Krellcroc is that he's probably overbenched himself with Sobbles at this point. Because there's a reset stamp though. Oh no, that was just reset stamp for a Viridian Forest. So
Yes.
whoops, my favorite card into the bin.
Yes. At least it gets him an energy here. And you did mention the shady dealing Inteleon does have a pretty okay attack with the Aqua Bullet for 2 energies. It does 120 damage and does 20 damage to the bench. That could come into play. That could definitely come into play.
Oh yeah, I forgot the fact that it snipes as well. So it could be a way in which Krellcroc gets multiple prizes. But it remains to be seen how and where does he get those prizes, because right now there isn't a way for him to get another active or essentially another attacker setup, because again, that 2 extra Sobbles, probably an overextension by Krellcroc, thinking that he would have lost one of the Sobbles earlier. Because then again, we have to know that one of the Drizzles is already discarded, and there's no scoop up nets to remove those Sobbles from play.
Yes. No scoop up nets as well to like reuse any of the Drizzles already in play. So yeah, a little bit of a tough situation for Krellcroc. Again, yes, maybe he was expecting a Sobble to get knocked out, but again, Nemesis probably making the right play of going for the Altered Creation GX on that turn instead of going for a knockout. Looks like here he goes for a Cherish Ball, but doesn't find anything. Again, Cherish Ball just allows him to find any GX Pokemon, and I don't think there's anything he needs at this moment. Possibly a Dedenne.
I don't believe that was a Cherish Ball. That was actually a Viridian Forest looking for a Metal Energy or any basic energy, but he just failed it.
Got it. Oh,
okay, so there's an
energy
switcher,
switch though.
Okay, that is interesting.
Yes, energy switch
Pink
to
energy,
okay.
the Moltres. Okay, all right. I like the play, getting it set up to possibly take get an attack in as well.
Yes, again, that Galarian
Because
Moltres does have a pretty sizable attack. Like with the Fire Your Wrath, it does 50 more damage again for each prize card Croc has taken. He has taken 3. That means Fire Your Wrath is doing 170 plus 30, so 200 damage. So that's
Yep.
a pretty okay Pokemon to try and set up.
Yep, and also I think it's a signal saying that I don't have the metal energy on the Zacian V, so I'd rather set up something else that could at least do some form of damage. But now the ball is back at Croc's turn as well. He needs to find something here, and I don't believe there is much going for him at this point, because you need to set up a Pokemon to attack, but all the Pokemon that you have need 2 energies to attack, unless you use your Inteleon.
Yes.
That's the only way I feel that it could come into play. So I'm guessing this evolution instance is for that Inteleon. I believe it's also likely that he will go and grab himself either a Raihan or Melanie at this point.
I don't think that Inteleon is enough really to take a knockout on the active Galarian Moltres.
That is true, though.
It has 160 HP. He would need the quick shooting as well. Like he needs 2 quick shooting Inteleons to buff up the damage there. Again, maybe a little bit of a tough spot, but I can't think of a way for Croc to
No,
get back.
I don't think as well. I think you're right about the overall damage output. So we do see one of the Inteleons with the quick shooting ones. It's probably going to be evolved onto the Drizzle on the bench at this point.
Yes, and again, Nemesis down to 2 prizes, but that because of the Ultimate Ray, those 2 prizes could be taken off a 1 single prize Pokemon. So nothing is safe on Croc's side of the field. He can't bench anything that can survive an attack from Galarian Moltres, because I believe he only plays 1 Cape of Toughness. He needs that to make any V survive, really, and he can't evolve into a VMAX this turn, because in order to evolve a Pokemon, you have to wait a full turn. So nothing can survive an attack with this Galarian Moltres, and there's also, there is a way to knock it out. He would need the Suicune and a Melanie, but there was no pivot at all. Like no way for the Drizzle to get out of the active unless he plays the escape rope. But if you play the escape rope, you're not knocking out the Galarian Moltres V.
Exactly.
So,
yep, exactly. I think all things considered, Croc is at the end of his depth here for this Ice Rider Calyrex deck. We never got to see an Ice Rider Calyrex come down in this matchup. Yep, I think he's just signaling that he's going to pass. No, he's actually angling to take third. So he's going to do something. So it's evolve into the Inteleon in the active.
Drizzle, he could he could go for a boss on the Dedenne and just hope there's no more energy at all.
Maybe, yeah.
At all, right?
And I have to say though, the time is getting really short at this point. That's a boss. Yep, so I think his only player is to boss up the Dene and hope and pray that Nemesis doesn't have any more energy or a switch to get that out of the active.
Definitely. Again, we are 20 seconds left into this game, but again, all Nemesis has to do is take 1 attack.
Exactly,
to
just
close
1
it up.
turn.
Yeah.
Just 1 turn left. It's really close. I really got to give it to both these players for playing it out all the way to the end. Croc with the start that he had, and Nemesis for the way in which he started. He started with a Galarian Moltres in the active. Not the best starter by all means. So we see the boss order here. Bring out the Dene. Going to the active, and energy would win this game for Nemesis and Team Malaysia.
Yes. Again, but we know Nemesis was failing those Viridian Forests.
Oh, that is true.
But again,
is that a reset stab to 1?
Recent stab
to
as
2, I mean.
well.
Oh, that is interesting.
This could be very, very big. What could happen here is, yes, again, Nemesis did not get any energy off the Virgin Forest. Maybe he drew a couple from the prizes.
The prizes,
though.
Yeah. And then now it's being reset stabbed back into the deck, and
but it's okay.
I mean, it's okay because it's Virgin Forest. So I don't see any counter stadiums from Croc. So if Nemesis was able to get any energies from the prizes, any basic energies from prizes, that would mean that he is essentially winning this game regardless.
Yes.
But what if the energies in the prizes were Aurora energies? Oh dear.
That could be tough. That means he has to draw into the Aurora right now. Or, again, he could draw into a switch card. He's not under item lock.
That is true.
He could draw into a supporter, try and get him a couple of things. Again, there's a lot of live cards here for Nemesis for him to close out this game. And
Yeah, for sure. And now, of course, time has been called. I think Nemesis has only one turn left here. He's going to try for the Rhythm Forest, discarding it, and probably grabbing an energy for sure. I think
there's the metal.
there it is. So
Okay.
the metal energy was prized. He's going to retreat it into the Galarian Moltres V and take a knockout on this Inteleon. Very well played here by Nemesis, taking the score 2-1 for Malaysia. Crowd going down. We've got a game here, folks. We definitely have a series to watch.
Yeah, I have to say,
Wow.
Team Malaysia is so powerful. Yes, Weirun was able to get a sweep, essentially. But again, Nemesis is no slouch here and was able to take a game off Krelkrok. Amazing game. Team Malaysia, again, just so powerful. Good job to Nemesis. And I'm very excited to see what is this now? The third match in this series?
It'll be the fourth after this. So it's 2-1 to Malaysia right now. Nemesis pulling Malaysia ahead into the lead in this series, in this semifinal number 1. 1 game away to going into the finals. But we still have a few more competitors. We have the final player from Korea right up now. It is Wanbei. And look at that deck, my friend. It is Vikavolt Inteleon. I am excited for this.
Oh boy.
So Wanbei. Yeah, so it's just... It'll be interesting. So Korean League Season 1 winner, Season 2 winner as well. I think this is going to be interesting because we saw yesterday Vikavolt able to deal 200 damage as early as turn 2 thanks to that charge bug with its battery ability. And of course, Vikavolt is not alone in this deck. It has Inteleon with quick shooting and of course the whole Shady Dealings line as well, boosting consistency of the deck to its highest potential. I'm just excited to see Vikavolt, man. I'm lost for words at this point. What do you think of the matchup?
Again, yesterday we did see Vikavolt take a game from ADP, but we also saw ADP take a game from Vikavolt. So it's just a matter of if you can set up and a matter of if ADP is playing the bench barrier Mew, which Nemesis is. He is playing the bench barrier Mew. He needs to get that down and protect it, really. So we'll have to see if that is the case here.
That is true. That Mew essentially doing a lot of work yesterday in day 1. If you missed that, go and check it out for sure. But I'm just excited to see Vikavolt come in. It is, of course, a deck that doesn't see any play essentially because of the format that it's in. We are in a team up all the way to Fusion Strike format. Archer Bug that is being used in deck has a battery ability that allows it to become a special energy card. I mean, a Pokemon becoming a special energy card. That is a very unique, ability. We are essentially going to see the matchup that we saw yesterday, as you said, 2 matchups of ADP versus Vikavolt. It was 1 piece as of yesterday. This could be the 3rd match and the tiebreaker of that particular matchup. So, what do you think, Guancho? It is after a 1-1, but what is your gut feeling telling you right now? Would Wanbei come out on top, or will Nemesis power Malaysia through all the way to the finals?
I think the sheer power of ADP is nothing to scoff at. Yes, you are a single prizer deck, but because of ADP, you are taking multiple prizes a turn. However,
oh no,
if you're opening the Galarian Moltres, that means you're not opening the ADP here.
That's so unfortunate. That is not the card. Oh, it's just a Dark Energy attachment.
And a pass. That is tough. You definitely want to get your attachment onto the ADP on the first turn, as well as at least dropping a Zacian to get you some extra cards, attaching to a Galarian Moltres that can't attack until much later in the game is not ideal here. That means maybe Nemesis's hand maybe is just full of supporters at this point, which again you cannot play on the first turn of the game. And let's see if Wanbei here can capitalize on that.
It's going to be interesting here because I find that Wanbei has built this deck very uniquely, of course. We saw this deck played by another player from Team Singapore running no basic energies, but look at what we just saw here. Turn 1, the Patience Bucket into 1 water energy. So Wanbei essentially has added on some level of consistency to this very clunky stage 2 deck in order to get himself set up quickly as possible. And look at that attack on Grubbin. For 1 colorless energy, Electric Signal allows you to search your deck for 2 lightning Pokemon. That essentially searches out for your Charger Bug as well as your Vikavolt, I would say.
I just love how this entire Pokemon lineup just is supporting itself. The Grubbin gets you the Charger Bug charges up your Vikavolt, and the Vikavolt attacks.
I love that summary right there. That essentially is the epitome of that deck. What we see here though is quite risky, isn't it? We only see an electric signal for 2 lightning energies. Lightning Pokemon, I should say, with no bench Pokemon other than that. But I think Wanbei here is just hoping that Nemesis has no way to get off an attack to knock out this Grubbin. It is a 60 HP Pokemon. Um, not the most beefiest of active Pokemon right now, but let's see if Nemesis has anything going for him.
But again,
This could be a
Galarian
very
Moltres
quick
in
game,
the
though.
active. Yeah, sorry, Galarian Moltres in the active only able to do 20 damage though, even with 3 energy. So not the most,
That is true.
not the attacker you want in the active, especially if you're gonna attach to it.
It's just attachment and pass.
Oh boy, does Wanbei have it? All he needs
That's
is a
one
rare
there.
candy.
Rare candy, Vikavolt, Charger Bug.
Charger Bug.
Charger Bug.
Oh,
There it is.
that's it.
What did we just see?
That is unfortunate here, but I mean, it's good. It's bad. It's a dunk.
It's
and
it's Pokemon trading card game, everyone.
I am absolutely speechless here. Just the rare candy into the Vikavolt, such a powerful card, doing again 200 damage turn 2, and 200 damage
Vikavolt.
anywhere, right?
It's Vikavolt, my friend. Vikavolt does this, and I'm just astounded. I mean, commiserations to Nemesis, of course. He had the deck really set up for this tournament, but starting Galarian Moltres in both of his games so far is not the way you want to play. Obviously, just the run of luck, unfortunately, getting to him in there. Of course, not having another basic Pokemon is also pretty rough, considering your deck has so many basic Pokemon in this particular deck and format. But really, we have to give it to Vikavolt. 200 damage as early as turn 2, and you saw how quickly he played that Wanbei. He knew exactly what to do at that point. It was a very quick situation. Attach a water engine from a capacious bucket, I have to say, to get 2 lightning points in hand. We saw a Charger Bug, we saw a Vikavolt, and there was another Charger Bug in hand. Rare candy into that Vikavolt on turn 2. 200 damage against the Galarian Moltres to take the win.
Again,
now we are at 2-2.
Yeah, again, just such a powerful play, and again, so risky, right? All he had was a Grubbin. Got the attachment for turn 2 to find the Pokemon he needed for next turn, but maybe seeing that there was no way really for Nemesis to get a knockout on that Grubbin. It would take a lot, right? It would take maybe a combination of energy switches or maybe metal saucers to really get a knockout. So I think that was a-okay, and it paid off. Big risk, but huge reward. Tying up the series, I believe.
Exactly. Now we go all the way to Game 5. So Game 5 here, we have the final place for both these teams. Wanbei will go up against DC Lee from Malaysia. And it's going to be a Mew VMAX Genesect V standing in his way at the moment. We are, of course, down to the final game here in this series between Team Malaysia and Team Korea. Both players, essentially, the final obstacle for each other for their respective regions to get into the grand finals. It's all come down to this. I am excited to see how this runs out. We have to say, of course, DC Lee, a League Challenge, League Cup, and Malaysia regional competitor, someone that has been in the community for some time, definitely knows what he's doing. Of course, a qualifier through the local tournaments as well. So all these players here, champions in their own right, as we said. But I'm now excited to see how would the best deck in format go up against my boy Vikavolt.
Again, we already saw Vikavolt take out the best deck in format in the previous format with ADP, and now it has to go up against Mew, and we'll have to see if he can keep up the pressure. We'll have to check out DC Lee's deck if it plays the bench barrier Mew as well as the Mew V. I'm going through it right now. It's playing a lot of interesting things like the Gengar and Mimikyu GX. That's something we haven't seen yet in a Mew deck. So maybe that could come into play, going for a complete hand lock to really take control of the game. However, he is not playing the bench barrier Mew here, which could be very big.
Okay, so that's interesting. I think it's going to be overall quite a linear or a streamlined deck here from DC Lee overall, but we do see some very interesting techs. We see that Gengar and Mimikyu GX, obviously. We also see a Tool Gemma. Not sure how much that comes into play. I don't believe there are any major tools on the Vikavolt deck anyway, so that's not a card that is essentially usable this matchup anyhow. But overall, I think it's now sheer consistency from the Mew VMAX deck up against the explosiveness of Vikavolt. Let's see how that turns out.
A big
the
card,
players are starting up.
Sorry, a big card in matchup actually that DC Lee is playing is the Oricorio again, reducing damage done to Fusion Strike Pokemon by 20. Vikavolt does 200. Genesect has 190 HP. So that is typically a knockout, but with an Oricorio, it brings it up to 180, which is 10 shy of getting a knockout. So that could be very big as well. But
That is true.
again, we'll have to see what happens here for both players. Let's see who can get set up better, who can get the attacks off, and yeah, we'll have to see. But again, just great showing for both these players. Again, these are champions on their own rights, and in the final game for this series, the tension is palpable.
I think overall this has been a series to watch. If you're just joining us, where were you all this time, ladies and gentlemen? You need to rewatch this entire series. It's been a thriller of a match. We have, after all, the final players of each of these teams from Team Malaysia and Team Korea now one win away to get their teams into the finals. I'm just really excited to see overall the best deck in format that we have come to know in Mew VMAX up against the deck that is really surprised us with how explosive it can be since day one yesterday. I also have to mention one thing, that you said that the Oricorio is going to prevent a one-shot on the Gensec V, but this Pickleball deck has a very good friend in Inteleon with quick shooting.
Wait, we've been talking about the deck so much, but we just see with a pass from DC Lee, and I believe that's game.
Oh dear, is that it?
That's the game. Looks like it was a pass from DC Lee without getting anything. Just a Meloetta in the active, and the turn goes back. One base starts, and the turn goes back to him. He uses a rare candy to evolve into the Inteleon V's Shady Dealings. Gets 2 cards.
That is a Vikavolt.
There's the Vikavolt. All he needs is double
Does he have the Charger-Bucks? Communication into the deck. He's playing quickly one bay. He probably has it at this point. 1 Charger-Buck. This is only his turn 2, and he's only been playing for a couple of minutes at this point.
Yes, at this point, all he needs is 1 more Charger-Buck. Can he find it? Again, just DC Lee just having a lone Meloetta. There it is.
Oh my gosh, that is an Electro Blast for 200, donking DC Lee before he can get any attachments done.
Oh, we see his hand. Looks like
look at that hand. It's really unfortunate. Not the kind of hand you want, but wow. I'm gobsmacked right now.
Was not expecting that at all. We expected, again, it's typical for the Mew VMAX deck to really get something going, especially they play so many Pokemon, they play so many Ball Surge, they play Battle VIP passes. It's probably one of the most consistent decks in the format. And just seeing a lone Meloetta pass, we kept going, we kept talking, because I didn't expect that. I was waiting for something to be played by the Mew VMAX deck, but unfortunately sometimes you just get those hands, and while your opponent gets the rare candy, I really like the rare candy play into the Inteleon to get 2 trainers and then scoop it up and use that same Inteleon to look for a Charger Bug. Again, just masterful plays. 200 damage turn 2 is just so scary.
Yep, exactly. I think overall we've seen a very explosive deck take 2 quick games, essentially 2 dongs back to back right now, and that essentially means that Team Korea will be in the grand finals. Commiserations to Team Malaysia. They put up a good run overall, and there you see in the bracket Korea edging out Malaysia 3 games to 2 in semi-final number 1. I'm just left speechless at how quickly the last 2 games went. Wonbei really knowing exactly what he needed to do in that scenario. Of course, you know, a skilled player knows exactly how quickly he needed to play those cards out. He was speedy as he could be, for sure, Wancho. I think overall that Vikavolt having an explosive pilot in Wonbei is also a good way in which to get himself into the finals. I really am admiring the diversity of decks from Team Korea, but that's not to say that Team Malaysia didn't put up a fight. They fought hard and well, and it's just rather unfortunate that it all came down to 2 dongs back to back.
Yes, but
I'm just still stunned at what just happened.
But it happens in the game of Pokemon, and don't worry, guys, we're gonna see a lot more Pokemon, and we have semi-final 2, Thailand versus Hong Kong, to see who Korea will face in the grand final. I'm very, very excited, guys, and yeah.
Yep, for sure. I think I'm as excited as you are. So we'll be back very soon with the next semi-final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back everyone to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament. We are now in semi-final number 2. It will be played between Thailand versus Hong Kong. We just came off bat of a very thrilling semi-final number 1. No spoilers, go and check that out. But Wancho, are you excited for Thailand and Hong Kong right now?
Yes, I am very excited for Thailand versus Hong Kong. Again, this is, again, a tournament of champions. So we all know these are very high caliber players. And I'm just excited to see them duke it out.
Great stuff. Let's check out our competitors for this semi-final number 2 from both Thailand and from Hong Kong. We first have Neon from Hong Kong here, who was the third place player from the RL in Hong Kong, playing undisputably the best deck in format, I would say, Mew VMAX versus Genesect V. We get to see another one, Wancho.
Yes, and I'm sure we've already seen so much from Neon. He single-handedly was able to take out the entire Team Philippines, I believe. And again, it shows the sheer power and skill of Neon, and yeah, the power of the Mew VMAX deck. I'm very excited to see more from Neon, but hopefully we get to see the rest of his teammates as well.
For sure. I think overall we have a very strong lineup from both these players. Again, as you say, Tournament of Champions. We will also have a look at the other players later on. I think overall this is going to be a matchup that I hope goes the distance, as well as what we saw between Malaysia and Korea earlier. We got 5 awesome games from the Malaysia versus Korea match. Go check that out if you haven't. And I'm hoping for the same in this matchup as well, between two regions that are trying to vie for that final spot in the grand finals here in the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament. Again, this is a King of the Hill format. We are essentially playing a team up on format where cards are legal from team up all the way to Fusion Strike. So definitely the players are playing decks here that are quite unique to some of us, I would say. But all in all, a show of skill and consistency and of course uniqueness as well in these decks. The players are now setting up. We are having Namigar from Thailand representing this region up against Neon from Hong Kong. So these players are now going into the first game essentially of semi-final number 2.
Yes, and it's going to be a very, very interesting game. We know Neon is playing the Mew VMAX deck, just the undisputed best deck in format, just with the sheer pressure it can provide. But we have Namigar also playing, I believe, Galarian Moltres ADP, which should be set to really counter the Mew, right? Galarian Moltres, a very strong dark type Pokemon, and Mew VMAX is a psychic type, so this should be a very interesting matchup. Unfortunately, Namigar opens up a Dedenne when Neon opens a Oricorio. I'm not sure if the Oricorio is going to matter too much in this matchup, but we'll have to see. And looks like Namigar does get to start us off. Let's see what we have here.
Exactly. I mean, Namigar starting off with a Dedenne, not the best starter for their deck, unfortunately, but able to get a Cherish Ball into a ADP GX, so Arceus Dialga Palkia GX, the backbone of this archetype, essentially with that GX attack, Alter Creation GX, allowing you to take 1 extra prize card for each of the knockouts that you take. So it essentially speeds up the clock for Namigar and their deck. It's overall a very interesting concept being on display here. It is from the Sun and Moon era that we have not seen for quite a while now. It's been rotated out in some of the formats that we play, especially in Standard. But it's great to see how these cards are being paired together with some of the newer cards, giving us a wide variety of decks on display. Okay, so now we see a Quick Ball discarding a Dark Energy. A great discard, I should say, because it gets a Dark Energy into discard pile for Galarian Moltres V. Use the Ifling Wings for later.
Yes, definitely. Again, an energy in the discard pile is pretty much as good as attached. Let's see what Namigar decides to find here. Does find the Galarian Moltres V. I was trying to look at the deck. I was thinking she would look for a Zacian just to get an early draw this game, but she's actually opting not to play any Zacians. This is a full ADP birds list, only Galarian Moltres V, Galarian Zapdos V, and Oricorio GX. Missing Articuno, unfortunately.
Yep, so essentially missing Articuno. Poor Articuno not getting any love in this deck right now, but you're right, there is a Zapdos V as well as Oricorio. Maybe Oricorio is the one that takes place of Articuno in this deck at the moment.
Yes, and we do see here she does play a Viridian Forest, again discarding allows you to discard a card and look for an energy card, a basic energy card, and let's see what she decides to find here. Probably another Darkness Energy, or maybe the Water Energy to attach onto ADP, and there we see it. because she is only playing one, which should be really, really hard to draw into. But with 4 Viridian Forests, that typically saves it. That typically fixes that issue.
Exactly. I think Viridian Forest a very strong stadium card. Again, from the Sun and Moon era, allowing you to discard a card to search out your deck for a basic energy. So of course, when you're playing one-offs, for example, 1 fighting energy, 1 water energy, it's always great to be able to search those out, essentially translating 4 of those cards in your deck into pseudo energies, if you don't prize them, of course.
Definitely. But it's good that Namigar was able to put that down right now before before Neon could really have a turn, because we do know Neon is playing 2 Chaotic Swells. Yes, Chaotic Swell typically there to counter the Chaotic Swell.
Path to the Peak.
Sorry, the Path to the Peak. Yes, there to counter the Path to the Peak. But it does also deny Namigar from really playing that Viridian Forest as well. And without Viridian Forest, it may be a little tough to get that water energy attached, but we do see it here. But Neon, we now move over to Neon's turn, and he does open the Battle VIP Pass. So we know we're going to have a good game off Neon, because if you have a Battle VIP Pass, it's going to be a good time with the Mew. And it's a matter of, can he knock out an ADP turn 1? Not impossible.
Oh, wow. Not impossible for this deck, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting. There is the Meloetta, though. So perhaps something that Neon is looking to do. We see a Fog Crystal, probably grabbing a Mew V at this point. Or an energy, depending on what they're looking for. So it is a Mew V. It's going to be interesting.
Another Genesect V. A quick ball.
Okay, probably another Genesect then.
Yeah. It could be a Genesect or another Mew.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely want to set up multiple attackers in this scenario, but maybe another Genesect just to really dig for the knockout. And I believe
Neon
that's a
might be going for it. That is a Genesect. That is a full art Genesect. So Neon going for more cards in hand rather than more attackers on the bench. It could mean that Neon is angling towards that turn 1 play.
I see.
Of course.
This makes sense.
You see it?
Because he is playing against an ADP player. That means he's 2 knockouts, right? Namigar only needs to do Altered Creation and then knock out the Meloetta and then a Mew VMAX. That's 6 prizes there. So maybe he feels he doesn't need a third Mew or a third attacker necessarily, right? A second Mew.
Oh, that's fair.
So he's just going straight for the draws, put so much.
Yep, that is true. I think overall we see Neon playing the Mew VMAX deck, splendidly yesterday, going 3-0 against Team Philippines. He definitely knows how to play this deck for sure. It's just a matter of what are the options to use at which point of time against the matchup that he's facing. We do have an ADP inactive, so that is quite a beefy active Pokemon for Namigar. We will have to see whether that can go down in 1 hit.
Yes, it does have 280 HP, but that is reachable for Meloetta. Meloetta, again, does the Melodious Echo attack, does 70 damage for each Fusion Strike energy, and he could theoretically get 3 this turn, bumping it up to 210 damage, and he would need around 3 power tablets to reach 300 to really reach the 280 mark. Maybe 2 power tablets and 2 power tablets and a Vitality Band should do it as well. We already see 1 power tablet here, so that is 1 piece of the puzzle. He does need a switching card, the Lesser Sparkle, attachment for turn, and 2 more power tablets. 5 cards, but we are going to see a ton of draws with the Genesect here.
Yep, for sure. I think we see 1 piece already, so that's in the Sparkle.
There we go. 1 piece down. 1 piece down. Let's see if he can get it. Gets an attachment onto the Meloetta and the Mew here. Always good to just get energy acceleration as well. If he misses the knockout this turn, it's not the end of the world. Maybe just doing damage into the ADP could be good enough. But again, you're staring down your weakness, right? You're staring down Galarian Moltres. Ideally, you take out the ADP this turn, and then next turn you take out the Galarian Moltres, and then maybe then you're in a very safe position.
That is true. I mean, you are denying the ADP's energy attachment as well. I mean, you're taking it out in 1 hit. It's going to be a tall order for Namigar to ever create an Altered Creation off at that point.
Yes. And most importantly, like you're really putting the pressure. If you're giving Namigar less turns to be able to attach to Galarian Moltres, because it does need 3 energy to attack, giving it less turns to do Dire Flame Wings, less turns to do the energy attachment, and that is definitely something you need to do against a deck you're weak to, right? Not give it that opportunity to get set up. But there we go. We see an attachment, however, to the Mew, but we forgot to mention he is playing the Weakness Guard energy, which does protect it from Galarian Moltres' type. But we'll have
there is another card that comes to play, the Fan of Waves. So Fan of Waves is able to remove that special energy from that Mew V, that Weakness Guard energy, and put it to the bottom of Neon's deck. So that could come to play in this back and forth situation, of Galarian Moltres trying to snipe a Mew V in one hit. So let's see whether or not that can happen.
Definitely here. And it looks like here we only see a pass from Neon, and we go straight into Navigar's turn. Does use the Viridian Forest to get a Metal Energy attachment onto that ADP, and is now ready for an Altered Creation. Last card in the hand, I believe, was a Cherish Ball. Should be able to find either a Dedenne, or actually only a Dedenne would really help out here. And luckily, Navigar does play 3, so...
That is good to see, of course. 3 Dedenne GX, a staple of the previous format, especially when you couple it with things like Cherish Ball, a Quick Ball especially. So a lot of ways to dig out this little electric mouse that gets you more cards in hand.
Yes. Probably the electric mouse a little bit more popular than Pikachu last format. Definitely.
Well, it was paired together with a Pikachu and Zekrom GX back then.
That is true. Looks like they teamed up, but here we go. Again, Dedenne GX has the ability to Dedenne Change, allowing you to discard your hand, draw 6, and when you have a hand of 0, drawing 6 new cards is very good without the use of a supporter here. So yeah, Namigar has not yet used a supporter. Let's see if she has anything else to play here. Goes for the Dire Flame Wings, gets another attachment onto that Moltres. That Moltres is pretty much ready to go next turn, and we're just going to see an Altered Creation here. And I think that puts Navigar in such a good position.
Yep, I think Navigar overall, the deck is doing what it needs to do. A turn 2 Altered Creation GX, an attacker on the bench ready to go in that Galarian Moltres V. Not also withstanding the fact that you could get an additional attacker on the bench next turn and just go for an ultimate ray and still be able to set up additional attackers while taking prizes. So it's a deck that is really functioning very well right now. I think Neon really has to take a major knockout here in order to keep up with the pace that this deck is about to set.
Definitely. Either taking a knock on an ADP or that Galarian Moltres should be very big. Let's see if he's able to pull it off. Again, Neon using the Battle VIP Pass as a discard for the Viridian Forest. Just another way you can use Battle VIP Pass after the first turn. Very nice. And then, as well as quick balling away the Mew, really just burning down the hand to try and draw into more things.
Yep, always good to see that you're getting all these cards out of the hand, because again, Battle VIP Pass is no longer effective after a while because you can use it on your first turn anyway.
Yes, definitely. And at least here he's able to try and ideally get an energy, but looks like he just opted to fail it. At least it's out of the hand. And here we go. We're going to see a Fusion Strike system drawing up to 6, drawing full 5 cards here. And again, it's kind of like the Dedenne Change. Dedenne Change is only once per turn, and you own only the time you play it. Genesect gets you those draws every single turn per Genesect. Such a powerful ability.
Yep, definitely. I think overall it's one of the cards that really defines a format, doesn't it? Especially when it's paired with such good partners in the deck. Now we see, I guess, Neon... Was it just it goes for a boss play, right? That's escape rope. Sorry, that's an escape rope. So an escape rope there to bring up the Dene, which is likely going to go down here.
He could still play the boss. He hasn't played a supporter for a turn or really done an energy attachment. He plays a Chaotic Swell. Now, neither player has access to those free energies every turn. Again, Chaotic Swell, a very powerful stadium card, just allowing you necessarily to bump a stadium. Then once your opponent plays a stadium again, it gets rid of it as well. 2 for 1. And
2 for 1, exactly.
There we go here. And let's see what else Neon can play here. He needs an energy attachment to that Meloetta. Doesn't have it quite yet. Very interesting. He promoted the Meloetta. We could have gone into the Mew VMAX first because it does act as a pivot, but maybe just very confident in that he has the attack this turn.
I think Neon already knows exactly what he's looking to do in this particular matchup. It's probably just, doing exactly what he would have done. But of course, it's probably good to see, players playing confidently, having fun in this game. We are, after all, in a remote setting here due to COVID and other things going on in the world. So it's great to see players participating in this event, hundreds, even thousands of miles away from each other, playing the game that we all love, the Pokemon trading card game.
Definitely. I mean, when do you get an opportunity to really play, like someone from Hong Kong getting to play Pokemon with someone from Thailand in real time, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
from the comfort of your own home as well.
For sure. I think overall it's of course very different for each player in their respective regions. You know, some regions not having any more physical events due to what's going on around the world. But again, it's all about the community. The game essentially revolves around the community that they are building, and it's really great to see, you know, beyond language barriers and beyond, you know, geographical regions, players are enjoying the same language we all speak. The game itself, the Pokemon trading card game.
Definitely, definitely. And it's also great to see how these players have been playing, right? You can see such good sportsmanship on both ends, making sure, despite the current scenario, all the information is clear. You can see prize cards, you can see hand, you can make sure that each Genesect ability has been used. Just great sportsmanship and good showmanship, really, from both players.
For sure. I think it really comes down to how these players are trying to adapt to the scenario. We then already see a knockout on the DNA GX by the Meloetta.
Yep.
So I don't mind this play overall. I think Neon is just playing to his outs here, using the Meloetta as a single price attacker. But it will go down eventually, I would say, because we have an ADP ready to go with just one energy attachment away from an ultimate ray.
Ooh, and
we were talking about resetting whole Marshadow.
Yes, we talking about how powerful Chaotic Swell is, and Neighbor probably wants to get access to another Viridian Forest. So one way to get rid of it is use the resetting home Marshadow. By discarding it from the field, you're able to discard a stadium card, and then you can play your Viridian Forest. And she was able to find the Marshadow by using a quick ball and taking out, discarding a Darkness Energy, which again just gets attached to Galarian Moltres. There's 5 energies in play right now. Hasn't even attached for turn just yet. Discards the, I believe,
Mawile GX?
Yeah, the Mawile GX, finding one more energy, and pretty sure we're going to see an attack off, potentially even power up another Pokemon. But yeah, we're going to have to.
We don't see anything yet, though. We have not seen an additional attacker come down. I must say, though, all the energies on Nimigas I feel are all golden energies. So, wow.
I just realized that as well as the alternate art, our ADP and alternate art, Galarian Moltres. I believe that's the character art.
Yep, it is the character art. Okay, so we do see a Crobat V coming down. So probably trying to get Nemigar another attacker, which is good to see, I would say. But okay, so Nemigar is making sure that shuffle is done first for their deck, just to make sure, because you are searching your deck, we want to make sure it's shuffled well.
Definitely. And then,
now Gengar is set for 4 cards, I believe.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, yes, it would be ideal to get another attacker off, but even if he doesn't find another Galarian Moltres, this is still a pretty good position to be in. ADP is about to take 2 prizes off the Meloetta here. All Namigar has to do is take a knockout on the Mew VMAX, and Galarian Moltres is set up to do that if Namigar can find the Fan of Waves. I believe that is probably what she's looking to take for more than a secondary attacker.
Yep, that is true, and also to make sure that Namigar has access to more resources moving into next turn. Of course, these decks can and might play my favorite card, Reset Stamp. We see one in Neon's list. We don't see any actually in the ADP list because after all, you're trying to just make your deck as consistent as possible to get knockouts. The card that probably is, you know, on everyone's mind right now is that Fan of Waves, and perhaps even the boss's order to really take the game in just one turn after this.
Yes.
So I think right now just Ultimate Ray at this point to conclude. So just Ultimate Ray for no energy, I think.
Yes, that was no energy on the Ultimate Ray, but more importantly, taking 2 prizes. Namigar going down to 4, but that 4 could be just 1 VMAX knockout away. We do see a big opportunity here for Neon, however, because there's only 1 Galarian Moltres in play. He can opt to boss's orders up that Galarian Moltres and then try and get a knockout using Mew VMAX and a power tablet, and that could do it. A double weakness guard energy on the Mew VMAX just for safety.
Yeah, that is probably that could actually mean Neon is safe next turn, because I mean you are running 3 Final Waves in the ADP deck, but you need to actually get it, you know, to use it, don't you? So 2 Weakness Guard energies here. coming into play on the same Mew VMAX, and there aren't any more Mew VMAXs in play for Nemigar to go for, this could be clutch. That one energy card could mean a win or a loss here for either of these players.
That is true. And again, if Neon here can get the boss on the Galarian Moltres again, even without the weakness guard energy, he would be safe because it's going to be a pretty hard time to try and power up another Galarian Moltres. Yes, you can get it off with a Raihan possibly, but that has to be your supporter for turn, as well as you have to have one in your bench already. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see here. Again, Neon just needs to at least take a knockout this turn. It could be on Moltres, could be ADP, could be even on a Dedenne, but we'll have to see here.
Yep, so here's Erodon Phone getting one card from top 5, putting it on top. Essentially, card selection for your Genesect Vs. Genesect Vs love to get the exact cards that you want off the top of your deck from a Fusion Strike system. Let's see what was the card that Neon chose. Could it be the boss order? I mean, a boss order right here would pretty much seal a game, I think. But then again, we should not discount Nemigar being able to, force the prize cards in this matchup. The only problem that I see is that you can go for the Oricorio, but you can't really go for the Genesect V because Genesect V has 190 hit points and your ADP is only doing 180, unfortunately.
And you need to be taking 4 prizes this turn because if Neon gets a knockout on absolutely anything, he goes down to 1 more attack away from winning. Nemigar needs to take out the Mew VMAX this next turn, and it's not impossible if it's still anyone's game. If the Moltres V does get attacked, escape rope here.
Escape rope,
acting like a pseudo boss's order, and yes, we're gonna see the promotion of the Crobat V here with the air balloon, the pivot. And yeah, again, if the Moltres V does get knocked out, there is still a possibility, right? Again, Raihan does get an attachment on the Moltres. Dire Flame Wings gets 1 more attachment and then an energy attachment. That means your Moltres is ready to go. But again, you're going to need the double Fan of Waves. It has to happen this turn. You need...
Yep, exactly. That Fan of Waves is clutch. And the fact that you need 2 to really get your knockout next turn for Nemigar, it feels like tall order in itself right there, because you have a hand size that's probably like 3 or 4 cards right now. Of course, Daily Change from Dedenne GX could help. You could also have an Oricorio GX help out, but those cards are not in play right now. You don't have access to those things if they're not on your bench or in your hand for that matter. So really got to see what Nemigar has up their sleeve right now. I really feel that double weakness guard energy could mean the game for Neon here, especially if it gets a boss order. Obviously, I just feel it's going to be this very tight instances deciding the winner of this game.
Definitely. Again, very, very tough situation, especially if you're going to bump a means of getting an energy as well, just in case your Moltres gets knocked out. Yeah, we're going to have to see here. Plays a power tablet. He's going to need a... You know, it'd be nice, a reset stamp. Double power tablet.
Double power tablet though. Does Neon need it though? I think he chose not to do it.
Yeah, I think
so
he opted
1 less card.
Yeah, opted not to do it there. Maybe trying to save it just in case he needs that power tablet to take a knockout on the Galarian Moltres a little later, because it does have 220 HP. But I believe it does have the Mew right now has a Vitality Band, right?
Yes, it does. So Vitality Band here would do it. I think maybe just Neon trying to get 1 card out of his hand to get more cards into his hand form a Fusion Strike system. So just getting enough resources. So now Neon just getting, they've got to count the number of cards in their hand.
Oh boy,
it's a lot of cards.
You just hate it when your opponent
Peony.
Peony could get him again. Reset stamp he needs. Don't you just hate it when your opponent asks you how many cards do you have in your hand? Because that just means I'm going to do something to it.
Yeah, I think this is huge. So the reset stamp here, and a switch as well. So making sure that Neon has a follow-up play to take the game next turn. The reset stamp here, huge, because it just means that Nemigar is down to 5 cards to work with next turn, and they need to find 2 Fan of Waves.
Yes. Let's see if they find it here. Another option actually for Nemigar is attacking with the ADP. If all else fails, you can still attack with the ADP. It does still have 280 HP. Mew VMAX does not reach it quite yet, but we do know Neon was holding on to another power tablet in his hand. Oh no, he had to get rid of it because of Peony. That means the ADP should be safe. That
It should be safe. Yeah, it should be safe. But I would expect Neon to really have a boss's order. I would think.
Oh, yeah. With
It's
4
definitely a card
Genesects
that-
in
Look at the
play,
hand.
yeah, drawing 6 right now, and then 4 Genesects in play to work with next turn, he could probably draw his entire entire deck next turn.
For sure. So that's the knockout right there using Technoblast for 220 damage thanks to that Vitality Band. Nemigar's pretty confident going straight into that Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, but you have to watch out. Again, double Weakness Guard energy. Do you have the answer to it? I wish I could see the hand right now. I think I saw Viridian Forest, not a card you want to see. A Professor's Research, definitely something
That
you
is
want to
good.
see. 7 fresh cards. 2 out of 7
fresh cards.
have to be the Phantom Waves. It could be, well, one of them, and then you could detonate afterwards. You could Oricorio, you could Crobat.
There is a lot of options available right now. I mean,
Oh!
there's a 2 Phantom Waves. There it is.
There
is 2 Phantom Waves.
Very good
Off
game.
the top from a research for 7. So for all of you at home, which is joining us, that is a Phantom Waves discarding 2 Weakness Guard energy of that Mew VMAX so that Galarian Moltres V can hit it for 190 with Aura Burn, double due to weakness to take a knockout and the game in favor of Nemigar. So Thailand goes 1 game up. Neon taking his first loss in this tournament after coming up 3-0 up in the quarterfinals. What a game. Very close. What do you think, Wancho?
So exciting. I mean, again, there were so many options still. After the research, I wanted to see an Oricorio and then a Dedenne and then a Crobat. Sometimes you just get it off the fresh 7 you get from the research. And we know she hasn't used any yet in that game, but I have to give props to Neon. Again, realizing that he only needs 2 attackers in this game, the Meloetta and the Mew, and opting not to set up another Mew VMAX. Because then if you get another Mew VMAX, that means you have to power that up as well with Weakness Guard energy, or else it is a boss target. And just deciding that I need this one Mew VMAX to live, so I'm going to attach double Weakness Guard energy to make sure, give it the most optimal odds of cleaning up the game. And
yep, exactly.
Yeah, but unfortunately, 3 Phantom Waves is a little bit too much.
Exactly. I was about to say 3 Phantom Waves in the deck essentially meant that Nemigar had all the outs needed in order to get those Weakness Guard energies off the Mew VMAX. And they did, essentially. Those 2 cards came clutch and off that research to 7. But what's next then for Nemigar? Going into Game 2 now, we will see another player from Team Hong Kong come in and hopefully pull a game back for Team Hong Kong. We have Aimer from Hong Kong, who was the RL runner-up for Hong Kong. And look at the deck right there. It is Galarian Moltres V paired up with Arceus Dialga Palkia GX.
Looks like to be a very, very familiar deck for Nemigar to face. And again, because of the mirror, it's all going to come down to who can set up first and who can play their deck out more skillfully. And I expect so much from both these players because, again, they're both masters at the moment. And yeah, I'm very excited for this game.
Yeah, but I think one thing to note here is that Aimer is playing the Zacian V, so more options in the deck for ADP to power up. But again, is also one thing to note that you are running essentially more a different set of attackers, a different set of Pokemon to work with. Could also affect your consistency in some way. So we really got to see how these decks work. But essentially, it is the same concept. We want to get ADP up and running, get Altered Creation GX up as soon as possible, as on turn 1 if you can, as what we saw yesterday by Team Philippines. But of course, it really boils down to which of these players are able to get Altered Creation GX before their opponents, and then set up the right attackers to face their opponents as well. So a lot of things to think about here, but really it all comes down to that one card, ADP GX.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to give it to Aimer here, like give a slight advantage to Aimer because he is playing that Zacian. So that gives him a better opening start, right? That means he's playing a lot more metal energies, the metal saucer, and the access to Intrepid Sword to really set up on the first turn and maybe get the first Altered Creation GX off, right? I believe the winner here is determined by who can Altered Creation GX first. And I believe Aimer's deck is set up to do that a lot faster than Nemigar's. But we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. I must say though, both these players are rocking very beautiful playmats for sure.
Definitely. And I actually have to give it to maybe in that regard sleeves as well. The Rayquaza and shiny Rayquaza Pikachu, absolutely cute. And there we go. We see a starting Pokemon for both players here. And yeah, let's see what they start with. If I had to guess, ADP.
I mean, that is the hope. You don't want to be starting something else, unfortunately. You don't want to be starting, like what we saw earlier on, a Galarian Moltres, unfortunately. But we do see an Oricorio and an ADP. So Aimer goes first. That could be clutch. He has the ideal starter, and he's going first as well.
He goes for a quick ball here, discarding a Metal Saucer. I believe that's going to find him either a support Pokemon like a Dedenne or maybe just this Zacian V this turn. He does need to get an energy attachment off. And ideally, that energy attachment should be a basic energy. He does play 2 Aurora energies, but we do know Namigar is playing 3 Fan of Waves, so that he could essentially negate the energy attachment for a turn. And yes, let's see. Yes, it looks like he's grabbing the Dedenne. For a second, I thought he was going to grab the Metal Energy, but yes, that is what you want eventually, but not off a quick ball.
No, you're right. I think overall it's quite a traditional play back in the days when ADP GX was in format for standard. It was played very much with Dedenne to essentially really abuse the Cherish Ball, which allows you to search out for all the GXs you need, and then going for this sort of plays early on in the game to ensure that you get your energy attachments as well. So we see a Galarian Moltres we come down on Aimer's side of the field. That is going to be quite interesting. That is a big charm onto that ADP GX, giving it effectively 300 HP.
Yes, 310, I believe. But I don't think that math matters in this matchup. I don't think Namigar has the capability of reaching 280 in the first place. So no matter what, it's a 2-shot into the ADP.
Right, you are. So I think that's did they change into? I think so we got the Water Energy, which is great, and there comes also a Diaflame Wing to get a Darkness Energy onto the Galarian Moltres. So all in all, I think Aimer has had a perfect turn 1.
He still needs the Zacian to be able to at least use Intrepid Sword as well. That would be
not as perfect as it could be.
Almost perfect.
Almost perfect. 1 card short.
Let's see if a Namigar here can match it. Looks like goes for a quick ball off.
That's getting rid of the Dark Energy. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, getting probably the Moltres, which will be able to use the Darkness Energy.
Yes. But again, I don't think there is any capability at all to get a turn 1 Altered Creation off with Namigar's deck, since it does not play the Zacian.
Yeah, I don't believe there is at this point, because we are not having Zacian essentially, and no Metal Sources mean that you won't be able to do something like that. So let's see. There is going to be ADP GX. And what else? Let's see from Namigar.
All she needs to find this turn to have an ideal turn really is just an energy attachment. And with the 4 Viridian Forest, that should be fairly easy. But again, if you put down the Viridian Forest, that's also something Aimer can use to just easily get the energy as well. But no, we see the energy attachment for turn. And I believe... Oh no, he's just shuffling the deck here. Let's see what else Namigar can put out. The Oricorio in the active also is a little bit of a threat. A little bit of a liability for Namigar, because Aimer, it only has 170 HP. That is something that is knock-outable for ADP.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a liability in the active. It's great to have on your bench with the ability Dance of Tribute, allowing you to draw cards whenever one of your Pokemon gets knocked out. But right now, Namigar really got to find a way to get that card out of the active. So we are... Oh, interesting. What are we seeing here? It's a energy switch
to the Dedenne.
Onto the Dedenne. Okay.
Which is very,
maybe
interesting.
Making way for a Crobat V to draw into more cards?
Possibly. Very interesting to attach it to the Dedenne, however. Yeah, there we go. There's the Crobat V you mentioned.
Yep. I think maybe just to use it as a retreater later on, because if you move it over to the ADP, you probably get into your ultimate ray faster, but maybe Aimer is looking for other plays, other lines of play that we're probably not seeing. So, yep, it gets the Metal Energy from the Crobat V, so at least that energy switch play working out for Aimer here. Does the Altered Creation GX, and now back to Namigar, who has the Air Balloon, immediately playing it, getting the ADP into the active with the Metal Energy. Now does Namigar have the Water Energy?
Yeah, there we go.
Viridian Forest, that's the Water Energy.
And now we're going to see counter Altered Creation GX. And I know I mentioned whoever does the Altered Creation first gets the advantage here. Yes, that is true. But another big important thing is whoever can take the first couple of prize cards. Because if Aimer does get a knockout, not knockout, if Aimer hits into an opposing ADP, that's not prizes. Versus if Nemigar is able to probably boss up a Crobat or Dedenne, get a knockout as well as attach energy, that definitely puts her ahead here. So again, now it's, since both players have played their Altered Creation, it's up to who can play the boss next. And we'll have to see here.
Exactly. You said it there. I think this is going to be interesting. That's a Mallow and Lana.
That is not a... Oh, no, that's the discard. That's the discard.
Yep, so okay, discard it to the Veruna Forest.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Ooh, very close. That was not quite sure if you need to play the Mallow and Lana this turn, but getting an energy is definitely something you need here. Let's see if Aimer can find the boss's orders or is just content hitting into the Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia.
Yep, that's true. I'm just hoping, Aimer has other options here to either go for the Galarian Moltres, but maybe not Galarian Moltres, obviously. Go for the Oricorio, because that's a knockout right off the bat.
Yes,
He's attacking the energy, so the water energy comes down.
We see.
There is the boss order. Wow. He has it.
And there we go. And with that, I believe that should seal the game, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
3 prizes off this Oricorio. You get to power up a Galarian Moltres. And at that point, you're just waiting for... Nemigar to promote something Galarian Moltres can knock out, and I think Galarian Moltres can knock out almost everything besides another ADP.
Exactly. So I think this game might end quicker than we expect, considering the fact that both these players got optimal starts, but it's all down to which of them takes the first knockout at this point. So Aimer and his deck not missing a beat.
Yes.
In this matchup. What can Nemigar do? I really don't know. There's no reset stamp here to thin the resources. Essentially, everything that Aimer needs is already in play at this point.
Definitely. I'm not quite sure exactly. Maybe... Nemigar can go for a boss's orders on the Crobat and then just hope that Aimer does not have another boss's orders himself.
That is true, but I think Nemigar has no cards in hand right now.
That is tough. That is definitely tough. You want to see at least a Dedenne. You don't want to be hitting into the ADP, because if you're hitting into ADP, I believe, that should just seal up the game. You'd need to set up another ADP, ideally, just to really take a hit. Because ADP is the only thing that can survive an attack from a Galarian Moltres here. And Aimer is one boss's orders away from closing out this game.
Closing out this game, and also tying the series 1-1 for Hong Kong. It's going to be... I think we're just going through the motions here at this point. Aimer is ready to take a knockout. He just needs a boss order to close it out. Essentially Nemigar is working with 0 cards in hand, unfortunately. So did not draw the Dedenne or the Crobat or even an Eldegoss. Nothing of that sort to help their deck go. And there is the escape rope for game, essentially switching out the active ADP on Nemigar's side of the field for anything on their bench, and Aimer will promote the Galarian Moltres to deal 230 damage, 190 base, plus 10 with the Vitality Band, plus 30 using the Altered Creation GX buff to knock out an opposing Galarian Moltres V for the game.
And there we go. Again, it came down to whoever could Altered Creation first, whoever could get the first couple of prize cards, and it looked like Aimer was able to accomplish all of that. Again, just such amazing plays from both these players. It came down to, again, I think Aimer had the more consistent deck, just having easier access probably to the metal energies, to the water energies. But I think, again, very well played by Nemigar. She does have the Viridian Forest to try to get those energies as well. A key card in this matchup I thought would come up would be Zacian V. However, that never came into play, unfortunately. It was straight up Moltres and ADP for both players.
Exactly. I think both players here knew that Zacian would probably be a little too slow. It's all about who gets the Altered Creation GX off first and then taking the first prizes. We also saw that at Nemigar revealing the prize cards that he had. It was the Eldegoss, the Crobat V, as well as the Dedenne, if I'm not mistaken. So if any of the viewers caught that, it was not the kind of prize card you'd like to see. All your support Pokemon essentially stuck in the prizes, not able to help you out in your game. And we saw how powerful those support Pokemon was able to propel Aimer's deck to that lead that he took and eventually sealing the game for Team Hong Kong. And now we are at 1-1. It's going to be interesting. We're going to get to see more players from both these teams after this. We essentially are on the second player for Team Hong Kong. We will get to see second player from Team Thailand as well. And again, the winner of this series gets to be in the grand final. I'm just stoked to see more ADP at this point, Wancho. I hope we get to see other cards as well, obviously, but we are going to see now Top Secret representing Thailand up against Aimer from Hong Kong. What is the deck that Top Secret is playing?
Again, we were able to see this deck yesterday, but it is the single strike box. So it's single strike Gengar with the single strike Duraludon VMAX. And this should be interesting. This is a matchup we haven't seen quite yet. Maybe we haven't seen Gengar VMAX really show his stuff. So I think that may come into play in this matchup. Again, both these Pokemon very, very powerful cards and supported by the Houndoom with the single strike roar, able to just accelerate energy. I don't think I've ever seen ADP go play against a single strike deck, because again, these are cards from different formats, right? Gengar VMAX, a newer card that came out in Fusion Strike, while ADP again came from the Sun and Moon block. And yeah, I'm just very excited to see who can win this. Looks like we get an energy attachment from Aimer here. Getting that water energy off, very, very good. That's typically all you need for an ADP, but Top Secret gets that battle VIP pass. Always like to see that.
Exactly. I think also one thing to note here is that we are going to see a Duraludon, so another dragon type come into play. Of course, ADP being a dragon type, you see 3 dragons there on your screen sharing the spot of 1 card. It must not be that comfy being squeezed into a single card like that for all 3 of the Pokemon, but we will see the Skyscraper Pokemon as well in Duraludon V. I'm just keen to see both these dragons duke it out and whether or not that Skyscraper ability come to play, because we know that there's Aurora energies on the side of Aimer's deck.
Definitely. But at least Aimer is playing the lower count of the special energy, opting for more special energy, which should come into play here, playing 5 metal, 3 darkness, and 2 waters. So, and we already see one of the water energies attached. Looks like Top Secret goes for a big research here, trying to set up. And again, we get to see the Gengar V, and attached with the Impact Energy Gengar VMAX, actually a very, very interesting card. Very powerful. I think it's able to knock out an ADP with a little bit of help from the Houndoom.
Yep, I think it's definitely going to be a matchup where we see back and forth in terms of knockouts. I believe the damage cap for the Gengar VMAX is at 250 without the single strike energies. So definitely a way in which the Houndooms here will come in to accelerate those single strike energy. Single strike energy obviously giving you 20 extra damage for each of them attached. So giving Gengar an ability to go up and beyond the 280 damage required to knock out an ADP.
Yes, and let's see here what Aimer can respond with. He does get an attachment for turn, so we are going to see an Altered Creation GX, but we need to see a Pokemon bench at this point, because again, yes, ADP is a big card. 280 HP is not easy to beat, but Gengar VMAX, again, with the GMAX Swallow Up, 250 damage. Yes, during your next turn, this Pokemon can attack. More importantly, 250 damage plus 2 single strikes is a knockout. It's 3 prizes. And we'll have to see here. We do see a Cherish Ball from Aimer, allowing him to find any Pokemon GX. I believe we also saw him drop a Quick Ball earlier, so he's going to get a couple of friends here for his ADP.
Exactly. I think also it's very important to note that the overall nature of the deck that Top Secret brought here is that the Houndooms are the ones that will be accelerating energies onto the attackers, and we have 2 attackers here. One, of course, the Gengar VMAX we talked about. We also have the Duraludon VMAX that again that might come to play. I just like my dragon cards, one show if you don't really know. But it's going to be interesting to see how consistent both these decks set up. We know Aimer is already one step away from executing his game plan. One Altered Creation GX this turn essentially sets him up for a very strong turn 3 coming up after this, especially if this, I believe it's a Quick Ball or was it a Cherish Ball, will able to get him the supporting cast that he needs to further his board state.
Definitely. And speaking of supporting cast, I believe we failed to talk about another certain bird that is played in Aimer's deck that may come into play here. The Galarian Zapdos V, something we haven't seen in this tournament yet. Galarian Zapdos V has the attack Thunderous Kick for 170 damage. The energy cost is pretty high though for a fighting energy and triple colorless, but it also has the ability fighting instinct. This Pokemon's attack costs colorless less for each Pokemon V in play in your opponent's side of the field, and this is important because Gengar V is weak to fighting. So that is one way to get a clean VMAX knockout or a V knockout with just possibly a single energy, or if you can just pay for the retreat cost, because right now there is one Pokemon V on top secret side of the field, so Galarian Zapdos needs around 3 energy to attack, but the more top secret plays, the more Pokemon Vs could come out, and yeah, we'll have to see here.
It's going to be interesting for sure. I think we also see now a Galarian Moltres V coming down on Aima's side of the field. The right card you want to see for sure when you're about to power up your attackers. Not necessarily in this matchup, I believe. I think the card that, as you mentioned, the card that we really want to see right now is a Galarian Zapdos V. That one fighting energy, if there's already 3 Pokemon Vs on top secret side of the field, could take a knockout on a fully powered Gengar VMAX. But let's see. So there is an Altercation Jax done here. We'll see a Marshadow coming down. The one with resetting hole. I guess planning ahead to just not have it in hand, getting the Bell Tower, Tower Darkness, was it? Out of the stadium spot as well. So
yes, and more importantly, actually, Aimer was able to play a Fan of Waves, getting rid of the impact energy on the Gengar, putting it to the bottom of the deck. That means Gengar still needs 2 more energy to get an attack off, as well as the VMAX. We do see one Houndoom come down, so one Single Strike Roar does get him 1 more energy. He needs to find the second Houndoom, as well as another Gengar, as well as the Gengar VMAX to really get a knockout here on the ADP. If he can get the knockout early enough, it may put him ahead here, especially since there is no energy in play yet for Aimer.
Exactly. I was about to say that if he gets a knockout here, I think that's game for top secret, because with no energies on Aimer's side of the field, yep, you have Dire Flame win, but you still need to be able to knock out the Gengar VMAX at this point. Of course, it's still a Gengar V, so we have yet to see the VMAX come out. But let's see what happens here. So top secret has gone for, I believe that was a quick ball, discarding a switch, getting a Dedenne GX. Okay, yes, so cards that get you more cards in the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes, unfortunately, Dedenne GX is not a Pokemon V though, so that does not pay for Galarian Zapdos' attack cost. He needs to play around 2 more Pokemon V.
That is true.
So an interesting thing that could happen here. Yes, you can see Top Secret really opting not even playing the Duraludon. There we see another Gengar V. That means there's a very interesting line of play here for Aimer.
I know what you're gonna say. There is a Mawile, isn't it?
Yes, the Mawile. He can use the Mawile, force Top Secret to bench possibly another Pokemon V, and even if the Arceus Palkia goes down, he can just attach an energy to the Zapdos and get a knockout. Take 4 prizes. I want to see that now, actually.
I want to see that as well. I think that would be a clutch play. Well, there goes one V. I think that was a VMAX, a Duraludon VMAX going to the discard pile.
Yes.
But does Top Secret have what it takes to take down this ADP?
Needs a couple of more things. There's the research as well.
Discarding one of the single strike energies.
Yes. One of the single strike energies. But that is a-okay because Top Secret does play the Urn of Vitality, allowing him to shuffle into his deck 2 single strike energies from the discard pile. So that's one way to refill your deck with single strike energies that single strike Pokemon, the single strike deck has access to. So it's not the end of the world for him. He needs to find that VMAX. He needs to find another Houndoom, and let's see if he gets it here.
Wouldn't it better, just speaking out loud, for Top Secret to use Single Strike Roar before going for that Professor's Research? Essentially, you thin your deck of one of the Single Strike energies anyway, which is what you want to have on your Gengar VMAX. Yeah. But again, of course, it goes both ways, I guess. Drawing it out might also mean that you go one card deeper, might also mean you still draw another energy, and then you have one less energy to work with for Single Strike Roar. So I guess it's a bit of chicken and egg, I guess.
Definitely. I think I would have liked to see the single strike roar actually before the research as well, because again, just drawing into them doesn't feel too good. But maybe he wasn't confident yet on going for an attack with the Gengar. Maybe he was thinking about possibly retreating it this turn if possible, just because again, I don't think he has the attack just yet. Gengar VMAX does have the Gengar V does have a first attack as well that could be used. That could be pretty useful in my opinion. I believe it is called Dark Slumber. It does 40 damage, and the opponent's active Pokemon does go to sleep. And there we go. We see the Dialga go to sleep, and if it stays asleep, that means it's not attacking, and that's something you'd like to see.
Well, I mean, I like flipping coins in a Pokemon trading card game, and is that a hit? Yep, it's a hit.
That means
so it does wake up.
The Dialga does wake up here, and how much HP does it get? The Gengar has 190 HP because of the single strike roar, and that means it's still a little bit out of range for the Ashes Dialga Palkia. But I believe we do know Aimer is playing the Vitality Band, so he could get a knockout
here.
Yes,
it's a single Vitality Band on Aimer's side of the field. So it's a one card that he wants to see right now. Take the full knockout on this Gengar V before it becomes a Gengar VMAX, obviously. So Viridian Forest here bumps out the Tower of Darkness. Okay. Saving the Marshadow for later.
And let's see what else can Aimer play here. He has a host of support Pokemon, one of which is Crobat V with the Dark Asset ability, drawing up to 6. No, I don't think any of those were Vitality Band just yet. He discards the Dark Energy with the Viridian Forest. I believe just probably failing the search, or no, getting the Metal Energy. At least the more important thing here is that there is a Dark Energy in the discard pile for Galarian Moltres V.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was the main intention of not discarding a card to Viridian Forest yet, making sure that, you know, if Aimer draws a Dark Energy from the Crobat, he's able to discard it so that it can be accelerated to Dire Flame Wings.
Yes.
But let's see. I mean, it's also down to whether or not Aimer has a backup attacker coming in right now, because yep, you're getting energies onto Galarian Moltres V, but you're also looking for an additional attacker just in case you want to swap into it.
That is true. Maybe ideally here you'd power up a different Pokemon, like maybe a Zacian. Or again, I want to see the Galarian Zapdos to come out.
Me too.
So
I'm hoping it does.
You power that up with the ADP while you leave the Moltres to just really use Dire Flame Wings on itself, right? It can power up itself. It doesn't need the help from ADP, but maybe we can help out a different Pokemon in the deck. Goes for the boss's order here. So that is one way to take 3 prizes. You can boss up a Dedenne. And I think that is a pretty effective turn. Now you just have to look for your next 3.
Well, I mean, if I'm Aimer right now, the next 3 has to come on a Gengar VMAX. Or V, essentially, because you don't need to go for VMAX to get 3 prizes. So that is a knockout on the Dedenne GX, getting 3 more energy cards from the deck for Aimer. He's opting to grab 2 Dark and 1 Metal. I guess the Metal might go on the Crobat as a pivot.
That is true. And we'll have to see here how Top Secret can respond. I think ideally he would VMAX both of the Gengars and not bench any more Pokemon Vs, just so that he does not lose to a boss's orders. And if both of them are VMAX, they are out of range from any attack, really. And that could be Top Secret's way back into it. He can knock out a Dialga ADP, and then after that knock out the Galarian Moltres, and then from there, really, Aimer doesn't have anything else set up. Potentially, the Crobat actually could attack itself. I keep forgetting the attack. It's called Venomous Fang. It does 70 damage as well.
70 and poison.
Poison, yes. Something you don't see every day, but since you are playing the Dark Energy anyway, could be a possibility.
Yep, for sure. I think right now, I really want to see the Galarian Zapdos V come to play, because that is a card that will probably seal the game for Aimer here, because there is no way a Gengar VMAX is able to survive a hit from a Galarian Zapdos V using its Thunderous Kick attack. But we don't see it yet. I don't know if it's prized, or maybe Aimer is not showing it off yet at this point. Maybe it's a surprise card that he's looking to unleash at the right moment.
That is true. We'll have to see here. But again, we are still 1 Pokemon V off to really get the Zapdos attack. Since there is only 2 Gengars, that means Zapdos attack costs 1 fighting and 1 colorless. I don't think, let me double check here, if there is an energy switch in the deck. That is an option
for Aimer,
well.
Or I think for Aimer he has 3.
Oh, that's definitely a possibility. Then he can go drop the Galarian Zapdos, go into an energy switch, and attack. And yeah, that could be something. That could be that. You could also use the Raihan. So a lot of plays just to get this Galarian Galarian Zapdos V, something, again, we both want to see at this point.
Yep, definitely. I think we will see it eventually, considering the fact that right now a Crobat V is coming down onto the bench for Top Secret. So that is the 3V requirement that would essentially make Zapdos V just be able to attack with one fighting energy.
That is true, but also Aimer could just go for a boss's orders at this point as well. Once you drop that a V card that can be knocked out, a boss is a win condition now for Aimer. That would mean we don't see the Zapdos.
Oh, that is a pity. I hope he's no boss orders so that we can see Zapdos. But then again, these players are going to play out their matches to the best of their abilities, closing out the game as quickly as possible, of course. It's just interesting to see all these new cards come into play. Cards that we have never seen as of yesterday or today, making a splash, or we're hoping they make a splash in today's tournament.
Yes, definitely. Top Secret here actually does not have the Galarian. Oh no, it's not the Galarian. The Gengar VMAX just yet. He needs to drop that down to have a chance at this. Opting for a boss's orders, I don't think there's anything you can boss that saves you here. He goes for the Galarian Moltres instead, and
okay,
we'll have to see here. He can knock out the Galarian No, he can't. If he knocks out the Galarian Moltres with the Gengar, yes, it is a knockout. But Gengar actually hits himself with his own attack, and that would put it in range from an ADP. Looks like he's just going to retreat into a Houndour
and pass the turn back over to Aimer. So ball in Aimer's court right now. Does he have the boss's order for the win?
Have to see here. Boss's order on almost any V Pokemon in play should be good here, and that's a Mawile discarded. Playing down to Mawile. Looking at the hand, looks like there's nothing in particular that can be benched here.
I mean, the bench is full actually. Can you actually play the Mawile?
That is a good. You can play it, I believe, maybe, but not to. You can't bench anything. So,
I mean, you could play it but not reveal it. I think it could have been a little miscalculation by players, because I need to double check, obviously.
Yes. But some information revealed, but at least no change to the current game state.
Fair enough.
And but we'll have to see here again. We do see an escape rope in Aimer's hand, but luckily Top Secret does have a Houndoom as well that he could possibly retreat into. And again, at this point, even if Aimer just gets a knockout on the Houndour, he should still be in a perfectly fine position. He at this point, he can even power up the Mawile. The Mawile does have an attack as well. I believe it depends on the amount of bench Pokemon, and there is a full bench.
It's called Wily Bite, so 10 damage and then plus 30 more for each damage for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. So not too bad for 2 energies in this regard. But of course, you wouldn't want to be attacking with something like that if you have something like a Galarian Moltres V.
Definitely. But it is an option, and it looks like he may go for it just to set up another attacker, just to be a little bit safer. And there we go. We see 2 energies on the Mawile here. Like, ideally, you want to save your Galarian Moltres to attack something more efficiently. But
more valuable, I should say. Yep, something that is actually more valuable to take out. But I guess you're still furthering your price count right now. The price race is essentially in Aimer's favor. 5 prizes taken to Top Secrets, none at this point.
Yes.
It's going to be a tall order to come back.
We also were able to see Top Secret's hand, and it unfortunately didn't look too good. I don't think I saw a supporter in that hand, but we'll have to see if he was able to top deck something. Ideally, maybe draw into a research. And I don't know if Top Secret does play the reset stamp. It looks like he doesn't, unfortunately, because resetting stamp to 1 would have been pretty good. And we'll have to see here, because again, he can still hide behind Gengar VMAX. Gengar VMAX has a sizable amount of HP that Aimer just does not have access to at the moment to knock out. But
or actually go into the Duraludon VMAX that also has a lot of HP. 300 and I think 330, I believe.
That is true. So that is a path for Top Secret to really hide behind. But again, it doesn't further his board state unless he can attack with the Duraludon as well. At this point, maybe he should have been just powering up that Duraludon. Looks like the Gengar VMAXs are just hiding from Top Secret here.
Very unfortunate, because right now, I think for Aimer, He may not necessarily need even a hand at this point. Just attacking into whatever Top Secret puts up in the active position will eventually have to go down, while Aimer has essentially all the time in the world to take those knockouts. He has 3 attackers ready to go, dealing enough damage to take knockouts for sure at this point. It's going to be an uphill battle for Top Secret. I don't believe there's any way for him to come back in this match at the moment.
He could hide behind, again, if he gets a Gengar VMAX, he could attack with a Gengar VMAX, power up another Gengar VMAX, hide behind that one after the first one gets damaged, and then after that, hide behind a Duraludon VMAX. There is a way, but it involves Aimer just not having Boss's Order and Top Secret having all the VMAXs to work with, but it looks like is just going to be attacking with the Gengar V here.
Juancho, I have to say, you probably went into your crystal ball, looked at 14 million different possibilities, and picked one out that Top Secret comes out on top there. It's a stretch, I should say, my friend. But of course, it's a Pokemon trading card game. We never know what could happen.
Definitely. And here we're just going to see the attack, Pain Explosion, or the Slumber. The
Oh
slumber
no, it
attack.
says Dark Slumber. Yeah, so it's Dark Slumber, and he actually got a Tails.
Yeah, so that Galarian Moltres should stay asleep here, I believe.
Okay. Let's look at the switching cards available to Aimer. I believe he has 2 escape ropes, one of which was already played earlier.
Okay. This was an option I did not think of. Just trying to put your Pokemon to sleep. That is pretty good for this turn.
That works. Yeah. It works.
And we'll have to see, maybe draw into the Gengar VMAX later. Gives you a turn to work with, really.
Yeah. I mean, opens up a window that you didn't have earlier. So there are options now for Top Secret to maybe claw back some prize cards and bring this all the way down to the wire. Again, we have to see what Aimer has here. If he does have the escape rope, which is I think the only one left in his deck, that would mean pretty much, he's again 1 card away from a win in that regard. Still the boss order for the win, because an escape rope would probably bring up the Duraludon, buying Top Secret 1 more extra turn. Let's see what Aimer has here.
It's true. I mean, Aimer does have 1 prize card. That 1 prize card could be the escape rope.
Oh, that is true.
And
that is true.
I mean, if the Galarian Moltres stays asleep for the entirety of the game, Aimer could deck out. I'm sorry. I know I'm stretching, but it's a possibility.
You are stretching. you looked at 14 million again, and you picked the second one out of that 14 million. But there is the escape rope.
It didn't even need to use the sport. It looks like it was just in that. No, you can go retreat into the Duraludon VMAX.
Yeah, for sure. So Duraludon VMAX will be the 1 card that essentially buys 1 extra turn for Top Secret.
Look, Aimer does need another a boss's orders to close this one out. Let's see if he has that as well.
Yep, Duraludon VMAX definitely not going down. It doesn't have even a weakness at this point, I believe. This is a time where Dragon Pokemon came back with a vengeance in a way with no weakness, essentially saying that, well, I'm not going to get double damage in any way. No double hits for me.
Yep. And yeah, it looks like here just a Dedenne for 6. Dead Day change here. Let's see if he's able to get something.
Order. Has to be a boss order to win it.
Quick Ball, unfortunately. Oh, there's still bench space. You can bump your own stadium with the Marsh
resetting
Shadow.
hole.
Yes.
Yep, resetting hole, your own stadium, and then go into
Eldegoss.
There it is.
Yes.
So
Eldegoss with the Happy Match ability, I believe, able to get a supporter from the discard pile. And we know Aimer here does have the boss's orders, and that should clean up this game in a second here.
Yep, I think Blaze is going through the motions. I think Aimer here having 4 boss orders to get out from his deck. I think he's just double checking. He probably knows that, yes, it's going to be there. So resetting hole, getting rid of the Viridian Forest, opens up a bench space for the Eldegoss V to come down, using the ability, getting a supporter from the deck.
Yep, and there it is.
Was it discard pile?
From the discard pile.
Sorry, from discard pile. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, it's discard pile. It was already used earlier. Yep, going for the Crobat V and taking it out in 1 hit using Ultimate Ray. And that is game for Aimer of Hong Kong.
Yes, unfortunately, we weren't able to see the Galarian Zapdos V, but what we were able to see is an absolutely commanding game here by Aimer. Again, just really setting up all of his Pokemon, right? He had ABP set up, he had the Galarian Moltres set up, even the Crobat V was ready to attack, and we know the Mawile was set up. The only one lacking energy in that board was the Dedenne GX, and he could even attack with that thanks to the Aurora energy. It's possible, right?
It's always possible, yeah. I think overall it's a show of the power of the deck once it gets set up. You're essentially getting multiple attackers into play with all the supporting Pokemon, making sure you draw through your deck to get the right resources for each time. And we didn't even see the ADP go down. It was hit for, I believe, 60 damage using, I think it was Gengar with a single strike energy buff. So that was essentially the healthiest ADP I've seen all day for sure. Being able to ultimate array multiple times, and of course the number of attackers that was set up essentially meant that he could have gone for 12 prizes eventually, if ever that were the case, obviously. But I think props also to Top Secret. He tried to get his deck going, unfortunately missing some key cards because he had that one window to actually get a knockout on that ADP. Rather unfortunate that that wasn't the case. It was actually a very interesting deck that he brought to this tournament. But then again, we just got to give props to Team Hong Kong now, who go up 2-1 in this series, bringing them to 1 game away from the grand finals.
Definitely.
It's gonna be interesting.
I'm so excited. Again, props to both players. Maybe just lacking the right VMAX. We saw the Duraludon VMAX make a showing, but did not get powered up. And yeah, again, just an amazing game by both players.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see who else is left for Team Thailand. It's the Vespa. And look at the deck. It's going to be ADP and Galarian Moltres once again. I believe ADP GX is now the best deck in format. Would you agree, Wancho?
It's definitely the most popular at the moment. It's tied with Mew right now. I think maybe the earlier RCC Alcapalca and Mew just had both, but yes, Galarian Moltres actually making a showing a lot as well in this format. Again, just really respecting that Mew VMAX is a card to deal with, and finding the right partner for RCC Alcapalca.
Yep, overall, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. We are going to see another ADP mirror match in this sense. Again, it goes back down to that one little nuance to talk about. Which of these players are going to get ADP set up as early as possible, getting that Altered Creation GX ready to roll, and then after that, getting the right attackers into play. Of course, Ultimate Ray is that attack of choice to charge those attackers, but we know Galarian Moltres V is able to accelerate energies to itself as well using Dire Flame Wings. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. We know for a fact Vespa was the final player for Thailand yesterday when they were able to go distance against Team Singapore, coming out on top in that quarterfinal match. I'm just excited to see more ADP at this point. Seeing how these players navigate the opening turns to maximize their chances to get their Altered Creation GX up and running.
Yes, that is true. And again, the difference, it's going to also come into the small differences in the deck. Yes, they're both ADP. Yes, they're both Galarian Moltres V, but I believe Aimer has the edge. Again, I have to give it to the Zacian V. Zacian V should definitely help out Aimer to set up and try and get the first Altered Creation of the game and possibly the first prize. Again, it's whoever can get the first Altered Creation and also take the first couple of prizes we're going to have to see here.
Yeah, for sure. I think Zacian V, a card that we have yet to see a lot, especially when these decks are running Galarian Moltres. But it is a card not to forget, because doing 230 damage with Brave Blade, buffed with 30 damage from the ADP, that's 260 damage. It can knock out almost any Pokemon V. I believe all Pokemon Vs, and really put a dent in any of the VMAXs that we have in format. So this combination of cards, ADP and Zacian, a combination that we saw very early on when Zacian V was released back in Swan and Shield base set, is coming back again. But we have yet to really see the one card I want to see, you want to see, Galarian Zapdos V. What is it, Wancho?
Definitely. I mean, maybe it won't come up so much in this matchup because there's no Pokemon weak to fighting here, and ADP is not a V. ADP is a GX. We're playing the support Pokemon. Yes, there is Crobat, but then I believe Dedenne is weak to fighting, but that typing doesn't really matter. Dedenne GX only has 160 HP. So, but I would like to see it as well. But yeah, I think the key card here is the Zacian V. Yes, it has a strong attack, but the key thing here is if you can drop it down and you're going first, you can get 3 extra cards. And sometimes that is the difference between winning and losing. That extra card could be the energy you needed to attack, could be the switch, could be the boss for next turn. And yes, the more cards you see, the more options you really have. And yeah, we'll have to see here who gets to start off, and who's able to Altered Creation first, who's able to get the first couple of prizes.
Definitely. I think I do have one note to make. We have both players here actually having a Galarian Zapdos V in their decks. So we may not see it very often, unfortunately, in this matchup. Probably the players will not choose to bench it, but it's very interesting to see that both players actually brought a Galarian Zapdos V in this match.
Got it. Yes. I don't think we're gonna see it, but maybe it is. Sometimes you see the Alsters, the Alga Palkia decks really try and set up any attacker. You see them trying to set up Mawile. Maybe you try and see them set up Crobat. Even at least Galarian Moltres V has Galarian Zapdos V has a pretty decent attack. So maybe we could see it rather than powering up a Crobat, right?
For sure. I think one thing to note to our viewers, very briefly, there is a prize penalty issued to the Vespa. So Aimer actually only has 5 prize cards to take in this match due to some technicalities on the Vespa. But regardless of the fact, we are going to see a full game of Pokemon regardless. And with ADP, we know for a fact it's going to go all the way with multiple prizes being taken anyway. So let's see what Aimer and the Vespa are able to bring onto the table for their respective teams. Of course, Team Thailand against the wall here. The final player standing up against the rest of Team Hong Kong. Obviously, it is game 4 in this King of the Hill matchup. The Vespa having to win this to keep Thailand in the running for a grand final spot. Aimer only having to win this game, and Hong Kong will be in the grand finals. I think it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, but Vespa here starting off strong, already getting the energy attached to the Galarian Moltres as well as an energy attached to the ADP, putting him technically in the lead here. But we'll have to see if Aimer can respond. Aimer does have the access to really go for an Altered Creation GX turn 1. We see a Tool Scrap. But it's Tool Scrapper discarding for the Viridian Forest. And I believe we're going to see at least a Water Energy.
Yeah, for sure. So again, it goes back. Oh, what was that? That was okay. So grabbing a Metal Energy to discard, I guess, with the Quick Ball.
Yes. Metal Energy in the discard pile. Again, one of the key things you need. We couldn't see the Zacian here finally come out. Maybe he just has it in his hand. He could have the Metal Saucer, an Energy Switch, and then a Water Energy, and that's what he needs to really get ahead of the game. Yes, he went second. That means he's an Energy Attachment later, but he has the keys. He has access to all of these cards that can get him that Altered Creation GX that the Vespa just doesn't, and he has to take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think in the Pokemon trading card game, we have to note that you can only attack if you're going second on your first turn. So obviously that is one of the things which you get as an advantage of going second. We do see it right here. Yeah. So it's going to be a Metal Energy to the active.
Do we see the energy?
Does he have
the water? Energy? The water or the Aurora? We see a air balloon here.
Okay.
No supporter played yet for turn. We see a big research.
Okay, not too bad. That's a big research going on right now. 7 cards, grabbing a Water Energy or an Aurora Energy.
That should do it. Let's see if he can find it. Here we go. 7 cards. Let's see if he can find it here. Again, Aurora Energy. Did we see the Water Energy?
This energy. There it is. And the Vespa is just nodding his head down there. That is not what you want to see if you're going first as an ADP, a fellow ADP player as well. Aimer getting Altered Creation GX off on turn 1.
There we go. Something we've seen from the Team Philippines now being done by Team Hong Kong. Again, I really love seeing that turn 1 Altered Creation. It's just because it means your deck is really, really responding to what you need to do, right? You got to build your deck perfectly. Looks like here we see an Escape Rope. Zacian gets promoted to active. Luckily, it does have the air balloon. Something that could happen here is, yes, if neither player benches any support Pokemon, that is actually a key way to stay in this, right? Ideally, yes, both players will go get a Altered Creation off. But if neither player benches a Pokemon with less than 100 HP, how are you going to get your first couple of prizes with the ADP attack?
That is true, but it also means that if there aren't any options, it's still best if you can attack into the ADP and put it at a 2-shot range, because that is 4 prizes right there. And I mean, if you're Aimer right now, you're essentially in the lead. You have gotten your Altered Creation GX off. You are 1 attachment ahead at this point, as well as being 1 turn ahead. So it's all about getting that energy, the third energy for Ultimate Array, getting onto even a Zacian V at this point. And one thing to note, Zacian V is able to knock out a Moltres and vice versa as well. So it's all about getting the right energies onto these Pokemon, and the first one to blink gets the win.
Yes, yes. And again, yes, the Vespa is a little one turn late here because again, he's the second person to get the Altered Creation GX. But again, if he is able to take a hit from ADP and not lose any prizes, there is a window of opportunity for the Vespa to get back into the lead by bossing up a support Pokemon. Yes, Aimer can opt to not play support Pokemon, but that's where we may see Mawile GX's ability come into play. The Captivating Wink, we haven't seen that really be used yet to its full capacity, and that's something I would like to see. Maybe the Vespa take a hit, drop down to Mawile, benches Aimer's dead in it, and goes for a boss to get into the lead, right?
That would be interesting for sure. I think overall both these players are bringing very similar deck lists. Both of them running that Mawile GX. So it's going to be interesting to see where and when that comes into play. I totally agree with you. That could be a way where easy prizes get brought down for both of these players to take. And it really comes down to the fact that it still boils down to which player gets the first knockout. So it's going to be interesting regardless. But of course, the first player to get that opportunity will be Aimer, because he will be the one that will be using Ultimate Ray first.
Yes, definitely. But again, there is no ideal target for the Ultimate Ray. Something we have to note as well is the Vespa actually has a Galarian Moltres almost powered up. So probably an easier way to get the first couple of prizes is just to boss the Zacian, retreat into the Galarian Moltres next turn, and take a knockout. Because yes, there's no ideal target right now for Ultimate Ray, and unfortunately, Aimer only has access to that attack at the moment. I think he has to try it. He may go for it. He's going to try and grab a Mawile GX and just try and bench something here. But we did see the Vespa discard discard the Marshadow, and yeah, we're gonna see it.
There we see.
We'll have.
I hope there is something for the Vespa. I mean, for Aimer to target in the Vespa's hand. I really hope so. Otherwise, that is a 170 hit point Pokemon that is available for the Vespa to boss up later.
Yes.
Essentially making it so that a Zacian V and a Mawile GX knockout would mean the game for the Vespa and Team Thailand.
There we go.
So let's see what happens here. See the Mawile. Okay. Is there anything there?
The Galarian Zapdos?
Is that the Galarian Zapdos?
Yes, that is the Galarian Zapdos, but that has 200 HP. That's not going to do it. Hey, it makes a showing, just like we said.
We wanted to see it, so we get to see it in the most awkward of circumstances.
But it does come into play. But unfortunately, no real targets for Aimer here. So he's just going to opt to probably just hit into the Arceus Dialga Palkia. Unfortunately, that was a huge risk, but that does put him ahead. But now he's the one with a Pokemon that is bossable, and you're able to hit with the Ultimate Ray attack.
You know what is very interesting? I just realized that actually Aimer could have gone for his own Galarian Zapdos V, because 170 damage plus 30 for Altered Creation would have been 200, would have been able to knock out the opposing Galarian Zapdos V. But the only issue here is that there's only 2 V Pokemon on the Vespa side of the field, so it would have needed a Fighting Energy with another energy switch as well in order for that to work. So definitely something which now it's my turn to be clutching at straws, to be really be positive, trying to make this Galarian Zapdos, play work. Unfortunately, it would not. But yeah, that was one possibility I realized based on the numbers that we crunched.
Yes. And here we did see that Aimer did have the boss in hand. So it's unfortunate here that unfortunate that the Mawile wasn't able to hit something meaningful. But again, he will be the first ADP to get an attack off, and it is on Vespa's side of Vespa's turn now to see if he can get the boss's orders. Because if he does not, that would seal the game for Aimer here.
Yeah, for sure. And I really would like to see Aimer bench another attacker. I think that's the one card which you really need in this matchup right now, because putting all your energy onto the one Zacian V is just asking for it to be bossed up. So that would not in any way get you a chance in getting a meaningful attack of next turn, because we know for a fact will be the Galarian Moltres coming down, coming up to the active spot to take a knockout, most likely on the Zacian V. So let's see how much of impact the the deck is able to do right now from the Vespa. He needs a lot though, definitely.
He needs a lot, definitely. And there is even if the Zacian does get knocked out, there is still a possibility that that Aimer can just go for a boss on the opposing ADP, because that is still a meaningful knockout. That is 4 prizes for him, and he looks like he's opting to power up Mawile here, deciding to put the metal energy on the Mawile, metal energy and the water energy, and opting for the dark energy to go on the Zacian, which is very interesting because now Zacian has no way to attack. That darkness
That
energy
is really weird.
is not useful at all. The energy it costs for Brave Blade is 3 metal energy. So this is very interesting. Maybe Aimer just running out of metal energies in his deck.
Or could it be a play just to mess with the Vespa here? Because the deck runs ways to get energies onto Zacian. There are 3 energy switch in the deck. We saw one already played. I don't know if this is a mind game play here by Aimer. If it is, I mean, hats off to him for doing so. But it really just means that it's one or two extremes. You're either going for a really big brain mind game here, or you're really out of metal energies and you only left with 1, and you are forced to attach it to a Mawile GX, which at this point will not get you a knockout. Unless, of course, the Vespa extends into more bench Pokemon, such as the Dene GX here.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe you were worried about Aimer attaching all the energies to the Zacian and it getting knocked out. At least now you don't have to worry about that.
Well, I mean, there's no energy to attach, so there's nothing much to really fear in that sense. But I really think that we really got to see what's the play here for Aimer. I believe he did it with some reason behind, and we just need to know what exactly that is.
Definitely.
So the Vespa goes for a Dede change, drawing 6 cards after discarding the Vespa's hand.
Let's see what he's able to find. He needs to find a boss's orders here, I think. And I don't know if that was a sigh of relief, or we'll have to see here. He hasn't gotten it just yet. And if not, that again, he has to take a meaningful knockout. Damage on the ADP is just not going to cut it at this point, because then Aimer is just 2 attacks away from the game. And we'll have
exactly.
To see here.
I mean, the real card you want to see here is actually the boss order, but it could also be the escape rope. That card could also come into play here right now.
Yes.
Because we're essentially getting the ADP out of the active, bringing up something that will be knocked out in 1 hit from the Galarian Moltres V. So a lot of options from the Vespa, and I really can't believe he missed on all these outs. He has 3 boss orders and 2 escape ropes, so 5 outs in his deck in order to get a meaningful knockout here.
Yes, maybe he missed the boss's orders off this Dedenne, but again, you mentioned escape rope still being out, so he still has access to potentially using a professor's research to try and draw into the escape rope. But we'll have to see here what he opts to do. It looks like he attaches to the active ADP here and goes for the research. Yes. And yeah, we'll have to see if he gets it. I believe I don't know if the Moltres is already powered up. I don't know if he has the dark energy in the discard pile just yet, but we know he has the Viridian Forest.
That is true. Well, if he had the Viridian Forest, I would have preferred to use it earlier. Oh, there's the escape rope.
Ooh,
there it is.
Very, very big here. But again, this time it was a sigh of a sigh of relief for Vespa. And you can just
you can see it.
Very excited about his play. And again, this puts him back in this game here. He is taking a meaningful knockout onto possibly a Zacian or a Mawile GX here. And we'll have to see what Aimer decides to go with. Again, he doesn't have the darkness energy just yet on the Moltres, but I'm pretty sure he has access to it somehow.
Yeah, I think at this point, with Viridian Forest, with multiple discards already through the Professor's research, through the Dede change, I believe there is a darkness energy waiting to be attached. But then again, I want to cycle back to the deck overall that these players have brought. It's so interesting to see that even after you have set up your game plan, it really depends what your opponents have in play for you to execute on that game plan right now. So even though we see Aimer set up a turn 1 Alter Creation GX, it was the Vespa who is now going to be in the driver's seat by taking the first knockout of this match.
Yes, definitely. Again, it just goes to say how masterful these players are. It's not just it's not just about performing your game plan. It's also hindering your opponent's game plan. And by not benching Pokemon that are susceptible to an ultimate ray, it puts you in the lead here. And that's exactly how Vespa was able to maneuver this matchup. And looks like he plays his own Mawile, getting Aimer's Galarian Zapdos as well. There we go. Our wish was granted. We see double Galarian Zapdos. And yeah, we'll have to see here. Yeah, looks like I believe we're just choosing which Pokemon to put on the bench. I have to double check if you choose multiple, possibly.
I believe it's just one.
Any number of
any number. Oh, yep, it's any number. Yeah, so it's actually multiple basic Pokemon coming down. So both the Zapdos and the Galarian Moltres forced down into play. Let's see how much of an impact that makes for Aimer, because essentially that those are bench spots being used up.
Yes.
For him.
Yes, definitely. Probably limiting his access to support Pokemon he can play, because ideally maybe he can just power up a Galarian Moltres at this point, so he still has access to around 2 bench spots, so he could still play a Dedenne, a Crobat, and a Eldegoss, but only 2 of them. There's only space for 2 support Pokemon at this point, so I think that was a very, very big play for Vespa.
Yep, and right now I think the one play that we really need to see here is a reset stamp. I think that's the only way in which Aimer can claw this game back. Reset stamp here essentially meaning that the Vespa only has 3 cards plus 1 to work with, so 4 cards to work with on next turn. Aimer definitely needs to take a knockout. It could be on this Galarian Zapdos if he has a Vitality Band. I believe that's how much you need for a knockout on Galarian Zapdos.
Galarian Moltres, yes.
Oh, sorry, Galarian Moltres, my bad. I love the Zapdos too much. Yep, so Vitality Band is the card that he needs here to take a knockout on this Galarian Moltres V. Otherwise, you will be forced to use perhaps a boss's order, which is not ideal. You probably want to go into using Professor Research to grab your reset stamp, or even using your Raihan to get that reset stamp. Okay, so a daily change helps here in this regard. So you're just discarding your hand to get a fresh hand of 6 cards.
Yes,
hopefully getting what you need.
you could get the boss and the reset stamp with the Dedenne, so that could be good as well. Or again, the Vitality Band and the reset stamp. Again, just reset stamp.
Yep, that is the card that needs to be seen right now for Aimer if you'd like to maximize his odds of winning this game. So there was a Metal Energy somewhere. It wasn't actually missing from anywhere. So perhaps Aimer just identifying that a Metal Energy now on the Zacian would probably just be discarded anyway. So keeping it in the deck.
Yep.
Maybe a heads up play that we probably thought. So there is a boss order. So
yes, thanks to the Eldegoss though. So there is one of the few precious bench spaces left. And again, here we're going to see a big Dede change, I believe. Or maybe he's just going for an attack.
Yep, so it's just an attack.
Yeah. Taking, I believe, 4 prizes here, because that was the damage ADP. And yes, he gets to power up a Galarian Moltres. He is set up to win next turn. But again, the Vespa has a very, very big hand. All he needs is a boss's orders for game here. And let's see if he can find it.
Well, I think one thing to note here is that going down to a single prize here for Aimer after taking those 4 prizes is making him susceptible to a reset stamp. But I just checked the Vespa's list. There is no reset stamp there. So I don't know if that's a heads up play by Aimer, or maybe he just felt that, I want to great cards out of my prize cards right now. So let's see what happens here.
The escape rope again does it as well as boss. We'll see if he has it. Looks like he quick ball. If the Eldegoss is still in the deck, that is definitely an out here.
Yep, I think that is the main card you want to see. It could also be another Dedenne if you don't have the Eldegoss.
Definitely, just one of your support Pokemon should help out, or possibly if you just have the boss in hand. But looks like here Vespa is counting his hand, see what he can get here. Again, he's playing the quick ball, balling away a fan. Yes, that shouldn't matter at this point. Again, all he needs is the Eldegoss prize. He does still have 3 prize cards left. And
so probably just saying that he failed the first quick ball. Maybe it could be a Crobat. Trying trying to dig for the cards he needs?
Potentially, yes. You could start off with a Crobat V and then go into a Dedenne. Yeah, we do know the Vespa plays 3 Dedennes on only 1 Crobat V.
And of course, crucially, 1 Eldegoss.
Yep. Even go into an Oricorio to go deeper.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Again, he also only has 2 bench spaces to work with, so maybe the Mawile play earlier, getting that Galarian Zapdos V could be coming in clutch because he can't go Eldegoss. He can't go Dedenne, Crobat, Eldegoss, and Oricorio, right? He can only pick
That is
2
true.
of those options.
Yep, that is true. So let's see what happens here now. Of course, all he needs now is the escape rope. We know his deck runs 2. 1 has been played so far. It'll be awkward to say that, the prize cards are essentially all 3 cards that he needs. It could be the Eldegoss and the escape rope or something along those lines. He's discarding the Eldegoss.
Has he not yet played a boss in this game?
Maybe.
That may be the case. That may be the case. I don't think we've seen boss's orders. And again, Eldegoss with the happy match ability only allowing you to get a supporter from your discard pile. So,
yep.
Okay, so maybe he just doesn't have it just yet. Could the last 3 prizes be 3 boss's orders?
I have no idea, but anything can happen in the game of Pokemon. So let's see what happens next. So, all right, so an energy attachment onto
the Zapdos. Come on. The Zapdos. No. I believe the Zapdos can't even attack just yet. So that is unfortunate. And looks like here we're going for I believe that was a Crobat.
Yep, Dark SS for 6 cards off the top of the deck. Let's see
one
the
at a
Vespa gets
time here. Just boss's orders wins him this game. Let's see if he can find it.
A boss order or even an escape. There it is.
It was the
There's
last
the boss
card.
order.
It was the last,
The last
card as
card.
well. And there you have
go. So any Pokemon that Aimer promotes to the active spot will get knocked out from this Galarian Moltres V. And the Vespa ties it up 2-2 for Team Thailand versus Team Hong Kong. Wow. Great stuff.
Yes,
Great
yes.
stuff.
Very, very big game. You can see how relieved the Vespa is, and just getting that boss orders on literally the last card of your dark asset. Yes, he still had access to multiple things. He could still dig with a Dedenne, maybe with an Oricorio. But again, he still had 3 bosses orders in the deck. The chances of him getting it were pretty high. But again, it just goes to show the first person to get the Altered Creation and the multiple prizes, and just how masterfully the Vespa was able to play it by not benching any threats, any liabilities. He was able to take the game.
Exactly. I think overall it was a great display of skill on the decks that they're piling. But now we get a chance to go through the final game of this series. Both of these players, essentially, we will be now seeing Zhao Yue from Hong Kong, who was the RL Championship winner, I believe. And look at the deck right there. It's Vikavolt Inteleon once again. We are going to be seeing the Vikavolt ADP matchup for the final game in this series, Wancho. You know I'm excited. Are you?
I find it really funny how Vikavolt has been the crutch for a lot of these teams' decks, right? It's always come down to the wire, and like the last teammates members' decks has to be Vikavolt. And I don't know, the last time we saw a Vikavolt play, it took a 2-0 sweep. Can we see Vikavolt clutch it out one more time?
Yep, I should hope so. I'm a big Vikavolt fan, as you know. But of course, we have to give it to all these players who made it all the way this far. But essentially, the tournament lives of both these regions, both Thailand as well as Hong Kong, are now hanging in the balance in this Game 5 of the King of the Hill format. Will Zhao Yue come out on top with Vikavolt, or will the Vespa prevail to take Thailand into the Grand Finals? Let's see how this goes.
Yes, I can't believe we're into another Game 5 here. It's just really shows so much skill in everyone's games, right? Really forcing out all the best out of all the players. And here again, it's just a matter of who's gonna win it now, who's gonna be able to set up. And yeah, I don't know. Where are you gonna put your money, Aaron?
I mean, I gotta give credit to all the ADP decks. I think they've really brought something that is tuned for the meta. it's something which we probably wouldn't have seen if we were not even in this tournament to begin with, because it's a format that we have not seen for a while, cards that we have not seen for multiple formats already. But I have to say, it's always great to see a Vikavolt just go for an Electro Blaster for 200 damage on turn 2. I love seeing that. It's just an amazing run of cards needed to get that sort of play out. So Zarya does go first here. So could we see it?
Yeah. You had me going there. You started off with the ADP, but I had to know that you were really rooting for the Vikavolt here. It looks like they're off to an amazing start, I have to say. Getting that capture energy on that Grubbin, possibly finding himself another Grubbin or maybe just another Sobble, right? I don't think this Grubbin is in any threat at all from getting knocked out at this point, so maybe just finding the support Pokemon needed to get a big attack off next turn could be very, very big. And something of note, though, again, Vespa could play very masterfully like he did in the last game, where he just doesn't bench any liability Pokemon, right? Vikavolt does do 200 damage, but if he only benches Galarian Moltres and I don't know what else has two, maybe just Galarian Moltres, right? That means no Dedennés, no easy 2 prizes. Galarian Moltres has 220 HP. That's a little bit shy off a knockout.
But then again, we have to note that the deck that we see on our right here, Vikavolt and Inteleon, runs the sharp or quick shooting Inteleon, which is able to snipe for those 2 damage counters needed to take out a Galarian Moltres. So it's whether or not Zarya is able to get that kind of setup where he's doing 200 damage plus training every turn. But of course, the one card that we have to talk about is the Mew that is going to prevent the snipes from the Electro Blaster from the Vikavolt. So the only attacks that it could do, or the only damage it can do, is to the active. We saw it come clutch yesterday as well in day 1. Can it make a showing here in day 2? We'll have to see.
Definitely. And again, those prizes then, those 6 prizes right now for Vespa are going to be really important. The Mew cannot be in those prizes. And we see here Vespa thinking, maybe, is there a way for him to get Altered Creation turn 1? I don't think so. And again,
I don't think so, yeah. No Melsosa, no Zacian in his list. It's a very straightforward ADP with Galarian Moltres. So definitely no way in which that could happen. He doesn't even run Energy Switch, to be fair. So definitely something that is not possible for his list.
Yeah, then that gives Zhao the opportunity here to go for for the attack to the active for 200 turn 1. Yes, that could matter. Like 2-shotting the active ADP before it gets an ultimate ray off, powering up something on the bench could be very big. That's something we saw yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. But there is a Marnie here on turn 1 for the Vespa, bringing Zarya's hand down effective to only 5 cards. But there is a Capture Energy, so a great card here to get more, I would say, basic Pokemon into play onto bench for Zarya. And also it acts as a second energy to be attached to a potential Vikavolt if it's going to come down this turn. Of course, Zarya requires a Charger Bug as well, but I mean, if you're sniping for 200 damage right now, I would take it.
Yes. Looks like here, can he find the Drizzile? There we go. We do see the level ball. He can find the Drizzile here, maybe get anything he needs. Maybe he just needs to refresh his hand. He does have access to 2 Drizziles, I believe. There were 2 Sobbles earlier. So this is the first one. He can find him a supporter and maybe refresh his hand. There we go. The professor's research. Refresh his hand. Maybe find a little bit more of the pieces and then use the last Drizzile to find the final one. But we'll have to see here what Zhao can pull out.
Yeah, I think Professor's research here, the card that essentially gets you the most cards to draw off a 1-card supporter. 7 cards, of course, you discard your hand, but sometimes that's not a bad thing, especially if you get rid of cards that you don't need. Getting on a Charger Bug is not bad at this point. It's interesting though. I probably well, maybe not. I don't want to be actually going into an Evolution Incense right off the bat, obviously, because that's not what I would like to do. I would like to maybe draw into them so I can search out for more Drizzles now and get the right stuff that I need. So I can see why he went for this play. So drawing 7 cards, does he get the rare candy into Vikavolt? That's the question. So Evolution Incense, all right.
Could find him either the Drizzile here or just straight into the Vikavolt.
Yep, definitely a lot of options for sure.
Yeah, so Zhao here is going to need the rare candy, the Vikavolt, as well as a Charger Bug to be able to attack this turn. Let's see if he finds it. 3 cards out of that 7, and Evolution Incense is a good start. Could pay for either the rare candy or the Pokemon, really. And
Yep, for sure. I think Zhao is just making sure he picks the right card here. He goes for the Drizzle, all right. So he needs to find a trainer.
maybe
That
the
was
rare
card that
candy.
he was missing. Maybe the rare candy, yep. The only card that essentially requires Drizzle to be searched out for that you can't get right now is the rare candy. There he goes. That's the one from Sun and Moon, I believe.
I
The set, I mean.
believe so. I believe so. And yes, we're gonna see. I believe he's gonna use it and evolve into the Weak Ball. That means he's only lacking a Charger Bug. We know he discarded 1 Charger Bug earlier, so that means the
Mhm.
Rescue Carrier should be live as well.
Yes, of course. I think Rescue Carry here, a very good card, essentially letting you recycle multiple Charger Bucks. Does he have it though? It's taking some time.
Oh, he
Oh, he doesn't have it.
looks like he goes for the Charger Bug's first stack, the Electrical Signal, allowing him to find two Lightning Pokemon and add it to his hand. Looks like he opts for 2 Vikavolt here.
Yep, of course. I think that is the play that he needs to go for. I believe he has outs already for Charger Bug in that case, so not an issue there. I would maybe like to see him evolve one of the bench Grubbins earlier. If you recall, he actually discarded one of the Charger Bugs. I
Yes.
don't know if the Grubbin was actually in play on the first turn. I believe it was. But that could have been a play he made.
I believe he was doing that just to really optimize his next draws, right? Because if he evolves it then that means Rescue Carrier isn't a live draw for him, and he could
Of
possibly
course.
miss out an attack.
Yeah.
But definitely now, since he wasn't able to get an attack off, maybe evolving that was the right play. But it's the power of hindsight.
Yeah, exactly. Hindsight's always 2020, and in the game of Pokemon, I would say it's 6 and 6. So that's a 6 prize you need to take, and let's see how these players duke it out right now. So over back to the Vespa, that's a Cherish Ball, I believe, grabbing a Dedenne GX.
That is a target for the Vikavolt player here. But
Mhm.
again, giving the ADP room to breathe is not good, because now the Vespa can comfortably go into the Alter Creation GX, as well as ensuring that he can also go into an Ultimate Ray the next turn. So the Vespa here 4 attacks away from the game, but Zhao, I believe he could be 3 attacks away from the game, depending on if the Vespa can bench any other support Pokemon.
Yep, exactly. I think the card that the Vespa wants to see right now is that Mew. If he's able to get it, he's looking through his deck, just probably check. It will be really disappointing if that was actually prized. Okay, so he goes and grabs the Oricorio. That's also a target for Zhao Ye. Not sure if the Vespa is looking to use it on the bench or discard it with the Dedenne.
Potentially. Again, or maybe he just has the Mew, but it's something you have to keep in mind in Zhao's side of the field is there is 2 Drizzles. That means those 2 can evolve into 2 quick shooting Inteleons, doing 40 damage to that Mew. Mew only having 60 HP. He could even pick one up, use with the Scoop Up Net, and evolve Sobble with a rare candy to really knock it out. So maybe Mew not necessarily the answer here. So we'll have to see.
That is true. I think that's a very good point that you made, because essentially it means that there are multiple ways for Zhao Yue to take multiple prizes here. He could easily have gone into maybe damaging even the ADP and then taking a snipe on the bench Dedenne, and then finishing off the game with that knockout on the Mew. So a lot of ways to get prizes. It really depends where does Zhao Ye go with his Electro Blaster and whether or not the Vespa has access to the Mew right now.
Yes, we're going to see it in a bit. I believe we do see a Quick Ball. Getting rid of a Darkness Energy, always good as well. We'll see if he can find the Mew if it is not prized here. And it looks like
he doesn't get it. It is prized, maybe.
he goes for the Eldegoss. If he benches that is the 6 prizes Zhao needs to take the game here. And yeah, we'll have to see. He does put it into his hand, though. I don't think he needs a supporter necessarily this turn. Possibly. Has he used one yet? He could go for a boss just to stall out a turn, maybe. We'll have to see here.
Or maybe go for a Marnie play right now, because that is also a card. I think the only card that's in his discard is a Marnie.
Oh, that is true. He could play Marnie, and we do know Zhao was able to find a couple of Vikavolts into his hand here. He goes for a Fan. That's also pretty good.
That's not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, forcing Zhao to find a couple of things in his next hand as well. And yeah, he goes for the Eldegoss again with a happy match ability, getting a supporter from the discard pile and getting that Marnie. Oh no, that Vikavolt hand is just gone. And most importantly, it goes to the bottom of the deck, really reducing his chances to drawing into some Vikavolts. That is a very, very big play by Vespa. But again, 4 cards. Zhao will have access to playing with 5 necessarily with his draw for turn, and all he would need is an evolution incense really to get like a couple more if he can get into the shady dealings in Teleon.
Yep, I think the overall deck game plan right now for Zhao doesn't really change. You still have to go for your Vikavolt, and I believe now that you actually have access to shady dealings in Teleon, you are probably able, or I guess there are more outs for you to get the cards that you need right now. You still need a Red Candy, you still need your evolution incense. I don't know what was it that I saw in his hand. I believe it looks like a Vikavolt earlier. Can't really see. Okay, so it was a Drizzle. So Drizzle comes to play, gets you 1 piece of the puzzle.
Yes, he's going to need multiple, but that is a pretty good start. Again, he has access to potentially looking for 5 trainers here, especially if he can. Again, he might evolve into the shady dealings in Teleon now, and yeah, we'll have to see as well. But again, his board is pretty set up to really come from nowhere. Again, very heads up play though for Vespa to even remove the capture energy as well. Just that means Zhao really needs an extra thing. He needs an energy or a second charge bug here. And yeah, there we go. We see the shady dealings in Teleon. Let's see what Zhao decides to find.
Yep, I believe he will need a Rare Candy into an Evolution Instance. But then again, the next question is, does he have enough to draw into Charger Bugs then, or search out those Charger Bugs?
Yes. Looks like that is exactly what he's going to look for. I think he does have a Vikavolt in hand. Oh, Rare Candy and a Level Ball. Level Ball does find him the Charger Bug. So he's lacking 1 energy now.
Yep, I think it's well, essentially what we thought was a Ralph Marnie to 4 or 5 essentially has turned out pretty okay so far for Zhao. Yeah, all the outs essentially still in the deck. Inteleon, Drizzle, Charger Bug, Rare Candy all coming into play. And there's a scoop up net as well, so not too shabby. You're able to go into another Inteleon. So that's going to be probably another Level Ball into a Charger Bug.
Yeah. Again, he was able to literally search for 5 trainer cards here. He has not even played a supporter yet for turn. That is still an option for him. And we'll have to see if he decides to grab that. So it's looking like at least Zhao is going to be able to take 2 prizes here, maybe taking out the Oricorio before it can do some draws, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Oricorio is the perfect target. Taking it out from the bench for the Vespa, not giving the extra draw from the knockout. Goes and grabs the Erica Hospitality, I believe.
Oh, that's a very good card to refill your hand here.
Yeah, for sure.
And let's see. He draws, I believe, 5 cards, 5 or 4 cards.
It should be 5, I think. It's based on number of Pokemon that the Vespa has in play. So 5 cards. You can only play if you had 4 other cards in hand. Just perfectly sequenced card gameplay here by Zhao. Obviously, the reason why he didn't go ahead and use the Level Ball earlier was to not draw, to ensure he could draw into multiple Charger Bugs, I would say. So let's see if that is a possibility for him.
Yes, any Charger Bug would be nice to see here, just to get an attachment
that is
for
good.
turn.
That is really good. Using the capture energy means that he could save the Charger Bugs from being lost to a potential ultimate array next turn.
Yes, he can.
And now he goes into something else. It goes into maybe another Charger Bug now.
Yeah, finding a Charger Bug to evolve instead of trying to power up. Definitely just to lighten the load next turn, not needing to find the Rare Candy. But again, he has access to the shady dealings in Teleon as well as the Drizzle next turn, so I wouldn't be too worried. Also, he has a hand of, I believe, 9 cards, -1 because of the Level Ball, and then he's about to take 2 prizes. So he has a very big hand to work with, the Vespa needing to play another Marnie, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, then again, if you're going to keep playing Marnies, you're not really drawing more cards for yourself as well. And we now know that the Vespa has only 1 Marnie left in his deck. 1 has been played, Elgos has also been played. So just 1 Marnie left. And you got to time it well, I believe, in order to prevent a Vikavolt from using Electro Blaster. Maybe now is the time.
Yeah, definitely. But I think I would still like to see the Marnie here because I think Vespa has everything he needs, right? All he needs is an energy, and the ADP can just really take the entire game. What he needs is just disrupt Zhao's hand to make sure the Vespa does win the prize race, and that's one of them. That's one of the ways right there. But I believe he's going to take a knockout anyway on the active Vikavolt, unless he goes for a boss instead. No, opts for the Raihan here.
Goes to the Raihan, so not a very big issue. I guess Raihan also accelerating energy, getting you a card from your deck. Might as well use it now because you can. But perhaps no Marnie to speak of, and hence why.
Yep. I believe, unfortunately, the Vespa does not play the reset stamp, so that is not an option for him. So again, it's just a matter of can Zhao chain these attacks, or do we see the Mew? Is that the Mew?
Was that the Mew? I believe it is.
And that should be very, very big here. If it is, yes, it is the bench barrier Mew. But again, Zhao does have an out to it. He can this turn just attack into the ADP and start pinging the Mew on the bench for 20 potentially. But we'll have to see what happens here. Again, it's a lot to ask for Zhao, but again, he is playing with I believe a 10 card hand at this point.
Yep, for sure. I think the play that you mentioned, which is to ping the Mew and also get 200 damage onto the ADP, essentially put the Vespa on a 2-turn clock. But also, we have to note that Zhao Yue is also on the 2-turn clock because this ADP will be continuously taking prizes if it's not going to be addressed. And I believe Vespa is also in this situation where just 2 more knockouts essentially wins. Yep, essentially both these players are on 2 knockouts after this turn. So Vespa has to take a knockout here, and Zhao Yue has 2 turns to close the game. Otherwise, the Vespa will be the one coming out on top, thanks to the Alter Creation GX.
Yes, again, just very, very tight game for both players here. Both players going down to 4 apiece. Yeah, we'll have to see if Zhao has the response here. I'm pretty sure he should have a lot of things to work with that 10 card hand. All he needs here is a Vikavolt and possibly 2 double Charger Bug to really get an attack off, and then evolve one of the Drizziles in the bench into the quick shooting Inteleon. And that should be all he needs this turn. And then next turn, he could try and find a second quick shooting Inteleon to close out the game, and as well as evolve into another Vikavolt. Okay, it's a lot to ask for, but again, it's 10 cards. It's 10 cards in his hand.
That is true. I mean, 10 card hands, sometimes you just need one Drizzile. So let's see what happens here. Essentially, Zhao Yue has multiple options right now. We'll need to evolve this Charger Bug into a Vikavolt.
Yes. I believe Rescue Carrier should be very big here. There's the Vikavolt. Let's see if he has a Rescue. There's the Rescue Carrier. Essentially, there we go. There's the attack. Now we need to see the quick shooting Inteleon here. And I wouldn't be opposed to even evolving the bench Grubbin into a Charger Bug as well if he doesn't have the rare candy for the next turn, because we expect that the active Vikavolt to go down this coming turn. And we'll have to see here. He's doing the math in his head. Does he see it? He needs to be able to quick shooting that Mew 3 times.
Yep, I think now is the time to actually get that quick shooting Inteleon. We know his deck runs 2, so for sure it's an option. He goes for capture energy here, so getting another Sobble. All right, so that's a good start, knowing exactly what he needs right now. Multiple Sobbles to turn into multiple Inteleons. It's going to be close, I think, Juancho. It's going to be really, really close.
It's going to be very close. I wonder who's going to be able to close it out here. Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be tough. Again, he has the attack. He's safe for this turn. He has everything he needs. He just needs to bench a rapid, quick shooting Inteleon here. And haven't seen it just yet. I don't think one is in the discard pile. We do know he plays around 2 of them. So
we do see a Drizzile. So definitely one will come online this turn.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he opts to grab it or if he even has it in his deck. And again, he has to ping it 1 time and then evolve a second one next turn. And I think a play open for Vespa actually is to knock out the quick shooting next turn. If he
that is interesting. Yeah.
If he feels threatened by it. So maybe ideally here I don't know. It's a lot to ask for. It looks like he grabs an Erica, but I believe his hand is a little bit too big. Again, you mentioned you have to have only 4 cards in hand to be able to use Erica. It looks like he uses
He puts back the. Okay, so he's just
playing down his hand.
burning, burning up a communication there. So just using it for no effect. He already had the Inteleon in hand, so just slow rolling us there is how you
No,
keeping us guessing.
It was very important to have that quick shooting Inteleon in hand, because if he didn't have it in hand, he would have to use that Pokeball. He can't use that Pokecom, right?
Exactly, for sure.
And let's see here, what else can he play down? Looks like he plays the quick shooting Inteleon down, goes for the Erica. Yeah, I believe he gets to draw 5 cards again. 5
just making sure he has all the options available to him for next turn. So I like this play here overall. I'm making sure that his next turn, he has everything going for him. He's able to go maybe grab all 4 prize cards in one turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to using a rare candy right now onto one of the Sobbles and to get another quick shooting Inteleon. Not gonna lie, just to really put 40 damage on that Mew, just get it ready to get knocked out. And
that is true. I would agree with that plan as well.
But we'll have to see what Zhao has to work with. He goes for an Echoing Horn. Again, a card we haven't seen just yet. Echoing Horn, you get to choose a Pokemon from the discard pile and put it onto the bench, essentially bench locking the Vespa here.
Oh, that is a very big play, essentially locking out the Vespa from any sort of support Pokemon. So no Dedenne for you, no Crobat V. No Elgos has already been used, but essentially no Dedenne. That's the big card here. Essentially, the Vespa is locked out from these support Pokemon now.
Yes, if you can see here, he opted to put the Oricorio in the bench and just thinking to himself, if the only way I get a knockout is if I get a knockout from the game. So that Oricorio is a non-factor here. Looks like he goes for a Pokemon communication, grabbing a second one.
There it is. There it is. The second one. So I guess he has the red candy right now. I wouldn't put it past him to have the red candy, but that's the play he's looking for. Essentially telling the Vespa, you can knock out my Inteleon. I just need 1 in order to take the game.
Wait, I think the Sobble that is benched at the moment, that is a new Sobble, so that cannot evolve. So I think there is no evolution free at the moment, but I think he's just putting it in his hand for next turn. I don't think he can evolve. The
Vespa does have a Marnie left in his deck though.
Yes, so that Marnie is going to be big if he can do it. Here we go. We see the quick shooting. I would like then to at least see him evolve the bench Grubbin into a Vikavolt or a Charjabug, but maybe he just has it. And there we go. We see the Electro Blaster attack doing 200 damage to the active ADP. And let's see how Vespa can respond. Zhao does have almost game in hand. All he needs is to evolve into a Vikavolt and get a couple of Charjabugs. So we'll have to see here.
This is going to go down to the wire, and I'm enjoying it for sure. We're down to the last 6 minutes of this series.
Yes, and again, the Vespa only has access to 1 more Marnie in the deck, and no access to any support Pokemon. It looks like he goes for the boss's orders. That might be it. He might boss the quick shooting Inteleon here, taking 2 prizes, forcing the Zhao into just having 1 quick shooting. But Zhao does have the option to evolve into the Drizzile into one of the quick shootings and then rare candying another Sobble. But looks like here he's opts to just knock out a Drizzile here. That means Zhao is a rare candy away from the game.
Exactly. I think there is no way back now for the Vespa. If Zhao has everything going, it's gonna be close.
it's so close. The Mew in the bench barrier Mew, again protecting the Pokemon on the bench, but then only having 60 HP and with access to quick shooting Inteleon. All he needs is the rare candy because there is a Sobble on the bench. Let's see if he has it here.
It's gonna be close.
He also needs a Charjabug attachment. So.
Well, yeah, I would think the Charjabug is easy to get. I mean, he still has access to multiple rescue carriers as well, so definitely a lot of options available. The only thing here that I fear is rare candies in hand, without the Inteleon in hand without the rare candies, but having to maybe go for Professor Research or something like that.
Yeah.
But let's see.
And again, Zhao has no access to any shady dealings here because he has to evolve the Sobble on the bench into a...
Oh, here's the rare candy.
There's the rare candy. There's the Inteleon. Do we see an energy... The Vikavolt looks like an energy attachment onto that Inteleon.
He sees the charge bug in the deck.
And there we go.
Instant to check it. There it is, the charge bug. And there you go. 40 damage sniped onto that Mew, and that's an Electro Blaster for game.
On
Now you from Hong Kong.
taking 4 prizes in one turn. This Vikavolt coming in clutch every time these teams leave the Vikavolt player for last is just able to clean it out. Oh,
It's an amazing run for this deck. The little bug that could. Vikavolt, ladies and gentlemen, taking the win against ADP Moltres. Say that time. Say that again multiple times fast. I would have never expected that. But fair play to Vespa and Team Thailand. They essentially played their hearts out in this series. We just enjoyed 5 grueling games of Pokemon. I'm just excited what we're going to see next after this.
Yeah.
But Wancho, what do you feel right now, man? Tell me how do you feel?
that was amazing. That was so exciting to watch. Multiple plays had to happen in that game. And again, we were going back and forth, and there was a lot of the times there was no clear winner to the game. And that's just the type of Pokemon game you like to see. Again, the Vikavolt player just had so many outs to, again, with the shady dealings, with quick shootings. Yes, there is bench barrier, but sometimes that is not enough. If only Mew had 10 more HP, things would have been definitely a lot different. But again, just a lot of combo pieces in that deck, and seeing them all come together is an absolutely amazing thing to watch. And man, what an exciting game of Pokemon. And I'm so excited to see them play it out in the grand final.
For sure, this means that Team Hong Kong progresses to the grand finals, where Team Korea is waiting for them. Commiserations to Team Thailand. They played their hearts out, as I said, going down in a thrilling 5-game series. We got to enjoy 2 semifinals, both of which went down to the wire, and both of them essentially won by Vikavolt at the death of it. It's been a crazy day of Pokemon. I'm just really happy we got to see all that. Of course, we also still have one more match other than grand finals, which is the 3rd place match between Malaysia and Thailand coming up later on. So overall, I'm just enjoying the Pokemon trading card game today, Wancho. We've seen great matchups, we've seen stellar plays, great display of skill, everyone bringing essentially the deck that they felt was the deck to beat this tournament. But we are now seeing Vikavolt, the little bug that could, pulling out the wins in both of these semifinals.
Definitely. And again, amazing plays by all players. Again, they're all champions in their own right for their respective regions, but we're duking it out now to be the Battle Festival Asia champion. And we are so close to that game. I can feel it. I can feel the tension in the air. I'm so excited. I want to get to it. I can only imagine what the players are feeling at this moment.
For sure. I think it's great that we have you with us as well, watching at home or wherever you are. It's been great stuff. I hope you've been enjoying yourself. But right now, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back with the next match of the day. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here at Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. We are now at the 3rd place playoff match between Team Malaysia and Team Thailand. Wancho, how are you doing right now, buddy? Are you excited for this?
I'm doing absolutely amazing. Yes, I'm so excited, especially after the last couple of matches. The champions really showing their stuff. Very, very close games all around today. And yeah, I can't wait to get into more games. I can't wait to see more from Malaysia and Thailand, which we have up next.
Great stuff. I think overall, both these teams have truly shown their progress. Unfortunately, not being able to go to the grand finals because we've had other players essentially, or other teams essentially moving to the grand finals, but we still have one more match for these players to showcase what they're bringing to us. We first have Weiran up from Malaysia, and look at that, Mew VMAX and Genesect V, the deck of the tournament so far. Unfortunately, not in the finals though, even after his stellar run through the previous rounds. but we'll see Weiran here one more time, and hopefully he is able to extend his winning record, perhaps.
Definitely, definitely. Maybe the run isn't over just yet. Yes, he was not able to get the win in the previous round, but again, we have to remember Wei Run was able to take, I believe, 6 games on his own.
It's seven actually. I think
Yes.
7. Yeah, it was 7 games on the trot before finally going down to Team Korea. So overall, I believe Weiran has a lot going for him. We'll also see his opponent as well from Team Thailand. I think it's going to be an interesting matchup regardless. Of course, Team Malaysia and Team Thailand have not faced each other yet in this single elimination bracket, obviously. And we are in a King of the Hill style format. So unfortunately, we were not able to see these two teams in the grand finals, but we are seeing them now in the third place playoff match. Essentially, the winner of this series coming out to be the bronze medalist, I should say, of this entire tournament.
But again, 3rd and 4th place, I think, should still be really, really good. You have to remember this is an international player, an international tournament. That means you are some of the best in Southeast Asia. And yeah, this is absolutely amazing. I mean, just being invited to this tournament is an honor. You have to be a champion just to qualify. And yeah, but again, I'm very excited for these matches. We see here Namigar against Wei Run, both players still setting up. And yeah, I believe Namigar is playing the ADP Birds. And
yep, ADP Moltres. Yep, definitely ADP Birds or ADP Moltres. We call it Birds because you have Moltres coupled with Zapdos and Oricorio. So yeah, ADP Birds, just doing the thing. But of course, we have essentially the best decking format on the left, piloted by Weiran. He's currently at a 7-1 record here at this tournament. He essentially has been the player for Malaysia to have gone through 2 consecutive matches in a clean sweep, and then taking 1 game off Team Korea in the semifinals before finally succumbing to his first loss so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how these players match up. Of course, Namigar, a player not scoffed at as well, running the ADP Moltres variant of the deck. A lot of options, a lot of different toolbox style attackers available to it. We saw previously in the earlier rounds the Mawile GX come to play. We did get to see our favorite non-show card, which is Galarian Zapdos V, also make an appearance, unfortunately without attacking. So it's going to be an interesting matchup regardless.
Yeah, definitely. I think Galarian Zapdos V is not going to be making a showing here against Mew VMAX, since Mew VMAX is Psychic and Galarian Moltres V is weak to Psychic. But then again, if you think about it, the Mew VMAX deck does go wide with Pokemon Vs. Essentially, a Galarian Zapdos V could come out of nowhere with a single attachment, get a knockout. It's definitely an option just in case Namigar here does not power up multiple attackers. But here we go. We see Namigar go first. Yes, starting out with the Dedenne, a little bit unfortunate, but does get the Galarian Moltres V as well as a Darkness Energy in the discard pile, so it is attached to Moltres V. And now all she needs is a energy attachment on that ADP for a turn, and that should be good here.
Definitely, of course, the ADP deck looking to alter Creation GX as early as possible. At this point, going for a daily change here. So 2 Dedenne GXs in play. 1, unfortunately, the starting Pokemon for Namigar. But now digging for at least an energy attachment onto that ADP GX, requiring either a water energy or a metal energy.
Yes, let's see if Namigar finds it. Again, a Dedenne GX, just such a powerful card, being able to draw cards even on your first turn. And we do see that she was able to get the metal energy here. But something to make note of, though, is that there is a Dedenne in the active, a Dedenne on the bench, as well as she discarded Crobat off that data change. That means there's only 1 draw Pokemon left in the Dedenne GX in the deck, as well as Oricorio GX. So not that much support Pokemon left. So hopefully she has everything she needs at this point.
Definitely. Now going over to Weiran from Malaysia, the card that you want to see in your opening hand, or at least on your first turn, Battle VIP Pass, getting you 2 basic Pokemon and putting them straight onto your bench. This 1 card gets you essentially multiple cards in this Genesect V-powered engine, essentially allowing you to draw up to as many Fusion Strike Pokemon you have in play. It's such good synergy overall, this entire deck. It's as if this card was made for the deck itself.
I mean, it did come out on the same set, am I right? But then again, here we go. Just the exact combo we wanted to see here. Because Wayrun can actually do 210 damage again with the Meloetta this turn, just putting that much pressure on Nemigar. So, and we have one of the pieces of the puzzle with the Alessa's Sparkle allowing a Wayrun to attach 2 Fusion Strike energy to 2 Pokemon, one of which to the Meloetta. So all he's missing is a Fusion Strike energy attachment onto Meloetta and a switch to get 2 prizes on turn 1.
Yep, for sure. I think these are essentially the cards that form the building blocks to such an aggressive turn 1 or even turn 2 play from the Mew VMAX variant of the deck. We did see early on in the tournament someone actually trying to couple ADP with Mew VMAX and Mew V and with Genesect V, of course. Unfortunately, that deck didn't take off. Messing with the consistency of the deck.
He has it.
Oh, well,
no draws just yet. Just in the opening hand.
Just stop me whenever when these kind of things happen, Iwancho. Just stop me whenever. These are the plays that define this format.
Yeah, so here you see it. He was able to attach a Fusion Strike energy as well as get the switch in his opening hand, and this is his first Fusion Strike system of the game. And here we go. He's going to try and draw us again a second time. But again, he has everything he needs at this point. Maybe just setting up his hand for next turn here.
Yeah, this Elisa Sparkle play on the very first turn for the Mew deck going second. It's just the perfect icing on the cake for such a powerful deck. You have the late game, you have a very strong mid game, but you also have one of the best early games in the format. And essentially that's 2 prizes up on the very first turn, dealing 210 damage, I believe?
Yes, 210 damage for 3 Fusion Strike energies attached anywhere on the board. But here we go. We're going to see Nemigar promote the Arceus Dialga Palkia going for the Altered Creation GX again. But is it a little too late here? Yes, this is an attack, but it doesn't take any prizes, doesn't do any damage, but it boosts your damage by 30 and increases the amount of prizes you get a turn. And here we go. We're going to see a boss's orders, I believe, just try and slow down Wayrun. We do know he already burned 1 switch. Maybe if the Genesect gets stuck here and buying Nemigar a couple of turns, maybe she can get back into it here.
I mean, after all, this is her deck's game plan, getting Altered Creation GX off, being able to take multiple prizes or 1 additional prize every time she takes a knockout, but also that buff of 30 extra damage coming out will be key in some areas, not so much in this matchup, I believe. The only thing here that is going to be a set reality check is that escape rope going to put Nemigar in a very awkward situation, having to promote the Galarian Moltres, and that is essentially 1 power tablet or vitality band away from being knocked out.
Yes, that means Wayrun could go down to 2 prizes this turn if he can find the vitality band. And knowing the Genesect deck, with the amount of draws he has at his disposal, it should be a fairly easy task. So many cards get it for him. He can find possibly a Peony as well. I believe Wayrun is playing 2 Peonies.
Yep, 2 Peonies.
So that is an out, 1 of the power tablets or 1 vitality band. That is a lot of outs for this turn. And he does have a lot of draws, so we're going to have to see if he gets it here.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him to actually get the cards he needs to take the game here. I think this deck is really smoking this particular matchup. It's just so quick, isn't it? He's winning the game by turn 4 at this rate.
Definitely. I just out prize racing the ADP, something you're not used to seeing here, and we're gonna have to see if he does get it. Here's a great ball, possibly just to find a Mew VMAX for the following turns. There it is, the Mew VMAX, but that's not the power tablet just yet here.
So 1 of the power tablets, 1 of the Peonies. So 2 Peonies, 4 power tablets, 1 vitality band. All these are cards essentially that are live for Wayrun right now. And I believe he also has a bench space left, meaning it's possible that he could go into another Genesect V.
Yes, that is true. And again, even if he doesn't find these things he needs at the moment, doing 210 damage to Galarian Moltres is a sizable amount of damage. Galarian Moltres only has 210 HP, and it does have the attack Aura Burn, which hits itself for 30 damage, so essentially knocking itself out if you bring it up to that threshold.
Yeah, and don't forget, we also have the Oricorio.
Oh, but there it is.
Well, stop me again. We don't need Oricorio right now. We are going to get a knockout right off the bat. So Wayrun is on the I guess, a two-turn clock of winning here, essentially taking 4 prizes before Nemigar has even gotten an attack up that can do any damage.
Yes, that is true. Little pressure here on Namigar, but she does still have a couple of options because we don't. Possibly ADP is a little bit too high HP to knock out. If she can knock out the Neloetta in the active, go down to 4 and power up another Moltres and possibly win the next turn. But that may be too much time to ask for since we know Weirun just seems to be running away with this game.
Yeah, that is true. But then again, you brought up a very important point. The ADP deck, essentially, at this point, is also on a two-turn clock. Essentially, taking a knockout here on the Melola puts it at 4 prizes remaining. But then, essentially, if Nemigar is able to get the attack Aura Bird onto a Mew VMAX, that would essentially mean game for Nemigar then if Weirun is not able to boss up a Pokemon V or GX on Nemigar's bench. So very technical situation here. Both these players essentially needing 2 attacks to win the game.
Yes, definitely. And again, Namigar is 2 turns away if she gets a knockout on this Meloetta, but Weirun can actually play around that as well, because we do notice here that Weirun does not have a Mew VMAX in play. That means there's no 4 prize Pokemon just yet. Essentially, if Weirun feels like he can't knock out an ADP, feel comfortable enough to just attack it with possibly a Psychic Leap first, and then evolve into the Mew VMAX later in the game, because he does have 2 Mew Vs powered up at this point. Again, just having so much control over this match right now.
That is very true, essentially making it so that Weirun is the controller of his own destiny here in this match. We see the Oricorio GX come down, so a card essentially lets you net 3 more cards using its ability if you had a Pokemon knockout in the last turn. Also, Air Balloon comes, so double pivots on the bench here for Nemigar.
Yes. Those are very, very good to have, especially, well, essentially, it's good to have, but then at this point, if something gets knocked out, it is the end of the game. But there we go. We see the Ultimate Ray attack doing 180 damage to the Meloetta, more than enough to knock it out, and attaching 3 Darkness Energies, 2 of which to the Moltres, 1 of which to the Oricorio.
And yep, that's what Weirun does here right now. I really fancy the play that you mentioned just now, Wancho, essentially using I believe Psychic Leap for 70.
Yes, Psychic Leap 470, bringing ADP down to 210, which should be enough to get a knockout with, just in case Weirun doesn't have the power tablets in hand or the boss's orders. No, he goes for the VMAX.
Okay,
and there's the boss's
That's
orders.
the boss. There's the game. Essentially, taking all 6 prizes in just 3 consecutive turns.
Yes.
What a deck.
Such a powerful deck played by a masterful player. Again, I believe that may have been one of the first. Oh, was that the first time we saw a turn 1 Meloetta attack for 210 in this tournament? Not quite sure, but if it's not, I'm sure if Weirun has done it in the past. Again, such a powerful attack. Melodious Echo doing 70 damage for each Fusion Strike energy, and to be able to do it turn 1, just so scary.
It is, and I believe we did see it a few times as well before this, because I believe if someone's going to do it, it's going to be Weirun, because he's been powering through his matches. We've been seeing him round after round, really holding the Malaysian flag high in this tournament, and now he's up 1 game already. Can he get back onto his winning streak? It remains to be seen. But of course, Team Thailand will definitely not want to let this go down without a fight. We are, of course, in the 3rd place match right now. The winner of this series will essentially say that I won the bronze medal at the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here at the Battle Festival Asia 2021. Tell me, Wancho, what was your highlight of that deck, of that particular deck that Weirun has brought? It's such a technical, I wasn't technical, I would say it's such a streamlined deck that has some technical parts to it. But what is your card of choice to say that is the main card for this deck?
I think, honestly, it's the Genesect just for the draws. But if you're talking about the added spice that Weirun adds to his deck, I think it has to be the Peony. I think he's one of the few people in this tournament that is opting to play that Peony. Just such a good consistency card. And again, consistency goes a long way, as you can see with Mew VMAX and Weirun. He consistently won a couple of games, and sometimes that's all you need, right? Just being able to get your attacker off whenever you need it at key moments is to be keys to winning the game here.
Yeah, most definitely. I think overall, the deck is so well built that you could probably just bring it as it is. But these little changes that a player makes the deck run so much smoothly, especially if it's also down to their playstyles. And now we're in the second match so far. Weiran representing Malaysia, fresh off that 1-0 win in game one, up against Top Secret from Thailand. What are we up against here in this matchup?
So Top Secret now is playing the Gengar VMAX and Duraludon single strike. Yes, it's the single strike box. Again, this is something you may struggle with. Again, Gengar just being the dark type Pokemon, it does hit Mew for weakness, but we know Mew is playing the weakness guard energy. But if you attach that means you are attaching a special energy. That means you're not hitting Duraludon VMAX with the skyscraper ability. It is unaffected by Pokemon with special energy attached, but we're gonna have to see here. I believe this is Weiran's 8th win in the match, and this is that in the tournament, which is absolutely amazing. But it looks like we have Top Secret starting us off. Does have a lone Houndoom start. Luckily, it does have the Pokemon communication to find himself a second Pokemon here. Let's see what he decides to find.
Yeah, I echo your point about the fact that this deck has a lot of tools for it in facing the Mew VMAX variant. It has Duraludon VMAX to wall against a card or a Pokemon that has an attached special energy card attached to it. We also have the Gengar VMAX Darkness type Pokemon, which Mew does not want to see. So I think overall, based on the sheer statistics of the deck list, I'd say Top Secret is in good position. But of course, we are up against, I have to say, the most consistent deck in format. I wouldn't put it past Weiran and Meloetta to get off a strong start as we saw earlier in game number 1 in this series.
Definitely looks like Top Secret finding himself a Duraludon, I believe, and attaching an impact energy, and as well as putting down a Tower of Darkness, allowing him to discard a single strike card and drawing 2 cards and going for a dark asset. Typically, you see the Mew decks doing all the drawing, but you know what? It's single strike telling Mew, hey, you know what? I can do it too.
I mean, you're only drawing 2 cards of the Tower of Darkness and maybe a few more with a Crobat V, but Mew would just say, yeah, go ahead, because I'm going to keep drawing cards with Genesect V. My buddy Genesect V is the best draw engine in the format, especially when you pair it with me. So let's see if we get a few of those. We see one already now onto the bench for Weiran. Can you get more of these Great Ball perhaps?
Yes, I would assume so. And there we go. We see a Mew V again. The Mew VMAX deck does have a lot of Pokemon, so Great Balls normally hit, but even if they don't, there is so many other ways to get Pokemon into the bench, like the Battle VIPs, Quick Balls, or even the Fog Crystals. But again, something of note here is a Top Secret only has 1 Houndour in play. That means if this Houndour goes down, Top Secret does not have a means of attack next turn, because Duraludon VMAX does need 3 energies to attack, and there's only 1 in play right now. And we've already seen Weiran do the turn 1 Melodious Echo. Let's see if he can do it again.
It would be awesome to see it one more time. I feel that this deck is just really running away with how consistent it is overall in this format. Of course, we are, again, just to reiterate for all you viewers at home, we are in the team up on format. So essentially, you'll see cards coming back from the previous Sun and Moon era as well. And it still doesn't stop Mew VMAX from being consistent, I guess.
Definitely. And I think it even helps it out. Now that we're in the team up on, Mew gets access to like chaotic swells to combat Path to the Peak, and the weakness guard energies, definitely helping Mew out.
Yep, definitely. And also the card that I find to be my favorite item card this time around, Reset Stamp. So, I mean, Genesect V is not really susceptible to Reset Stamp at all in this matchup, or even in the format overall. But a Reset Stamp well-timed against an opposing deck that doesn't have access to Future Strike system, that could be brutal.
Yes. And I think we see here Weiran going for the Alessa Sparkle here. I believe he played a Peony?
Peony. Yep, it's a Peony for a Alessa Sparkle and the Bell VIP pass. So not too bad, setting himself up for the next turn, but also getting cards essentially out of the deck with the Bell VIP pass on turn 1.
Yes, not too bad. Another great use of Peony. Just such a good consistency card, but again, not the most aggressive card in this scenario, since this Houndour should be able to live to see another day and evolve into the Houndoom to try and power up the Duraludon VMAX. If Top Secret can get the first attack off, that would be very, very big. And Duraludon VMAX may be a little too big for Mew to deal with.
Yep, that is true, and we already see Top Secret going for that play right now. And the best part about this is that the Houndour is safe. So Houndoom coming in next turn, perhaps being able to power up a Duraludon VMAX as early as turn 2 is probably his way to victory here.
Definitely. He's gonna need a couple of cards here: an energy attachment for turn, a way to switch to Houndoom, the Duraludon VMAX, and the Houndoom. So 4 cards, and we'll have to see if Top Secret has it. Maybe plays a supporter for turn, and ideally just get that Duraludon set up, and maybe set up another Houndour, maybe another backup attacker at least. But we'll have to see here. Looks like Weiran playing the Rotom Phone, just really setting up his next hand here. Ideally, he could also retreat into the Mew and go for a energy mix to try and get more energy in play, but then that does put the Mew in a very difficult position.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a big fan of using that right now, because essentially that would mean Top Secret doesn't need to use a boss order, and we know he only runs 2, so lesser than the usual count for most of the decks, mainly because you run so many different pieces. You run a line of Gengar VMAX, you run a line of Duraludon VMAX, and you also have to run the Houndoom, a Dedenne, or a couple of Dedennes, so many different cards such as the Urn of Vitality. So the deck doesn't have a lot of space to work with, so that's the reason why it can only run 2 bosses order. So giving up 2 prizes like that in your active spot, not the best thing to do if you're Weiran.
Definitely. And I just have to make a note here. The Top Secret is the only player to bring Gengar VMAX to the Battle Festival Asia, which is very, very interesting. Let's see if that pays off here. Looks like was able to get the Houndoom as well as the Evolution Incense for the Duraludon VMAX. That means he is a switch card and an energy away from taking the first prize of this game.
Exactly, and it's just essentially just 2 cards away to really get going with that Duraludon VMAX, with that Skyscraper ability, protecting it from any Pokemon's attacks if there is a special energy card attached to that attacking Pokemon. So a lot of, I would say, pressure, but that's a boss's order as well. Does he have everything going for him this time?
Does he have it? Does he have the switch, the energy? He goes for
a
Dedenne.
Change. That is good. There was an energy, so okay, maybe the fact that the energy was really attached. So
interesting.
Is he looking for an urn? I think that's the
That was.
Let me see.
Was
that the last? Okay, no, it can't be. So there's definitely other energies in the deck for the Houndoom to grab. The single strike energies.
Yes. Definitely.
I was thinking that it was already all gone, because we know there was one discarded as well, and then I saw 2 energies attached to the Duraludon. I was like, oh, okay, was that the final one? But it looks like it is.
And again, this Duraludon is just an absolute wall with a Skyscraper ability. But again, since it is a single strike Pokemon, it also does hit really, really hard, doing 220 damage, enough to knock out the Mew V. And wow, with just like that, Top Secret takes a pretty commanding lead. And the only way for Weiran to get an attack off this turn is to use Alessa Sparkle. And even if he does that, he can't hit the Duraludon, because then you're using Alessa Sparkle, you're attaching a Fusion Strike energy, which is a special energy. Another big thing here that happened is he was able to take out the Mew with a basic Psychic energy. So,
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Weiran here, knowing that his out was to set up a Mew with double Psychic energy to really hit into the Duraludon, but Top Secret seeing through that and essentially targeting it down.
Yeah, but then again, it's the only Pokemon on Weiran's side of the field with any energy even to start off with, so that was the main target anyhow. But then again, it also forces Weiran to have to go into the not so great attack of using Max Miracle, which is the attack on Mew, which is able to negate, I believe, Skyscraper. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Pancho. So it's still not the most ideal of attacks, because it's going to make it so that you have to at least 2-shot and at worst 3-shot a Duraludon VMAX.
Definitely not the best, especially if the Duraludon is doing the G-Max pulverization to hitting you for 220. I don't think you're winning that race, especially if Top Secret can also set up a Gengar as well on the bench. If you notice, he had it all last turn. He had the boss, he had the energy to switch, and even got a backup attacker in Gengar and a backup Houndour just in case.
Yep, I think Top Secret here is, if all things considered right now, based on the board state, he is running away with this match. It really depends on whether or not Weiran has a strong response here that is able to maybe get some prizes on the board. But at this stage, I don't think so. I don't really see a way for Weiran to get damage going.
He can still
Actually,
play
meaningful damage going, right?
He can still play the oh yeah, he can still evolve into the Mew VMAX and attach, and yes, do a max miracle attack, or he could still play the escape rope and get maybe something on the bench instead. Maybe just circling around this Duraludon. There is more than enough prizes in Top Secret's bench. There's two a Dedenne, there's a Crobat, a Gengar. There's 6 prizes right there. There's even the Houndour and the Houndour. And yeah, it looks like he's gonna go double power tablet here and plays the switch. Interestingly enough, let's see what he decides to go into. Goes into the Meloetta. But again, Meloetta cannot damage this Duraludon.
Yep, that is interesting. Maybe just trying to dig for a boss order here while only offering up a single prize attacker. So
he already played Alessa Sparkle for the turn. So
oh, you're right. So definitely looking for the escape rope then.
Definitely. We'll have to see here. Did he get it? This is his. He drew a full 6 with the Fusion Strike system ability on that Genesect. Again, does he have it? He's thinking about it. Looks like maybe he doesn't even have an attach for turn. Ideally, again, he's looking for that one of escape rope. Not the most likely card to find, but if you're Genesect, I mean, you have all the draws in the world to try and get it.
Yep, for sure. And also, well, we do see the energy coming down. That's an energy, I guess it's a weakness guard energy?
It may be the weakness guard energy, so very, very big energy to have there. Let's see. Ideally, too, I think he would like to VMAX that Mew, at least, because right now it is susceptible to a boss's order.
Yep, and it's very unfortunate that right now he's used both his Fusion Strike systems, and the last one's only for 1 card.
There's escape rope, though.
Okay, there's the escape rope. Not too bad, not too bad. He still needs the Mew VMAX.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Mew is enough to take a knockout on the Houndour, but it's just that you are going to get knocked out back, though.
Exactly. So
what he could do here is he could Psychic Leap the Mew into the deck, so to make sure it doesn't get knocked out and promote the Meloetta without the energy. And that might be the case here. Yes, it's doing the Psychic Leap attack for 130 damage, and then he has the option to shuffle it back into the deck, essentially denying Top Secret the prizes because it wasn't able to VMAX here. And I believe he's going to promote the second Meloetta here with no energy. And yes, very interesting play. I believe this is the first time in this tournament that we've seen the Psychic Leap attack on the Mew V.
Yep, I think so. I'm just checking out my notes on the side, and it is the first time we've seen it so far. And it's quite a bit of impact in this particular matchup, especially because it removes essentially a Mew from play. But then again, G-Max pulverization for 220 damage is coming for Genesect now, for sure.
Yes, it may be a little bit tough to reset up another Mew, especially if there's another Mew VMAX. I mean, especially since there's no Mew on the bench at all. So I'm not quite sure what Weiran can pull out here. It looks like Top Secret was able to evolve the Gengar V on the bench. Again, Gengar also just by itself is such a threat to the Mew VMAX deck. It does have the attack Fear and Panic. It does 60 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon V and Pokemon GX in play. And we know there are a lot of Pokemon V in the Mew VMAX deck. And that's the deck. That's the attack that only costs 2 energy. It also has the 3 energy attack G-Max Swallow Up that just does 250 damage.
And that's before you add on single strike energy buffs as well, for each energy causing extra 20 damage. So definitely a card that, if it wasn't already doing double damage to Mew VMAX, it probably could have reached the heights of 310 damage as well.
Definitely. I mean, Gengar VMAX, a single strike Pokemon, truly living up to the archetype, just essentially able to knock out any Pokemon in a single strike. And yeah, let's look.
I mean, it is a single strike Pokemon.
Yes. And let's see here what I believe Top Secret just did take a knockout on the Meloetta with no energy. And we see here Wayrun promoting the Meloetta with 1 energy. Does get another Mew V in play. But again, what can you do here? You have to, the most you can hope for is to attach the Meloetta, possibly boss a Houndoom to take a prize this turn. Other than that, I don't see anything Wayrun can do.
Yep, neither do I. I'm looking at the list. He only runs 2 basic psychic energy, one of which is already in the discard pile. So there is really no way for Wayrun to come out with a Mew VMAX anytime soon that is able to do any sort of damage to his Duraludon.
He is playing a training court, a 1-of training court, a
yeah,
stadium
you're right.
that allows you to get a basic energy from the discard pile into your hand. However, his own Chaotic Swell is actually stopping him from playing that. He has to wait for Top Secret to bump his own stadium, to bump the Chaotic Swell for him to even have access to that training court. So a little bit of negative synergy there, but again, you need to play those Chaotic Swells in this deck, definitely. But here we do see the boss on the Houndoom here, and let's see what Wayrun is planning.
Yeah, so it promotes the has a switch to promote the Mew V, so it's acting as a pivot at this point. I would not leave the Mew V in the active spot because one switch from Top Secret would essentially mean you are no longer seeing any Mew VMAXs this game.
Definitely, unless you can bench another Mew, and yeah, unfortunately, that's a pass here.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this might be tough. There's an air balloon.
There's air balloon.
I believe
off
that was the top
as
deck.
well.
Yeah.
Yep, that was.
Going into
And-
Duraludon.
Duraludon running away with this game. A skyscraper running away. Imagine that.
Yes. I mean, can you imagine getting hit by a skyscraper? Definitely a single strike there. And
Well, it really looks like Top Secret is going to close this game out. I don't believe Wayrun has anything going. The run for this stellar Malaysian player comes to an end, I believe. Of course, he held his head up high with the amount of wins that he took all through this tournament. But I think it's just not going to be any win here for him this time around. It's Top Secret that ties the series up 1-1 between Malaysia and Thailand. What an interesting game, Moncho. What's your
Definitely.
favorite part of this game?
Definitely. My favorite part is just seeing Top Secret's deck really come together. And we got to see him showcase that, yes, Duraludon VMAX did all the work, but there was a looming threat there in the Gengar VMAX on the bench, as well as a couple of Houndooms. It's nice to see when your deck really works out and does what is intended. And again, the amazing first play with the boss's orders, the energy, just having it all, then Dede changing into even more Pokemon, even more setup, was absolutely amazing to see. But again, Wayrun, an absolutely amazing player. I think is up 8 wins in this entire tournament. Might be the player with the most wins, technically.
I believe so. 8 wins and 2 losses for Wayrun, but then again, he is now taking a back seat. It will be off to the next player from Malaysia to see if they are able to take any games off Team Thailand. Here you are seeing Nemesis88, who brings with him Arceus Dialga Palkia GX with Galarian Moltres V. So a deck that we've seen quite a bit, especially on day 2 here at the tournament today. I think this is going to be an interesting set of games for us to see right now. Of course, if the Duraludon deck is able to set up, we are going to see 230 damage starting off as early as turn 2, as you saw earlier. But of course, ADP with Altered Creation GX will be able to pull a hit in the price race once that deck gets set up. I'm excited for this match for sure. Final thoughts, Juancho. Who do you think will be coming out on top in this matchup?
It's very, very tough to say, but I may put my money here on Nemesis because, again, ADP, just such a powerful GX attack in the Altered Creation. And we know Top Secret needs to play support Pokemon. He needs to put down those Houndours to really power up some Pokemon. Maybe that is Nemesis's way to victory. Maybe just bossing up Dedenays, Crobats, and the Houndours, and potentially taking prizes that way. And I can't discount as well, he plays the Galarian Moltres, the baby Galarian Moltres, which does an absolutely a huge amount of damage, up to 270, going up to 300 as well. That may come into play.
Yep, it's unfortunate that in 2 games we've seen Nemesis so far, he's actually started with the Galarian Moltres in the active spot for both the games, and it's very unfortunate because you want to be able to play that card later on. It is a sweeper that comes in into effect much more powerful in the end game essentially
Yes.
for this deck. But then again, we also have to look into the overall deck that is being built here. It's essentially a deck with multiple options. You have Zacian V, Galarian Moltres V, sometimes even attacking with the Crobat V we have seen earlier in this tournament. So a slew of different options available, and is also running a wide variety of trainers that can help him with the Mel Saucer reset stamp. There's a Raihan in here as well, a big charm to run the numbers off a little bit. So a real toolbox deck, if I may say so myself. But then up against him right now is Top Secret with Single Strike. Straightforward. I'm going to evolve my Hondours, accelerate energy with my Hondooms, and here comes a Skyscraper or a big ghost.
Definitely. Another key item here for Nemesis is the Fan of Waves, because Top Secret is playing all special energies. So all the Fan of Waves should be live most of the time. Yes, Houndoom can re-accelerate it using the Single Strike Roar, but again, if you do that, you're still doing damage, and you're still taking out an energy, and from the play, maybe you take out the impact energy instead of the Single Strike energy. But again, here we can see Nemesis starting off, and I have to say, off to a great start, because at least this time it's not the Galarian Moltres, it's a Zacian, and Zacian is one of the best Pokemon you want to see open, especially if you're going first, and you have the energy attachment as well. We also have an energy in the discard pile, going for a big Dedenne here. Let's see if, I believe all he wants to find is a Galarian Moltres and possibly a switch for next turn, and then but he has some time to find that, as well as he has the Intrepid Sword ability to make use of this turn as well.
Yep, for sure. I think overall this is a much better setup. It's able to get energy down already on the ADP. It's one energy away from being able to do Altercation GX, and you're right, just one switch or an escape rope essentially away from retreating this Zacian V, or even they could be using the Air Balloon as well, because Zacian V has exactly 2 retreat costs as well. So not too shabby, I would say, for this game.
Yes, not in a bad situation at all. I think this is the best start Nemesis has had this entire tournament, and I'm very excited to see him play at the most optimum, to the best of his ability at this point.
For sure. And now, of course, I think now the Intrepid Sword comes into play as well, getting 3 cards off the top. If there's a Metal Energy attached to that Zacian V, we don't see any Metal Energy, but that's okay. Probably hoping to get a switch and a Water Energy onto that ADP, and that's essentially the game plan for this ADP Moltres Zacian deck.
Yes. He does have access to 3 Aurora Energy or 2 of the basic Water Energies in his deck. There's a couple of outs, especially if he hits into the Viridian Force as well. That is one way to get into the Water Energies. And yeah, now it's off to Top Secret's turn. Looks like he has a Gengar V. He needs to find a couple of Houndours here to really set up. Maybe one big way Top Secret can get into, or to get the lead here, is Gengar VMAX actually has a capability to one-hit knockout an Arceus de Alcapalkia.
Oh, that is true. I mean, after all, that is a very scary attack for 3 energies, dealing 250 on the base, but with Single Strike energy, you can go way higher than that. But let's see if we are able to get that set up. One Houndour is a good start for Top Secret. Does he find a second one?
Yes, he would need a second Houndour to really ensure that he can do that next turn. Just in case, yes, you can attach the energy this turn and maybe wait for a Houndoom to accelerate next turn. But again, we know Nemesis is playing 2 Fan of Waves, and that is one way to really deny an attack, right? If you only have 1 Houndour in play and your energy attack, or your attack costs 3, and you take out 1 energy attach, there's no way for you to attack at that point.
Exactly. But again, this overall deck, it's going to be interesting to see how it runs, because you're able to continuously get energies out of your deck, but you can only get Single Strike energy. So if Nemesis here is going to find a waves away the impact energy, as you mentioned, or I should say, the impact energy, then you might not be able to accelerate any more energies if all of those Single Strike energies are already in use or in the discard.
Yes, definitely. And here we see a big Dede Chains drawing 6 cards.
This is
Ah,
huge for Top Secret right now. He needs to get exactly what he needs to ensure that he has a strong turn 2. And energy attachment will be great. Another Hondor will be superb as well. I'm not sure if the Duraludon is going to be seeing play here. I believe it may not necessarily be needed because Nemesis can essentially play around the Skyscraper ability by using only the basic energies in his deck.
yes, definitely. But I think just the threat that you're playing Duraludon and forcing your opponent to a sort of gameplay where, man, I have to only play my basic energies. I think that means Duraludon is already doing its job, right? That's already a
That is true.
hindrance for your opponent. And I just absolutely love that mind game that just because I have this in the deck, it forces me to play a certain way.
That is true, and actually it remains to be seen whether Nemesis knows that Top Secret is playing the Duraludon. It could just right now be a single strike deck with Gengar at this point. So I don't believe Top Secret has shown a Duraludon yet. So let's see what happens in the next turn. If Nemesis were to drop an Aurora energy onto that ADP, then Top Secret will be able to showcase the Duraludon, and that could be a game changer right there.
Definitely. I think Top Secret did discard a Duraludon
Oh, he
VMAX
did? Okay,
with a Dead
okay.
Chain, so there is that information, but it was for a brief second, and I could be wrong. So we'll have to see if Nemesis was able to catch that. But again, I think the Gengar poses enough of the threat.
Oh,
A huge
wow.
research here.
That is a huge process research. Discarding so many resources. I saw the Raihan in there, maybe a Marnie as well.
Very,
that's-
very interesting. Really forcing the switch here, because that's definitely what he needs. He needs a switch and the energy. Let's see if he finds it off the 7.
Yeah, I think it's just rather unfortunate that you got to discard so many resources just to really dig for 2 cards, and it's quite surprising that the ADP deck had to do that, because usually you have resources that you like to use, right? You could use even a reset stamp here just to mess with your opponent a little bit. You could have used other cards like a Quick Ball or a Big Charm, but we saw none of that, unfortunately, and it's just going to be discarded all into the discard pile. But at least there is a Verdant Forest now, probably going for the Water Energy. Yep.
Yes. So all he's lacking now is a switch, and we are going to see an altered creation this turn, and hopefully that Professor's research pays off, because that was a hefty price to pay for 7 cards. But again, maybe it's cards he doesn't need in this matchup.
Maybe. I mean, after all, if you're gonna raise your prizes, Raihan may not necessarily be, coming in. I don't know if there was a boss's order as well in that hand that was discarded, because it's a huge hand.
Yeah, it was pretty hard to see everything. Something I'd like to see here as well is maybe Nemesis start benching a Galarian Moltres V, just to really make use of that ability. I know there's a couple of dark energies in the discard pile already. Oh no! It doesn't pay off. The huge Professor's research does not net Nemesis a switch,
no.
only opting for a Intrepid Sword here, drawing 3 cards, not finding a Metal Energy either.
3 switches, 1 escape rope, 1 air balloon, 5 cards that could have been out to get that Zacian V to the bench for ADP to use Alteration GX, and Nemesis missed each one of them. That must be very demoralizing right there. But then again, we are still in a situation where a turn 3 Altercation GX is not so bad at this point, unless, of course, Top Secret is able to get a very strong turn 2 here. We see a second Hondor. There's a Gengar VMAX.
There is the Gengar. And yeah, he's going to need both Houndooms to really power up the Gengar VMAX to use its attack here. Let's see if he's able to do that.
I don't believe the Hondor on the far left of his board was there at the end of the last turn, was it?
I believe it was.
Okay, so both Houndors essentially can evolve to Houndooms.
Yes. So he has the potential to attack this turn. Again, Gengar VMAX does have 2 attacks. Fear and Panic does 60 damage for each Pokemon V and Pokemon GX in play. Actually, that should be enough to get a knockout on the Zacian, because there is 3. That means you're doing 180 plus 20 if you put in a single strike energy, and if you have another single strike energy, that is 220. That should be enough to knock out a Zacian V. I didn't realize it also counted Pokemon GX, so luckily ADP and Dedenne are Pokemon GX, but it also has the stronger attack GMAX follow up for 250. It requires the darkness energy.
Yep, so Fear and Panic here, causing a lot of Fear and Panic, obviously. Pokemon V and Pokemon GX counting towards it. That it's such an interesting attack overall, if I may say so. Essentially punishing players who are playing what could be the most powerful cards in the format right now, and not just Pokemon V, also Pokemon GX. So that essentially means that Gengar VMAX here is able to take a knockout on this Zacian V on turn 2 of this game.
Just missing out that switch here. That was very, very big. Could have gone to GX play, like you said, could have saved the Zacian in the active. But there we go. We see Fear and Panic for 180 plus 40, 220, exactly enough to knock out a Zacian V. And
yep, it's really good to see this Gengar VMAX deck doing well. Not against a Mew VMAX deck, I should say, because that's probably the deck that Top Secret was trying to prey on in this tournament, but still able to go toe-to-toe here against what was arguably the best deck in the previous format, ADP.
Again, as long as you're able to set up, as long as you get to see your Houndooms in play, you should be able to really clean up the games with Gengar VMAX. I think Gengar VMAX is one of the strongest attacks in this tournament. I don't think there's anyone hitting harder than 250 besides like a Mew with a couple of power tablets. But even then,
oh yeah, that's for sure.
Even then, you can do 250 plus 10 plus 10 plus 24 times, and that's around the 330 damage as well, matching the max power of Mew VMAX.
Yep, for sure. And I think just maybe a small segue just to talk about Gengar itself. Gengar VMAX is a dark Pokemon. To many of you who have been playing the Pokemon trading card game for a very long time, you're probably questioning how did Gengar end up from being Psychic to Dark? And just one note here is that the poison typing from Gengar in the games has been converted over to darkness type, and hence that's why it's dark in this format right now. If you go back all the way to the first fossil set, there was a Psychic Gengar that was pretty iconic back in the day, and now you have a darkness type Gengar. So all these cards, essentially all the Gengar, getting the love from from the Pokemon company in very strong cards, I should say.
Definitely, I feel like the darkness typing does fit Gengar's full aesthetic as well.
Yeah.
Since it is a spooky ghost, and if you notice,
it's causing fear and panic right now.
Yes, definitely. And if you notice as well, the Crobat V is also a dark type. That is a former poison type Pokemon, and
former
now
grass
it is
type.
dark.
I think, yeah, former grass type. So now it's dark type, and we do see my favorite item card of the format, Reset Stamp. Hand Disruption at its finest, causing Top Secret here to go down to 4 cards, maybe giving Nemesis some glimmer of hope here. But essentially, Gengar VMAX just needs 1 energy to take down this ADP. 1 energy to take down a 280 hit point Pokemon GX.
And the thing is, he doesn't even need to draw it, because he does have the Houndoom with a single strike roar ability to just get it for him. So that Reset Stamp doesn't really stop Top Secret's momentum here.
Exactly. It's really a tough uphill battle here for Nemesis. Missing that turn 2 Alter Creation GX really sets his deck back really far, especially if the single strike deck is able to get so many Pokemon and energy in play, off the bat of that very consistent start that Top Secret had. You had the Houndoom come to play. You had the active Gengar VMAX essentially evolving up and causing fear and panic as early as turn 2, knocking out that Zacian V in 1 hit.
Definitely. I think something Nemesis wants to see here now would have to be some of its band of ways, really, to get rid of at least one of the single strike energies. Yes, Top Secret could accelerate it, but he only has 1 Houndoom in play, so he can only accelerate 1.
That is true. So it remains to be seen what happens here overall. We see another energy come down to the ADP. Could it be that Nemesis is going for an Ultimate Ray here rather than an Alter Creation GX?
That could be the case. Maybe, yes, things didn't go according to plan. Well, then let me just change my plans then. Yes, you don't necessarily have to go for the GX attack all the time. I mean, the Gengar VMAX is already giving away 3 prizes. Very interesting here. He just opts to discard the Galarian Moltres because there's no Pokemon to power up just yet in Nemesis side of the field.
Yeah, maybe trying to say that, I'm going to force you to have to use GMAX Swallow up, because if he had benched that Galarian Moltres V, Gengar VMAX could just use Fear and Panic for the knockout, I believe. Or maybe no, sorry, I'm sorry. That's not the right numbers. He has to use GMAX Swallow Up regardless of the fact.
Yes. I believe the Fear and Panic would only do 220 damage at this point. Again, Nemesis needs to find another Pokemon to power up. Dedenne is not an ideal attacker. Yes, it can attack though. Maybe that is the GX attack Nemesis is going for. It does have the attack Tingly Return, and we know Nemesis is playing the Aurora energy, so it is possible. But
yeah, but then again, he's really attached an energy to the active ADP, so probably not going to be seeing that GX attack this turn. We may see it next turn though, I'm not too sure, but I think time is running out for Nemesis here. Top Secret will probably get a knockout next turn regardless of the situation. That Gengar VMAX is healthy as it can be and is about to dish out major damage on this ADP.
Actually, it does have 20 damage on it because of the single strike roar, so almost in perfect health.
Almost in perfect health, yet 300 HP seems rather perfect compared to the 280 on the ADP at this point.
Definitely 300, a huge hurdle to get past. Looks like Nemesis finding a new bench barrier Mew. I don't think that matters in this matchup, but maybe out of Pokemon probably in his deck. We know he only plays 2 Galarian Moltres, 2 Zacian V, and one Galarian Moltres, 2 Galarian Moltres V, and 1 Galarian Moltres. Maybe he's out of the Vs at this point. We'll have to see what he can play here. There's a Galarian Moltres V.
Okay, so we do get a Galarian Moltres V here. Not too sure if it's going to be able to do much other than maybe become a target for an ultimate ray here. So I guess the game plan for Nemesis is to two-shot this Gengar VMAX.
Yes.
Using both an ADP and a Moltres V at this point.
Yes, he can't afford to use Altered Creation at this point. He needs to deal with the threat at hand because, again, ADP only has 1 attack off. Again, missing that switch, at this point, he could have been doing 180 damage and potentially taking 4 prizes, setting himself up to take 4 prizes if he didn't miss that switch. So again, such a critical turn. But again, let's see if Nemesis can really turn it around. I have to admire the way he's changing his plans here. Oh, there's a Cryogonal.
We see Cryogonal, yep. Talking about change of plans. Cryogonal makes a splash. I mean, knowing Nemesis right now, he's really looking through the options that he has in the deck. We've seen him, go through very costly discards earlier with Dede Change and Professor's Research, really using most of the resources in his deck. You look at his deck right now, it looks wafer thin at this point. But perhaps he has a game plan that we're not aware of yet. So Cryogonal comes down? Yes? No? Yes. The Cryogonal comes down. That's the one with Frozen Lock that locks item cards out from your opponent's hand. And that's a Crobat V or Dark Asset to draw 6 fresh cards. I believe Nemesis doesn't have any cards in hand right now.
Yes, very interesting to be playing the Crobat V here. I mean, it's good to get 6 cards, but you have to think about the Fear and Panic again. It should be enough to knock out without having to go for GMAX follow-up. That means Top Secret,
at this point.
Top Secret should be free to start powering up maybe a different Gengar at this point.
Yeah, I think at this point it's probably going to be a very easy Fear and Panic for the knockout on this ADP. We'll be seeing an Ultimate Ray here to put this Gengar VMAX in a 2-shot range. Yeah.
Yes.
So 150 damage, putting that Gengar at 170 damage right now, so 150 HP remaining, definitely within the attack range for an Aura Burn next turn. Is Nemesis getting any energies off that Ultimate Ray? I don't think so.
Oh no, does he not have enough anymore? We know he discarded a couple earlier, a couple of dark energies, but is there no access to even a water energy or a metal energy for the Moltres here?
Yep, probably going to be relying on Dire Flame Wings to get energy attached to the Moltres. But we see a Marnie here coming out, so Top Secret also being able to do some hand disruption of his own after getting reset stamped earlier. So a Marnie essentially refilling his hand with some resources, perhaps looking for more energy to attach to a bench Gengar V this time around. And there we see one of it coming from the single strike roar of the Houndoom.
Yes. It looks like he attached an impact energy to the active as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he's going for the GMAX swallow up instead this turn. which is interesting. It's interesting, definitely. It's a lot of damage, 290. But again, the fear and panic should be enough unless we are counting incorrectly.
Yeah, I think overall it would have been enough because 60 times 4, you have essentially 4 Vs and GXs in play. That would essentially be 240 base plus 20 for each single strike energy. That would be at 280. I don't see a big charm on the ADP at this point, so definitely not something that will come into play for Nemesis, unfortunately. So this should be a knockout regardless.
Yes. But that is a-okay because there is a Gengar on the bench already with 1 energy. So he is maybe just a single strike roar and an energy attachment again from really taking this entire game, being able to knock out anything on the board. I believe even then, even if this Galarian Moltres gets to attack this turn, it should be down to around 190 HP after that, and there is already 3 Pokemon VGX in play, so 1 single strike roar onto that Gengar should be able to clean it off, unless there is no more single strike energy in the deck.
Yeah, but then again, the single strike deck would run the Urn of Vitality, I believe, card that allows you to get 2 single strike energies from the discard pile back into the deck. So the synergy of the single strike deck, maybe not as great as the Fusion Strike deck with Fusion Strike system and all that, but it does carry its own weight, I believe.
Yes. I mean, it does hit a lot harder than the Fusion Strike decks, but again, it does. The single strike deck has so many things up its sleeve as well. I mean, this Gengar hits really hard. The Duraludon being able to wall as well, and just having an energy acceleration Pokemon from the deck too in Houndoom is so big.
Yep, we see an escape rope play. So I believe Top Secret is just going to promote his pivot, which is the Houndoom that has the air balloon attached to it.
Yes, that is pretty good. Maybe Nemesis here going for a stall type plan. Maybe he can go for a boss's orders on something and just go for a frozen lock and wait for Top Secret to deck out. That could be a possibility. But if Top Secret is promoting a pivot, he should be a-okay.
Yep, I think that's pretty much game there. Nemesis 88 just playing out his turn as best he could. Top Secret retreating here. Yeah, there was no stall play, unfortunately. I think Nemesis also probably ran out of boss's order at this point. We saw many get discarded. Maybe he only had 1 left in hand or deck. That would be a Fear and Panic or even a GMX Swallow for the knockout and for game. Top Secret taking 2 wins now in this series, putting Thailand up 2-1. Nemesis unfortunately not being able to pull one back for Malaysia to put Malaysia in the lead, unfortunately. And now it'll all go down to Malaysia's 3rd player to see whether or not they'll be able to edge out Team Thailand in this series. That was a very interesting match, Juancho. What do you think?
Yes, again, you have to give it up to Nemesis, though. Just really adjusting to the current scenario. Yes, he did miss out on the switch on the Zacian, which is very big. That can't keep a good Pokemon player down. He opted to just skip over the Ultimate Creation GX and go for the big Ultimate Ray to just really set up a knockout on the Gengar, which was very big. And again, it's just adjusting its plans. It's really a hallmark of a good Pokemon player. So I just have it to give it up to him.
For sure. And of course, we got to give it up also to Top Secret for being able to play that matchup, I would say perfectly, using Gengar VMAX to its fullest potential. Really using Fear and Panic, or causing Fear and Panic on that ADP deck, essentially. With all the Vs and GXs in play on Nemesis side of the field, Fear and Panic was dealing upwards of 240 damage at one point. So definitely didn't need that extra energy for the GMX Swallow up, but I believe at the end of the day, he picked out the win. He got the win anyhow, and he'll be taking Thailand into a 2-1 lead right now in this series. But right now, I'm really looking forward to see what would DC Lee bring to the table. We see Mew VMAX and Genesect V again from Team Malaysia, and DC Lee be the one that put a stop to this Duraludon Gengar single strike juggernaut at this point.
Yes. DC Lee, again, is playing a very interesting Mew VMAX deck. Yes, it is Mew VMAX at its core, but he does have a couple of tech cards. Something of note is that he is playing the Gengar and Mimikyu GX. I think this is the only Mew V deck that is playing the Gengar and Mimikyu, so at least it gives us access to the Horror House GX. Again, such a powerful attack. essentially buying you a turn, which is very interesting. Typically, Mew doesn't need that extra turn, but they'll take it when it can get it. As well as 4 Peony, and very important card here, Path to the Peak. Path to the Peak can shut off any Pokemon, the ability, and guess what Duraludon has? It is a Pokemon VMAX with an ability, so that is one way Mew can really pierce through the shield that is Duraludon VMAX.
For sure. I think overall, we're going to see a very interesting matchup. We have essentially a Mew VMAX with his own level of spice going up against, I think, is the spiciest deck right now in the top 4 of this tournament, which is the single strike Duraludon Gengar deck. So I like that you mentioned about the Path to the Peak. It's a card that we thought we'll see more play, considering that it shuts off a ton of decks in the format. It shuts off Genesect V, it shuts off, as you say, Duraludon V. There's so many cards in the format that are essentially impacted by Path to the Peak. But this is the first time we're probably seeing it on the deck list right now. Of course, we saw DC Lee earlier on in the tournament, or actually earlier on today, because we didn't see any of the other Malaysian players in day one. But why are other players not playing Path to the Peak? It should be a card that we see everywhere.
I think people are scared of the chaotic swell stadium, but then again, it's not Path to the Peak. Even if you're playing it, you don't expect it in a Mew VMAX deck, since Mew VMAX does depend a lot on the Genesect Fusion Strike system ability to draw. So it's very interesting here that, typically Mew is the one afraid of Path to the Peak, that DC Lee is just opting to embrace it and just play it himself.
That is true, and maybe he has something up his sleeve here, because he's also playing a card that we have not seen so far, or not even talked about, Rose Tower. A card essentially means that you could draw up to 3 cards in your hand. Interesting cards, interesting text. We also see a Tool Gemmer in his list, and beyond that, it seemed like a very straightforward Mew VMAX deck with its own level of spice in it. And let's see how far that spice goes in this potentially the last match of the series if DC Lee is unable to take this game against Top Secret.
Yes, we already know Top Secret being able to really control the Mew VMAX matchup, especially with the Duraludons and the Gengars. We see him start here. I believe he was able to quick ball for something. Let's see what he decides to grab here. And yes, it looks like if he's just going through his deck right now. Again, another hallmark of a great player, really memorizing what is in your deck and determining what's in your prizes. Looks like he's opting for some draw power with the Crobat V's Dark Asset. Again, Dark Asset allowing him to draw up to 6 cards. And let's see if he can play down anything else from his hand here.
Yep, I think overall he has an ideal starter in this matchup. He has a Duraludon V, which will be able to go to a Duraludon VMAX eventually. And then on the bench, you have Gengar VMAX or Gengar V waiting to turn to a Gengar VMAX and start taking knockouts on the Mew Vs that come about. So overall, the one thing that we want to see right now is really on doors.
And because he's playing the Battle VIP Pass, he's going to see a couple of them. Very, very big deck for Top Secret. Again, Battle VIP Pass only playable on the first turn, allowing him to look for 2 basic Pokemon, and those 2 basic Pokemon are his support Pokemon in the Houndour.
Yep, for sure. I think Battle VIP Pass, a card that we have seen in mainly the Genesect V, variants of decks. Obviously, Genesect V paired with Mew V for the most part, but we see here 4 copies of it in Top Secret's deck. And I have to say, Top Secret hasn't had a very strong tournament overall. He's had a couple of wins and a couple of losses here and there. But right now, I believe he's in quite a good position to go and sweep Team Malaysia at this point. This is a matchup that we could say is slightly favorable to the single strike deck if the setup is great. And right now, he's looking very comfortable with his setup on turn 1.
Yes, definitely. But again, we can't forget about the Mew VMAX. Just be able to put in the pressure. If it can trade knockouts with the Gengar deck, he can still pull ahead despite the dark weakness. Especially since he does play the Gengar GX, the Gengar Mimikyu GX, just to really buy him a turn. Maybe really interesting play he has here is he does play 4 Peony, so he has the option really to look for whatever he needs. Like, he could play the Peony first turn, get a Battle VIP Pass, and a Rose Tower. Again, you mentioned that stadium as well. The Rose Tower allowing you to draw up to 3 cards. Up to 3 cards. And if you play Peony, you have to discard your entire hand.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think overall, It's an interesting card to have. It also bumps the Tower of Darkness that Top Secret has in play, but the single strike deck is running 4 Tower of Darkness. So in any sort of Stadium War, that deck is going to come out on top.
Definitely. And we'll see here. Top Secret did get an energy attachment onto the Duraludon, which is really good. But let's see how DC Lee responds here. Again, he needs to respond with pure aggression. Just put in the pressure on this Duraludon V. In fact, if possible, if he can knock that out this turn, essentially taking out an energy from play, as well as its potential to turn into a VMAX, which may pose problems later, that would be very, very big.
That is true, and we've seen the Mew VMAX decks able to do that already multiple times this tournament. Most recently, DC Lee's teammate, Wayron, who was able to do a Melodious Echo for 210 damage on turn 1 itself. So definitely a possibility for this deck. It's super consistent. I don't believe the text that Wayron that DC Lee is running in his deck here is going to have too negative an impact. I believe it's still within the consistency of the overall deck that we see that we have grown to be accustomed to in Mew VMAX and Genesect V anyhow.
There we go. We see from the Battle VIP pass a Mew V and a Gengar and Mimikyu. Looks like Gengar on DC Lee's side right now. And again, this is another way to buy you some time. So you don't necessarily have to go the whole Meloetta and try and get the one-hit knockout right now. He can just switch into that Gengar, attach a Psychic Energy, and essentially say, you know what, I'll get it next turn. It's no problem.
That is true. And then we see both cards on display featured for you here today. Battle VIP Pass by both these players. I think it's the first time we've seen Battle VIP Pass played by both players on their first turn. I believe this entire tournament.
Possibly. And again, should be I'm sure a lot of people today are playing that Battle VIP Pass. It looks like DC Lee here going for that Peony and getting the Fog Crystal that gets him the Psychic Energy. If you notice, he had to discard a Fusion Strike Energy because he cannot attach that to Gengar and Mimikyu since it is not a Fusion Strike Pokemon. But Fog Crystal definitely helps him out there, and he's able to just get the Psychic Energy he needs. And then he also took a Alesso Sparkle for next turn, just so that is going to be his supporter of choice for the next turn. Hopefully he still has Fusion Strike Energies in his deck. He did have to discard one, and hopefully he doesn't draw into a couple, because Alesso Sparkle can only attach Fusion Strike Energy coming from the deck itself.
That is true. So I think a little nuance that has to be said here for everyone to really understand. The Impact Energy is not a single strike energy, unfortunately. So it does have a single strike tag on it, I should say. So the card type, or rather a card type that's single strike. So it's not really a single strike energy.
Gotcha. You're talking about it cannot be accelerated by the Houndoom, because Houndoom specifically can only accelerate the single strike energy.
Exactly. So the single strike energy being a name of a card versus the single strike card type. Essentially, a key difference here for a Pokemon card.
Definitely a little nuance there. And let's see what DC Lee has here. Another Battle VIP Pass. He already has 2 Genesects, a Mew, and a Meloetta in play. Let's see what he opts for. Possibly a second Mew, just in case here. Something to note of as well, Gengar has an attack on its own, being able to do 50 damage for each of the item cards in your opponent's hand, so that can also come into play here. Maybe Top Secret already has 5 items in his hand, or 5 trainer cards in his hand, and yeah, maybe Gengar can take the knockout, but it's a lot safer to just go with the Mew to get the knockout on the Duraludon, definitely.
Yep, that is true. We'll see whether or not this particular Whorehouse Jax would have an impact, or a meaningful impact on this game. It might just set Top Secret back 1 turn. That is the bare minimum for sure, because you can't attach any energy cards, you can't play any cards from your hand. But it could also mean that the follow-up Poltergeist gets more powerful, as you mentioned, because essentially you're stuck with all those cards in your hand. It could be item cards, it could be supporter cards, it could be trainer cards. As long as they're trainer cards, they will do damage to you later on. So Let's see what happens here.
Something that could come into play as well throughout this match is that yes, Mew VMAX is a VMAX Pokemon, essentially giving up 3 prizes. Maybe once a Mew VMAX goes down, DC Lee can respond back with Gengar and Mimikyu's attack. Because again, if you draw 3 prize cards and then you already have a hand as well, what are the chances that your hand is just filled with trainer cards?
That is true. And here we see Elisa Sparkle, so getting energy accelerated onto his board in the form of the Fusion Strike energy. We get 2 down here, 1 on the Mew V, 1 on the Meloetta.
Yes. Now he has to know if his last Fusion Strike energy is still in the deck, because he did power up a Meloetta, and right now Meloetta is only doing 140 damage because there's only 2 Fusion Strike energies in play. He needs at least 1 more if he chooses to attack with the Meloetta, and I think that would be very big if he can, because then you're only giving up a single prize Pokemon.
That is true, but he still needs at least a Vitality Band or a Power Tablet, I believe, because Duraludon V has 220 HP?
I believe so.
Yep, it is, yeah.
So a couple of things needed here for DC Lee. Let's see if he's able to find it. He does have 2 Fusion Strike systems to work with. We do see a switch. That's one way to get a Pokemon out at least. And going into Mew is fairly safe just because it really acts as a pivot. Again, the Mew card in general is just so good. It already has a couple of good attacks. There's an attack that goes through any ability, and it even has free retreat. You know?
Yep, one of the better cards in format for sure. I mean, and then evolves into something even better, which is a Mew VMAX.
Definitely. It even has like energy acceleration attack, and then also an attack to just heals itself like by going back into a deck. Just again, I think this Mew has it all. But here we go.
Someone really likes Mew when they're designing cards. I mean, someone really wants to give Mew the best attacks possible.
Definitely. See here. Oh, there's the power tablet that was needed. So now just a Mew VMAX and an energy does take a knockout on this Duraludon here. We'll have to see what DC Lee can pull out. And yes, looks like here, again, just DC Lee playing the power tablet. Again, power tablet increases the damage on Fusion Strike Pokemon attacks by 30. And right now, there is no attack in play, really, since there's no Mew VMAX, and the Meloetta on the bench doesn't have the third Fusion Strike energy. So that's something DC Lee definitely has to look for. But again, with 2 Fusion Strike systems in play, that should be no problem. And we're going to see the first one drawing up to 5, I believe, because Gengar and Mimikyu does not count as a Fusion Strike Pokemon.
Yep, for sure. I think at this point, it's probably the best setup that DC Lee has right now going for him. We really haven't gotten to see much from Top Secret yet, not because he couldn't play anything, but, well, I mean, you're not allowed to play anything thanks to Horror House GX anyway. So it's going to be interesting to see what he has coming up for him next.
Yep, looks like DC Lee quick balls away a quick ball, which is very interesting. That's not something you ideally like to do, especially since you have a couple of extra cards in your hand. It just goes to show he's really valuing whatever he has in his hand right now, because typically you want a quick ball away and discard something you can't really use, and you can really go down in hand size and try and draw into the good cards in your deck. But it looks like he's really valuing the 3 cards in his deck here. Maybe already has the energy or already has the VMAX in hand. We'll have to see here.
Yep, that is true. I think overall, again, using Fusion Strike system to really get you so many cards, so many options available to this deck. If I was Top Secret, I'm hoping that I had something like that to refill my hand every turn, obviously. Let's see, where do we go from here? So retreat into the Meloetta. I believe got the Fusion Strike energy. That will be 220 damage, 210 damage, plus 30 with the power tablet. So that's enough for sure. Take a knockout on Top Secret's Duraludon V.
Definitely looks like DC Lee taking the first 2 prizes of the game, thanks to his own Gengar really buying him a turn and really to set this all up there. And now Top Secret finally being able to play some guards, plays his own Gengar up, the Gengar for himself. And again, all he needs is to go into that VMAX, attach 1 energy, go into a Houndoom. Oh, double Houndoom. Very strong plays here. And a Dedenne.
So he actually had a very strong turn too. That Horror House GX essentially causing Top Secret to lose that 1 turn that would have gotten him so much going for him.
Yes, definitely. And I believe now we're about to see, yes, Top Secret had to endure a horror house, but DC Lee is about to see the fear and panic. And yeah, it looks like he draws a couple of cards here using the Tower of Darkness by discarding a single strike card. And again, all he needs is an energy here. He doesn't even need an energy because he can just go into the Houndoom. Looks like opting to discard a single strike energy for a using a quick ball, opting to get a Duraludon V here.
Yeah, I think maybe the game plan here for Top Secret is to eventually shift back into Duraludon VMAX. So let's see what happens. That's an Urn of Vitality. Okay, so discarding the single strike energy just so that you could return them back, because I believe there's one or two. We have two already in the discard, so the Urn of Vitality getting full value in that one play.
Definitely. If you're going to shuffle in some anyway, might as well make use of it. But let's see if Top Secret also has an attachment for turn, because maybe you don't want to put too much damage on the Gengar with a single strike roar, right? Because again, if you attach twice to Gengar, it brings it down to 280, and maybe Mew can reach that number.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now we really are starting to see the power of the single strike that come about. But is it a little too late though? Because DC Lee is in a very strong position if you consider the setup that he has. It really comes down to whether or not DC Lee is able to get a very strong turn in response to this turn by Top Secret.
I wouldn't think so. I think Top Secret still has the capability to come back here. Yes, DC Lee is up 2 prizes, but Top Secret does have the Gengar VMAX, and I don't think Mew can really get a one-hit knockout. He has to chain the boss's orders to take out this Gengar. And I mean, Top Secret, all he has to do is probably knock out a couple of Mews, and he should be all set here. But again, there is 40 damage on this Gengar now, making it that much easier for Mew to knock out. Let's see if that comes into play here.
Yep, that 40 damage essentially making that Gengar 280 hit points right now, and 280 doesn't seem like a lot, especially when you have Power Tablets, Vitality Band, so many options available to DC Lee for his deck.
Definitely, and looks like he gets an attachment onto the Duraludon V as well. That's the Impact Energy, and now we'll have to see what Gengar can do here. It looks like it's going to be a Fear and Panic for 600 damage. No.
A lot more than is required, that's for sure. You probably got knocked out 5 or 6 Meloetas at that stage right there.
Definitely.
Yep, so just for everyone at home, Meloetta is weak darkness, and of course Gengar VMAX here dealing how much damage was that? That is essentially
480, I believe.
480, yeah, I was going to say 240 times 2. So 240, 60 for each of the Vs or GXs on DC Lee's side of the field. There were 4 of them. So Meloetta, unfortunately, getting knocked out multiple times over.
Oh, excuse me. There is 2 single strike energies attached, so that's 280 times 2. That's actually around 560.
Yep.
So
yep,
big damage.
right there.
Might have been the biggest damage of the tournament, to be honest.
I think so too as well, because we're essentially having a Gengar VMAX powered up with the single strike energy and also dealing double damage. But let's see, DC Lee, what can you pull up? That's a Peony.
Ooh, Peony.
That is not a Peony. Okay,
a couple of power tablets.
Yep, for sure. Going back to hand though. Alright, so Peony is a play. Discarding a Psychic Energy, a Genesect, I think that was 2 Mews as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He does still have 1 bench space open, so I was wondering why he didn't opt to bench another Pokemon here.
That is true.
And yes, maybe fearing the Fear and Panic, but again, he doesn't need the bench space really, because it does hit for weakness anyway. But maybe saving the last spot for the Oricorio and just giving him that option to do glistening droplets, or maybe just the added protection could come in handy as well.
That is true. I think overall right now, DC Lee is looking for the VMAX, the Mew VMAX for sure. Maybe one of the 2 power tablets that he needs, and perhaps even a Weakness Guard energy, just in case Top Secret goes into, oh, hang on, there is no longer any Gengars on the side of the field. So no need for the Weakness Guard energy at this point.
I mean, Gengar still can come out of nowhere. With the Gengar V itself can knock out a Mew. So yeah, with the Pain Explosion 190
that
damage.
Is true.
So it could come into play, but I believe DC Lee was already attached for turn. So yeah, I believe he should just be looking for the power tablets. He needs 2, and as well as the Vitality Band to hit 280.
Yep, and getting his knockout here would put him in a very good position. He is essentially 1 prize away then from tying this series up once again to force us into a game 5 here between Malaysia and Thailand in this top, or I should say third place match decider.
Yes,
See
but
what
again,
happens
he
here.
has to find those cards, because if he misses the knockout on this Gengar VMAX, the Gengar VMAX gets the knockout on the Mew, essentially bringing Top Secret ahead in the prize race.
That is true, but then again, the Mew may not necessarily need to be in an active spot. You could always retreat back into the Meloetta. Meloetta not really a strong card anymore at this point after multiple Fusion Strike energies already hitting the bin. So it's still not all that gloomy, I should say, for DC Lee. It's highly probable that he gets the cards that he needs, though, with double Fusion Strike systems to work with.
Only drawing up to 4, though, you have to remember. There's only
That's true.
1 Mew, and yeah, there's only 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. Gets the Tool Jammer.
Okay,
Could
interesting.
could come into play just in case Top Secret opts to go into a pivot.
That is true.
Yeah, opting to get a Fog Crystal as well. Let's see if he decides to find a basic Pokemon or a basic energy here. And
Fails it. Maybe
yes,
no longer have any Mews?
Yeah, we did see him discard 2 Mew Vs earlier.
Mhm.
Maybe one is prize, or opting to just not find it.
That is true.
And again, it's a little bit of a tall order now. DC Lee needs to find 2 power tablets to get a knockout on the Gengar VMAX, especially since he already attached the Tool Jammer. I have to double check now if he even is playing the turn of the Vitality Band. He is playing a Vitality Band, but that is now out of the question since he did attach the Tool Jammer. And
Yep,
yes,
that is true. Let's see what happens here. He's essentially digging for... Okay, that's not too bad. Another Genesect Beer is good as well, allowing him to draw up to 5 cards now.
yes, but with only 3 cards in hand and hasn't played anything just yet, this next 2 cards specifically have to be double power tablet.
I believe one Power Tablet was played yet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I thought I saw it with the Incense, so
Yes.
he still needs 2 more.
Yes, exactly. He needs double power tablet in order to get the knockout, because Mew right now doing 240 damage. Gengar has 280. 1 power tablet brings it up to 270, and another one will bring it up to 300, which is enough to knock out the Gengar VMAX. So does he have it? I don't think he does. He may opt to just retreat here, but that does not help as well. He needs to do damage to the Gengar right now.
This is very unfortunate right now for DC Lee. I feel the game is slipping away slowly at this point.
Definitely. Let's see if Top Secret can respond here. All he needs is a boss to really take out the Mew VMAX and really sealing up the game here. He could also just take out the Meloetta, but I think that is not a meaningful knockout because it just brings him down to 4 prizes, still 2 attacks away from really winning the game. But again, even if he doesn't, he still should be in a very commanding lead, especially since DC Lee, I don't know if he still has 3 power tablets in play. So,
yeah, I think I counted 2 so far, so not really. But Top Secret just goes for the knockout, so no boss order, unfortunately. He does only run 2, so this deck is quite tight on space, running so many different types of Pokemon. So
yes.
only able to go for a knockout on the Meloetta, which was the play we mentioned about earlier. So now DC Lee has one more chance again to get it, and there it is. 2
There's
power
2.
tablets.
He needs 1 more.
One more.
That's interesting that he wasn't able to play that last turn. Maybe he top deck one of them just now, which is unfortunate. And a reset stamp could be very big here. But again, we know Top Secret's hand is not too good since he didn't play a supporter or attach an energy. I think he did attach an energy. But there we go. We see the reset stamp anyway, putting Top Secret's hand down to 4 here. And again, does DC Lee have 1 more power tablet? That could be the play here. Again, by the way, we did mention how the biggest attack of the game was 560. I'm pretty sure that record was just broken right now since there was 5. Oh no, it should be no. Yes, there was 5. There was 5V in play.
Oh yeah, it'd been more, wouldn't it?
Yes. So the record previously held by Top Secret was broken by Top Secret.
brilliantly done. So I think that would have been
Ooh.
340 and then 680, I believe. Oh, but here we go. So 3 power tablets.
And boss for next turn.
Exactly, DC Lee setting himself up for the game, taking 3 prizes here, bringing him down to 1 prize, and Top Secret probably doesn't have anything to respond to that. No reset stamp in his deck. He does have a Marnie. He needs to Marnie right now in order to stay in this game.
He needs to knock out the Mew VMAX this turn.
Oh yeah, for sure. Knocking out the Mew VMAX, as well as maybe getting that boss order out of the hand. But I don't see a way for him to do that right now because there's no Gengar at the moment, at least.
Yes. Again, he can still get a Gengar out of nowhere just by benching it and then doing the single strike roar twice. But this is where the Tool Jammer may come into play. That means Air Balloon is not a live card for Top Secret. Also,
that is true.
Maybe he can opt to just go into a Duraludon VMAX and just hit into the Mew and just wait. Right? There's also a weakness guard energy.
Wow.
So, yes, and we know that Top Secret is not playing a fan of waves, I believe. Yes.
No, there is not. No fan of waves. No way to get that Tool Gemma out as well from the active. So definitely promote the Duraludon. Yep. So he goes for the Duraludon here. I think that's the only play he could do at this point.
Yes, and he needs to find that Marnie. Wow, with just like that, DC Lee just coming back into the game. We thought it was over for him, but again, he planned it very meticulously. He knew he still had a couple of power tablets in the deck, so he opted to just retreat into the Meloetta and bide his time. Again, Top Secret not able to find that boss's orders for that turn was very, very big for DC Lee.
Exactly, and now we don't really see a Dedenne or anything like that coming down for Top Secret. I really hope that there's a Marnie somewhere in his hand right now because that's the only card that keeps him in the game at this point.
Definitely. And even then, even a Marnie, that is still 4 cards DC Lee is seeing, and he still has Genesect to try and draw into a boss's orders. So DC Lee just being in a absolutely great position right now. And even then, Top Secret doesn't even have the Duraludon VMAX just yet. So
that is true.
Yeah, this Duraludon could be... Well, there's no way to knock out the Duraludon because there's no more power tablets. So it goes down to 210 damage. It's not enough, but
that's true.
But still, that is sizable damage. But it would be better if it was a Duraludon VMAX, definitely.
Yep, for sure. That Skyscraper ability here, probably buying Top Secret multiple turns if he could get it to evolve. But right now, we don't see it at all. And I have to say, DC Lee probably has game in the back here. 1 boss order already in hand. No Marnie from Top Secret. That's probably game, set, and match for always a Professor's Ladder. So that's
Professor's Research, yes.
Yeah, sorry, Professor's Research, my bad. That's pretty much it, I believe, unless it's a play that we don't see right now.
There is. You can retreat the Duraludon into the Gengar here, and then use the Urn of Vitality, shuffling back in the single strike energy, and then knocking out the Mew.
With his weakness guard energy, you can get a knockout.
That is true.
So the only play was actually for the Marnie to come out that exact turn.
That is true.
And buying buying Top Secret 1 extra turn. Unfortunately, we don't see that, and it's game in the back here for DC Lee. We are likely going to a game 5 here.
Yes, looks like it. Glad to be able to see DC Lee really show his stuff. I know his Mew deck did not agree with him earlier today, but here we go, finally showcasing what it can do, tying it up for Malaysia and Thailand. But again, we're still going through the motions. The game's not quite over yet, but again, DC Lee with the boss in hand kind of just seals the deal there.
Yep, for sure. And I guess this is our 3rd game 5 in a row coming up next. I know I'm jumping a bit ahead, but I'm just excited to see more game 5s. And this time around, we won't see Vikavolt, unfortunately.
That is true. But again, just great showing for both these players. It really took us for a ride. For 1 minute, we were like, oh no, Top Secret has the game in the bag. But no, DC Lee with the expert plays, retreating the Mew into the Meloetta, buying himself 1 turn was the key here. And yes, unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Poltergeist from Gengar. That's kind of something I wanted to see. It would be very funny to see Gengar knock out a Gengar, to be honest. So
Oh, that is very true. We didn't get to see. We didn't get to see quite a few things, I guess. We didn't get to see our Galarian Zapdos V earlier today, but we didn't get to see the Poltergeist come to play. We also probably didn't get to see major Raihans coming out. We did see a few. What else did we not see? We saw a few reset stamps, which is always good to see. Very fun to see how players draw out of that. I think overall it's been an exciting game of their Pokemon.
And there we go. DC Lee's boss's orders really can boss anything up. Doesn't really matter. Anything on the bench right now can be knocked out. And for the last prize, and yeah, again, just DC Lee clawing it back. No, Mew is weak to darkness, but sometimes if you play it right, you can overcome the weakness here. He even has Path to the Peak right now. I'm not quite sure. So he could have hit into the Duraludon regardless. But again, all he needs to do here is use any attack, could be even a Max Miracle. Oh, wait. He has to find a retreat, doesn't he?
Yeah, I just realized he had to find a switch or some other card to get Mew back into the active. So a switch is the card that we need. We definitely jumped ahead a little bit there, not realizing that the Mew essentially has already attacked last turn with Techno Blast. So DC Lee needs to find a switch card here.
Yes. He has to find the switch card, and he played the Path to the Peak, stopping himself from drawing.
Oh no!
Oh no! Does he still have it? Does he still have something in his hand? Maybe he shouldn't have played that Path to the Peak. But we'll have to see here.
I think he was maybe trying to bring his hand size down low enough to draw cards with Fusion Strike system. We see probably a hand of 4 or 5 cards there. So playing the stadium, thinking that it's going to draw. Oh, hang on, maybe. Not sure now. Is there any way for there to be a switch right now?
I don't think so. He may just, again, we definitely did jump the gun here. The game is not over. Looks like DC Lee has to retreat into a Mew and pass. That might be the play here.
Or just pass. Or maybe, or just pass, because there's no way for a Gengar VMAX to do any damage, any sizable damage anyway, right? Because, oh, hang on, it's already been damaged somewhat by the Duraludon, so definitely should retreat, yeah, for sure.
Yes. Looks like he's opting to retreat to a Genesect, attaches the Vitality Band to the Genesect as well. And let's see if Top Secret can find the retreat here and take 2 prizes. Wow, with just like that, Top Secret's back in it. We're already talking about the next game. We're talking about how Malaysia ties it up, but it's not over for Top Secret.
So we will be seeing these players go into the final turns at this point.
No, it looks like we still have a couple of turns here.
Yep. The final turns for these players, yeah.
Yes. We'll see what can be played here. Looks like Top Secret was able to find the switch and get the knockout on the Genesect there. We'll have to see here. Time was called, but if DC Lee does get one more turn, he could still possibly end this game. We'll have to see here what is the call. But again, just amazing plays here. Again, we definitely jumped the gun there, thinking, yeah, all you need is the boss and you have it. But we have to remember Technoblast does have a downside. Technoblast meaning you cannot attack the next turn. But looks like DC Lee does get another turn.
It does have the boss. That's the boss needed. That's the game.
Yep, there you go. This time, Mew is well and rested up. Looks like it can boss up the Houndoom, and this time it can attack.
Exactly. And DC Lee now forced the game 5 here in this series between Malaysia and Thailand. Really taking it all the way here against Top Secret. Time had been called in the match. Overall, we're in for a treat. We are now at game number 5 between Malaysia and Thailand, as I mentioned. So, I mean, it was a back and forth matchup. We were not sure when it'll end. We thought it would end a little earlier, then it didn't.
Definitely a roller coaster of emotion there. We were already talking about the next match, about tying it up, but then we forget some of the key things in Pokemon. You have to read the effects of the attack, and Technoblast means you cannot attack the next turn. You have to find a switching card, and unfortunately, he didn't have it that turn, giving an opportunity. But then again, I think it was a little bit too far to come back
Yeah,
from.
I mean, overall, I felt that both players played to their outs the best that they could do. I think the card for that particular series or that particular match has to be the Gengar and Mimikyu Tag Team GX. And Horror House essentially buying that one turn that ECL needed to get set up, get the right knockouts. We saw him go for the Duraludon V very early on, preventing the momentum, I should say, from that single strike deck from getting rolling. And while with Hondooms and Gengars and Duraludon VMAXs, you can always claw back. He was just so far behind at that point for the Duraludon VMAX or even the Gengar VMAX to do any meaningful damage to the board for the Mew VMAX. So we will get to see a game 5 here at the final game of Malaysia versus Thailand. I think overall, we will now go into a very interesting matchup. We have the Vespa now back with ADP Moltres. And this is a matchup that we have seen a couple of times so far this tournament. Essentially the best deck in formats, one after the other, I should say.
Yes, definitely. Again, the Vespa playing the Galarian Moltres with the birds, Galarian Zapdos, but more importantly, Galarian Moltres V. The Vespa is playing a heavier count of the Galarian Moltres V, so that should come into play definitely. And more importantly, double fan of waves as well. This should be a very, very exciting match, especially for two very amazing players.
Yeah, for sure. I think the matchup overall is really down to who is able to get a strong start. We have seen ADPs use Alter Creation Jax as early as turn 1 multiple times now in this tournament. And of course, we have also seen Meadows Echo being done as early as turn 1 as well. So all these very aggressive starts from these decks, making a very exciting tournament overall, Wancho. Who do you give the edge to in this matchup?
I think I have to give it to the Vespa, just because he has a lot of outs for the Mew matchup. He is playing 4 Galarian Moltres V, which is a lot heavier than normal, as well as the Raihan. 2 Raihans really power them up. I don't think he needs the ADP in this matchup necessarily, and he actually has no access to do the Alter Creation turn 1 because he's not playing Zamazenta, not even playing a single energy switch. So, but we'll have to see how the Vespa really maneuvers this matchup, and if there's anyone that can do it, it should be the Vespa here.
Oh, sure. I think you're right about the fact that there will not be an Alter Creation Jax on turn 1 because we are running, or essentially the Vespa is running the list without Zacian or Zamazenta, no Metal Acceleration in the form of Metal Saucer. Just going for a very streamlined Galarian Moltres build. I personally like it as well, considering that it's a little bit more consistent overall. It might be the more superior form of the ADP deck in this tournament, but it really remains to be seen how this deck fares up against the Mew and Genesect deck overall. Obviously, with a Dark type attacker that can get going within a turn in some cases, or maybe 2 turns, I should say. It's going to be a very close match, but all coming down to whether or not that fan of waves and weakness guard energy come into play. So let's take a look at how these players go on. We see immediately a Galarian Moltres V in the active spot, a quick ball discarding a dark energy, exactly what you want to see if you're playing this deck right now. Does the Vespa go for ADP though? What do you think, Wancho?
I think he might be grabbing a second Galarian Moltres, and he does. Now the question is, where does the Dire Flame Wings go to? Because you can only use Dire Flame Wings 1 time per turn, so that you can only attach 1 Galarian Moltres. But he does opt to find an ADP as well anyway. Let's see where he decides to attach to in both cases here.
Yep, I think one card that might come to play that may force the ADP to actually have to attack here is that Oricorio, Lesson in Zeal. Because if we go down the path of having only Genesect Vs all up and around for DCD, you will need that extra 30 damage coming from ADP's Alter Creation Jax in order to take one-shots using your Galarian Moltres V. Something that I thought might be worth mentioning, but it remains to be seen what is the strategy that DCD employs here.
Definitely. Yeah, we'll have to see here. Maybe the safe play is to go both, right? Go both. Do both routes. Attach to the Moltres as well as attach to the ADP, because we know Moltres powers itself up anyway. So maybe just getting yourself ready for an altered creation, but then changing plans mid, depending on how DC Lee's board is, and just going to attack with the Moltres. So yeah, maybe not committing to any one play is the play.
Yep, I think so too. But we don't see the energy yet from the Vespa on the ADP. There is an air balloon, a
And
data change, discarding a escape rope as well as a dark energy.
yes,
I
the
would have
dark.
liked the escape rope to be played though, so pivoting into the Galarian Moltres V with the air balloon. But then again, there is the tool gemma, that pesky tool gemma in DC Lee's deck.
Yes, and again, Vespa did attach the energy and the air balloon this turn, so he actually has a couple of plans um, already in play. Maybe just opting to say, "I'm going to attack with the Moltres first, and I don't think you can knock it out. But if you do, I at least still have the air balloon on the bench."
Oh yeah, for sure. So let's see what happens here. I'm still waiting for an energy card onto that ADP, and I don't think we're gonna see it though.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have one just yet, but he does have a quick ball. He cannot use Dead Exchange again. Unfortunately, that is a once per turn ability. But Crobat B's dark asset is something that is accessible right now.
Yep, he does go ahead and grab on second today. So maybe for next turn.
Maybe he already has the energy in play and he's just setting up his hand for next turn. Because again, you cannot play that the Dead Exchange ability twice.
Exactly.
We'll have to see here what the Vespa has planned. Maybe he used a quick ball trying to get the Crobat, but then he realized it was prize because he is only playing one, and change of plans. Might as well just get a Detonate for next turn. And here we go. The Vespa thinking, where should I attach this energy? Should we go on a Moltres? Should I go aggressive and just try and get the knockout? Next turn, should I attach it to the ADP and opt for an altered creation? Or maybe I should attach it to a different Moltres, opting to hedge my energies, hedge my bets here. Looks like no, I'm going to attach to the active, committing to it, and saying, you know what? Next turn, I have an attack. You have to knock out my Galarian Moltres here.
Yeah, very interesting play. So foregoing the ADP totally here, but having to bench one anyway. So a bit of maybe a change of plans by the Vespa, realizing that, hey, if I'm going to go and win this match, I have to race against this Mew VMAX deck. And I fully support it. I think 190 damage up against the Genesect V. The only time where it's going to have a major, letdown here is that if we see that Oricorio come into play with Lessening Zeal.
Yes. I think here the target for the Galarian Moltres isn't the Genesect, though. If I was the Vespa, I would be opting to bosses orders any Mew that comes down
for sure,
with an energy. And yeah, but again, DC Lee does get the Battle VIP pass, so very, very strong start here. Let's see what he opts for. If you notice something as well, he attached the energy to the active because maybe he knows DC Lee is playing that Gengar and Mimikyu. And again, Gengar and Mimikyu stopping you from playing any cards from your hand. So if he already attached to the active, what can happen here is, yes, I can't attach from my hand, but how about if I attach from the discard pile with Dire Flame Wings?
Yep, that is a regular call out right there. That Horror House GX, not as effective as we saw in the game 4 of this series, obviously, because now there are 2 energies attached to that active Galarian Moltres V, and is ready to go and grab essentially a prize of any of the current Pokemon that DC Lee have in play, especially because there's no Oricorio yet to prevent 20 damage onto that Genesect V. So let's see what happens here. There is a Fog Crystal, probably netting DC Lee a Mew, I should say.
A Mew? Yes, second Mew. Definitely looks like he has 5 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. That means he can draw up to 5 cards with Fusion Strike system. Again, it is not out of the realm of possibility for DC Lee to get a knockout this turn on that Galarian Moltres, since he does play Alessa Sparkle and he has the power tablets. But again, I think his deck is built around using Peony instead, because he is playing a lower count of Alessa Sparkle, only opting for 2 here. So getting that off may be a little bit harder than normal, but we'll have to see if he can. He does have 2 Fusion Strike systems to work with, and potentially even 3 if he can find another Genesect here.
That is true. So maybe not the kind of deck that is going to run out with a very early Melodious Echo, but definitely a deck that can do it eventually. The question right now is, would the would DC Lee have a way to get an Oricorio onto the bench right now? Because otherwise, those Genesects are also going to go down in one hit as well, and the Vespa essentially will not need to boss up any Pokemon from the bench.
Yes, let's see if he can find the cards he needs. Again, he needs a couple. Yes, you mentioned the Oricorio maybe to protect the Genesect. There we go. We see a Battle VIP pass. Let's see what he decides to opt for. He can go the aggressive route, go for another Genesect to really draw into the Lesser Sparkle, or he can go the defensive route and have the Oricorio really protect his Genesects here. Either one sounds good, but it's up to DC Lee and what is in his hand. Looks like the answer is neither.
It's a fail search on the Bell VIP pass. Could the Oricorio be priced? I really don't know.
He could possibly have a second Battle VIP pass because again, you can only use Battle VIP passes on your first turn. However, if you do have a full bench, you can no longer play the Battle VIP pass. So maybe he has a second one or is contemplating draw. He might draw into a second one, and at least in this way, it still becomes a burnable card in your hand.
It remains to be seen what happens here for DC Lee. So we do see a Genesect V, so no Oricorio. I'm a little concerned here. I think the Vespa might be able to sweep this because attaching energy from the discard to Diaflame Wings, via Diaflame Wing on the active Moltres V would then also allow him to attach manually to the bench Moltres V, and that essentially gets him all set up to take multiple prizes already at this point.
Definitely. But I think DC Lee here was just opting for the more aggressive route of trying to go in Lesser Sparkle, especially since he already has the the Fatality Band on the Meloetta. But now that option is no longer possible. But he does have an energy attached to that Mew, and it is the Weakness Guard energy. So if I was the Vespa, I'd be trying to fish for a Boss's Orders right now to knock out that Mew before it can turn into the Mew VMAX, knocking out an energy from play, knocking out since it is a weakness energy, and as well as the potential from DC Lee here to get a knockout next turn.
That is true, and I almost caught you saying meme VMAX right there, Wanchu. I was like, hang on, was there a meme VMAX somewhere? But it's essentially a very, very strong turn from DC Lee, all things considered. It's just that he's not able to get any attacks in, and really no Oricorio as well to protect himself as well. So the Vespa now having oh wow, it's even an escape rope. So he's able to at least force a very awkward play here from DC Lee. Maybe just going with another Genesect for sure, but then the Vespa has more options available to him. Would he want to go for Alter Creation this time around? I don't believe he can. No, we can't. Sorry about that. He has no energy switch, no way to get additional energy. So just maybe a card to play and thin from his hand.
Yes, we do know he already has the Detonate in hand.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He was going to discard a card anyway, maybe opting to just play a card just because maybe DC Lee promotes a Mew for some reason. But there we go. We see an Oricorio hit the bench here, and there we go. A Detonate discarding, I believe that was an ADP and a Galarian Moltres, Galarian Zapdos.
Yeah, so the ADP and the Galarian Zapdos to the discard pile. No Galarian Zapdos for us this game, unfortunately, and I don't believe we'll be seeing it anymore in the tournament. Who knows? I'm just saying. But let's see what happens here now. I presume it's going to be a Diaflame Wings for a Dark Energy onto the Moltres. Yep, there's energy there. The Vespa has yet to attach an energy for turn from hand.
As well as not play a supporter. There's another Dark Energy. Now that Galarian Moltres is ready to attack next turn as well.
Exactly. It's starting to become a Galarian Moltres toolbox deck almost. Essentially all these supporting cards of cards like Dedenne and Oricorio, essentially just allowing the Vespa to play and set up multiple attackers as early as turn 2.
Definitely. At this point, an ADP is just taking a bench spot. And there we go. He does play the boss. He has it in his hand. He's thinking about it. And there we go. He's going to take it, taking the Mew and taking all the energy from play. And again, the Weakness Guard not putting any use here because, yes, it stops the weakness, but Mew only having 190 HP.
Exactly. So no Weakness Guard energy here protecting any of the Mews. So even though DC can evolve into a Mew VMAX on this Mew, he has to take a knockout on the Galarian Moltres V, which he probably can. But then there's another Galarian Moltres on the bench waiting to come into the active spot and attack.
Yes, definitely. DC Lee here has to be able to attach another weakness guard energy, has to play the Alessa Sparkle to accelerate energy, and then evolve into Mew VMAX as well to really make him put himself in a safer position. And we'll have to see if he can do that here.
Yep, it will be interesting overall. I'm just interested to see what happens to the chain of Galarian Moltres V. Will he get set up another one? I should think that there's 4 in the deck overall.
Yes, I believe so. He is just going to Dire Flame Wings a couple to the next one, and he can just easily bench a third one. And once one of them gets knocked out, he can even use Raihan to accelerate energy, which is very interesting. Looks like we see the attachment here. It is going to be the Fusion Strike energy. That means there is no weakness guard energy going to be played this turn.
Oh yes, that's for sure. So weakness guard energy not coming to play, not coming to any impact in this game right now. We saw one already get discarded when the Vespa took a knockout on the Mew V that was on the bench. I don't believe DC Lee has anything going for him this game. We are seeing a very awkward start here by this Mew VMAX deck, unfortunately for Team Malaysia.
I would not count him out. That's exactly what we said the previous game when he was facing also another dark deck, but DC Lee was able to pull that one out. So we'll have to see here.
That is true. That is true. And I think overall the text that he had in that particular match, the Path to the Peak, the Tool Gemmer, those cards came into play to eke out that win against a Duraludon Gengar single strike deck. But now we are up against, or essentially DC Lee is up against a whole different sort of challenge here. We do see a boss order to bring up a Dedenne. So maybe
stalling first.
Stalling, yeah. I think definitely a stall here, stall play. Perhaps hoping that the Vespa doesn't have access to a switch, or I believe it's not a switch for his deck. It's actually 2 escape ropes.
Ooh, okay. Escape ropes could be a play. Not the best play, to be honest, because then the DC Lee just promotes the Meloetta. So that could be interesting.
But I also have to note that there are 3 air balloons in the Vespa's deck. So do we see a Tool Gemmer coming out for DC Lee anytime soon? I don't believe we have seen it so far. It's not in his hand. It's probably going to try and dig for it. But then again, the Dedenne only has a single retreat cost anyway. So one energy attachment is enough.
Actually, there is a lot of options here for Vespa. Doesn't necessarily have to play any items. Just a simple attachment and retreat could do it here. Let's see what happens. Looks like DC Lee is playing a switch here onto a Genesect. Again, at this point, this is when we'd like to see the Oricorio really protect this Genesect, especially if you're hiding behind it.
That is true. We have yet to see it. Maybe it's prize, I do have to say, because DC Lee did burn a Bell VIP pass very early on earlier, maybe looking for the Oricorio and realizing that it's actually prized. So that is the card that would have really bought him an extra turn here, and unfortunately it's not available to him.
Yes, looks like that was a Fusion Strike system for 1 here, and unfortunately I don't think that was something he needed. And it looks like a pass for the Vespa. And again, all he needs is an energy, and he is playing 14. That is a lot of energy.
Say that again, Wancho. 14, not 4. 14 energy. We saw capture energy, 4 capture energy for Vikavolt decks earlier today, but now we see 14 energies in this ADP Moltres deck. I mean, granted, of course, it's a deck that really wants to use Ultimate Array, Dire Flame Wings, all these energy acceleration attacks and abilities, of course. So, well, we see a Viridian Forest come down, so that's probably the energy that the Vespa needs at this point.
Yes. And again, I wouldn't put him past him to just have the air balloon. Anyway, maybe putting that energy onto a Galarian Moltres just to set it up. Again, that energy, no matter what, is going to a Galarian Moltres because he is going to attach it to the Dedenne, going to retreat it. That means it goes to the discard pile. So Galarian Moltres can just go ahead and pick that up with Dire Flame Wings here.
Galarian Moltres is such a good card overall. We don't even get to see much of Zapdos or Articuno, but we see a ton of Galarian Moltres V. I'm excited to just play this card at my locals one of these days.
Yes, again, if you're up against Mew VMAX, definitely just play 4 Galarian Moltres. That's the deck in itself. Yes, you can play all these cards like Dedenne, 8 Arceus, Dialga Palkia, a Zapdos V, or a Choreo, but at the end of the day, it's just all you need is Galarian Moltres. It accelerates to itself. It has a pretty good attack. It's a deck onto itself, definitely.
Yep. And I also really like the tech which Team Malaysia brought in Nemesis deck as well. The baby Galarian Moltres also able to get energies down onto itself. So Galarian Moltres really doing a lot of work in this format. But there we go. We see another 2 prizes going to the Vespa. Aura Burn for the knockout, doing some damage to itself, but that's okay because I am up 4 prizes and you have not taken a single one.
Yes, it's not over quite yet. DC Lee can attach the weakness guard energy here, and that would mean Mew could take a hit essentially. And
That is true.
yeah, we'll have to see if he has it. However, now he only has 4 Fusion Strike 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, and that means Fusion Strike system only nets him up to 4. And if he's drawing 1 card here, does he get it?
It's also worth to note that we see 2 power tablets played here. Not the worst card to be playing, but if in any case the Vespa feels like he needs to buy a turn, that ADP becomes a very nice wall to just put up there while he sets up something on the bench if he needs to, especially if he can't find that fan of waves early on.
Definitely. Yes, I mean, at least that's one use of ADP in this matchup, right? It is 280 HP, a little bit higher than the Galarian Moltres.
Just a little bit higher, but still not up to match to the Mew VMAX with 310 hit points. Oh, that's not a weakness guard energy, it's a regular Fusion Strike energy.
Looks like he doesn't have it in his hand. Looks like another power tablet, a couple of energies, and a battle VIP.
Oh dear.
He can discard a card using the Viridian Forest to try and draw a little bit more if he finds it. Looks like he opts to attach the Psychic Energy. I think here he has to just retreat into the Meloetta to try it. He has to buy a couple of turns. Well, 1 turn specifically. Looks like he does get the Quick Ball here.
Yep, that is true. I'm hoping he's trying to dig through his deck to really get the I think a boss order at this point. No, I think the weakness guard energy has to be the card he grabs no matter what. And if he doesn't, well, then the Vespa is essentially just 1 boss order away from victory. Oh, of course, you can always just go for a boss on a Genesect V as well. So
yes, exactly. So again, DC Lee in a very, very tight spot. Unfortunately, he already did attach an energy 4 turns, so weakness guard energy is not an option for DC Lee.
Yep.
The only thing that keeps him up is that he does have that 1 Meloetta and that he can retreat to. But again, all Vespa needs is all he needs is a boss's orders for game.
Yep. Based on what we see right now, it's probably the Vespa's game to lose unless DC Lee is able to come up with something spectacular in the next couple of turns. We are, of course, in game number 5 between Malaysia and Thailand here in the 3rd place match. Winner essentially gets to say that they won the bronze in this tournament. We also still have the grand finals coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere even after this match. So let's see. So exactly the play that you mentioned, the Meloetta comes to the active spot, says that I'm just a 1 prizer, go after me if you'd like. But then again, it also just makes it so that the Vespa needs a boss order for the win here.
But do you see the amount of cards the Vespa has? It's a handful. Definitely. Let's see if one of those cards is the boss's orders for a game. If not, he can buy another. He can wait another turn for the game. He can just go Dire Flame Wings into another Galarian Moltres, and that means that the second Galarian Moltres should be powered up.
I just remember the card that I was about to talk about earlier, then I lost my train of thought. The reset stamp from DC Lee. We didn't see it. There was 1 of it in his deck, but it just wasn't making an appearance, unfortunately. And that was a card that could have maybe bought him a couple more turns, but then again, it's not something that it's just probably delaying the inevitable at this point. But let's see how that turns out, because the Vespa does not have the boss order at this point. That is the card that wins him the game and wins Team Thailand the entire series, putting that region in 3rd place at this tournament.
Definitely, definitely. If he doesn't have the boss's orders and is just opting to take a knockout on the Meloetta, that does bring him down to one prize. And maybe the reset stand play you mentioned earlier could come into play here. He could opt to just, he could opt to just, DC Lee could opt to just play the reset stamp, attach a weakness guard energy onto the Mew, take a knockout on the Moltres, and just go from there, possibly.
But then again, there's also an Oricorio on the bench for the Vespa. So any reset stamp to 1 would still mean at least 4 to 5 cards that he has to work with, though.
That is true. That is true. And it looks like the Vespa here finally grabbing that water energy. Could we see a late game altered creation?
Not sure what good it would do right now, but it would be interesting. It would actually mean that the Meloetta is no longer a wall, I should say. But then again, it's probably gonna go down now anyhow, so not something we need to overthink at this point. The Vespa does play multiple escape ropes. We don't see that here as well. So it's really probably a handful of resources, but resources that he doesn't need at this point of the game.
You'd think maybe he has a research in that hand or some sort of Marnie draw supporter, try and draw into the escape. It looks like he goes for a fan of waves. He was waiting.
Okay.
Maybe now he plays the research. Maybe he's waiting on his hand, really. Because, again, fan of waves allowing you to move a special energy from one of your opponent's Pokemon into the bottom of their deck. Essentially the weakness guard target. But since it makes me think, since he has played that this turn, he's opting to just research his hand at this point. Otherwise, I would have saved it. And
exactly, yeah. I mean, it's a very weird play if you're not going to go and research. The Vespa's is passing. Okay, so maybe he's trying to play around the reset stamp at this point. So a heads up play here, ensuring that, if you're going to reset stamp me right now, I'm still going to be able to draw 1 extra card. So not opting to knock out the Meloetta, forcing it to stay in the active, which is not too bad because DC Lee now has to find a way to get it out of the active.
Definitely. I believe the Vespa did ask DC Lee, how many Switch do you have in your deck?
Exactly. I caught that as well, and that's really interesting to see. Players really having a heads-up play beyond language barriers, beyond geographical barriers as well, essentially all knowing the language of Pokemon at this tournament.
Definitely. And again, just good sportsmanship for both players. Again, just DC Lee being able to respond to that simple question and showing him what he has in his discard pile earlier. And we do see DC Lee go for a Ioni, and let's see what he decides to find. Again, he not quite sure what he needs. He could opt for an attachment onto the Meloetta. Potentially, he could be like, if you're not going to knock it out, this Meloetta is about to attack at least. And that could be something. That definitely could be something. Attacking with the Meloetta, taking a prize eventually onto a Moltres could be something. But
that is true, but I don't think that's enough future energy. There's 2 I see in the deck. So his DC Lee has counted it out. So there's 2 left in the deck, I believe.
Yes, he did discard 2, I think, earlier. Looks like he's opting to just get a second Meloetta, maybe trying to draw as many cards as possible here. And yes, not quite sure what he's looking for in his deck. Maybe, he's looking for the weakness card energy, of course. Of course,
yeah. That's the one card that really, allows the Mew VMAX to stand up against an Aura Burn from the Galarian Moltres V. But I think the Vespa at this point is just really biding his time, hoping to top deck that boss order or the escape rope at this point.
Definitely. I think here, the DC Lee could actually go and attack, right? So if he's able to find the the weakness guard energy, he can attach it to the Mew and he can escape rope himself and possibly take a knockout that way this turn.
Well, I mean, escape rope against a Vespa would probably just bring up the ADP at this point, wouldn't it?
That is true, possibly. But
so there is the weakness guard energy down on the Mew VMAX. The Vespa giving out a deep sigh earlier, seeing that maybe the fan of waves would probably have served him better in his hand at this point, not being played 1 turn too early.
But we do know he plays 2 though.
That is true.
He possibly has a second one in his hand. Again, also something to note, there's only 2 minutes left in the clock, and there's the escape rope. Looks like the Vespa just opting to give DC Lee a detonate here, and yeah, we'll have to see if at least DC Lee does get 2 prizes. That means he is 2 knockouts away from taking this game. But yeah, it might be a little bit too late here.
I think so too. I think at this point the Vespa is just, one card away essentially, right? It's either a boss order or Fan of Waves to take the win and the series here for Team Thailand. DC Lee does have a very interesting chance, I should say. If it's able to, oh no, hang on, there is no longer any Mew VMAXs or Mew Vs essentially on the bench, so there's no way to switch between 2 Mews, trading hits. Unfortunately, this is going to be a rather unfortunate situation. After the peak comes in, so no Dive-Fling Wings for Galarian Moltres V, but also shutting off Fusion Strike system at this point.
Yes, looks like DC Lee here does get 2 prizes. And again, let's see if the Vespa has the second Fan of Waves in the hand. And we'll have to see here. Looks like he does have it. That's why he was very confident just playing the first one, since... Yes,
that is true.
Yeah, and there we go. We see here the Aura Burn attack should be enough to knock out the Mew VMAX. And man, what a set. The Vespa takes it for Team Thailand. But again, good job to DC Lee. Was able to make it very, very close, forcing the game 5 for us. And what an amazing match. It definitely was at some points back and forth. Yes, DC Lee was very at the back foot there, but that's what happened in the Gengar VMAX deck, right? And he was able to come back for that. But maybe for the ADP Moltres deck, maybe Moltres was a little bit too much.
It's a little too strong for sure. We didn't even need to see the ADP go off with Altercation GX. It was just purely a Galarian Moltres V with its supporting cast of cards. I'm just excited to be playing Galarian Moltres maybe. I think it's a very strong deck overall. It has access to Fan of Waves against the Weakness Guard energy. It has access to energy acceleration on itself. So props to Team Thailand and the Vespa for picking out the win here. But of course, commiserations to Team Malaysia, who end up 4th at this tournament. Of course, Thailand essentially winning that series 3 games to 2, finish in 3rd place. But that just means we are one step closer to the final match of this entire tournament. We've gone through multiple rounds of quarterfinals and semifinals, and now we are at the final juncture for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here at the Battle Festival Asia 2021. It's going to be Korea versus Hong Kong. It's going to be super interesting. We know for a fact that these 2 squads have really had commanding games in this tournament. But I'm just looking forward to seeing more Pokemon being played, Wancho. What do you think overall?
Definitely. If the past games were any indication to what the grand final has in store for us, it's going to be an absolute blast here. Korea versus Hong Kong. These are the best of the best. Again, champions on their own right. And now they're in the grand final. We're about to crown the champion of Battle Festival Asia. And I am so excited, Aaron. I cannot wait to see this match.
And I hope all of you at home are as excited as we are. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the grand finals, Korea versus Hong Kong at the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament at Battle Festival Asia 2021. See you real soon. Welcome back everyone to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament here. We are at the grand finals between Hong Kong versus Korea. With me here is Wancho. I'm Aaron. What's going on right now, my friend? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The grand final of the Battle Festival Pokemon TCG tournament. And it's Hong Kong against Korea. Some of the best players of their respective regions battling out to be the champion of champions here today. and I'm so excited to watch some Pokemon, to be honest. Whew.
Me too, my friend. You are excited, I'm excited. Let's really take a look at who's going to be playing up in game one. Again, this is essentially a King of the Hill format, so each of these players here are essentially going to try their best to win it for their respective teams. First up, we have Zhao from Hong Kong, who is piloting my favorite Pokemon, Vikavolt and Inteleon. We've seen a lot of great plays from Vikavolt, Juancho, especially today. How do you feel about seeing this deck right off the bat in this grand finals?
Who would have thought a stage 2 non-V, non-GX, non-tag team Pokemon would make it to the grand final stage of the Battle Festival Asia? It's absolutely amazing, and it's so much fun to watch. So I'm so excited for Zhao. I can't wait to see his match.
And up against Zhao Yue from the team opposing him, Team Korea, it's actually Krelkrok, who's piloting Ice Red Calyrex VMAX, as well as the Inteleon Rizal engine. This has been a deck that has been doing a lot this tournament, getting great wins throughout the day. I think overall Krelkrok has been piloting this deck to its maximum efficiency. It's going to be interesting to see how this deck performs as well against Vikavolt.
Yes, again, Ice Rider Calyrex is such an amazing deck, but most importantly, Krelkrok is an amazing player. He just seems to be able to pilot this deck so masterfully, knowing the inside and out, using every little bit at his disposal, like the Cryogonal, or knowing when to go into Suicune, and yes, just managing the entire deck so perfectly. It just seems to flow like water. It seems to run so fluidly, and I'm very excited to watch both these players play some Pokemon.
Flow like water. I like what you did there, my friend. Overall, it's going to be a game that we're going to be excited for, especially this is the fact it is game one in this series. Any of these players taking the lead here would mean that their team essentially take 2 more wins, and that's championship essentially. We've come all the way from each quarterfinal match through the semifinals and now at the grand finals. There's a lot on the line here for these players, and I'm just excited to see Vikavolt up against Ice Rider Calyrex right now. And here we are going in game number 1 in this grand final match.
Yes, it's so exciting. Again, so much pressure on these players. Yes, not only are they part of a 3-person team, 2 people really depending on you, you're also representing the region you're from. These are the best players from Korea, best players from Hong Kong, and again, I think so many people expecting the best out of the best, right?
For sure. I think overall it's going to be essentially tournament champions, as we said earlier, right? We know these players have gone through not just the tournament so far to get here, but also their respective local qualifiers. So we are essentially playing with the best players of their regions, and of course we have to say this entire tournament is being run in the remote setting, in the face of so many different obstacles in the world today, COVID and whatnot. But it's always great to see players coming together to play the game that we all love, the Pokemon trading card game.
Yes, definitely. And man, what a stage to play the Pokemon card game, right? In the grand final, but again, from the comfort of your own home.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And here we go. We see both players are set up. Both players have their starting Pokemon. Krelkrok setting up his prizes at the moment. I'm so nervous for both of these players. Let's see what they open up with. Hopefully, it's the most ideal start for both players here. And let's go. I believe we've never seen Ice Rider Calyrex go up against a Vikavolt deck just yet. This entire tournament.
I believe so. Yeah, we have not seen this particular matchup. It's going to be interesting regardless of what's going on, because it's a matchup that I believe can be down to these very minor increments for each of these decks, essentially, because we talk about the Vikavolt deck able to dish out 200 damage as early as turn 2 using the battery ability on the Charge Bug to allow an Electro Blaster on anything on the field. But then again, if we look at Krelkrok's deck, it's able to do 250 on turn 2 using Max Lens on the Ice Rider Calyrex, and also not forgetting, it also has access to Blizzard Rondo on the Suicune V as well.
Yes. An important note here, though, is that Krelkrok is only taking 1 prize for every time he attacks, whereas Zhao is potentially taking 2 or 3 if he gets a knockout, or if he could even choose down to target down the Sobbles with the Vikavolt Electro Blaster attack, since it does aim anywhere. And
Mhm.
another interesting thing in this matchup is, yes, the Pokemon V are a little bit bulkier. Suicune V has 210 damage, and Calyrex V, I believe, has 210 HP, while Calyrex V has 210 as well. Suicune V is actually weak to lightning here, so if it's
Ooh.
in the active, it actually does not survive a Electro Blaster attack. So that is something to watch out for as well here.
That is true, and also we got to think about the Mew, the bench barrier Mew that can come into play. Krellcroc does run one in his deck. That is the Mew that essentially means the Vikavolt is not able to snipe anything on the bench. It will have to go to the active. But then again, we did see Xiaoye win a match earlier today using the quick sniping Inteleon, or quick shooting Italian, I should say, that is able to take out the Mew in order to reactivate the sniping prowess of the Electro Blaster Vikavolt. But we're getting too ahead of ourselves right now, Wanchu. We're going all the way to, I guess, turn 3, 4, 5. In the sense, we are at turn 1. Talk about the turn 1 right now. How do you see this play set up?
Cool. Right now, Krellcroc does have an energy attachment on the Mew, which is very, very big, and was able to use the fleet-footed ability as well to get him an extra card. Also has 2 Sobble Down and an Ice Rider. Not a bad setup at all for the first turn, but it looks like Zhao has an equally good start here with the Sobble in the active and 1 Grubbin on the bench, as well as the capture energy, potentially finding him another Grubbin, and then he gets his best first attack here with the Keep Calling, finding him 3 rapid strike Pokemon.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. With so many styles, sometimes it's hard to keep track. We've talked about single strike, fusion strike, and now a rapid strike Sobble. But yes, I believe here he's still looking for the basic Pokemon to bench using the capture energy. Again, capture energy, if you attach it, not only do you get the benefit of having energy, you also are able to find a basic Pokemon to put on your bench. And Zhao here just really going through the deck. But again, very pro player move, knowing exactly what is in his prize cards by doing so. And yes, hopefully nothing too important.
That's right. I think overall, the Vikavolt deck is really looking forward to make sure that it has enough gas in the tank, I should say, in order to take out multiple knockouts. You mentioned, of course, the Pokemon V on Krellcroc's deck here essentially are a little beefier than what Xiaoye has had to play with. These are 210 hit point the Pokemon V, which may require sharp shooting or quick shooting Inteleon to reappear much sooner than expected. But of course, if you're going to go ahead and Electro Blast a Suicune V, that's going to be 400 damage, so definitely more than enough. I'm just a little concerned overall that the Suicune V will be up and running with a very powerful Blizzard Rondo as early as turn 2 here for Krellcroc, because if you look at the bench right now on each of these players, they are essentially having almost a full bench across both of their fields.
Definitely. However, again, you have to take into account that Krellcroc is only taking 1 prize a game, and Zhao has been maneuvering ADPs where his back was against the wall, and ADP was taking 2 prizes a turn. Zhao here essentially has 6 turns to eke out the win, potentially do around over 1,000 damage over those 6 turns, possibly. So again, as long as he can get the damage output consistently and be able to really stream those attacks or get the very key knockouts, I think he should be in a good spot. But if he's unable to do that because of the constant pressure that, yes, the Ice Rider Calyrex or the Suicune V provide, especially since they wouldn't need to even discard any energy, the Rite of the High King should do 160, which should be more than enough. I think Krellcroc could eke out the win here. Again, it's anyone's game here, especially since I'm so glad we got to see both of these players set up optimally.
Yep, for sure. I think we talk about setup. I think Krellcroc here has an optimal setup here with multiple energies already in play. I think the only thing that he's probably looking for right now is a Melanie to get more energies onto his attackers. But then again, if I look over at Zhao Yue's board, that setup right now is essentially just a few cards away from an Electro Blaster for 200 on the second turn. We've seen it multiple times already this tournament. Again, just to make a note, it is, after all, a team up on format. So cards from Team Up in the Sun and Moon era all the way up onto Fusion Strike, which is the latest set in Sword and Shield. And that's where we get the Charger Bug from. pairing it together with the Fusion Strike, Vikavolt from Fusion Strike set, I should say, allowing it to use Electro Blast for 200 damage. So I think overall, I agree with you on one point there. It's anyone's game at this point. We really have to see what sort of knockouts happen between these two players and whether or not they're able to stream the resources that they need to continuously attack against their opponents.
Definitely something to keep in note of as well is that Zhao has to depend on a stage 2 to really get the knockout. And there's only so many rare candies you have. He has to do this little dance where he has to rare candy something in the active, but maybe he has to evolve a charger like into the bench as well. Something like that. We'll have to see how Zhao really maneuvers this matchup, because Krelkrok here is about to take a knockout on a Sobble, which should be, yes, it is the first prize of the game, but looks like he's opting to draw first again with the fleet footing ability on the Suicune. And let's see what else Krelkrok has to play. Something of note as well, there is 2 Drizzles on the bench. Maybe Krelkrok plays his way to get multiple prize cards in one turn, but we'll have to see. Again, so many options, especially when both players are running the Inteleon engine, essentially giving them access to almost anything in their deck here. And
yeah, for sure. I was about to mention actually that one out that Krelkrok has is actually to use the Cryogonal to prevent the rare candy on this particular turn, but it seems that he's actually discarding that particular card, the Cryogonal, into the discard pile. Preferred to go for prize cards here by taking a knockout with Blizzard Rondo. But eventually, I would say if Krelkrok determines that there is essentially an opening for him to prevent a Vikavolt coming into play, he could easily shift into his second Cryogonal in his deck, which we know he runs 2 of, and then immediately slow down Zhao Ye from doing anything else for the rest of the game. It's these little things that happen in a Pokemon trading card game match that we probably need to look out for to see where are these players essentially heading towards in their game plan.
Definitely. Isn't that just the magic of Pokemon here? You get to choose what team member to really start attacking with. For Krelkrok, it could be either the Ice Rider, it could be Cryogonal, it could be Suicune, it could even be the Shady Dealings Inteleon, so it does have a pretty relevant attack doing 120 damage. And if you're able to put the Mew down, essentially you're only giving out 1 prize. So that also another route. So many routes. Unfortunately for Zhao, it looks like he's only going to be attacking with the Vikavolt. So, but sometimes that's enough as well.
Yep, I mean, if you're going to do 200 damage as early as turn 2, I don't mind it at all. I think in this case right now, he definitely wants to be able to get that rare candy into Vikavolt right away, and then using 2 Charger Bugs with the ability called Battery, essentially being the battery that fuels the Electro Blaster on that Vikavolt. But let's see if he's able to get that in the first place. We just see a lone Grubbin at the moment in the active spot. Of course, there's one more on the bench, but it's not an ideal situation if Zhao Ye is not able to get an attack off right now, because Krelkrok is already putting a timer on this game with that Suicune V.
Definitely. Again, it is a stage 2 deck. That means it is susceptible to a lot of possible bricking, right? Unless he can find a way to start getting some Shady Dealings, or maybe just having the Vikavolt in hand, he may be in a little trouble here. We do see, I think he has a level wall, so he may have at least one thing to work with. I think another key card we haven't talked about yet in this matchup that may be really, really big is your favorite card, Aaron, the Reset Stamp. Since both these players will go down to very low prizes, especially as the game progresses on, Reset Stamp on Zhao's end could be potentially debilitating, especially since he has to be able to set up stage 2 Pokemon.
That is true. I mean, overall, if you're having stage 2 Pokemon in your deck, you're running rare candies, you're running level balls, evolution incense, eventually those cards will clog up your hand or clog up your deck and may not be the cards you need to pull off the win, especially if you're going to be discarding Charger Bucks to fuel Electro Blaster every turn. You're hoping to get rescue carriers, of course. We saw 1 played already so far, so Zhao Ye definitely having only 3 more left. But a Reset Stamp coming up from Krelkrok might actually put a dent in the game plan for Zhao Ye eventually. Let's see if that comes into play. I don't see anything else at the moment from Zhao Ye. We just see a drizzle off that level wall. No Vikavolt yet. That is probably concerning, I think.
Yes, yes. With the Drizzle, he was able to grab an Erica's Hospitality, however, which will net him around 5 cards, and potentially he's just missing a couple of pieces. I can imagine he probably has at least some of the pieces. Looks like he had the Charger Bug, and there we go. We see the Erica's Hospitality drawing him 5 cards. Let's see if he gets the Vika Bolt here.
Yep, unfortunately having to use one of the charger bugs to evolve the bench grubbing, which I don't really mind at this point because you are essentially making sure that next turn, if this Vikavolt go down, probably will do eventually, that you have essentially no need for a rare candy to get your second Vikavolt up and running.
Definitely. You're calling the active a Vikavolt, but again, it's not yet. It's still a Grubbin. Zhao has to find the rare candy and the Vikavolt here if he wants to attack. And there we go. You are just using your crystal ball, getting ahead
I'm using my crystal ball right there. Yeah, I'm using my fog crystal to look into the future, to peer into the future to see that we will have a Vikavolt here on turn 2 from Xiaoye. But then again, will we see an Electro Blaster? All right,
Yes,
we have a communication, big card here, getting a charge bug. That's one. Another one. That's Evolution Instance. That will be 2. So it will be an Electro Blaster for 400 damage.
Yes.
Onto this Suicune V. Very unfortunate for poor old Suicune. Wizard Rondo getting 1 prize, getting fleet-footed, using fleet-footed twice to get 2 cards, but now going down to an Electro Blaster off an Electric Bug. Wow.
Definitely. That hitting for weakness is nice. So Zhao will go up 2 prizes here. Can Krell respond? Luckily, his response should be a lot easier. All he needs is a Melanie to really get an attack off, versus Zhao needs to get stage 2, double charger bug, all that stuff. But we'll have to see here. Sometimes you just don't really get the cards you need at the moment you need them. But with the shady dealings, I'm sure Krell will find a way here.
That is true. I think overall, it just sets the tone for the rest of the game right now that Xiaoye is technically in the lead, but Krell has a perfect response. All he needs now is an energy and a Melanie, and this Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX would take at least 2 prizes, I would think.
Oh, and by the way, we see a quick shooting Inteleon. Maybe this is, again, Krell's path to really taking multiple prizes. Maybe he'll start doing 20 damage to the Sobbles. No, but it looks like he's going to hit the Charger Bug instead. Maybe saying, hey, if you don't evolve this guy soon, I could take it down eventually. And there we go. We see on Scoop Up Net as well, picking up the entire Inteleon line there, putting it into his hand. That means he can evolve the Drizzile into the Inteleon again, do another 20 damage, as well as getting a Drizzile, really, and that is his way into a Melanie.
Yeah, I'm just not sure about that play going for the Charger Bug, considering that, next turn, if the Ice Red Calyrex is still inactive, it's probably going to get knocked out anyhow. But I'm not sure what Krell's plan here. Obviously, going for a Sobble is not all optimum as well, because Sobble will probably evolve into a Drizzile anyhow. But let's see how this goes. Of course, Charger Bug does have 80 hit points rather than the 90 on the Drizzile. So if Xiaoye does fail to get a Vikavolt next turn, that Charger Bug essentially is 1, maybe 2 turns away from getting knocked out.
Yes, if it only has 80 HP, then Krell could evolve the other Drizzile right now into the Inteleon and hit it for 40 again, and essentially getting knocked out next turn if possible. But we'll have to see here. There's the other another Sobble and another Ice Rider, and here we go, another level ball. What could he be looking for here?
Yep, it's really interesting that both these decks are running the Sobble, Drizzile, Inteleon engines respectively. Such a strong overall engine for the format right now.
Yep, and there you go. We see the bench barrier Mew go to the bench here. That means Zhao has no more access to doing damage on the bench. But at this point, I don't think he needs to do that anyway. I think he has to deal with the threat in the active, possibly 2-shotting it, going down to 1 prize. And again, we've seen him do this against the ADP as well, where he essentially tries to KO a VMAX, then just pings the Mew a couple of times until he can get that prize, essentially taking multiple prizes a turn himself. And since we do see the Mew a little bit early, if Zhao can put down the Inteleon next turn in a couple more turns, that Mew should be knocked out.
That is true. We did see it get knocked out as well in the early match by Xiaoye, if I'm not mistaken. Essentially making sure that the Electro Blaster is able to push through and get the ideal knockout. But then again, I believe it's very interesting to go for the quick shooting on the Charger Bug early and now go for the Sobble. So I think a change of plans here for Krelkrok. But it could also mean that he's probably trying to play around the fact that Zhao Yue might not bench another bench Pokemon, and that means the right at the hiking will not get the knockout. So I like the overall play, I guess. But knowing Zhao Yue, he wants to get another Grubbin down. He will play another Grubbin, I would think.
Definitely. And let's see here now if he can even get a Vikavolt in play. Again, he has to get a Vikavolt and double Charger Bug in one turn, and there's possibly a Vikavolt, possibly the Shady Dealings in Talion. Nope, just straight into the Vikavolt. Let's see, he maybe just has everything in his hand at this point. And
yes, seems like it. I mean, he's playing pretty quick, isn't he?
Yes, another thing of note, if he goes that route where he just has to do damage onto the Mew and do damage onto the active, essentially trying to take 4 prizes in one turn, that plays around reset stamp, because then at least he gets reset stamp to only 4 cards, not necessarily 1 or 2.
And we've seen that play happen as well by Zhao Yue, where he actually went ahead to do that on an ADP and a Mew earlier on in this series. If you missed that, you should go back and watch the coverage of the previous matches as well.
Yes, definitely. And again, Zhao here evolving into a Shady Dealings Drizzile. Let's see what he's able to find. I would assume he looks for at least one more Grubbin to try and evolve into a Vikavolt next turn. Or, yeah, I feel like that would be the most ideal thing. And let's see if he can find it. Maybe another Erica could really refill his hand as well. That wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, but I really favor going for the Grubbin, a guaranteed Grubbin, I would say, because at this point, if you don't get a Grubbin off that Erica, that you're down not having an attacker that can actually deal with the Ice Rider Calyrex in the next turn. But let's see whether or not we hit that. We get it essentially at this point. We're looking at Zhao Yue's hand. There is a scoop up net, so he does have an ability to reuse some of the Drizziles later. Here's a level ball. Grubbin, yeah, perfect. So Zhao Yue has deck working as intended at this point.
Definitely. But again, he's not going to be able to take any prizes this turn because the Mew is protecting the bench, and the Ice Rider Calyrex in the active has a ton of HP still. I wonder if that's going to throw a wrench in the plans. Maybe again, that means he's going down to a low hand size right now, and without any prize cards be taken to essentially refill the hand, will he be in any trouble? But there we go. We see the quick shooting Inteleon doing 20 damage to the Mew. Let's see.
Clutch. That is key right now for this matchup. Essentially putting Krelkrok on a specific, clock at this point, and also getting back the quick shooting Inteleon. Does he have ability to do it again? Yes, he does. So another ping for 20 on that Mew as well. I think this game is Zhao Yue's to lose at this point. He also attaches a water energy to the Grubbin, making so that next turn he only needs 1 Charger Bug and perhaps one of the other energies, maybe a capture energy or another water energy from his deck in order to get an attack off after, of course, getting a Vikavolt. So Zhao Yue, I'm impressed with how he's been playing this particular turn, especially really knowing exactly what the deck is supposed to do, playing to his maximum outs and really putting Krelkrok in a very awkward spot.
Yes, but again, something to keep in mind as well, Krelkrok does play the scoop up net. So yes, there is 40 damage on the Mew currently, but if he can find that scoop up net, really pick it up, put it back in the hand, essentially negating all the damage and putting it back down, or maybe not even putting it back down at all, that could possibly save him from this situation.
Well, I mean, you probably would want to put it back down, because if you would like to get this Ice Rider Calyrex to the bench and save on the bench, you will need that Mew to continuously be around. But then again, I'm not too sure what happens after that. It's so many moving parts at that point, right? Krelkrok probably wants to move into a fresh attacker at this point. Then again, he also may want to just let this Ice Rider Calyrex take the knockout and then set up something else on the bench instead. We know for a fact that he plays a second Ice Rider right now, I believe, on the bench.
Yes. Maybe trying to power that up. You're right. Maybe he needs to hide the active Ice Rider and then go into a completely fresh one. But yeah, he still has to take 4 prizes here. And this is just the power of the Vikavolt deck, just being a single prizer deck. Krelkrok here is 4 attacks from winning the game. He has to take 4 knockouts. And where's Zhao? He has game in 1.
game in one turn, taking 4 prizes, making himself also reset stamp proof at this stage. Of course, reset stamp still bringing down to 4 cards, but if I'm Zhao Yue, I wouldn't mind 4 cards compared to 1 at this stage.
Yes, definitely. And we just have to see if, again, yes, it is one attack, but is a one attack with a stage 2. That means that's a lot of parts that you need to have. And again, Krelkrock does have access to just maybe picking it up or putting a cape of toughness on a Mew, something we have never seen.
We didn't even think about it, right? That's something really interesting here.
And there we go. We see it. And that buys it a couple of turns here. And even then, yes, the Mew right now has around 110 HP. Even then, once it gets close to the 100 mark, Krelkrock can still just pick it up and worry about and put it back down. So we'll have to see what happens here. Very big play by Krelkrock.
Yep, very big play here, knowing exactly what he needs to do to keep that Mew alive. So essentially now the Mew has an effective HP of 100. And then again, it could easily be picked up with a scoop up net as well if Zhao Yue doesn't deal with it right away. But he definitely can, considering that there is still a scoop up net in Zhao Yue's deck. We've seen one already played so far. He will have to go for 3 consecutive quick shooting Inteleons in order for him to get the knockout on that Mew.
Sorry, not even then, because Mew has 110 HP.
Ooh, it's 60 plus 50. You are right. Yep.
And he actually goes for the boss's orders here on the quick shooting Inteleon, and I think opts to attack with the Ice Rider that is damaged, forcing Zhao to maybe go down to 1 prize and maybe baiting out the the reset stat.
That is interesting, of course, because I guess Krelkrock here knows that there's no way for Zhao Yue to actually recur that quick shooting Inteleon. There is essentially no way to get that card back from the discard pile. You can't get it through a rescue carrier, you can't get it through any other card. But yeah, I think that's a very interesting play. I think it might actually pay off here because now that Mew is essentially safe, whatever Zhao Yue would like to do essentially has to go up against the active Pokemon that Krelkrock puts up. And you see that on the bench, he's just getting ready a second Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX to go up against the Vikavolts.
Definitely, and I think, yes, Zhao still has access to a second quick shooting Inteleon, but that, again, with just 1 quick shooting, it's going to take him multiple turns. Possibly, it's honestly, I think, faster to just KO a Sobble with 3 quick shooting attacks rather than going for 4 on the Mew. But again, the Mew is the target here. Mew is the goal.
Yeah, I think at this point you still go for the Mew, hoping that you can eke out a knockout on that Mew, especially now that you are already invested in going for the knockout on this Ice Rider Calyrex anyway. So it's essentially just, I guess, a change of plans here for Zhao Yue, thanks to that very heads-up play by Krelkrock.
Yes, definitely. But here you go. Because you actually did not knock out the Vikavolt, the active, it gets another chance to attack, as well as since Zhao has another Vikavolt up and running as well with a rare candy Vikavolt. So those are 2 attackers that Krelkrock has to deal with, as well as I believe that's the quick shooting right there. Mew has 60 damage on it. I'm checking right now. Unfortunately, Zhao does not play a tool scrapper, so that Mew is here to stay.
Yep, no tool scrapper, no tool gem of any sort, no escape rope as well. This deck is all about dishing out Electro Blaster after Electro Blaster. No way to bring out an ideal Pokemon into the active spot for an easier knockout. And it's rather unfortunate here because now Krelkrock is probably holding the keys to this game. One reset stamp plus maybe a scoop up net would probably seal it for him here as well, because Zhao Yue has to be forced down to that 1 prize that no one would like to go down to, especially with reset stamp in format.
Definitely. But you notice the Vikavolt in the bench actually ready to attack as well. So even if Zhao gets reset stamp, he still has an attack next turn. It's just that after that could be a problem.
That is true.
Looks like here he grabs another Drizzile. Let's see what he opts to find. Looks like there's no bench space, however, for a Grubbin. Maybe try if you could set up 3 Grubbins or 3 Vikavolts, I think you would be in a pretty good spot. But here we go. Maybe that's exactly what he goes for, opting to pick up the quick shooting Inteleon, not only opening up a bench space, but as protecting as well, because we've seen Krellcroc here really boss them up. And yeah, there we go. It goes into the hand, and let's see what he decides to bench down.
Yeah, but I think overall, this is the play that probably would have won him the game if not for the Cape of Toughness coming down on that Mew on the bench for Krellcroc. I guess now going for another quick shooting Inteleon, so putting the timer on Krellcroc, you are now essentially 2 turns away from knocking out this Mew.
But again, the scoop up net could just put a wrench in those plans. And yeah, we'll have to see here what Krellcroc can do. Another thing of note, there's 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock here.
Oh, that is true.
This game may go into sudden death, and I don't know who I favor there.
You know who I favor for sure, but then again, we got to be fair to these players. I mean, they're playing brilliantly their respective decks. I think it's really going down to the wire here for sure. Xiaoye really powering through with Electro Blaster after Electro Blaster, but Krellcroc finding a very specific line of play that could get him the game here. Oh.
No, you can't use that.
You can't use that. Yeah, you can't. not right now. But but that's a Raihan.
Raihan, very interesting. At least the quick shooting on the bench should be a little safe, knowing that there's no boss coming.
But that just means that Krellcroc would go for, I guess, a scoop up net.
It has to be the scoop up net this turn, unless that Mew could go down in the next turn. We'll have to see what Krellcroc decides to grab here. And yeah, let's see. We know I think he played already 1 scoop up net. So maybe 1 is pricey. We know I'm looking at his list right now. Looks like he's playing 2 scoop up nets. Let's see if it's still in the deck at the moment.
Yep, I think I would go here for a reset stamp with the Raihan, or maybe right now with the Drizzle. Remains to be seen what he's going to go for.
Definitely. I mean, the reset stamp is also an option here. Maybe going reset stamp to 1. Maybe Xiao doesn't have access to getting a scoop up net himself, because I think he would need to get a scoop up net to do quick shooting twice.
I believe Zhao has already used both of his scoop up nets at this point.
In that case, the Mew should be safe this coming turn.
Oh, but there it is.
There's
scoop up net. Okay. So Mew is safe. Now it's all about whether or not Krellcroc is able to ensure Xiaoye is not going to 2-shot his Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yes. And yeah, Krellcroc still has to take around 3 prizes. He's going down to 2 this turn. If Zhao can attack with the Vikavolt and then set up another Vikavolt, essentially do 2 attacks, because he has the time to do that, he could still possibly take this game.
That is true. Then again, now I believe time is really being called here, but let's see how these players maneuver around their final turns. That's a reset stamp, putting Xiaoye down to 1 card.
Yes, very, very close here. Down to 1 card. That 1 card, so many cards alive here. A scoop up net, well, but scoop up net is there. I believe there's none left. A level ball is live. Evolution Incense is live. Drawing into Drizzle or into Helion is live. But again, because you are a stage 2 deck, you could also possibly draw into something like a Vikavolt or maybe a rare candy off 1. So we'll have to see here what that 1 card is. But again, I don't think there's a way for Zhao to really take a prize this coming turn.
Yep, I think at this point it's I really believe that time is probably being called here. I think so. It's very unlikely that these players are able to complete their matches, of course. But let's see, because if Zhao has 2 turns remaining, that is enough time to get the knockout on anything that Krellcroc sends up, because there's no space for another Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX. We don't only run 2 anyway, so there's definitely nothing left there. But Xiaoye has to set up another Robin. Question is there any chance to do so?
It may be tough, and we have to count as well how many Vikavolts has he played at this point.
That is true. I think this would be the 3rd one at this point, or maybe a 4th, I think. He has to be third. This is probably the fourth one because 4 prizes taken by Krelkrok, one of which was a Sobble. So this is the 4th Vikavolt at this point, which means that if the Ice Rider Calyrex is able to take a knockout here on this Vikavolt, there is really no way.
There's no way to attack again.
There's no way to attack again for Zhao Yue. There has to be some other play, but maybe he's going for the quick shooting onto the Ice Rider Calyrex. So what he needed right now is essentially energy onto that Inteleon.
Yes, exactly. And unfortunately, it looks like the active Vikavolt has a ton of energy attached to it. And yeah, it looks like we are going to a sudden death scenario here.
This is going to be interesting. I guess both these decks were essentially playing at their best, but it doesn't matter anymore. We're going straight into a sudden death situation here. Essentially, both players will reset up their entire decks again, draw 7 cards, but place only 1 prize card in the prize zone. Essentially, we are going down to the wire. The first player essentially to take a knockout wins the game and puts their team 1-0 up in this grand finals.
Definitely.
I was gonna ask you, who would you favor in this particular situation?
I think it has to be Ice Rider Calyrex, just because they have the potential to really attack turn 1 if they can really set up. And not only that, it may take Zhao at least 2 turns to really get an attack off. So I do favor that, but again, it all depends on who can go first here, who wins the coin flip, because that person has access to the reset stamp.
Oh, yep, definitely. I think overall it's going to be a true test of not just skill here, but definitely a test of who else has had their luck cut out for them. Okay, so Krelkrok actually mulligans here, so no basic for 1 in his hand. Zhao Yue gets 1 card in addition to the 7 he has to start off. That's good to see for sure.
Definitely. But again, who won the coin flip? Who is going first here?
There's one other thing I forgot to mention. Reset stamp to 1.
Yes. Again, the person going first has access to a reset stamp to 1. And if Krelkrok goes first, he also has access to just really getting an attachment off. Maybe just attachment to the Suicune. That should be good enough. And then next turn, get an attack off on anything on Zhao Yue's field, because there's nothing big enough to really take an attack after the first turn.
That is true. I think overall we are in a situation that both displays would rather not be in for sure, but it's something for all of us at home to enjoy at this point. Both these decks, strong decks in their own right in the full game of Pokemon, but now put up against the wall, having to take the first and only prize of this match in order to proceed down to the next game. I'm just excited to see what's going to happen here.
Definitely. Let's see if Krelkrok can finally open a Pokemon. Looks like he does here. And again, just 1 prize. Oh, it looks like he's trying to set up 6. Again, it's just 1 prize here for sudden death. And yes, looks like correcting it there, putting the prizes back on top of the deck. And here we go. The first game of the grand final is going to be decided by sudden death. First one to get a knockout. Let's see who goes first. Very, very big here. Looks like it's a Grubbin against a Suicune, but Suicune gets to go first.
Okay, so Zhao Yue here has to probably be very careful with his bench, because essentially the Blizzard Rondo will do damage based on the... Oh, there's a reset stamp to 1! Forget what I said, everyone. Forget what I said. It doesn't matter anymore.
That should be it.
that should be it.
I don't know how you set up a stage 2 deck with when you only have 1 card to really work with, as well as, again, Krelkrok was able to go first, and he has the Suicune in the active. All he has to do is attach the Suicune. He can bench 2 extra Pokemon himself, and that should be enough to knock out a Grubbin.
I'm just speechless here. He got that reset stamp off the fleet-footed ability from Suicune V as well. So it's just an energy and pass, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then Zhao Yue here has to...
Research?
Research?
Top deck Marnie,
Okay,
not too
for the
bad.
Marnie, okay, not too bad. It's still something.
Yes, but
But then
again,
again,
it's going to be tough.
I mean, Zhao Yue can't even bench a basic here, because 1 energy attachment to the Suicune would essentially mean the game. But Zhao Yue is going for it anyway. So he's saying, you know what, if you have energy, you win the game.
Yes, definitely. And let's see if he has it here. There you
And
go.
he has, there it is. Krelkrok has the energy, has the game in this regard. Blizzard Rondo for the knockout for 100 damage on that Grubbin. Unfortunately for Zarya, the run with Vikavolt ends here. I am so sad. But then again, well played to both these players for a grueling game one. We're only just getting started here in the grand finals and already a thriller of a match all the way to sudden death.
Yes, definitely. I mean, again, gotta give it to Zhao. He, even though he did get stabbed to one, he was still able to top deck a Marnie, find a couple of solvables, but it really just came down to who can go first. And since Suicune only needs 2 energy to attack, all he really needed to find was a second energy, and that is the most played card in your deck. You're most likely to find it, even if you get Marnie down to 4. But again, good job to both players. Again, very amazing games. That first game really came down to the wire. I honestly, if that game was played through, I'm not entirely sure who'd be the winner there either. So, but yeah, again, good job to both players, both champions. I'm very excited to see the next match.
For sure. We'll see how Krelkrok fares against the second player from Team Hong Kong. Of course, this is a King of the Hill match, so he remains in his spot, and he's going up against Neon, who is piloting Mew VMAX with Genesect B, the deck that we feel is the undisputable best deck in format. But let's see if it can take the game back for Team Hong Kong in this Grand Finals match at the Pokémon Battle Festival Asia 2021 tournament. I'm just excited to see more from Krelkrok, but I really have to see how this Mew VMAX set up, because we've seen it in the past. Mew VMAX has a full deck, is able to deal enormous amounts of damage from turn 1 thanks to that Mellow Weather. The main question here is, can Neon get that start? And will he be able to keep the momentum going essentially all the way through into the game?
Definitely. I think Neon has a pretty good chance here. I think he actually has the most consistent new deck in the entire tournament, really opting for the 4 Battle VIP Pass, 2 Peonies, and just all the Ball Surge, even Great Ball and Rotom Phone, opting just for pure consistency. Maybe not having those spicy techs like Gengar and Mimikyu or ADP, but sometimes what isn't broken doesn't need to be fixed, right?
That is true.
Yeah. Again, just a straight Mew, and it is very consistent enough to get him here into the grand finals. And let's see the game here.
Yep, looks like the players are just about to set up. I mean, just to refresh our memory as well, I believe Neon was also the player that 3-0 team Philippines in the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a player who has the right caliber and the skill set to try and win a game back for Team Hong Kong here in this grand finals.
Yes, again, but he's up against Krelkrok here, who has been just such a masterful Ice Rider player. But is the deck enough? We see the Craggle in the open here, and that is definitely the card that has won him games against the Genesect deck in the past. So I'm very, very glad to see it here.
Yep, I believe this is a card that might give Krelkrok the edge here. Frozen Lock, ensuring that your opponent can't play any item cards from their hand during the next turn. And we know for a fact the decks in this format, or essentially the decks in most Pokemon trading card game formats, essentially will run a large number of items just to get the deck ahead in the matches that it plays. Cards like Great Ball, Quick Ball, Battle VIP Pass, Power Tablets, these are all item cards.
Yes. So again, Neon here just playing all the items he can while he can, and gotta say, he's been playing some good ones. He was able to find a Mew off the Great Ball, has a Battle VIP Pass, and let's see what else he hasn't even drawn yet with a Fusion Strike system. He could still opt for maybe a Quick Ball for another Pokemon, or just maybe an Energy Attachment for this turn is all he needs. Energy Attachment on the Meloetta should be good, actually, because I don't think, well, Krelkrok could possibly attack first turn, but it's going to be a little bit hard.
Yeah, I believe based on the overall match right now, for a moment there, I thought Krelkrok just threw and passed, because that would be a very awkward situation. Neon would definitely relish the opportunity to donk this Diagonal, but I believe Neon went first, protecting, Krelkrok forward at one turn. But then again, we've seen donks before happen today and yesterday throughout this event, where a player going second just draws and passes and unfortunately that becomes the game, because knockouts just happen right after that in this very fast, very quick format.
Yes, but again, I hopefully that is not the case here. Hopefully,
Hopefully,
Ralph can
hopefully.
find something to bench so that we have a full game of Pokemon. And again, Neon just getting the full setup. I have to say, drops the Oricorio here, which is very big because if Krelkrox decides to attack with the Frozen Lock attack, it only does 10 damage. So 10 minus 20 is nothing, essentially doing no damage, only doing the item lock. So that might not be an option for Krelkrox here, or it could be. It just, again, it's a no damage option.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be an option regardless because as Krelkroc, you have a deck that requires a little bit more setup. You need, multiple Melanies in a row to get more energies into play. You are going to discard those energies with Max Lens anyway. So it's going to be a situation here where you want to be able to get your setup going. And in order to make sure that you are at parity going into your later turns, you need to set up an item lock in order for the Mew VMAX deck to slow down a little bit. Otherwise, I would put my money behind Neon to just run away with this game.
There you go. Neon does find an attachment for turn, but at least, wait, takes it back. Maybe decides to attach it to the Meloetta instead. Nope. Goes for the Mew instead and just showing the folks at home how many cards he has in his hand. Going down to 3, that means he can draw 2 cards off the Fusion Strike system here. He does have access to 1 more. And let's see if he decides to at least try and bench an extra Pokemon to try and draw the full 6. Looks like, yeah, again, just draws 2 here. I'm not quite sure what he needs to find. Possibly a switch card, and maybe another Mew. There's the other Mew. And
Okay.
yeah, it looks like he's fully set up here. Goes for a quick ball as well, just getting rid of the Meloetta. Very heads up play here, maybe expecting the item lock. So playing his hand down right now so that he can draw some cards later in the game.
Yep, for sure. I think getting out all those cards that you don't really need right now. I don't believe Neon needs anything else at this point. You don't need another Jetsack V, you don't need another Mew. Discarding that second Meloetta is also great at this point, just to ensure that you can draw more cards with Fusion Strike system in your full out terms, assuming
Yes.
you are Frozen Locked.
Yes. And yeah, I think Neon is setting himself for success. All he really needs next turn potentially is a Meloetta, really, to sorry, not Meloetta, the Alessa Sparkle. Just if he does get Frozen Lock, to be able to attach energy to the Meloetta, because again, under Frozen Lock you can't play items, but luckily you can play supporter cards, and that can accelerate some energy and potentially find an attack into the Cryogonal.
Yep, for sure. I think one card we missed was the Chaotic Swell. Not a card that will be actually very impactful this particular matchup because it's essentially a protection against Path to the Peak. A card that we thought we would see more of, especially because Mew VMAX is the undisputed best deck in format. But essentially the Chaotic Swell coming down, a card just thin from Neon's hand at this point, because Krelkroc doesn't run any stadiums at all.
That is true. That is true. Looks like that Chaotic Swell is just here to stay. That means the other Chaotic Swell in Neon's deck is essentially an inactive card for the rest of the game. And
yeah, that is true. We see a Capacious Bucket here for Krelkroc earlier. I believe now also having an Ice Red Calyrex V on the bench.
yes. It's just, we just have to check here where he decides to attach the energy then. I still think you're correct. We have to go for the Frozen Lock attack here. Even if it doesn't do any damage, it does stop Neon from from using any item, and potentially maybe not get an attack off this turn. I mean, the best attack Neon can do at this point would be a Melodious Echo to the active. This play essentially makes sure that your bench Shadow Rider Calyrex is safe from any attack.
Yep, I totally agree there. I think at this point, the one thing that I would like to see for Krelkroc is more Sobbles into play so that he has access to more results. Not sure if we touched on about it earlier on, but the attack from Sobble is actually a super good attack in terms of getting yourself set up. Keep Calling allows you to get more Sobbles into play because it gets you more Rapid Strike Pokemon. But in this scenario, unfortunately for Krelkroc, he can't afford to not get the Frozen Lock up. Otherwise, it will probably mean Neon runs away with this game as early as turn 2.
Yes, but that is a-okay. Yeah, you can't use Keep Calling, but Level Ball does get you another Sobble, And maybe he still hasn't played a supporter for the turn. Maybe he can refresh his hand somehow and draw into a couple more.
Yeah, that is true. Let's see what happens here for Krellcroc and Neon. I believe this game might be a very tight one, considering that if Krellcroc can stick this Cryogonal into the active for as long as possible, he might be able to get some setup going that could rival the huge setup that Neon is preparing for this Mew VMAX to start getting prizes. But then again, Illustra's Sparkle, one card essentially, which would accelerate energy onto the Meloetta to go for a Mellow's Echo for the knockout. Let's see if that comes into play as soon as the next turn.
Definitely looks like a big research here, discarding a lot of resources. I see a Water Energy and a couple of Pokemon.
I see a lot of very expensive cards. A lot of shiny stuff going into the discard pile. I mean, we got to enjoy Pokemon Trading Card Game for all its parts. The gameplay, the collectability of the cards. There's so much to enjoy about this game, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And here we go. We see a Pokemon Communication.
Yep.
Opting to put in a Sobble, actually. I would have thought that he would want to bench one, but let's see what he decides to find here. Maybe the Suicune? Yes, the Suicune. Looks like getting that ready as well. And let's see what else Krellcroc can muster up here.
The Suicune might come in clutch for him later on, because we've seen him use Suicune in conjunction with the one Cape of Toughness, making it so that it's one of the beefiest Pokemon on the field, and essentially forcing Neon to find the power tablets in order to take a one-shot on that Suicune. After all, it only gives up two prize cards compared to the 3 on the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Definitely. The Cape of Toughness ideal target is the Suicune, even though we did see Krellcroc attach it to a Mew early in the game. And there you go. He does attach it and goes for the Frozen Lock here.
Yeah, I think players just agreeing on the fact that there won't be any damage. It's just Frozen Lock for 0, but Neon can't play any items.
He can play down a Mew VMAX though. And here we go. Possibly the only Fusion Strike system for the turn, netting him 4 cards. Let's see if he can get anything. Again, if it is a handful of item cards, that is stopping him from really playing any card in his hand. Ideally, you draw into an energy or an energy or a supporter at least, just so that you can play your hand down. We do see an energy. It goes in onto the Mew VMAX. That means he can draw at least one more card. Let's see what he can find here.
Well, that's an interesting play overall. I believe he just went for that because he didn't feel confident of getting an Elisa Sparkle on that turn, and of course not wanting to extend energy onto the Meloetta, just in case it gets knocked out anyway. So I like the play overall, getting 2 energies onto the Mew VMAX, saying to Krellcroc, well, I can't play items, but I'm going to get my attacker ready anyway.
Yes, definitely. And again, here, Meloetta is just 1 energy away from retreating, really. A Psychic Energy would do it, or the Weakness Guard to retreat into the Mew and get an attack off. I think that is something Neon should be contemplating. Really, first one to put in pressure. You don't want to wait for the fact that, yes, okay, actually, there we go. Just
as you say it, right? The one that starts to pressure, and I believe it's Krellcroc that will get the first prize card of this game. I'm really supportive of this play because essentially you are breaking item lock, but you are going up 2 prize cards off the bat.
Actually, he's still going to keep item lock because he just attached the Water Energy to the Suicune.
Oh, you're right. I thought that was from previous turn. Yep, you're right. So essentially this is just to stall out Genesect V in the active because it has 2 retreat rather than the 1 on the Meloetta.
Yes. So in this case, I mentioned earlier that, well, Meloetta was 1 energy away from retreating. Genesect unfortunately needs 2. That means he needs to play less Sparkle and attach for the turn just to retreat. And looks like that is not the case. I think Neon is comfortable enough just waiting here for a knockout, possibly onto
I just
the
believe
Genesect.
Neon just passed as well. He just drew a card and passed, and Krellcroc now goes into his turn with a Melanie right off the bat straight away.
Yes. Very masterful play here. Now we have a Suicune ready and powered up. And honestly, he's in no rush. He can just keep this lock up, attach to the Ice Rider, and pass. Well, not pass, and keep the Frozen Lock up.
Don't pass when you are in this situation, Wancho. Passing right now would just mean giving Neon access to everything in his hand. And I believe it's going to be a handful of items at this point because Neon There's Drew and Pass, no energy attachments, no supporters. He could have gone for a boss order if he had it, maybe boss up the Ice Rider Calyrex V on the bench, but no, none of that at this point. So it's safe to assume that his hand is just full of items at this point.
Yes, yes, yes. And a very interesting play that Krellclaw could really go with here is just evolving into probably the quick shooting Inteleon. And then just since the Genesect is stuck in the active and not really attacking, he could just start doing 20 damage, probably to the Oricorio, and then take a prize that way. Again, he is in no rush at all. That Genesect is stuck in the active, no way at all to retreat. So yeah, I think Krellclaw now in a very, very good position thanks to our buddy Triagonal.
Yep, it is a card that has shown itself in multiple matches in this tournament so far. If you're not familiar with it, essentially it's an 80 HP Pokemon from the Sun and Moon era. We are, after all, playing in a team up on format, so Kyriel came back all the way from the sets in the Sun and Moon era, and its Frozen Lock attack for 1 water energy is able to do 10 damage usually, and then locks your opponents out of items. And right now, it's doing a masterclass of lock for Krellcroc and his deck.
Definitely, definitely. And yes, again, honestly, if this keeps up, we might just head into sudden death. I'm talking about sudden death already. It's just 16 minutes on the clock. But again, no damage has been dealt on either side of the field.
No damage done, no prize cards taken, lots of energy on, I would say lots of, still energy attachments coming out for both displays. I think overall, Krellcroc is fine with this for now because he's essentially setting up his attackers on the bench. But in a sudden death situation, you just gotta hand it to Neon here because the Mellow Weather is the card of choice. Going second essentially would mean that if we could get a knockout as soon as turn 1, but let's see how that turns out, whether or not Krellcroc allows this game to go into sudden death in the first place.
Definitely, definitely. I think, again, here, just a draw and pass from Neon and just going back to Krellclaw just fully in control of this game. I think at this point, you just go ahead and evolve into the Ice Rider Calyrex, attach another energy. That means you have 4 energy in play. Is it at this point you really start attacking? Or, it might be? We'll have to see here. He's thinking about it. Maybe I could use that extra turn. Maybe I could over attach to the Ice Rider Calyrex, wait until it has 4 energy attached, just to make sure I can ride over the High King a couple of times, and maybe just go for a boss for the game. And we'll have to see here if he has it. He's checking if he has energy in this card pile, maybe signaling he has a Melanie. And there we go. Looks like the lock is about to be broken here.
Yeah.
There's the Melanie attaching to the Ice Rider, drawing 3. We like to see the VMAX here just to keep that keep the Ice Rider safe, really.
That is true. I think overall, breaking the lock here does 2 things, right? It allows items to be played by Neon, but also puts the pressure on Neon as well, because Krellcroc is going to be taking the first prize cards of this game. I don't mind this. I believe maybe Krellcroc has the resources in hand, ready to rock and roll and start taking prize after prize. But of course, we just have to be a little wary about what Neon can do with the Mew VMAX deck.
Definitely, definitely. We already see 2 Fusion Strike energies in play. Something that could come into play is he could just play a lesser Sparkle that he is probably holding in his hand, or maybe just play down his hand full of items to really get a knockout on this Suicune. Again, if he gets at least 2 more Fusion Strike energies into play, that means he is doing 280 damage, more than enough to really knock out this Suicune and potentially even the Ice Rider the following turn.
Yep, sure. And then you see the Inteleon with shady dealings. It's great to see 2 different Inteleons from 2 different sets actually come together under the same Drizzle engine, essentially. Overall, it's an engine that we have seen in multiple decks now. We've seen it with Ice Rider Calyrex. We have seen it with Vikavolt in the previous game. What do you think overall about the engine, this particular engine in itself?
I absolutely love it. It's just such a powerful effect. Essentially, just for an evolution, you get to look for anything in your deck. There is a supporter card that does any trainer card from your deck. There is a supporter card that does that. It is Skyla, but again, that takes up your supporter for a turn. But again, just because you're evolving for the ability doesn't mean it ends there because you can evolve again for even more powerful ability and maybe even an attack. So it's so flexible and just a great support for any deck that could use it.
Yep, for sure. I think overall it's definitely been a game changer ever since the format required such a Pokemon to be in. Of course, it's not run in every deck. We don't see it in Mew VMAX because, of course, Mew has a different partner in Genesect V there on your screens there. But also, we have to talk about Suicune V right now being the card of choice for Krellcroc to start taking prizes. It also has an ability that boosts consistency for a bit. Fleet-footed allows you to draw a card if the Suicune V is in an active spot. And we just saw in game 1 earlier, spoiler alert, fleet-footed into a reset stamp to 1. Now, you're not sure what I'm talking about. You need to go and check out game 1 of this grand finals where Krellcroc came out on top against a Vikavolt deck that went the distance, of course. So let's see what is Krellcroc doing next. He's definitely having a much longer turn, a lot to do, a lot to set up, but it's going to be a Blizzard Rondo for the knockout.
And there you go. Neon probably breathing a sigh of relief. Yes, he did lose a Genesect, but he can finally play all the items in his hand here. Let's see what he has access to. Looks like he has a Great Ball.
Okay, Great Ball probably looking for a Mew VMAX at this point.
Or a second Genesect, because he did just lose one.
That is true. That is true. Against the Mew VMAX, okay. Not too bad. One of the two options that he was looking for.
Yes. And let's see what else he has in his hand. Again, it's probably a hand full of items. That means everything is playable.
Except Battle VIP Pass. That is the one item that he's hoping is not clogging up his hand at the moment. Let's see what happens here. Yep, I see a Rotom Phone as well.
Yeah,
another great ball. Okay.
Yes. I believe there was a power tablet as well. Maybe wanting to just hold on to that. I think I'd save the power tablets for when I have to deal with the Ice Rider. I'd like to deal with the Suicune really using Melodious Echo. Ideally.
Yep, that is true. That is true. Melodious Echo essentially capping out at 280 damage, which is more than enough to take out a Suicune V, who has an effective HP of 260 right now.
Yes. He goes for a Rotom Phone here. Very, very big here. Let's see if he can find anything that could be of use. Ideally, the Lesser Sparkle. And
we know his deck runs 3 Elisa Sparkle and 3 Boss Order. The Boss, not something he wants right now. The Peony, definitely not what he wants right now because his hand is full of cards. But maybe getting a Peony right now is not horrible if it's able to still get you the cards for the next turn. But then again, I agree with your point. It's probably best to not use the Power Tablet to take a knockout on the Suicune V. You want to save that when you have to go up against an Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Definitely. But again, if your back's against the wall and you need to take a knockout, that might just be the way here. And we'll have to see what Neon decides to do. Ideally again we'd be using Melodious Echo, but sometimes that is just not in the cards for you. But we'll have to see here. He goes for a switch, really just burning cards in his hand. There's a power tablet.
Okay, so the first power tablet probably needs another one to take a knockout here.
Yes. He needs at least 2 power tablets to take a knockout on the Suicune. Let's see if he finds it here. And again, that would be the worst case
there's
scenario.
A Peony. Yep.
There you go. Very big Peony.
Discarding, I believe, an Escape Rope, the Chaotic Swell, and 2 cards which I can't identify right now. Maybe a Mew V, which he doesn't want to bench.
Possibly 2 Mew Vs there. Because I would think he would like to get at least a second Genesect, because now he can't draw at all, right? He did play Peony, but he had to grab a power tablet and a quick ball to be used next turn. Because again, in order to use a quick ball, you have to discard a card. And I would think here you wouldn't want to discard the power tablet.
Yep, and going for the switch here, I think that's a smart play, essentially resetting his Mew VMAX that will be attacking right now. Because then again, we have to note that this is the only Mew VMAX with any energy attached to it. Neon essentially was not able to get a secondary attacker set up, but when you have switch, essentially you are able to go back into the same Mew VMAX to do another Technoblast the following turn.
Very interesting line of play there. Personally, I think I would have tried to find an Alessa Sparkle instead of the switch, because I think you could try and go for the knockout still on the Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX if you get the, again, double Fusion Strike energy. But again, it could be possible that maybe he doesn't have enough of those Fusion Strike energies in the deck at the moment, so maybe just opting for the switch there.
Maybe just making sure that he's able to get a knockout using the same Mew VMAX at this point. And then again, it also means that Elicit Sparkle is a card that he wouldn't mind drawing into after this. So it's not too bad, I would say. Having a switch makes it so that he is guaranteed an attack. Well, it remains to be seen right now what happens. But here is Cryogonal.
Oh boy.
Cryogonal.
Oh
You got a
boy.
switch. I'm going to show you a card that prevents you from playing that switch.
Yes. Man, what a Pokemon here. Just let's see what he opts for. It looks like a Raihan. You think he's just going for the item lock again, just essentially buying him a turn, especially since he's not going for a boss's orders. That could be the case. If he attacks here, that means this Mew can't attack this turn because there's no way to really get the switch, play the switch, I mean. So yeah, I think this is an okay attack here, as well as finding one card for next turn. I have to guess it is a boss's orders, maybe just going around the Genesect, but maybe Neon is also playing around that here. If you notice, he opting to just have one Genesect in play, so that means Velcroc has to at least go through one Mew here.
Yep, exactly. Which is not really ideal for Velcroc, I believe. It's going to be interesting how these players navigate the next turns, because we are down to the last 6 minutes. It may end up into another sudden death situation. I don't know. Chances are it might.
Yes,
We do see an energy onto the Mew VMAX. Do we see an Elisa Sparkle?
Yes, he
That is a
needs
card
to
we're gonna
draw
see.
it. He needs
Yep.
to draw it at this point. Only drawing 2 though, and it looks like I don't think he has it. We'll have to see it. No,
Hey,
he did draw
does. He slow rolled all of us.
it. He does have it here. That means he gets to attach 2 Fusion Strike energy, and Mew is doing 280 damage. He's also going to take down a Cryogonal down here, going down to 3 prizes. That means he is 1 VMAX knockout away from taking this game.
Exactly. And right now, the fact that it's only used 2 power tablets, I believe he still has enough to get a 1-hit knockout onto the the Ice Shadow Calyrex VMAX, pardon me. So there's still the option to do that in the next turn.
Definitely. We know he only used 2 power tablets earlier, and yeah, that means he just has to be able to draw it. And in order to use the power tablets, you have to be out of item lock. Luckily, I believe this is Croc's last Cryogonal. But it's done its job.
It's done its job. It's bought enough turns right now for Croc, but I'm not sure if it's done enough at this point, because we are essentially 1 VMAX knockout away from Neon, tying up the series 1-1, going into the next game of the Grand Finals. It's going to be an uphill battle for Croc for sure at this point. There is no way for an Ice Red Calyrex to get a one-shot onto a Mew VMAX. It's probable the only play to go for a boss's order onto that Genesect V, but then after that, where do you go? Neon might just choose not to play any more Genesects.
That is true here. Yeah, such a masterful play again by Neon, opting not to look for additional Genesects and forcing, again, Krelkroc to go through at least 1 Mew VMAX. Either that or go through Genesect and then Meloetta and then a Oricorio, which is not ideal at all. And again, since the Mew deck does need so little, this play is definitely possible. But we see here the quick shooting Inteleon, I think a little too late here, not quick enough. Oh, never mind, gets picked up and maybe opting to ping the Oricorio again here, maybe bringing it down to, it has 90 HP. It's gonna take a while to really get the knockout there. But
yeah, that is true. It's gonna be a few more turns before that becomes knockout, and of course, we will likely see. I'm putting my money behind a 1-hit knockout again coming up from Neon next turn. It is, after all, a deck that is so streamlined. It's burned through multiple resources already, getting out all the cards that it doesn't need to see. So 2 power tablets is all he needs to get a knockout. on this Ice Rider Calyrex VMAX.
Yes, 2 power tablets or 1 and a Vitality Band, and we know that. I'm sorry. Yes, that is exactly all he needs here. But a reset stamp down to 3. At least he still has 1 Genesect to draw out of that.
Yeah, 1 Genesect, which may be more than 1 eventually, but it's also a very awkward situation. If Krelkrok here could go for that Genesect V, that could be a way back for him, I think. Preventing preventing the Fusion Strike system, but you will send your Ice Rider Calyrex to pretty much almost a one-shot, essentially. It is a boss order, so okay. Yep, going for the play that I mentioned, going for the Genesect V. I'm asking Neon the question, are you confident enough to bench another Genesect right now?
I think I would be comfortable just attacking again with the Mew VMAX, just going for a Melodious Echo for 280. And in that point, there's nothing else. There's nothing else you need, right?
That is true.
You're doing 280 to the active Calyrex. You have knockout again next turn and onto anything on the field, because there's nothing that can withstand 280 damage on Krelkrok's side of the field. Was not able to set up a second Ice Rider Calyrex that could possibly take that damage again. 1 power tablet. That's
1 power tablet. All right.
That's 310.
Okay.
Alrighty. That. Oh my gosh. We're gonna see it again. We're gonna see the droplets attack.
Maybe, yeah. It's the only attack here that matters at this point. So Krelkrok, unfortunately, is up against an Oricorio that could win the game here for Neon. That ability, Lessons in Zeal coming in clutch, reducing damage. But now the attack, Glistening Droplets, I believe, will be able to take the game here for Neon. Krelkrok can do anything he likes to do. Unfortunately, there is no way to do it. Perhaps if he goes for a boss onto the Oricorio, that would mean that he forced Neon to have to bench a Genesect V at that point, but it's probably too little too late. A Mew VMAX will come in and probably just sweep that Suicune V as well. So yeah, I don't believe there's any way else to come back here for Krelkrok.
Yes, unfortunate. I think here, yeah, he can still retreat to a Suicune. That is definitely an option, and since Neon is still down to 3, that keeps Krelkrok in it. No, but then again,
nope, the Glistening Droplets. Glistening Droplets.
Yes, there is no running away here. We'll have to see what Neon decides to promote. If he promotes the Oricorio, actually, that could put a stop to the plan. But
why would he? He just goes into the Mew.
Another Mew VMAX.
Goes into the second Mew.
And yeah, looks like time has been called here. I believe we are at time. Let's see if Neon can close it out. Again, he has the capability to do it. It's just a matter of, do you see the attack on Oricorio again? Just
I'm sure he does. I'm sure it does. To get this far in the tournament, I'm sure that is a play that he would most likely do. I believe he was the one that did it as well against the Zacian V with the Cave of Toughness that Team Philippines had in the quarterfinal number 4. So he's definitely been here before using Glistening Droplets to take the prize and the win here.
Definitely. Maybe the path to Krelkrok's victory here is just to boss up the Oricorio and just pass from there.
Yeah, but he's already used his Melanie already to get the energy onto the Ice Rider Calyrex, I believe. So
yes,
boss, and I think it's just the players going through the motions here. Neon probably has this game all wrapped up if he goes for the attack. Obviously, maybe he might forget. I don't think so. He is a player that went for that, as I said, in the quarterfinals. You can see the smirk on his face right there. He's going to retreat into the fresh, Mew VMAX and goes for a Glistening Droplets for the knockout. And this plays great to see the sportsmanship between them, enjoying a brief chat about their game. But it is Neon that takes the final 3 prizes required. Tie the series up for Hong Kong 1-1 against Korea. Krelkrok did his level best. Diagonal did his level best, but unfortunately, We are going to see game 3 now after this between Hong Kong and Korea. Neon progressing on in this King of the Hill format. Oncho, what do you think of that match overall?
I think we have to rename the deck now. It's not Mew Genesect, it's Oricorio. Oricorio has taken 2 games here in Battle Festival Asia. And again, it just shows the versatility of the Mew really being able to copy any Fusion Strike attack. And again, it's only had 1 set. We've only had 1 set with Fusion Strike. I think it only gets better as more Fusion Strike Pokemon get introduced to the Pokemon TCG. But right now, being able to copy something like Glistening Droplets to end a game, that was so big. And again, such a masterful play from Neon. Just opting to not bench any more Genesects, realizing he has everything he needs on the field to really close out that game.
That is true. And now we will see Neon progressing on to game number 3. And up against Neon would be the next player from Team Korea. And it is Seongrul, who is also piloting Mew VMAX and Genesect V. It's going to be interesting to see which of these 2 decks essentially come up on top. Seongrul, of course, piloting his own version of the deck. We do see a lot of similarities between the 2 players. But one thing that sticks out, for Pokegear 3.0 in Seongrul's version of the Mew Genesect deck.
Okay, I know I mentioned earlier that I was calling Neon's version of Mew probably the most consistent version, but Seongrul is going to definitely challenge him there. For Pokegear, definitely adds so much consistency in the Mew VMAX deck. And he, not only that, plays 4 Pokegear, and you would think he would have probably had to sacrifice maybe a Rotom Phone or something like that. But no, there's still the Rotom Phone, still the Great Balls, still the Quick Ball, Battle VIP passes. Again, he fit everything into this deck, even a Pokemon communication. This is one consistent deck. We'd have to see who's going to be able to set up here, who's going to be able to take the first knockout. It's going to be big.
Definitely. We will now see which of these Mew VMAX decks come out on top here at the grand finals of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Tournament at Battle Festival Asia 2021. I'm excited to see this mirror match. Obviously, it is, after all, the decks which we believe to be the best deck in format. It is an extended format, more so than what we are used to. It is team up on, but these decks have been consistent regardless of that change in format. We are now seeing it in the grand finals, piloted by 2 of the players representing their regions, Neon versus Seongrul. Both these players essentially bringing what they believe to be the best deck for their playstyles as well. It really comes down to who's able to get the first knockouts and consistently get the next knockouts after that.
Definitely. There is some new ones though in the Mew mirror. I'm not quite sure how many we've seen lately, but it's actually the first person to get a meaningful knockout. So ideally here, if you are going second, sometimes that does put you an advantage in the new matchup, because you can go for a Melodious Echo for 210 and take 2 prizes. But if you're doing 210 damage to something like a Meloetta, you're only taking 1, and that doesn't feel like a meaningful knockout. That's why you've seen a lot of Mew players really opt for the escape rope, really forcing you into probably promoting either a Mew or a Genesect to take the first 2 prizes. But there again, there are plays to play around. There are plays to play around that as well, since you can possibly bench multiple single prize Pokemon to really play around that. So we'll have to see. Again, there's a lot of nuance in the mirror, and we'll have to see it play out here, especially since looks like Neon and Seongrul did start out with the optimal starter, the Mew V, just acting as a pivot here. And we'll have to see if Seongrul is able to find the Battle VIP Best. There we go. And we also see him play, again, what I mentioned, the double single prizer. That means he is safe from any escape rope plays that Neon could do.
Yep, no escape rope shenanigans coming out for Neon against Seongrul for sure, now that there are 2 Meloettas on the bench. But 2 Meloettas on the bench does mean that he does limit himself to the number of Fusion Strike systems that he can use in this turn. Not horrible, I would say. It does protect you a little bit, but it does set you up for a very awkward, early to mid game. The fact that there's going to be 2 Meloettas, chances are neither of them might get knocked out at all. So you're going to essentially attribute 2 of your spaces in the game to Meloetta. But let's see what happens now. Seongrul getting a reset stamp 6. Was it a reset stamp? Yeah, it is a reset stamp 6 for against Neon. maybe just trying to thin his hand down as much as possible for his first Fusion Strike system of the match.
Definitely, I think just a good card to get out of the way, since we know Reset Set is not that effective here ag- against Neon. And again, that is something that is very interesting in this matchup. In this format, actually, typically when you're playing the Pokemon card game in the standard format, you don't bench anything, right? You don't bench anything because why not? You're most likely going to be able to play it. You can't play Marnie on the first turn. Your hand is probably safe. But again, here, what if Neon had the Genesect already in hand but opted not to play it? Um, Now they're shuffled back into the deck, and yeah, but again, it's more of just getting it out of your hand. It's an item that doesn't really matter in this matchup, so it's just another burner. And I would think, you mentioned earlier, what if there would be two Meloettas stuck in the field? I would think at some point Songro is going to be attacking with the Meloettas, and if he can get to that point, that would be perfectly okay that there's two Meloettas.
That is true. I think overall, both these players are thinking about what are the possible situations that they will be in. I believe Songrul here benching double Meloettas, thinking that it will come into play later on, ensuring that there's no weird escape rope shenanigans as we mentioned earlier. But also because Meloetta essentially is a card that you can, yep, exactly what I was going to say. You can put it up against uh, a turn one Melodious Echo and not have an issue having it go down, because you are essentially trying to force Neon into a weird price exchange. Yes, you go get a knockout, but again, as you said, not a meaningful knockout whatsoever. And yet, Songrul will have access to his own Melodious Echo on his turn too.
Yes, definitely. I think Songrul putting himself in a very, very good position here. If Neon opts to not even knock out the Meloetta, that should be a-okay. That means Songrul gets the first knockout of the game. If the Meloetta does get knocked out, it opens up a bench space for Songrul. And again, he loses one prize, but again, it's a single prizer with no energy versus what Songrul could probably take out a Meloetta with 2 energy, or potentially even boss up a Mew with 1 energy and take the knockout there. Again, just be going first here and doing the most optimal play, really opening up the possibilities for Songrul here.
Yeah, for sure. Now we'll see whether Neon is able to get anything going. We see a discard of the Bench Barrier Mew, not a card that will come into play this particular format or this particular matchup, obviously, because there's no sniping attacks going on. Of course, the Oricorio is not really a snipe attack. It's essentially putting damage counters. A very little nuance that needs to be, needs to be said.
Yes, definitely. There is no counterplay to the Oricorio deck.
Definitely. The Oricorio V deck is essentially not the deck that we're talking about right now, obviously. But it's interesting to see that, a little Oricorio deck is essentially winning games for Mew in this grand finals.
Definitely. It looks like, what is happening here? It looks like an Alessa Sparkle to 2 Genesects, if I'm not mistaken. That is a different route. Definitely interesting plays here by Neon. I wonder what he's opting for.
That is an interesting play for sure. Well, let's see what Neon's going for. Maybe he's looking to spread out his energies to ensure that any knockout that Songrul takes next turn doesn't set him back on energy attachments. Maybe that's the play from Neon here, because he realizes that going after this Meloetta is not the right play. So perhaps he's trying to spread out his energy. And of course, we have to note, the Genesect V is able to attack on its own as well, because Fusion Strike energy does provide metal energy for the requirement of the attack. So not too shabby on its own as well.
That is true. I think I may have figured out what Neon is planning. Maybe he's opting for a energy mix this turn and attaching a Fusion Strike to the bench Mew and just really spreading out all the Fusion Strike energy, like you said, and maybe trying to go for a big 280 Melodious Echo on a Mew VMAX potentially.
That is true, but of course that also assumes that his active Mew, he would survive the next turn. I'm not sure if Songrul has anything to say about that, because I believe if you put a Mew V right there for the taking, any Mew VMAX player would want to take that out as soon as possible, especially when you have an energy attachment to it.
Yeah, but it's a good thing. Again, I mentioned earlier that Mew V does have an attack, the Energy Mix attack, an Energy Acceleration attack, so he can actually attach an energy to that Mew. So it's essentially a mirror right there.
That is true.
So it
That is
doesn't
true.
matter which Mew goes down here because they're essentially the same.
And I believe both the psychic energies here are the basic psychic energies, correct me if I'm wrong, because that is huge for Neon, essentially protecting both of his Fusion Strike energies on the Genesect V, but ensuring that the Mews are still able to attack the next turn with a single energy attachment. So I like this play overall. It's a very heads-up play, assuming Seongrul would have an ideal knockout, but then again, what is an ideal knockout when there's so many to choose from?
Definitely. There's so many energies on Neon's side of the field here. And if Songkral decides to chase down a Fusion Strike energy, that means he's knocking out a Genesect. But if he decides to knock out a Mew, that means there's 2 Fusion Strike energies in play. And that is a little bit risky. We see here an Alessa Sparkle. And I think this is the right play to go in. Maybe not put your Mew VMAX in harm's way and just depend on the Meloetta to really get the knockout.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall it's going to be a very exciting mid game for this particular matchup. We are going to see, I think, a Mew VMAX slugfest at this point. Who's going to go for the right attacks? Who's going to go up the price trade? I'm excited to just see what's going to happen right now, because I'm just not going to give myself any preparation of what might happen. Let's just see how these players navigate the situation, because essentially it's a crazy situation to be in for sure.
Definitely. But I think I have to give the advantage here to Songkral just because he is attacking with a single prizer Pokemon right now. And Neon has to be able to deal with it, or else it is doing more damage. Or he could opt to boss orders a bench Mew, try and knock that out. That could definitely be a possibility as well. But yes, again, there's so many counterplay. It's so interesting here that these decks are completely similar, right? Almost card for card, minus a couple of trainers, but you can see here how 2 players are playing it very differently.
Yep, exactly. And we do see Songkral take 2 prizes here, knocking out that Mew V inactive that Neon had up there. But now we go to a very, very interesting situation for Neon. What is his play? So it looks like he's going to go for an energy attachment. That's the weakness card energy, not an energy that will... Oh, sorry, that could be the Fusion Strike energy, my bad. But essentially, you are going to go to the Mew VMAX, and I would presume you're hoping to get a boss here to go for a meaningful knockout.
Yes, I would think so. I mean, taking 2 energies off the field with the Meloetta is pretty good, but I think here I would go for a boss on the Mew with the Fusion Strike energy, just to make sure you're taking 2 prize cards. You're also taking out a Fusion Strike energy from play, removing the potential 280 damage. And yes, and that means Meloetta also is just doing around 140 right now. So maybe that's the knockout Neon is going for here, but we'll have to see.
Definitely. I think it's a shame that he didn't have all 4 Fusion Strike energies in play right now, because if so, then he'd be easily going for that Mew VMAX on Songkral's side of the field with a Mellow's Echo for 280, maybe just 1 power tablet away from a knockout. So unfortunately, that's not the case. So it's not going to be that play, but he can still go for a Mew V that has the Fusion Strike energy, essentially protecting his own Mew VMAX from any Melodious Echo for 280. But then again, there is still the power tablets coming out from Songkral. But hang on, we do see a Alessa Sparkle, so interesting play here.
Looks like he's going after the Meloetta instead, which is not a bad play, because if he does take that knockout, it forces Songkral to really take a knockout with a Mew VMAX, or do damage with a Mew VMAX. And maybe Neon here is just holding on to a couple of power tablets ready to take a counter KO, really. And
That is true.
Yes, we'll have to see if Songkral doesn't take a knockout this turn, if he just attacks into a Mew VMAX without doing any without taking any prizes, just doing damage on a Mew VMAX. That definitely puts Neon in the lead here. So I'm not opposed to this play. It's just all on Songkral for the response.
Definitely, I think overall both these players have had opportunities to respond in the best way that can. There are so many different lines of plays involving escape ropes, Alessa Sparkle, boss order. There's so many different ways in which the Mew deck is able to navigate these situations. But it really seems right now that Seongrul will continue having the prize lead at the moment because Neon is only going after the Mellow Edda in the active spot. Unless, of
Definitely.
course, there is no escape rope shenanigans as we mentioned because now that double Mellow Edda is essentially preventing Neon from doing anything of that sort.
Yes, here we go. We see a Mew do Melodious Echo for, I believe that is 290 damage because there's a Vitality Band attached. Melioda only has 90 HP, so that should be a knockout here, taking one prize for Neon. And let's see how Songro responds. Again, he needs to take a knockout here just to really progress the board state. That means he needs to either get a boss's orders or find multiple power tablets. He's going to need 4 to take a knockout on a Mew VMAX thanks to that Aura Choreo here. And we'll have to see if he can find it.
It looks like it's just a Great Ball here that was failed, so nothing of the Great Ball. It must be noted that Seongrul doesn't run his own Aura Choreo in this deck. So a key differentiator on how these players decided to build their decks. Seongrul going for a very streamlined build, even cutting one of the support Pokemon that has been doing wonders for Neon all tournament long.
Yes. Looks like Songro has no access to those glistening droplets. Might be his downfall here. Not. Yes, but again, just not having that Pokemon. I think it's okay. It definitely helps in add to consistency to your deck. Yeah, maybe training the Aura Choreo for one of the 4 Pokegears here definitely adds to consistency. Ideally, what you want to see in a Mew deck is more items, and sometimes Pokemon do get stuck in your hand.
That is true, and I believe Seongrul here, he's going for a recess time. I was about to say whether or not he was discarding it to a card, but it looks like he's playing it. So recess time to 5, not as impactful against a Mew VMAX deck. It's probably meant for other matchups that he would probably face. But let's see if he's able to deliver a meaningful response, as you say, a meaningful knockout in this matchup. He is in the prize lead for now, but not for long if he's not able to get something going.
Yes, we'll have to see here. And yeah, he hasn't played a supporter just yet. We need to see the boss's orders. We know Songro only plays 3. He goes for the escape rope, and here we can Neon can easily give him a Aura Choreo, I believe, or maybe possibly even the Meloetta. Yes, deciding to give the Meloetta here, maybe having a second one in the heck. Nope. There goes the Aura Choreo. And again, Aura Choreo putting in work, possibly gonna take a hit from this Mew VMAX.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting regardless. I don't think Songgrul has played a supporter yet, so maybe the boss will be seen now.
Oh,
there it is. There we go. I looked into my Fog Crystal and it told me, yep, boss order incoming. So Songgrul will get an ideal knockout for sure. He's going for a Mew V. Yep, I like this play. Going for a knockout on something that potentially could evolve into a Mew VMAX. Attaching a Vitality Band onto the active Mew V, which will probably be retreated into the Mew VMAX on the bench. And
yes,
I should say Songgrul is in a very good position here because he's able to then essentially get another V knockout, most likely onto a Genesect, and that would be game for Songgrul. Neon, of course, had to go down to that odd price exchange by knocking out a Meloetta earlier. That could come back to bite him, unfortunately.
Yes, definitely. Just taking one prize really forces him to try and get at least one VMAX knockout to really stay in this game. You can't afford to really knock out another single prizer and two prizers. He has to win in the next 2 turns because Songgrul here is poised to do that. He is poised to win in 2 turns here. So hopefully Neon has the capability to really knock out a Mew VMAX, especially since he is losing at least 1 Fusion Strike energy here that is on the Mew V. And that means the Melodious Echo is no longer 290 damage. It's now just 220 thanks to the Vitality Band.
That is true, yeah.
He's going to need at least 3 power tablets to really take a knockout on the Mew VMAX. And yeah, again, with 2 Fusion Strike systems to work with, it may be possible.
Yeah, let's see how these players navigate the rest of the match. again, I really enjoy seeing these two players. I'm still in awe at how these players are navigating each of their turns right now, because it's very into the small details that we go into, where we see the thought process, and probably these players are really thinking ahead multiple turns in advance. A real awesome display of skill for sure.
Definitely, definitely. And I believe here we go. Songrul just needs to get a knockout on the Mew VMAX, and even a knockout on. Yeah, he needs to get. Sorry, Neon needs to get a knockout on the Mew VMAX here. Let's see if he can draw into the power tablets. Again, Songrul, even if his Mew VMAX does go down, he has a Mew ready in waiting. He does need like an energy and the Mew VMAX to evolve, but he is still at least a boss orders away, even if his Mew VMAX does go down here.
Yep, definitely. But I have to say here, Seongrul in the driver's seat for this game, and it's essentially just a few cards off from taking the win here. You see a little smile on his face as well on our face cam for Seongrul. He probably knows the outs for him to take this game is all there for him. It's whether or not he's able to just piece together the right cards, and depends really also on what's Neon's reply, I should say.
Definitely. I think neither player actually has used any power tablets, really saving all their resources. So maybe Songrul could even get a knockout on a opposing Mew VMAX here. That's definitely a possibility. But again, let's see. It's up to Neon to respond here. He is on the back foot. He needs to take a 3-prizer to really tie up the prizes here. And again, he doesn't have it quite yet. I believe ideally he would bench another Genesect just to get the full draw, like the full 6 draw, as well as another
definitely.
Fusion Strike system. And yes, he goes for a Rotom Phone here. That is definitely one way he can dig through the deck. Again, looking at the top 5 cards of his deck, choosing one and put it on top.
Yep, definitely. So Rotom Phone, a card that we spoke a lot about in essence, boosting consistency overall, but unfortunately at this point, does it actually do enough? That's the thing.
I mean, the Rotom Phone can find him a friend, and I know exactly the friend he needs to find. Probably a Peony. Peony will get him 2 power tablets, and that means he would be 1 away from getting the knockout. But it looks like it finds a quick ball here, probably opting again for the 3rd Genesect. There we go. He's drawing for the full 6, and he can draw 2 more times.
Not too bad, not too shabby from Neon here. I really want to see him get the knockout at least on this active Mew VMAX. But then again, Seongrul is just a few cards away, an energy and a boss, and that's about it. And that's all she wrote for this situation. It's gonna be interesting for sure.
Definitely. Again, but don't count Neon out. He could possibly still draw into it, and maybe Songrul could miss the boss or the Mew VMAX or the energy. Again, it's a couple of pieces, but sometimes when you're staring down a field full of Genesects and just knowing that they have all the draws they want, sometimes it could just spell the end. Even, again, Reset Stamp would be a non-factor. Yes, he could Reset Stamp Songrul into 2, but again, because of the Genesect, there's just so much protection. I don't think that's why I think maybe one of the earlier Mew VMAX players was playing the Path to the Peak, really just to stop other Mews as well from drawing.
Yeah, that's true. I think the Path to the Peak was a card we kept talking about all through the tournament yesterday and today. A card we were expecting to see players bring, but it seemed like there was only one Path to the Peak in the entire tournament at this stage.
Definitely. I think I remember seeing 2, one in an Ice Rider deck and one in a Mew VMAX deck.
Okay, but not too bad.
We'll have to see here. Again, what can Neon respond with? We haven't seen any power tablets yet, and this is his last Fusion Strike system. Again, he still has access to Peony. Can he get it? If he doesn't get, again, a meaningful knockout this turn, it may spell the end. This is an escape rope. Unfortunately, there is still a Meloetta in play, and that's not the knockout you need.
That's not the knockout at all. It's not at all the play that you like to see. You want to take a knockout on this Mew VMAX, force Songrul to have multiple cards in order for him to take the win. But unfortunately, you just can't do that now. You're just setting up a Meloetta against a fellow Meloetta. Maybe you might get a prize. Oh no, it's just a pass.
Just a pass. Maybe. Oh, Oh, there
There
we
is
go.
a
There's a switch.
Okay, Jungle playing quickly.
And there's the boss. No. Okay. It doesn't have the
There
boss.
is the boss. There's the boss. Not yet? Okay, man.
Okay, so looking through the deck, that means maybe looking through the discard, maybe doesn't have it quite yet. But again, even just taking a knockout on this Meloetta should be fine here. But ideally, Songrul would try and end it. Again, he's up a couple of prizes.
Oh, he has the Poke here. The one, the card we talk about, boosting consistency. Does he get the boss?
Oh boy,
That's a whiff. That's a whiff. That's no boss
not
there.
yet.
Yep.
Again, so tense here. This is the deciding play here. Can he find the boss's orders? He does play 3 again, and not quite sure how many he's playing. He goes for a power tablet. Again, he doesn't need these cards anymore. All he needs to do is take a knockout on a Pokemon V here. And let's see if he can find it. There it is.
There's the boss. That's game for Songrul. What a masterclass of a mirror match we have just seen, Juancho. I'm thrilled to have been a part of that match for sure.
Definitely. And you can see one of Songrul's teammates really congratulating here. I'm sure they're very, very excited to be up 2 games against Hong Kong. And again, such amazing plays here. I know we learned a couple of things about the Mew mirror matchup now. I mean, so many different ways to play literally the same deck. And again, just to see very masterclass players, high caliber players play one of the best decks in format was absolutely amazing.
I mean, when you said that we learned something new, I believe there's still so much to learn. The way these players have navigated the matchup overall between them, it's truly a masterclass to behold, obviously. Benching double Meloetta on turn 1. Who would have thought that would come to play when that escape rope play was available to Neon? It didn't do anything, unfortunately, because 2 Meloettas are not the kind of Pokemon you want to knock out when you're trading hits with Maxes and Vs. So obviously, we really were treated to a true masterclass of the Mew VMAX mirror match. I mean, props to Neon for sticking to it all the way to the end, but unfortunately, he goes down to the team from Korea. Essentially, we now have 2 games in the lead, 2 points essentially to Korea in this grand finals. And is there any way for overall Hong Kong to come back? And it's all down to Aimer here, who is the last player standing for Team Hong Kong. He's bringing Arceus, Dialga Palkia and Galarian Moltres V. This is going to be interesting for sure, Wancho.
Definitely. If there's anyone that can bring it back, especially against a Mew deck, it should be Galarian Moltres V, especially if it's piloted by one of the best players in the region. Again, Aimer, let's see if he can take it back for Team Hong Kong here. He is playing a very, very powerful deck, and let's see if they can get it.
Yeah, for sure. I think obviously if Aimer is able to take a win here, we will go to then a Game 5 decider. Otherwise, we will end the tournament with South Korea taking 3 points to 1. Personally, I'm hoping we go for a 5-game decider. I get to see more Pokemon, you get to see more Pokemon, and everyone at home gets to see more Pokemon. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. I have to give the edge to Galarian Moltres. It is the card that essentially multiple teams have brought in their repertoire in order to combat Mew, because Mew unfortunately has that weakness to darkness Pokemon. But then again, these Mew decks are also a little tricky. They brought Weakness Guard Energy on their side of the field.
Definitely. And Aimer here actually opting for a lower count of Galarian Moltres V, only opting for 2. Let's see if that's going to be enough to really deal with the Mew VMAXs. And yes, but again, it's all about who can set up, who can get all the knockouts, who can get the first couple of knockouts in this game. And yeah, I think here, again, it could go either way, really.
Definitely. I think overall we should be in for a treat here. We've seen this matchup go back and forth over the course of the last 2 days in this tournament. Obviously, we want to give the advantage over to Galarian Moltres. That card is essentially a powerhouse in its own right. Dire Flame Wings able to get energies attached to itself from the discard pile, essentially saying that by turn 2, I can be swinging for 190 damage. But then again, we're up against arguably the best deck, the most consistent deck in format, Mew VMAX, who also could go up to 210 damage from turn 1. So a lot going on based on how these plays start. We should be in for a treat of a match for sure.
Definitely. I mean, you mentioned going 210 off turn 1. I wouldn't put past Mew to really go up to 340 damage really turn 1.
I mean, that's always a possibility with power tablets, with vitality band. There's so many ways for these decks to essentially amplify the damage output. Speaking of amplify damage output, we are up against essentially we are going to see an Arceus Yaga Palkia with Alter Creation GX, an attack which is going to amplify all damage coming out from Aimer's deck by 30 damage. Not only that, gaining an additional prize card as well for every knockout he takes. So it's going to be essentially, as what we said earlier today, the best deck in a previous format up against the best deck in today's standard format. Again, we are playing team up for to Fusion Strike, so it's a completely different situation from what we see for sure.
Definitely. And again, not only just the best decks, but also the best players from Hong Kong and Korea really duking it out here. Looks like Songrel did start a Genesect here in the active. Not too bad. Not the ideal starter, but not bad to have at the first turn, but something really good to have on your first turn. Again, the Battle VIP passes. I wonder how many times we've seen this card played in the first turn and just seeing the players smile that they were able to get this card in the opening hand. And let's see what Songrel here decides to open with. And again, against Aimer's field of the lone Zacian. Again, Zacian, I think, one of the ideal starters for Aimer. But since Songrel did get to go first, I wouldn't put it past Aimer to try and go for the turn 1 Alter Creation GX.
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility because he does run Mellow Sources, he does run Escape Rope to get the Zacian onto the bench. It really comes down to how his opening hand feels like. We've seen Alter Creation GX go off on turn 1 for multiple players. I think Aimer was one of the players that actually did it in an earlier round. I could be wrong, but we've definitely seen it done a few times now this tournament. An exceptional display, not just of skill, but also of the deck's consistency in itself. But then again, we have to go back to one part about Zacian V that makes it so good: the ability to get extra cards using Intrepid Sword.
Definitely. And again, we see here Songrel do the signature play of just making your opponent shuffle his hand on the first turn using the Reset Stamp. Again, shuffling your hand, drawing 6, again, probably just playing it again to draw more cards off the Genesect, but maybe a form of mini disruption. Maybe there's nothing else. Maybe Aimer's hand was really good, and now he gets 6 not so good cards. That could be a possibility, but we'll have to see here.
Yep, who knows? It could pay off eventually for Songrel doing this exact play. It's also the mind game sometimes coming into play for these players. Maybe I have a feel that you have a good hand. I'm just going to Reset Stamp you anyhow and make you feel a little down. But that's about it for Songrel. It's passed over to Aimer now.
All right, let's see how Aimer can respond here. Again, ideally, it would be turn 1 Altered Creation. I'd really like to see that again, especially here in the grand final. But again, if everyone at home would like to see something like that, a turn 1 Altered Creation, make sure you watch the rest of the Battle Festival, because it has happened before. And looks like...
Yeah, for sure. I was about to say that. Yeah, looks like we see our good friend, the Galarian Zapdos V, I believe.
Yes. And he opts to retreat, escape rope into the Galarian Zapdos V here. That is very interesting. Galarian Zapdos V does have a retreat cost of 1, I believe, but it can get an attack off.
Okay,
Interestingly enough, it can attack here for 170 if he opts to do it, because again, Galarian Zapdos V does have the ability that reduces the energy requirement of Thunderous Kick by 1 colorless for each Pokemon V, and luckily Songrel here has 4. So
yeah, it's very interesting to see this Galarian Zapdos V finally making a splash. And could we see an attack coming out from it? Because if we do, that's essentially a 2-shot on a Mew VMAX.
Yeah, probably not. Probably just playing the escape rope, since he is looking like he's going to Dede change his entire hand here, and might as well just play it, put something with a lower retreat cost in the active there. And there we go. We see a Dede change for 6. And let's see if Aimer can find anything. Looks like he finds the ADP. Does he find the Water Energy, Metal Saucer, Energy Switch? Ooh, there's an Air Balloon onto the Zacian here. Maybe fully expecting that the Galarian Zapdos in the active to get knocked out this coming turn?
Maybe. It's also very interesting to note that he is not opting to attach it to the Galarian Zapdos to move the ADP into the active position. Okay,
Yes.
so maybe just alright. So maybe realizing, yeah, you're right. Perhaps that the Galarian Zapdos will eventually go down. I wanted to double check. The Galarian Zapdos V does have a single retreat, I believe.
Yes, it has 1 retreat cost. And yes, it's a fairly lighter Pokemon compared to the Zacian, definitely. So it is a lot easier to retreat if push comes to shove. But again, it is only 200 HP, but more importantly, weak to Psychic.
Ooh, you're right. You're right. Yep, weak to Psychic. Not the best card to have, I would say, in the active position. But then again, Aimer is not going down that route in terms of game plan. The game plan is to go with Altercation GX as soon as possible.
Definitely. And there is the right bird to have in this situation, the Galarian Moltres V. Again, Galarian Moltres V with the Dire Flame Wings ability, able to power itself up, able to attach a dark energy from the discard pile to the Galarian Moltres, and then try and power up the Aura Burn attack that does 190 damage. And luckily, Mew is weak to darkness. That is enough to knock out a Mew. So that is the bird Aimer is looking for. Let's see if he decides to bench it. Does he have an energy in the discard pile as well? Looks like he goes for a boss here.
Okay.
Maybe trying to slow down Songul, forcing him to have the switch as well. Oh, we'll have to see it. Does he? There we go. Probably opting to boss the Genesect, since the Genesect does have 2 retreat costs.
Yep, I guess it's just slow down Songul's setup here, forcing him to either have an escape rope or a switch in order to get an attack off, a meaningful attack off. Let's see what happens next for Aimer.
There we go. He attaches a big charm onto the Arceus Palkia, bringing up its HP to 310. Essentially, this is Arceus Palkia VMAX at this point.
Yep, 3 dragons coming together for a single card. It's a weird thing to draw into one of these, behemoths of a card. Now that we are essentially being quite used to the V's of the format, but then again, this is a team up on format. We have cards available, 2 players from team up all the way to Fusion Strike. So yeah, let's call it ADP GX/VMAX right now, because it is a beefy Pokemon.
Yes. Here we go. We see an Alessa Sparkle getting 2 Mews powered up, but we need to see a Mew VMAX as well as a switch card here. And let's see if Songul can find it. Again, with only 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, he's only drawing up to 4 cards with each of these Fusion Strike systems. Let's see if he can find it. And as well as if he can play down his hand to a low enough size to be able to draw. Looks like he attaches as well. Both these Mews now ready and roaring to go. And there you go, a consistency card. But since Songul has played a supporter this turn, probably opting to fail this search.
Yeah, but I like the fact that he's playing it out. Maybe just signaling to Aimer that he may or may not want to have picked out a card. Maybe if there was a boss order, he wouldn't mind, because then it essentially means that he goes for a relevant knockout next turn.
Definitely. And let's see here. I believe he has a hand of 1 and hand of 2, and he plays it both double power tablets. Playing that down now makes me think he might not be able to knock out an ADP in the future, unless he gets out a Melameta, of course. But here we go. He draws the full 4 here. First Fusion Strike system. Let's see if he finds anything good. Mew VMAX, a switching card. There's the Mew VMAX. Okay. Is there a switch?
Yep, it could be a switch. It could be a escape rope. I think escape rope here largely favorable. You wouldn't mind not taking a knockout on the Galarian Zapdos V with the Psychic Weakness anyway. Go for something else. Go for a Dedenne. Go for a Crobat V. And eventually, if it comes down to it, you could easily get a knockout on that Galarian Zapdos V, even with Max Miracle. So let's see how it turns out.
Definitely. If you were in Aimer's position and you got hit by an escape rope, would retreating into the AD be ideal as well, since we know it can survive at least 1 attack?
It might, but then again, you'll be fully reliant on your other energy acceleration methods, because you will never get off an ultimate ray at that point, would you?
Definitely. But yeah, we'll have to see here if Songul even draws the switch. Looks like that boss's orders fully paying off here, and maybe now wishing the the air balloon was on the Zapdos instead, but there we go. We
Oh,
see
but I don't think he minds. I believe I saw an escape rope in Aimer's hand, so definitely not an issue here. But we see Mel's also first, being ditched for the energy, so getting energy onto getting his water energy from the Viridian Forest. I believe I saw an escape rope in Aimer's hand, so not too bad. Not too bad a situation here for Aimer. I believe he set this up perfectly at this point.
definitely. I mean, the escape rope does help out Songul as well, though, because we do know his Genesect is a little stuck, and an escape rope does give him an option to just go into a Mew or a Mew VMAX.
That is
But
true.
again, I totally take that trade to put your Mew into active in exchange for an altered creation GX.
Yeah, we see the water energy coming down now on the ADP GX / VMAX at this point. 300 hit points on that dragon type tag team Pokemon. There we see the escape rope that I sneaked a peek on. I believe Jungle would probably put up the Mew VMAX here. Yeah. Oh, and there's a boss to follow up as well. So he's
Oh.
gonna go back into the Genesect V. Jungle can't catch a break here. That poor Genesect V coming back into the active thanks to that boss's order.
Wow, very good play there. And you can see as soon as Songul decided to bench something else, he was like, nope, give me back that Genesect V. I want that in the active here. Since you were stuck with it anyway, maybe we can buy a little bit more time. And if Songul does get stuck, that just puts Aimer so ahead here. Again, just able to get the altered creation and then followed by an ultimate rain next turn while not getting damaged at all would be very, very big.
That is true, and I think I have to say, overall, Aimer here is looking really good in his situation, but he will not be able to go for a knockout on this Genesect V, thanks to the fact that there is a big charm instead of a Vitality Band, so his damage output is capped at 180.
Definitely, but you know what does have 180 HP? Mew V.
Ooh, maybe a full-out boss order.
Yes, just boss after boss after boss. And there you go, Songul making use of the Viridian City, just finally being able to get rid of one of the Battle VIP passes there.
Yep, a card that you probably will not want to see ever again if you could, because it is no longer useful at this stage of the game.
Yes. Let's see if he opts to find an energy, maybe attach an attachment for turn, or just or failing the search. Looks like goes for the Alessa Sparkle here. Let's see where he opts to attach, possibly into the Mew V and a Genesect active just to get the manual retreat.
Maybe, but it's not going to be great. Looks like he's just shuffling up.
Wow, that is very, very good for Aimer's side here. That means he played essentially 2 cards and got nothing. And let's see if, again, I believe he's just doing that to play down his hand in order to try and draw into a switch. Again, if he does miss it, that is very, very big for Aimer. Again, just his ADP with 310 HP, that's not something Mew can reach anymore because there is no more power tablets. Oh, well,
That
we
is
can
true.
still reach it with the Meloetta, but again, we haven't seen the Meloetta just yet. And yeah, and especially since the Alessa Sparkle failed, kind of giving us a clue that the last Fusion Strike energy is in the prizes.
The prize,
here.
yeah. So perhaps it's a it was just Jungle's way of thinning one further card from his hand in order to draw more cards with Fusion Strike system. He's probably digging for an escape rope or a switch at this point. The only 2 cards that gives him any hope of getting a meaningful attack off in this turn. Otherwise, we might just see a pass again, and then the ball is clearly in Aimer's court to set up the right knockouts to get the right prizes to win this game in essentially 2 turns coming up.
Yes, looks like being forced to bench the bench barrier Mew just to really get at least 1 more card. Let's see if it's something that can be used. Wow, is this Genesect still stuck?
It's a desperation play there by Songul, and it's not paying off. His switches, his escape ropes, all not coming out this turn. There's no other ways to get the Genesect be out of the active. We talk about his deck being the most consistent we've seen so far in the tournament, but I think it's just running out of luck at this point.
Yes, possibly. And we see here Aimer just Songul just going for the pass, I believe. Yes, there is the pass. Eimer is free to go for an Altered Creation GX. Does he have another boss's orders? I believe he revealed in his... Yes, I believe he revealed in his grave there is only... There is 3 boss's orders at least.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there's possibly only one left. Goes for a research here. So looks like Sogrel is still a-okay. That Genesect can take at least one Ultimate Ray. But after that, he has to find the Switch card.
Is there a way for Aimer to go into an Aura Burn for knockout? That could be a way forward, wouldn't it?
Yes, he would need at least an energy switch. Actually,
And
just
a
an
manual
energy
attachment
switch.
as well. And just an energy switch and a way to get the ADP out of the active as well.
That is true. That is true. But I think at this point, you're fine just going for the Ultimate Ray. It might be a little bit too risky to go for the Moltres. Then again, you are playing Raihan. Losing the Moltres is just another way to get another Moltres as long as you have Raihan here. That might be the play, actually, just to really get ahead of the prize cards. Go up 3 and try to find a way to find your last 3.
Yep, that is true, but I believe he's just going for the Ultimate Ray here. So keeping it safe, keeping it simple, not overextending to just get a knockout, not knowing what could happen after that. It's 1 mana energy. I see another one in the deck as well. Maybe Aimer is looking for more of his darkness energy. We know his deck runs, I believe, 5 metal and 3 darkness. So
Yes.
yeah, looks like there's no further darkness energy to be attached. Perhaps it's already in the discard pile already.
Yes, possibly. But luckily, the metal energy does help power up a Zacian, while the water energy can pay for the colorless attack for the Moltres here. So that should be a-okay.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe now Aimer is essentially all but set up, waiting to start the brawl. What can Sogrel do right now? He needs to get the Genesect out of the active for the first thing.
Yeah, he needs to find a switch and then possibly a boss onto the Galarian Moltres V just to get a knockout. Because again, I think it's a little bit too hard to get a knockout on the ADP. Actually, practically impossible since there is no Meloetta on the bench. Again, 310 HP, a little bit too hard to reach.
Yeah, and I believe if Sogrel does miss a switch and escape rope here, it is game set and match for Aimer. The ADP essentially uncontested at this point. Not a single damage on Aimer's board.
Yeah, not something you like to see. It looks like Sogrel's hand was just full of Battle VIP passes and no way to really get it out of the hand. Luckily, again, Aimer is playing this Viridian City, really helping out Sogrel here, just going, yep, I'm going to slowly get these out one by one each turn.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate for Sogrel. I believe his hand was just a little too clunky at this point. Usually you see the Mew VMAX deck accelerate into a very early lead, but we didn't see it at all for Sogrel. We didn't even see a Meloetta come into play. Maybe both of them are prized, maybe one is prized. We will never know at this point because we're so far into the game at this point that Aimer is in such a commanding lead.
Definitely. Again, Aimer is probably poised to just take a knockout on this Genesect if it can't get out of the active, and then just because of the Altered Creation GX attack, he is essentially taking half of his prizes, and now he has to look for the last half, and that he can find and easily with Galarian Moltres or the Zacian onto possibly a Genesect or a Mew V.
Yeah, and I see a very disappointed look on Sogrel's face there. Maybe even after this Rotom phone, not finding the switch or the escape rope that he's looking for.
Wow,
it's so unfortunate to see.
That is tough if that is the case. Again, you are playing one of the most consistent decks in the format, and to be just breaking in the middle of a game, especially against ADP, giving it the chance to just really use Altered Creation and then use Ultimate Ray. Again, just such a heads up play for Aimer of really just forcing the Genesect in the active with the bosses back-to-back bosses orders.
Yeah, for sure. I think for Sogrel, it is very unfortunate that all this is happening in the grand finals of this tournament. It could have happened anytime else, but it's in the grand finals when he could have been the player to clinch the win for his team and region. But it looks like right now, after a very hard fought tournament run, it is going to be Aimer who will force a game 5 at this stage. I know I'm jumping the gun a little bit all the way to the end, but it looks like quite an inevitable situation here for Aimer to win against Songro.
Again, it's no one has taken a prize just yet. So anything is still possible here in the game of Pokemon. And I wouldn't count out the Mew VMAX, but even if that was the case, Songrul has played an amazing game of Pokemon. He was able to take 1 point for Team Korea here, and maybe that's enough. Maybe he can leave the rest to his teammates here. This is, after all, a team game, and there we go. We see a boss's orders.
Okay.
Let's see what he decides to boss up. Looks like opting to boss the Galarian Zapdos.
All right, so that's interesting, of course, trying to maybe stall a turn, because that is the well, essentially everything else without energies has a 1 retreat cost on either side of the field, so any one of them would essentially bot Songrul 1 turn if there was no energy from Aimer. But then again, there is that Verdant Forest in play, so all Aimer needs is to get an energy from the deck, and he'll be able to retreat this Galarian Zapdos V.
I mean, ideally, Songrul is looking to really get a knockout here. He absolutely needs it. He needs to find the switch. Does he find it?
He needs to switch right now.
I don't think he has it. But he has a card to play. At this point, it would have been faster to attach energies to the Genesect. Oh, an escape rope.
That is interesting. Would you not have escape rope first?
Unfortunately, he
boss
probably drew it off the Fusion Strike system after the boss.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So it was a Fusion Strike system for 1, and the escape rope was the top deck from that one, I believe.
I believe it
after
was
the boss.
I believe it was Fusion Strike system for around 2. I may have missed it.
Okay.
But it was not a lot. So at least he was able to draw it and get the first 2 prizes of the game here. So
okay, not too bad, not too shabby.
Yes, that is good here. Aimer promoting the Galarian Moltres, but again, the Mew VMAX in the active does have the Weakness Guard energy. The question is, does Aimer have the Fan of Waves to really deal with the Weakness Guard energy? Looks like he opting to power up the Galarian Moltres, Galarian Zapdos V. Can we see a thunderous kick come out?
We never know at this point, but I believe it's more the fact to get the Dark Energy into the discard so that it can go to the Moltres as well. So essentially getting a 2-for-1. And there is a Fan of Waves. That is a card that you'd like to see here. That essentially removes the Weakness Guard energy from that active Mew VMAX. And this will be an aura burn for the knockout for sure.
Definitely. But again, don't count Songrul out just yet. Yes, he is losing his Mew VMAX, but he does have a Mew V in play. He could get a counter knockout onto the Galarian Moltres, and then Aimer has no more a Galarian Moltres in play at the moment. Yes, he has a literal army of Pokemon here with Arceus Dalgapalkia, Zacian V, Zapdos V ready to attack, but none of those can really take a knockout on another Mew VMAX, forcing Aimer to probably try and find another boss's orders, even though we know he's played a lot at this point.
He's played 3, I believe, so far, so he does have the 1 left. It remains to be seen whether Songrul is able to outlast the onslaught coming from Aimer's, at this point, army of powered up Pokemon at this stage. But yeah, 1 boss order would do it for Aimer. Would there be any chance to do it? Would Songrul have a chance to play a reset stamp, perhaps, to bring that hand size down to 2 and force Aimer to have a response?
Definitely. We know he's played 1 earlier in the game, and he does play 2, so there is still that possibility. But first and foremost, he has to find a Mew VMAX. Because right now it's only a Mew V.
Yep, a Mew VMAX, and perhaps also for level of insurance, maybe the Weakness Guard energy as well, because you never know when you could get a Galarian Moltres out of nowhere in this deck, obviously, with Energy Switch, Dire Flame Wings, all these different cards coming to play.
Raihan.
Galarian Moltres, or Raihan as well, yep. A lot of different ways in which, Galarian Moltres V can come out of nowhere and just take a knockout on that Mew VMAX. Oh. Let's see what happens here.
Oh no, looks like Songrul plays a great ball here, and Mew just living up to its mythical status is not being caught by this Great Ball. So Songle needs
Oh
to try
dear.
and draw into it.
I mean, obviously, you'd use a Master Ball if you see it ever in real life, but a Great Ball, the only card he has access to here, unfortunately, not finding a Mew VMAX. I think he played two as well. So back to back, fails on that search. Now we see
Yeah.
Pokegear 4.0. I maybe would have loved to see the Pokegear first. Maybe thinning a supporter out of the deck, but perhaps Songgul knows that there isn't anything else left for him to even grab with the Pokegear.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if you're grabbing a supporter from the Pokegear, then that means that is a card stuck in your hand too. So maybe opting to not grab a supporter and just going straight for the Great Ball. Yeah, I can imagine Songgul just really failing all these Pokegears. I think he would like them to be Rotobones instead at this point, because Rotobone does allow you to look at something and really manipulate your deck. But we'll have to see here a switch, something I'm
Okay.
sure he's thinking a little too late here, switch, but
Yep, Red unfortunately as well. Let's see what he's able to get. So a Fusion Track system for 4, I believe.
I believe it's just
Or
3.
5. It's 3. So 3 up to 5 because there is a Mew, the Bench Barrier Mew, not a Fusion Strike Pokemon at the moment. So let's see what happens here. There is another Great Ball. So
there is
3
another
Great
Great
Balls
Ball.
in a turn.
Is this
Does
enough?
he get it though?
Can you
Hit the
catch
Mew
a
V.
Mew VMAX with a Great Ball? There it is.
He does. There it is. So after digging multiple cards deep, Songgul finally gets the Mew VMAX he needs to evolve his Mew V. But then again, it's still up to Aimer here to get the boss order for the win.
Yes.
You know, he's played 3 already so far. There's 1 left.
Again, Songgul needs to find that
Weakness Guard Energy.
the weakness guard energy, or the reset stamp too.
That is true. Maybe Reset Stamp would help here, putting Aimer down to 2 cards. I believe now the players are just checking what's in the discard. Oh, I see 2 boss order, I think. Not 3?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I've seen 3, but maybe
Okay,
you're
maybe 3.
right here. Again, here, just another battle VIP pass discarded for that Viridian Forest. That, again, Songgul has been drawing into all of those a little bit too late.
Yep, imagine getting 3 Great Balls and 3 Battle VIP passes late into the game when it doesn't really matter at this point. I see a Psychic Energy being grabbed by the Viridian Forest, not too bad. Maybe Songgul hoping to thin his deck a little bit to draw into that Weakness Guard energy. He does have 1 more Fusion Strike system to work with, I believe.
Yes, and we'll have to see if he gets it here.
There's a Psychic Energy to the active.
Oh, that was the
Power
attachment
tablet.
for turn then.
Yep,
I guess
there
what
is no
Songgul-
Weakness Guard energy left.
yeah, what Songgul is looking for here probably is just the reset stamp.
Yep, at this point, I think the Reset Stamp is the only way in which he's able to decrease the chance for Aimer to take the win next turn. It's okay, so
Oh, it looks like he still
here.
has 1 access to 1 fusion strike here. Sorry, 1 fusion strike.
1 more.
system.
Yep.
Yes.
The damage one, right? The heavily damage Genesect V on the near side of the table. So, yep, using a quick ball here to thin his deck further. That deck is really thin right now.
Yes, hopefully he finds what he needs here. Again, I don't think there's a way for Aimer to really ping that Genesect on the bench. It literally is living on the edge with 10 HP left. I don't think Aimer has access to glistening droplets, so
No, I don't think so. And there's no other snipe attacks coming out from this ADP deck. It's all about dishing damage to the active and taking extra prizes that way.
definitely. So it's a boss or nothing at this point. Boss or bust.
Yeah,
And-
boss or bust. And there's also the Elagos V that could come into play as well. So a quick ball also gets it for Aimer. The Elagos able to grab the boss order from the discard pile for the win. I believe time is also run out here, so we will allow the judges to make that known to the players, obviously, and we'll find out how many turns left. But at this stage, it's all about this 1 turn coming out from Aimer, essentially.
Yes, looks like it as well. And I believe he's going for a Techno Blast here, taking a knockout on the Galarian Moltres V, going down to 2 prizes. So close. It's 1 V knockout away. The Aimer promoting a Zacian V here.
Very
Yeah.
confidently as well.
I mean, it does have the air balloon. It is his pivot.
That's true.
I would like.
There is the
Oh,
quick ball.
let's see
Sorry,
if the
sorry, cut you off
Eldegoss
there.
is not
I,
prized.
I'm just jumping the gun here because, of course, the Eldegoss is the card that seals the game here. So Eldegoss V able to grab that boss's order for the win for Eimer. And Wancho, we get a game 5 in this grand finals.
Yes, Eimer able to tie it up. Hong Kong 2 to Korea's 2. And the most important thing here is I think we get to see every player from each team, which is absolutely amazing. And you know what? More important than that is we get to watch more Pokemon. But again, good plays here by Eimer, good plays by Songrel. Amazing games. I kind of wish Eimer finished it off with a thunderous kick with the Zapdos, to be honest. But again, any attack there from any of Eimer's Pokemon definitely can take it. But again, amazing job by both these players. And yes, I can't wait to see the next match, the final match. There's no more after that. There's nothing. So
it is a decider game after all for this entire tournament, not for the third place match, not for the semis or the quarters. It is the grand finals. We are now up in game number 5. The score is 2-2, Hong Kong versus Korea at this stage. I am just super thrilled that we'll get to see one more match, and we are gonna get Vikavolt in the final game here from Korea. Wonbei will be bringing Vikavolt Inteleon up against Hong Kong, who has ADP in the final slot as well. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. We've seen this matchup multiple times already. I have to say, I'm leaning towards Vikavolt at this stage. It's been the deck that's been so surprising this entire tournament, able to get multiple wins through dongs even. It's going to be interesting to note. One thing that I'm already looking at the deck list right now is that there is no Mew in the deck for our friend Eimer, unfortunately. So that Vikavolt will be sniping away happily all through the match.
Of course, yes. I didn't expect anything else, buddy. The Vikavolt deck here in the finals. This is the deciding game. This game determines which region is the champion of the Battle Festival Asia Pokemon TCG tournament. And man, we are up for an amazing match. I can feel it. Both these players are, again, masters in their own right, very seasoned players, both playing very different decks, very different styles. And one is a single prizer, one has a triple GX dragons on it. And I can't wait to watch this match. And we are about to start here.
Yes, definitely. So overall, it is a matchup we've seen multiple times so far today, especially we've seen Vikavolt really race out of the gutter to try and overpower any deck that is facing. It is, after all, a deck that is made purely to do Electro Blaster as many times successfully as possible, dealing 200 damage to any Pokemon in play. And we've also seen the Vikavolt deck being able to get wins just by the sheer fact that its opponents were not able to set up at all, because the sheer magnitude of 200 damage off the bat knocks out even a Pokemon V at this point. So definitely something which we need to look out for is whether or not Eimer has more than one bench Pokemon, more than one active Pokemon. I was just
Definitely. But again, you mentioned it earlier. It looks like Eimer is opting not to play the bench barrier Mew. So that means he has to be very wary of playing all those support Pokemon. Any Pokemon with 200 HP or less is susceptible to Vikavolt. That means no Dedenays, no Zapdoses, no Eldegosses, no Crobats, no Mawiles. And even then, your Pokemon Vs, like the Moltres V and the Zacian V, they can be knocked out with one quick shooting. So I think Eimer might be in a tough spot. It's all on Wonbei here. If he can set up, again, he is a stage 2 deck, not the most consistent deck. In fact, his opening hand could be filled with literally 4 rare candies, 2 Vikavolts, and what are you going to do? But we'll have to see here if he can open anything. Level Ball is definitely a nice start. You can see him very excited for that Level Ball here, and now he's going to go through the deck, realize what's in his prizes, and there we go. You see the Grubbin. Good start.
You see the Grubbin, good start, and also a Sobble in the active with his Keep Calling attack. This Sobble in Zen mode essentially right now, looking up against a Galarian Moltres V in the active for Eimer. It's really all about Wonbei's second turn here, because the first turn is essentially just getting a Grubbin into play. So Eimer is going to be able to get at least some Pokemon in play, I hope, in order for it to be set up. So yep, there is a Quick Ball to grab a Pokemon. So Let's see, discarding an air balloon. So you will not be seeing a donk here, unfortunately. For those of you who like an early night, nope, stay right here. We're gonna have Pokemon to play for sure. It's gonna be an ADP GX for Aimer. That's the ideal card for sure. You want to be able to attach an energy. Let's see if he's able to go for a turn 1 Alter Creation. That would be the best thing possible for him at this point.
Definitely, if he can go for the turn 1 Altered Creation, that's pretty much sealing up the game, because then you're 3 attacks away from winning the game, and that is very big here. Let's see if, again, if he can get it. That's a little bit too hard in my opinion, but again, it's not impossible. And yes, I was wondering as well earlier, Eimer did discard an air balloon, and I was thinking, oh, that means he still needs at least another switching card, but it looks like just attaching the air balloon and pass here. And let's see if Wanbei can instead respond with a turn 2 Electro Blaster. That would be very interesting.
It would be interesting if he gets a turn 2 Electro Blaster and into a... Okay, well, I was about to say if he was able to get Bosobbles into play, but no, it's going straight into Shady Dealings. What could he be grabbing here right now? I believe it's probably hard to set up his board at this stage. Perhaps also being able to retreat or scoop up the Inteleon so that the Robin goes into the active, which could turn into a Vikavolt very soon.
Definitely. Remember how I mentioned Wanbei could have a handful of rare candies? That may be the case, but that might not be a bad thing in this scenario.
Yeah, so use 1 rare candy so far to get the Inteleon into the active. 1 more rare candy would be super to get the Vikavolt up and ready, and all he needs then is essentially double Charge Bugs and 1, I should say, Vikavolt into rare candy, and a Scoop Up Net, of course, so that he's able to go into damaging the board for his against his opponent right away.
Looks like he opts for a double Charge Bug. That's exactly what he finds with the Level Ball and the...
Oh, that's a Roxy, I believe.
Very interesting here. So he found a double Charge Bug with the Level Ball and the Evolution Incense, opting to discard it. Opting to discard the Charger Bugs with the Roxy, I believe. Maybe he has the
Rescue Carrier, I believe.
Yes, the Rescue Carrier in his hand. Maybe now he can just find the... Yes, there he gets rare candy into Vikavolt. Can he find a way to get the...
Yes, he can, everything. Yep. There's everything. Scoop Up Net to get the Inteleon back to hand. Able to get the Rescue Carrier as well. So he's got the entire works here. And that will be an Electro Blaster for 200 damage on turn 1.
Redrops the Sobble. Let's see if he can find anything else. Gets a Level Ball as well. Let's see what he decides to find here. Another Grubbin. Alrighty. And again, 200 damage onto an ADP or Moltres without the Alter Creation just yet. Aaron, you may get your wish here at Champion Vikavolt.
I'm just in awe at how this deck has been able to do this so consistently. We've seen this multiple times already this particular tournament. I have nothing else to say. Just Electro Blaster. Just Electro Blaster. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Yes, let's see where he decides to put it. Looks like 200 damage on the ADP here, bringing it down to 80. And I don't think Eimer has the response to really just knock out this Vikavolt. I think it'll be a little bit too hard to set up. So he may just go for an Altered Creation. But even then, ADP is 1 more attack from getting knocked out. It's there. I don't think we're going to see an Ultimate Ray at all come out. So he has to find a way to start powering up Pokemon on the bench without having to depend on ADP.
Yeah, but at this stage, it's going to be quite an uphill task for Eimer because we're essentially going to see a follow-up Electro Blaster on the ADP, regardless of what Eimer does. There is no Mew to save his ADP this time around. And then again, he wants to put that ADP into the active to Alter Creation GX anyway. The question now is, does he have any resource going for him to set up an attacker to take out this Vikavolt next turn? I don't believe there is any though.
I mean, getting the Virgin Force is a good start here. He has to play at least a supporter. Looks like he goes for the Escape Rope. That could be big.
Okay,
we did see Wanbei already play one Scoop Up Net.
Scoop Up Net. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So let's see if he has a second one, or at least an energy to pay for a retreat cost. Let's see, and also let's see what he decides to put in the active. Could be the Sobble, because that is a lighter retreat cost, or it could be the Grubbin. He maybe already has the rare candy Vault already in hand and just can opt to just attack with that one. We'll have to see here. Now it looks like it's going for the Sobble. Very important play here, but luckily there is the Viridian Forest that Wanbei can make use of to try and get one of the 2 water energies in his deck. And
Yep, I believe. Okay, there is a Giant Charm. That's not going to help out, unfortunately, in this game. Essentially, that is 200 damage regardless.
yes,
So discarding a boss, I believe, to the Viridian Forest.
grabbing a dark energy, that is good, but is there a way you can discard that dark energy right now to try and use Dire Flame Wings? We'll have to see. And again, so Wanbei needs a couple of things next turn: a way to retreat and another Charge-a-Bug. If he has that, he has knockout on an ADP, taking 3 prizes.
Okay, so not too bad. That's a process research here to discard that the dark energy.
Yes.
Fraction of 7 for Eimer.
Definitely something he desperately needs at this point. Again, Eimer is definitely not out of it yet. He can power up that Galarian Moltres potentially, and a Fan of Waves. Fan of Waves putting the Charge-a-Bug to the bottom of the deck, because that technically counts as a special energy, and now Wanbei needs at least 2 Charge-a-Bugs to really get an attack off. I don't think I've ever seen a fan blow away a bug here, and that's something you don't see except here in the grand final of the Battle Festival Asia 2021 Pokemon TCG tournament.
A fan blowing away a bug. I don't think Vigavolt appreciates that one, Joe. That's going to be something that he's going to remember for the entirety of this time in this tournament right now. But yeah, essentially that is one more card that Wanbei needs to get in order to get an attack off this turn. First, of course, he needs to dislodge this Sobble from the active position, and then bring up the Vigavolt, have 2 Charge-a-Bugs in order for him to get an attack off. Let's see what he has. He does have a large hand. The Roxy was played earlier to draw 6 cards.
Yes, we know he has an Inteleon, but not necessarily the Drizzile here. So...
That is true. And he's down 2 rare candies as well already. So no rare candy into Shady Dealings unless he does have 1 more rare candy off the bat straight away.
Yes, here looks like it's going to get him either a Drizzile or a Charge-a-Bug. Here, we'll have to see in a bit. Looks like it is going to get the Charge-a-Bug that was blown away by the fan.
Okay. Yep. So it returns. You got incense outgoing, the bugs come back.
That is true. That is true. And let's see here if he can find a second Charge-a-Bug. And yes, and I think at this point he also has to try and prepare a second Vikavolt, because the the Moltres V on the bench almost ready to go, just one energy away, and as well as the Dire Flame Wings attachment. So yeah, he's going to need quite a bit here. And again, something of note is he only has 1 Sobble to work with. Typically you have an army of Sobbles to really try and get you all those items and all those trainer cards. He does get the water energy, attaches it to the Sobble. It has an attachment for a turn. Let's see if he has anything else.
Oh, and Erika's Hospitality. So drawing 2 cards here. So of these 2 cards, he needs to get a Charge-a-Bug.
Yes.
Let's get it though.
We'll have to see. Again, there is the Drizzile.
Oh, he gets a Drizzile. Yep, that's good. That's as good as a Charge-a-Bug right there.
Definitely. And again, we'll have to see what else he can play this turn. Again, he has to set up another stage 2 to clean up the game after this. In fact, he's actually in a pretty tough position, because after he knocks out the ADP, he can knock out the Galarian Moltres if the Galarian Moltres decides to attack, because that does bring down his HP to 90. So I probably would have liked to see the Big Charm onto the Galarian Moltres instead.
Yeah, but then again, the Galarian Moltres had to attach the air balloon before Armor discarded the rest of his hand earlier. So definitely not the most ideal of situations. Obviously, these little things actually come into play right now.
Yes, and there we go. We see double Charge-a-Bug, so he is ready to go here. Rare candy in the Vikavolt as well.
He's all set right now.
Yeah, he is here, and I guess he again just showing the power of Vikavolt, and just so far really consistent despite being a double stage 2 deck. And there we go. Wanbei takes 3 prizes. All he needs here is possibly the rescue carrier to get 2 more charger bugs back into his hand. Let's see if he can find it.
Yeah, for sure. And Iman now is in a tough position, not just because he has a Galarian Moltres that will be knocked out in return if the Charge Bug, if Vikavolt is able to get multiple Charge Bugs. He's also out of bench Pokemon. Is he able to get an additional bench Pokemon right now? So he does. It's an ADP though, not really the card that you like to see at this stage, but at least it keeps Imer in the game.
Definitely. I think it's a little bit too late to try and power up a second ADP, but oddly enough, it's there. It's there if it needs to be, and at least it does keep Imer in this game.
Yeah, it was rather unfortunate you had to bench an ADP because even after the fact that you like to get it out of the active, an air balloon will not help you. You need the switch or the escape rope. I say that, but I also know that air balloons are all used up at this point. Imer has essentially used both of the air balloons, so you gotta hand it to Vikavolt right now. It's looking really good. The deck is working to its fullest potential here. Sure, it's gonna go down 1 prize to this Galarian Moltres, but it has a Vikavolt ready. And who needs more Sobbles when you have essentially everything you need in your hand, like Wanbei?
Looks like he's going for the boss's orders here, opting to take away the lone Drizzile.
Okay.
Very interesting play here. Goes for a Dedenne as well, and there it is. Those are the last 2 prizes really for Wanbei. Probably targets inside 2 from Moltres, 2 from the Dedenne, but Imer just having to play whatever he has here. And again, we know Wanbei did have a probably not a very useful hand if he only had to play Erica for 2. So
Yep. But then again, he also drew 3 prize cards for knocking out the ADP earlier. So definitely a lot of options here. His deck is stacked with resources. There's so many things that he could have gotten. Scoop Up Net, he could have gotten Evolution Incense, Level Ball, Rescue Carrier. So many different things. Of course, there's also the Pokemon's, the Professor's Research, I should say, or even a Bruno. So there's so many cards that could come to play here for Wanbei. I'm definitely thinking that he has something out of those 3 cards.
Definitely. And maybe Imer can help us out here and let us see Wanbei's hand by playing down that
the Mawile.
Yes, the Mawile GX. But it looks like he's opting not to play it because I'm curious what you have in your hand, Wanbei. Do you have the Charger Bug to really probably seal the deal here? And here we go. We have Imer going for the Aura Burn. Unfortunately, doing 30 damage to itself, bringing it down to 190 HP. Just in the range for a Vikavolt attack. And Imer going up 2 prizes thanks to the Altered Creation GX attack. There's a Capture Energy that isn't a Charger Bug.
That is fine. I mean, Charger Bug doesn't really use your energy attachment for a turn anyway, so not too bad. It's an ability after all.
That is true. Let's see though, but there is no Charger Bug just yet. Again, Imer probably at the edge of his seat here. Does Wanbei have the attack? Again, this is the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. These are going to be the last prizes that will be taken for this entire tournament, and a huge research here.
That is the first research for 7 fresh cards.
So many live cards: the Evolution Incense, Level Ball, Rescue Carrier, Pokemon Communication. So many, but
definitely. I think overall this deck is really meant to consistently set up the Vikavolt. I don't think he would whiff at this point. There's still so much resources in his deck. That's a Sobble. That's not what he needs right now. He needs a Charger Bug. That's a Level Ball. That gets you a Charger Bug.
Is there still one in the deck though? There it is. Okay.
Yep, I believe so. Yep. And let's not forget, he also runs Ordinary Rod, so there is a way to recycle these Charger Bugs later on as well.
Yes, Charger Bugs and the Vikavolt. Just in case.
That's true. Yep, that's true.
But there we go.
At this point, I don't believe he needs any more Vikavolts. The 2 Vikavolts that will be attacking are in play right now. Obviously, the Charger Bugs are going to be on an active Vikavolt. It will be taking 2 prize cards here on the Galarian Moltres V, and then it puts Wanbei down to 1 prize. And that the Dedenne GX looks really tasty right now for Vikavolt.
Yes, also opting to play the Echoing Horn here just to put back another ADP in the field, just to limit really Imer's bench space. And here we go. We see the Electro Blaster attack and taking out the Galarian Moltres V. Wanbei going down to 1 prize here. Can Aimer find another attack? Oh no, I think opting to just
Ooh.
attack into the ADP here, trying to get the last 3 prizes by taking 3 prizes.
I like
So-
this. I like this. He's playing around reset stamp here, Wanbei. So I really like this play here, going for the ADP. Also, as you say, limiting the amount of resource, the amount of bench space on Aimer's side. That means there's only one Day change or one Crobat V, not both. It's a heads up play by Wanbei. He knows exactly what he wants to do. But also, I have to say, he is really banking on the fact that Aimer doesn't run the bench barrier Mew at this point.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, I mean, yes, it is a very risky play, but it may pay off here again, since we do know that Aimer is not playing the bench barrier Mew. And yeah, very, very interesting. Definitely, it's very heads up. It's so tempting as a player to just always get the knockout and try and get some prizes. But yes, Aimer playing down the Mawile GX using the Captivating Wink to be able to look at Wanbei's hand, and we saw, I think he has everything he needs.
He does. I believe there's a Roxy there. There was one Evolution Incense. So if we think that this particular difficult will go down, that's fine. There's one more on the bench, and all he needs then is essentially to attach or essentially evolve the Drizzle, get a way to get a Charger Bug into the hand, and then attach it with the battery ability to Electro Blaster for the win. So I believe it's all tied up right now. It's essentially the win is all tied up for Wanbei here. But Aimer not going to go down without a fight. Maybe trying to dig for a reset stamp here. Not sure if he can though. It's just a discard. No, I don't think there's a way for Aimer to get a reset stamp, I believe. Oh yeah, he can. He just played the process research.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, I think he definitely
Yep,
needs
there
to
you
use
go.
that.
That's stamp.
And again, very heads up play by Wanbei, really playing around that. That is definitely one of Aimer's ways back into it. If Wanbei cannot draw into one Charger Bug, he should be able to. Aimer should be able to close this one out. Again, Wanbei, that's all he needs. He needs one Charger Bug because there is already a Viridian Forest in play, and the Big Vault in the bench already has 1 energy. So that is essentially 1 energy for the Big Vault already. Again, just 1 Charger Bug. Can Wanbei find it?
Yep, exactly. I think overall it's going to be it's actually a very heads up play by Wanbei earlier to go for the snipe on the ADP on the bench. We here on the casters desk we're really thinking, okay, Wanbei has it wrapped up, but essentially he knew the reset stamp would be an obstacle for him to take, you know, the last prize that he had if he had gone for a knockout, a simple knockout. So instead he went for a snipe on the ADP on the bench. I'm reading the game very well, you know, saying that Aimer, you don't have bench barrier Mew. I know it. I sniffed it out. So I'm just going to go for a very easy 3 prize on your bench, and that's Evolution Incense. So definitely Charger Bug in waiting here. Does he have 2 cards? Okay, going for Drizzle.
Drizzle finds him the
rescue carrier.
Yes.
That's it. That's the game.
Yes, that's double Charger Bug, and that's it. Wow, we're going to have a Pika Volt as the champion, getting the deciding match as well. So much pressure on this bug, but it was able to soar, just really make use of the attacks that it has. And again, piloted by one of the best players in the region. Again, an amazing game. And we're going to see it. There it is, the final attack of the tournament. And it's coming from an Electro Blaster from Pika Vault, and you can see here Wanbei just celebrating with his team. Again, I'm sure they're absolutely happy. And there you go. They're the Battle Festival Asia 2021 TCG Division champion here. Congratulations to Korea.
Let's give it up for Team Korea here. All these players essentially playing their best Pokemon trading card game matches of their careers. I should say, of course, commiserations to our second place team from Hong Kong. They played their hearts out in that grueling 5-game grand finals. By the end of the day, there was only one bug that could claim the championship title, and that was Vikavolt, I have to say. But props to the entire team from Korea who represented their region after going through their own local qualifiers to be here in the first place. and going through this single elimination tournament in the King of the Hill style format, essentially coming out on top and clinching the title of champions of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. We've gotten an awesome 2-day tournament here, Wancho. It's been a pleasure to go through these games with you. What is the highlight of this grand finals for you?
The highlight, honestly, I think is a team effort. Every game here was very, very close, from the Cryogonal doing freezing the opponent to, again, Vikabo just taking the final few prizes of the entire tournament. That was an absolutely amazing game to watch. An amazing set by amazing masterclass players. Yeah, so much fun, and it was absolutely amazing.
For sure. I think we have a treat for you viewers at home today. We have an interview up with one of the winners. We have Krelkrok here from Korea. Hello, Krelkrok. How are you feeling right now after this win?
Hello. It was really unexpected win from us because there are also good players among other regions, and we trained hard, but really this was unexpected. Actually, our first opponent was Japan, which is one of the strongest country in the world. So we thought okay, if we can win the round one, it could be a very great upset. But we are so glad that we came this far.
Amazing stuff. And again, congratulations again for being the Battle Festival Asia champions. But I have to ask, what is your secret here? How did your team and yourself prepare for this tournament?
Actually, we live in different cities, so we work through the Pokemon trading card game online. So we build deck in the format for Pokemon Battle Festival Asia and play through the custom match to test our deck with each other.
That is great to hear. Lots of preparation, I'm
before
sure.
tournament, we met up and tried to play in in real life and to work on how to remote play, how to do some remote play and practice it and all. Yeah, that's how we practiced for the tournament.
Yeah, that is great to hear overall, Krelkrok. I think for me, the one last question I have, do you have any last words for your fans and your supporters who are watching you guys right now after you have clinched the win for Team Korea? Any last words for them?
Oh, we won, but actually we cannot say we are the best because it's just one tournament, and it was unusual format for some countries, and we were lucky with that. But I hope that this tournament appealed other countries, that Korea is also very enthusiastic to Pokemon TCG and eager to win. Their passion is real. Yeah, I hope this really helped you to get more motivated to play Pokemon TCG.
Definitely.
And thank you for
I
my
feel
fellows. Yes, who helped me practicing, building decks and whatever. Thank you so much to my friends and my families. Yeah.
Awesome. I know I feel the passion there, and I know I'm inspired to play the Pokemon trading card game right now, actually. And yes, just thank you for the time, Krelkrok. And again, congratulations on winning this entire tournament.
Congratulations,
Thank you
Krelkrok.
so much.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Great stuff, Wancho. I'm just thrilled to have gotten this far, to hear from Krelkrok as well. I felt so much humility from what he said, but again, I felt so much passion for what he was able to say to everyone watching right now, to all of us as well. I mean, we love the game for what it is, and of course, it's all about coming together to play, as what he said, the game that we all love, the passion, the enthusiasm. I'm worn out for sure after these 2 days of grueling tournament play, but I'm just as excited to play the Pokemon trading card game very soon. And of course, here is the tournament bracket. We had an exciting tournament all through 2 days. We had essentially 9 regions represented here in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the grand finals. The run by Korea was not an easy one. Again, you heard from Krelkrok earlier, they beat Japan, what they felt was the best country in the world for the Pokemon trading card game. They beat Japan 3-1 and then moved on to beat Malaysia 3-2. We know for a fact Malaysia put on a very strong showing in their previous 2 matches. Then in the finals, taking the game, or essentially taking series 3-2 in a nail biter of a series. I'm just overwhelmed with enthusiasm, with excitement overall what we just saw. Wancho, what are your final thoughts of today? What do you think was your main takeaway of this entire tournament?
I think this tournament was so much fun, just with all the players coming together from all across the world, really, just to play a game of Pokemon. Definitely, this tournament was such a breath of fresh air. I mean, we haven't had many Pokemon trading card game tournaments because of our current situation. So I really have to give it up to TPC and ESL for being able to set up this remote play tournament and allowing us to be able to play one of our favorite games again.
Of course, there's so many things going on around the world today, but I have to give props to everyone involved in this entire setup, getting us an event. Yes, in a remote setting, of course, but we're able to play the game that we all love and enjoy for sure. But then again, the main people to talk to thank here essentially are the players. A huge thank you to all of you for taking part in this Pokemon trading card game tournament. Without you, this would not have been possible. Your enthusiasm, your participation has brought us an exciting 2-day tournament overall. I just can't express my thanks. And of course, thanks to you, the viewers as well, who stuck by us all through 2 days. We hope that you have had an enjoyable time with us. I know I have, Wancho. I can see the smile on your face. You have had an enjoyable time as well. So we thank you so much for joining us. It is me, Arcanix, with Primetime Wizard TV. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Yes, see you next time.